Chen transmigrated into a cultivation world, becoming a servant in the Baoyao Pavilion. This world was extremely dangerous. Ordinary people could be killed by evil spirits at any time. But Chen's previous body had a bronze bowl on him, an all-powerful Tantian bowl. As long as spiritual herbs, elixirs, or medicinal decoctions were placed into it, they could be directly converted into cultivation power, raising his realm. Putting silver into it could exchange for martial arts insights and intelligence. The unfamiliar environment was filled with scattered medicinal herbs, and a group of expressionless, stiff-moving servants were sorting various herbs. Chen looked at everything before him, a sharp pain in his head, as countless memories rapidly flooded into his mind. After receiving the information in his mind, he was stunned. He seemed to have transmigrated, died from overwork. His soul had crossed into this world, attaching itself to a servant in the Baoyao Pavilion. This was a fantasy world where demons and evil spirits ran rampant. Human life was as cheap as grass, and ordinary people were in great danger. The Changshan County he was in, although guarded by the Night Watch Department established by the Divine Dynasty, still frequently had incidents of demons and evil spirits harming people. To have the power to protect oneself, the only way was to cultivate. But they, the lowly servants who had signed indenture contracts with the Baoyao Pavilion, didn't even have personal freedom, let alone the chance to cultivate. Chen was analyzing the situation. Suddenly, clang, clang, clang. The bell summoning the servants rang. In the Baoyao Pavilion's backyard, all the servants quickly gathered. Chen, seeing this, followed the group of servants and stood in a row in the courtyard. The Baoyao Pavilion steward, He Xiangdong, stood in front of everyone. "You have been servants of my Baoyao Pavilion for some time now," He Xiangdong said, looking at the servants. "Many of you, when you first arrived, were either injured or extremely weak. Fortunately, you have all recovered now. Next, our Baoyao Pavilion has decided to pass on a cultivation technique to you." Upon hearing this, all the servants became agitated, their expressions no longer numb. Learning a cultivation technique. They hadn't misheard. The Baoyao Pavilion was actually going to teach them a technique. These servants were either refugees who had fled to Changshan County as beggars, or lowly people who had sold themselves to the Baoyao Pavilion because they couldn't survive outside. Before, let alone practicing a cultivation technique, even staying alive was a problem. Unexpectedly, now they could have such an opportunity. In this world overrun by evil spirits and demons, who wouldn't want to cultivate a technique? But a cultivation technique. How could lowly people be qualified to touch it? Watching the servants' reactions, He Xiangdong nodded with satisfaction. This technique is called the Blazing Sun Art, a blood-refining cultivation method unique to our Baoyao Pavilion. This time the technique is being taught only to test your cultivation talent. If without the aid of medicinal decoctions or meat you can condense a strand of complete blood qi, within a month you will be considered to have cultivation talent and will receive the Baoyao Pavilion's training, promoted from servant to guard. After speaking, He Xiangdong began to teach the servants the technique. An hour passed. After he had finished teaching the technique to the servants, he said, "Today you are excused from other chores. Go and try to cultivate this technique." "Yes, thank you for your great kindness, steward." The servants nodded excitedly in response. After familiarizing themselves with the technique, the servants began to try cultivating it directly in the courtyard. An hour later, all the servants collapsed limply on the ground. After cultivating the technique for an hour, their energy was completely depleted, their bodies ached, and they couldn't muster a single ounce of strength. He Xiangdong looked at the servants. "You have just embarked on cultivation. Without the nourishment of meat and the aid of medicinal decoctions, you cannot practice for more than an hour each day, otherwise you will easily hurt yourselves. Today's cultivation ends here." After an hour of cultivation, Chen felt a slight increase in his own blood qi. So this is cultivating a technique. Truly marvelous. Chen sighed inwardly. However, the tiny increase in blood qi he had just gained from cultivation seemed far from the complete strand of blood qi that He Xiangdong had mentioned. Next time passed day by day. Chen got used to life here. Every day, like the other servants, he maintained the practice of cultivating the technique for 1 hour. The rest of the time he still did the chores of a servant, sorting herbs, drying herbs, running errands to deliver medicine to customers. Soon half a month passed. During these days, all the servants had improved their blood qi, but no one had been able to condense the first complete strand of blood qi, meeting the requirement for promotion to guard. At night, in the servant dormitory, which was filled with heat and various sour smells. "Cultivation is so hard. It's been half a month and I haven't shown any sign of condensing the first strand of blood qi," a servant complained. "Cultivation is not that easy. I've privately inquired. The Baoyao Pavilion teaches the technique to new servants every year, but only a few can condense a complete strand of blood qi within a month. Among the new servants each year, only 1 or 2 out of 20 can make it. The probability is so low that most of us have no hope. If you can't condense a complete strand of blood qi within a month, you can't be promoted from servant to guard. We'll have to be servants of the Baoyao Pavilion for life." A servant lamented. "I heard that the guards of the Baoyao Pavilion not only don't have to do heavy chores every day, but also get medicinal decoctions and meat supplements and receive a monthly salary. Their status is worlds apart from us servants." A servant spoke. "The guards' treatment was too good. Unlike them, the servants not only had no monthly pay, but also had to get up at hour 5 to 7 a.m. to working all day long. If in the future they couldn't be promoted from servant to guard or apprentice, they would have to work for the Baoyao Pavilion until they died. No matter how hard it is, I must persist. I will become a guard. Listening to the discussions, Gu Chen thought to himself. After half a month of practice, although he felt a significant improvement in his physique and blood qi, he was still far from condensing the first complete strand of blood qi. If he missed this opportunity, he didn't know when he would have another chance to be promoted from servant to guard. Was there a way to condense the first strand of blood qi faster? Other servants had the same thought as him. Improving blood qi through self-cultivation alone was too slow. If only they could get external assistance. Soon some servants had evil ideas. They tried to steal the Baoyao Pavilion's medicinal decoctions to cultivate. As a result, they were caught and beaten to death on the spot. Brutal. This immediately stopped the servants who had evil intentions. If they couldn't condense the first complete blood qi within a month, they wouldn't die, but if they tried to steal the Baoyao Pavilion's decoctions, they would be beaten to death. The servants returned to their previous state, practicing honestly every day. One day early in the morning, a group of guards was summoned. They were arranged to go to the Ninefold Ridge outside Songshan County to gather herbs in the mountains. Going out to gather herbs was also one of the servants' tasks once a month. 19 servants under the protection of 2 Baoyao Pavilion guards entered the Ninefold Ridge. Although there were evil spirits lurking in the deep mountains outside the city during the day, the yang energy was strong. As long as they returned before dusk and didn't go deep, they generally wouldn't encounter evil spirits. This time, while gathering herbs in the mountains, Gu Chen seemed to have struck a stroke of luck. Shortly after entering the mountains, he discovered a spiritual herb. It's a blood Ganoderma. Gu Chen was overjoyed. As a servant at the Baoyao Pavilion, he had to identify many common herbs and spiritual herbs, and he had been trained to recognize many herbs and spiritual herbs. This blood Ganoderma was one of them. Blood Ganoderma was a good thing. Taking it could not only greatly replenish vitality, but also enhance blood qi, making it a rare spiritual herb. He cleverly looked around, and seeing no other servants nearby, immediately knelt down, shielded the blood Ganoderma with his hand, and began to dig it up with a small herb-gathering hoe. Perhaps because Gu Chen was too nervous, while digging he accidentally struck his own finger with the hoe, cutting a large piece of skin, and blood gushed out. But in his excitement, Gu Chen ignored the injury on his finger. He dug out the blood Ganoderma, then took out a broken bronze bowl from his bosom, put the herb inside, and carefully hid it back in his bosom. The servants of the Baoyao Pavilion had to hand over all their harvests when they returned. If they were found to have hidden anything, they would be beaten to death. Gu Chen planned to find a secluded place to eat the blood Ganoderma directly to strengthen himself. There was no way he would hand over such a good thing. Eating it himself was naturally better. Arriving at a secluded corner in the mountain ridge, Gu Chen took out the small broken bowl, preparing to take out the blood Ganoderma to consume it. My! Gu Chen suddenly noticed something. The bronze bowl he had just used to hold the blood Ganoderma was shining with a golden light. On the bowl, a line of text appeared: mortal-grade low-quality blood Ganoderma exchangeable for 15 days of pure cultivation. Gu Chen was stunned. Before becoming a servant at the Baoyao Pavilion, his previous self was a beggar, and this broken bronze bowl was what he used for begging. Later he became a servant at the Baoyao Pavilion and always kept it close to him. Gu Chen thought it was bronze and unusual, so he kept it, never expecting it to be such a remarkable treasure. It seemed that the blood from the wound on his finger had dripped into the bowl, establishing a connection between him and the bowl. At this moment, many sensations appeared in his mind. It was information transmitted from the golden bronze bowl. Tantian bowl can convert spiritual herbs placed inside into cultivation power. Can place techniques and martial arts into it. Consume silver to comprehend. Can consume silver, spy on heavenly secrets in exchange for intelligence related to one's own crisis. Gu Chen found it all very magical. This blood Ganoderma can exchange for 15 days of pure cultivation. I wonder how much strength one day of pure cultivation can increase. Gu Chen pondered. Exchange. Gu Chen communicated with the bowl. Mortal-grade low-quality blood Ganoderma obtained 15 days of pure cultivation. In the bronze bowl, the blood Ganoderma disappeared. A surge of powerful cultivation energy flowed out from the bowl, pouring into his limbs and bones. This energy was very pure, as if it were obtained by Gu Chen through his own diligent cultivation, very solid. Gu Chen's aura rapidly rose. His blood qi began to surge. The complete strand of blood qi that he had failed to condense after more than 20 days of cultivating the blazing sun art was instantly condensed. And not just one strand, second, third. Strand after strand of blood qi were quickly condensed, then fused together, transforming into an extremely powerful blood qi that circulated through his body, beginning his first marrow cleansing, causing Gu Chen's physical body to undergo a transformation. Rumbling sounds came from within Gu Chen's body, and his limbs and bones crackled continuously. After a moment, all the cultivation energy was received, and Gu Chen's physical transformation was complete. Gu Chen felt that his speed, strength, vision, and hearing had all greatly improved. He had broken through. He had stepped into the first realm of cultivation in this world, the blood refining realm. The blood refining realm was the first realm of cultivation, mainly focusing on cultivating blood chi. Based on his previous daily progress cultivating the blazing sun art, it would have taken at least several months to condense the first strand of blood chi. His cultivation talent was clearly very poor, and to break through into the early stage of the blood refining realm would have taken even longer, at least several years. The 15 days of pure cultivation exchanged from this bronze bowl directly saved him years of cultivation time. One day of pure cultivation was equivalent to months of his training, truly astonishing. This bronze bowl is truly an extraordinary treasure. With such heaven-defying functions I'm going to make it big, Gu Chen thought excitedly. With a mere thought from Gu Chen, the bronze bowl in his hand transformed into a streak of golden light and merged into his body. Having completed a transaction with the bronze bowl, Gu Chen discovered that he could effortlessly summon it back into his body with just a single thought. Furthermore, he could control its size at will using his mind. Gu Chen stood up preparing to resume his search for herbs. Yet barely a moment after he stepped out of this secluded corner, he saw a handyman leading 2 guards from the Baoyao Pavilion toward him. My lords, that's him. The handyman leading the way was a fellow named Deng Xian from their batch of handymen. Deng Xian pointed at Gu Chen and said to the 2 guards, I just saw him dig up something unknown, and then he stealthily slipped away to hide here. I suspect he might have unearthed some precious spiritual herb and wants to keep it for himself instead of handing it over. Upon hearing this, the 2 guards turned their gaze toward Gu Chen. Come here, one of the guards commanded. Sensing trouble in his heart, Gu Chen obediently stepped forward. Search him, the guards ordered, gesturing for Deng Xian to conduct a body search on Gu Chen. Deng Xian immediately searched Gu Chen thoroughly, but found absolutely nothing. How strange. I clearly saw him dig up something and come over here to hide it. How can there be nothing? Deng Xian muttered in confusion. Unwilling to accept this, he went to the spot where Gu Chen had just been cultivating and searched all around, yet still found nothing. He then approached Gu Chen, sniffed around his mouth, and demanded that Gu Chen open his mouth for inspection. Gu Chen cooperated fully. Still, there was not a trace of any spiritual herb to be found. Seeing that the search yielded nothing, the 2 guards looked at Gu Chen and questioned, Why are you hiding here instead of gathering herbs? I noticed this place is secluded and rarely visited, so I thought there might be undiscovered precious herbs. I came to take a look, Gu Chen replied. The 2 guards exchanged a glance, then looked at Deng Xian. Step forward. Deng Xian complied. A resounding slap struck Deng Xian, splitting the corner of his mouth and sending him crashing to the ground. Next time, do not trouble us with things you have no proof of, the guards warned before turning to leave. Only Deng Xian was left on the ground, his gaze fixed on Gu Chen with venomous malice. He had clearly witnessed Gu Chen digging something up before coming here. How could there be nothing? Gu Chen glanced at Deng Xian on the ground, a flash of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. That was close. This fellow had nearly caused his downfall just now. If not for the bronze bowl, he would have been ruined. Giving him a deep lingering look, Gu Chen turned and walked away. Now was not the time to strike. Acting against him now would expose a strength vastly different from his past self, which would easily arouse suspicion. He would spare him for now and find an opportunity to deal with him thoroughly later. At dusk, they returned to the Baoyao Pavilion, and the handymen resumed their usual daily routine. On the 27th day, I did it. I succeeded, a handyman shouted in sheer excitement. His name was Wang Chao, and he had just successfully refined his first wisp of vital energy, meeting the requirement to be promoted to a guard. He was about to leap through the dragon gate. Eagerly approaching Steward, Wang Chao released the aura of the complete wisp of vital energy he had just condensed. Sensing the complete wisp of vital energy released by Wang Chao's steward, he nodded in approval. Excellent aptitude. A smile appeared on Steward He's face. From today onward, you no longer need to stay in the handyman area. Go collect a guard's uniform later. You are officially promoted to a guard of the Baoyao Pavilion. Yes, thank you, Steward. Wang Chao said excitedly. His breakthrough sent a wave of tension through the rest of the handymen, driving them to practice their cultivation techniques even more desperately. Unfortunately, over the next 2 days, no one else managed to condense their first wisp of vital energy. On the 30th day, Gu Chen released the aura of a complete wisp of vital energy within his body. Under the envious and jealous gazes of the handymen, he went to report to Steward He. Naturally, he had condensed his first wisp of vital energy long ago, and more than just one, but he had kept it hidden. On the day, he was reported by Deng Xian for potentially hoarding spiritual herbs. Although the 2 guards had let him go on the surface, they were still secretly keeping an eye on him. They wanted to see if he had indeed kept any spiritual herbs for himself. Had he revealed that he had already refined his first wisp of vital energy, that very day the 2 guards would have undoubtedly seized and interrogated him. In the corner, a look of venomous resentment and dread flashed across Deng Xian's eyes as he watched Gu Chen refine his first wisp of vital energy, poised for promotion to a guard. Jealousy and fear warred in his heart. He had offended Gu Chen before, and now he was in deep trouble. He shuddered to think how Gu Chen would deal with him once he became a guard. After demonstrating the aura of a complete wisp of vital energy to Steward He and receiving his approval, Gu Chen left the handyman area. He collected his guard uniform and made his way to the residential quarters exclusive to the guards of the Baoyao Pavilion. The handymen of the Baoyao Pavilion had no rights with 20 of them crammed into a single large room. In contrast, guards enjoyed independent courtyards shared by only 2 guards with their own private rooms, a world of difference in living conditions. Being able to refine a complete wisp of vital energy within a month proved they were promising talents worthy of cultivation by the Baoyao Pavilion. As Gu Chun headed to his assigned courtyard, he found someone already practicing martial arts there. This person was none other than Wang Chao, who had been promoted to guard a few days before him. Seeing Gu Chun arrive with his guard uniform, Wang Chao immediately knew he had also successfully attained the rank. Wang Chao said excitedly, "It's been 4 days and finally someone else has been promoted. Brother Gu Chun, I've taken the room on the east side. Yours is on the west. Let me show you the way." Wang Chao halted his practice, stood up, and warmly led the way for Gu Chun. "Thank you, Brother Wang." Gu Chun expressed his gratitude. Since Wang Chao was slightly older, he addressed him respectfully. Living together in the future, it was wise to maintain a good relationship. "Oh, don't mention it." Wang Chao waved his hand dismissively, leading Gu Chun to the room on the west side. Once Gu Chun had settled in, Wang Chao said, "Brother Gu Chun, since you've just been promoted, you definitely haven't collected your saber and today's ration of medicinal soup yet. Change into your guard uniform first, and I'll take you there." "All right," Gu Chun replied. He changed into his guard uniform and accompanied Wang Chao to collect his saber and the daily medicinal soup. After bringing back the medicinal soup and his saber, Wang Chao explained, "As guards, our daily duty is simply to patrol the properties of the Baoyao Pavilion to ensure no one causes trouble at our medical clinics and pharmacies. Other than that, there isn't much else to do." Newly promoted guards can also seek guidance from guard instructor Zhou to learn a saber technique for self-defense. The technique passed down to us by the Baoyao Pavilion is called the 5 consecutive lightning blades. It is the ultimate technique of Master Ma, a veteran of our Baoyao Pavilion. He is an innate expert above the flesh-refining realm, and this self-created saber technique of his is exceptionally powerful. Although we rarely undertake dangerous missions, we might be tasked once a month with escorting the handymen into the deep mountains outside the county town to gather herbs. Having a saber technique for protection makes things much safer. Wang Chao advised Gu Chun. "Understood," Gu Chun nodded. "All right, you should take this medicinal soup and begin your cultivation. I won't disturb you further," Wang Chao said before taking his leave. Gu Chun returned to his room, gazed at the medicinal soup in his hand, and poured it into the bronze bowl. According to the feedback from the bronze bowl, this blood-bolstering decoction was a useful cultivation resource, meaning it could be exchanged for cultivation progress. Ordinary blood-bolstering decoction exchangeable for 1 day of pure cultivation. The bronze bowl prompted. Gu Chun came to understand that the bronze bowl functioned as a refining vessel, saving him the time required to refine cultivation resources like the blood-bolstering decoction. One must not underestimate this process. Exchanging a single bowl at a time might yield only a small increase in cultivation. But what if it were 10 bowls, 100, or even 1,000? Would the exchanged cultivation directly elevate him into a peerless powerhouse? Furthermore, this converted cultivation was equivalent to what he would have gained through slow, steady practice, ensuring an incredibly solid foundation without any instability in his realm. Redeem. Gu Chun chose to redeem. The blood-boosting soup vanished from the copper bowl, and a surge of cultivation instantly poured into his body, causing his qi and blood to flourish once more. At this pace, if he could obtain a bowl of blood-boosting soup and exchange the copper bowl for a day's worth of pure cultivation every day, within a month's time, he should be able to break through to the mid-blood refinement realm. Next, Gu Chun prepared to seek out the guardian of the Treasure Herb Pavilion, hoping he would teach him the art of the saber. Now that his strength had reached the initial stage of the blood refinement realm, he could finally consider himself a proper cultivator. It would not do to go without a martial technique to defend himself. Gu Chun found Guardian Zhou, cupped his fists in salute, and explained his purpose. "Greetings, Guardian Zhou. I am a newly promoted guard of the Herb Pavilion, having just risen from the ranks of servant. I humbly request that you, sir, teach me the art of the saber." A newly promoted guard. Zhou Hong recalled that this very day did indeed mark the final deadline for this year's batch of servants to be promoted to guards. He cast a glance at Gu Chun. The youth's appearance was passable enough, yet his hands were conspicuously empty. No token of courtesy offered. A flicker of displeasure stirred within him. What a clueless newcomer, utterly ignorant of the proprieties. Zhou Hong waved Gu Chun away with an aloof air. "I am occupied today. Return another time." Seeing this, Gu Chun suspected nothing untoward and could only depart in dejection. Returning to the courtyard, he spotted Wang Chao practicing his saber art. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Chun inquired, "Brother Wang, when you first sought Guardian Zhou's instruction in the saber, did he ever refuse you? You went to ask him for saber instruction and were turned away?" Wang Chao sheathed his treasured blade upon hearing this. Gu Chun nodded. "Guardian Zhou told me to come back another day. He had no time today. You didn't offer him silver?" Wang Chao asked, fixing his gaze upon Gu Chun. No, I didn't." Gu Chun shook his head. In his former days as a servant, he had received no wages at all. He was utterly penniless. Where would he have found silver to bribe the man? Wang Chao explained, "If you wish to learn the saber art from Guardian Zhou, you must offer him silver." We newly promoted guards may request an advance of 1 month's wages from the Treasure Pavilion. Simply apply to Steward. He take your silver, spend 1 tael to curry favor with Guardian Zhou, and he will teach you the saber art. Of course, if you truly wish not to bribe him with silver, you may also directly request a copy of the saber technique manual from him and practice it on your own. However, with only the manual and no one to guide your cultivation, your progress will be exceedingly slow. If you do offer Guardian Zhou silver, you may consult him whenever you encounter difficulties in your training. With these words, Wang Chao had laid out a clear path for Gu Chen. Understood. Thank you, Brother Wang. Gu Chen expressed his gratitude and took his leave of the courtyard. He found Steward and promptly requested an advance on his wages, 3 taels of silver. Newly promoted guards of the Treasure Pavilion received a monthly stipend of 3 taels of silver, the purchasing power of 1 tael being roughly equivalent to 1,000 coins from his former life. 3 taels then were akin to a monthly wage of 3,000 in his previous world. With the silver in hand, Gu Chen sought out Guardian Zhou once more. At this moment, Zhou Hong was in the Treasure Pavilion's martial training grounds, instructing a group of guards in the art of the saber. He saw Gu Chen arriving once again with empty hands. Zhou Hong said with growing irritation, "Did I not tell you already? I have no time today. Come back another day." Gu Chen spoke up. "I wonder, Guardian Zhou, if you might possess a transcribed copy of the manual. I would like to take one and practice on my own." "You wish to practice it yourself?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Hong let out a contemptuous snort. The other guards, taking their cue from his reactions, swiftly understood the situation. They all turned scornful gazes upon Gu Chen. Gu Chen was a stranger to them. Clearly some greenhorn who had only this very day been promoted from servant to guard. Truly ignorant of the heights of heaven and the depths of earth. To imagine he could cultivate the saber art on his own. Did he think that being promoted from servant to guard made him some once-in-a-thousand-years peerless genius? How laughable. The saber art is hardly something one masters so easily. It was not as though no one had tried Gu Chen's approach before. Seeking to save themselves the silver ode to Zhou Hong, they had taken the manual home to practice on their own. The result? After months of bitter training, they found they couldn't even find the threshold of entry. In the end, they could only slink back in defeat, parting with even more silver to beg Zhou Hong to instruct them. Gu Chen had been promoted to guard only on this final day of the deadline. His talent ranked among the very lowest of the guards. And yet he dared try to skimp on the silver ode to Zhou Hong, seeking to grope his way through the saber art on his own. In their eyes, he was nothing short of a complete fool. "Here, return it to me in 1 day. If you fail to learn it, don't blame me." Zhou Hong produced a saber technique manual from his robes and tossed it to Gu Chen. Though he was the guardian, the Treasure Pavilion had its own regulations. He was obligated to teach newly promoted guards the saber art. He could not deliberately withhold instruction. Since Gu Chen was so oblivious to propriety, let him try to learn it on his own. When he failed, he would have no one to blame. When Gu Chen would come crawling back after failing to master the saber art on his own, it would no longer be a matter of settling things with a single tael of silver. Short of 10 taels, he would refuse absolutely to instruct Gu Chen. Gu Chen departed with the transcribed saber manual. He returned to the courtyard. He shared with Wang Chao. Going directly to his own room, he drew out the saber technique manual. He placed it into the copper bowl. According to the bowl's described function, it could aid him in comprehending cultivation methods and martial techniques. It merely required silver to do so. Since the copper bowl could aid his comprehension, why not simply offer it silver directly? What need was there to curry favor with that Zhou Hong? As the transcribed manual was placed within the copper bowl, emitted a golden radiance. 5-fold lightning saber. Exchange 1 tael of silver for beginner comprehension. The copper bowl's response. 1 tael of silver in exchange for comprehension at the beginner level. Gu Chen took out 1 tael of silver and placed it within the copper bowl, choosing to redeem. The silver vanished. The manual remained, yet it now blazed with golden light. An immense surge of saber comprehension instantly poured from the copper bowl into Gu Chen's mind. It allowed him to grasp it in a single instant, as though he had been cultivating this saber art for years. He successfully brought the technique to the beginner level. Given his talent, were he to cultivate this saber art under someone's guidance, it would have taken him months to achieve beginner status. Without guidance, it would likely have taken him a year or 2 merely to achieve entry-level proficiency. This single tael of silver had spared him considerable hours of practice, allowing him to grasp the saber art at the beginner level well ahead of time. It was worth it. In the outside world, a cultivator who reached the initial stage of the blood refinement realm and possessed a martial technique at the beginner level could be considered a third-rate expert, capable of handling 6 or 7 grown men single-handedly. He too could now count himself among the ranks of third-rate experts. Each year the Treasure Pavilion would see 1 or 2 servants newly promoted to guard. Yet newly promoted guards were generally no more than untrained warriors who had just begun to cultivate a wisp of chi and blood. To step into the initial stage of the blood refinement realm required at minimum a year or 2. And bringing a martial technique to the beginner level was no easier. Yet with the copper bowl's aid, Gu Chen, having only just been promoted to guard today, already possessed the strength of those veteran guards who had been promoted a year or 2 ahead of him. A Treasure Pill Pavilion guard who reached the level of a third-rate expert could, upon registering with the pavilion, see his monthly stipend raised to 5 taels of silver. His monthly income would leap directly from 3,000 to 5,000. However, Chen had no intention of revealing his strength. He had only just acquired this saber art, and in the blink of an eye had already mastered it at the beginner level. Such a meteoric improvement, no one would believe there was nothing fishy about it. The secret of his golden copper bowl must never under any circumstances be revealed. After mastering the saber art, a new response appeared upon the copper bowl. Exchange 2 taels of silver for minor accomplishment, comprehension of the 5-fold lightning saber. Spend 2 more taels of silver to exchange for comprehension at the minor accomplishment level. Chen rejoiced once more and chose to redeem again. He placed the remaining 2 taels of silver from his person into the copper bowl. The silver vanished. The manual blazed with golden light once more, and an even greater surge of saber comprehension flooded into his mind. He felt as though he had been diligently practicing this saber art for over a decade. The saber art reached the minor accomplishment level. After achieving minor accomplishment, a new response surfaced upon the copper bowl. Exchange 5 taels of silver for great accomplishment, comprehension of the 5-fold lightning saber. However, he had no silver left to hand. He could only let the matter rest. With his saber art at minor accomplishment, should his cultivation also advance to the mid-blood refinement realm, he would be considered a second-rate expert in the outside world. At the Treasure Pill Pavilion, that would earn him a monthly stipend of 10 taels of silver. Zhou Hong has given me only 1 day to comprehend this saber art. Tomorrow I must return the manual to him. I wonder if the little bowl can still continue to exchange for further comprehension without the original manual now that the saber art has already reached minor accomplishment. Chen drew the saber manual out of the little bowl. With a thought, he willed the copper bowl to continue exchanging for the deeper saber comprehension. The copper bowl responded once more. Exchange 5 taels of silver for great accomplishment, comprehension of the 5-fold lightning saber. It works, settled. Chen rejoiced. So long as it was a martial technique he had already mastered at the beginner level, even without the original manual in hand, the copper bowl could continue to exchange for subsequent levels of comprehension. Evening. Chen, brother, let's go to the Baoyao Good Dining Hall to fetch food. Wang Chao's voice rang from outside the door. Chen, hearing this, stepped out of the house. In the courtyard, Wang Chao said that as guards we could receive meat at the Hall of Benevolence for every meal. 3 meals a day of meat would let us train 2 extra hours of the Liang Gong daily, and our qi and blood would rise faster. Chen nodded in reply, and the two of them headed toward the dining hall at Baoyao Go. In the days that followed, Chen began the life of Baoyao Ji's guards. Every day, he patrolled Baoyao Go once, then collected the day's medicinal broth, exchanging it with the copper bowl for a day's refined cultivation energy. The rest of the time he sought to understand this world by various means. This world harbors malevolent spirits and demons along with various powerful sects and cultivation clans. For now he only knows that the Shun Chao rules the land. The rest of the power structure remains unknown. Anyway, after each day's patrol and broth collection, he had plenty of free time. He chose to learn more to help him stand firm in this world in the future. Songshan County is filled with tea houses and taverns, where people from all corners gather there to chat. It is the best place for him to learn about the world's landscape. Days went by. Chen exchanged a day's refined cultivation energy with the copper bowl each day, and his cultivation rose swiftly. A month later his realm advanced again. From the early stage of the blood refinement realm, he rose to the mid-stage. In the mid-stage his strength placed him among the second-rate masters capable of facing 10 foes and not losing. With his current rate of progress, in just over 2 months he would break through to the late stage of the blood refinement realm. At that time, with his wages, he would spend 2 silver to exchange with the copper bowl for insights into the great completion of the lightning 5-slash blade. That would elevate him to a top-tier master. A top-tier master is marked by a martial skill reaching great completion and the realm reaching the blood refinement realm late stage. To reach a top-tier master, one could face dozens of people and still prevail. Baoyao Ji's guard Zhou Hong is at this level. Across Songshan County, he was among the elites. Today was the day the hired laborers go outside the city to Jiuzhongling to collect herbs. Chen and an older guard were assigned to accompany the laborers on the herb-collecting expedition, charged with protection and supervision. Along the way, the laborer Deng Xian did not dare meet Chen's gaze and kept his distance. He failed to condense the first trace of qi and blood to promote to a guard within a month. As a hired guard, Chen could target him easily, while in Baoyao Ge he might restrain himself outside, he would likely strike. Chen also noticed Deng Xian's behavior. Now he is afraid. Oh, why didn't you think of this when you went to report to the master earlier? Chen is not one to repay malice with kindness. He is petty, and he has resolved to seize an opportunity to deal with this boy later. Deng Xian followed the group into Jiuzhongling, then split from them, moving alone toward remote, difficult terrain. To avoid being targeted by Chen, he did not know if luck had changed. Heaven would not allow him to continue being suppressed by Chen. He reached a secluded cliff behind Jiuzhongling and discovered a blood ginseng. This blood ginseng is rarer than regular ginseng, mutated from ginseng, and a precious elixir that can greatly nourish a cultivator's qi and blood. This blood ginseng was at least 30 years old. Its potency equaled 10 ginseng of the same year. Deng Xian rejoiced. Indeed, fortune had not abandoned him. With this blood ginseng today, he would surely step into the blood refinement realm, and then Gu Chen, who had only just condensed his first qi and blood, would not fear him. Deng Xian began to dig out the blood ginseng with care. After a moment, he pulled it out, stripped the stem and leaves, and excitedly came to a secluded cliffside corner ready to swallow it. However, before he could swallow the blood ginseng, a figure appeared before him. Gu Chen smiled at him softly. Who was there? Deng Xian was startled. He had been discovered. Seeing Gu Chen before him, Deng Xian realized. You followed me. Deng Xian's eyes flashed with anger. Gu Chen sneered. What's this, hoarding a spiritual herb? Do you not want to live? You. Deng Xian snapped, furious at the discovery. The truth was out. By Baoyao Ji's rules, if a laborer is caught hoarding a spiritual herb, the accompanying guards have the right to kill him on the spot. These laborers who sold themselves to Baoyao Gu can decide life or death. The officials won't interfere. Given his feud with Gu Chen, Deng Xian knew Gu Chen would not let him live today. With a sudden turn of thought, Deng Xian grabbed the blood ginseng and rushed to stuff it into his mouth, then bolted toward the cliff edge. His only chance to survive now was to leap from the cliff before him. If by luck he survived, he could escape Baoyao Gu at once. Now that he had mastered a technique and gained this precious blood ginseng, breaking through to the blood refinement realm would make anywhere better than remaining a laborer at Baoyao Gu. But Gu Chen had long kept guard against him. How could he let him escape easily? Gu Chen seized him in a single move, breaking through to the mid-stage of the blood refinement realm. His strength exceeded 600 jin, and Deng Xian could not resist. He wrested the blood ginseng from his hand. Gu Chen then punched him, sending him tumbling off the cliff. Gu Chen followed the adjacent forest path to the cliff's base to inspect. At the cliff's base, he found Deng Xian dead. His bones displaced, the body shattered. Only flesh clung to form a silhouette. Gu Chen turned and left. Many laborers were gathering herbs nearby, and the corpse would be found easily by others. He had to depart quickly, for digging a grave or burning it here would raise questions. After leaving the cliff base, Gu Chen found a secluded place. He retrieved the blood ginseng from wherever it was and placed it into the copper bowl. A line of golden characters appeared. 35-year mutated blood ginseng, exchangeable for 70 days of refined cultivation energy. It could exchange for 70 days of refined cultivation energy, equal to 5 of the blood lingji he had obtained before. Gu Chen was overjoyed. He chose to exchange immediately. In an instant, a surge of mighty cultivation energy flooded his body, and he felt as if the energy would explode him. His qi and blood surged. His cultivation continued to rise. After absorbing the energy, his realm jumped to the late stage of the blood refinement realm. Gu Chen stood, his qi and blood roiling like a raging wind, the heat of a furnace, Liyang power circling him. His sight, hearing, and speed improved again, and his physical strength surged to 1,000 jin. Liyang power is a supreme yang energy born from cultivating Liyang Gong, and it restrains evil spirits. With his current qi and blood cultivation, and the Liyang power born from Liyang Gong, ordinary evil spirits would be scorched if they dared approach him. A body of 1,000 jin strength and the Liyang power born from this cultivation. These give me some self-protection in this world. Gu Chen tightened his fist. At the evening assembly, Deng Xian still hadn't returned. The guards went to search, and Gu Chen pretended to help look around as well. Finally, a laborer found Deng Xian's body beneath the cliff. To avoid needless trouble and accountability, Gu Chen and the other accompanying guard agreed that he had fallen by accident. It was deemed an accident. Deng Xian's corpse was collected and burned with a pile of dry brush. Then Gu Chen and the other guard led the rest of the laborers back. Back at Baoyao Gu, Gu Chen and the other guard reported Deng Xian's death to He Xiangdong. He Xiangdong summoned the laborer who first found Deng Xian's body and asked about the incident. Having confirmed that Deng Xian's body showed signs of a fall, ruling out foul play, it was deemed an accidental death. Then everyone descended to the death of one laborer is not a big deal for Baoyao Gu. They'd simply recruit anew. Foraging outside always carries various accidents. Such misfortunes are inevitable. The two accompanying guards could not watch every laborer at all times to ensure their safety. Yet just as Gu Chen thought this matter would end here, that night at midnight in his room, a strong sense of danger struck, a cold aura filling his west wing. Danger has arrived. Gu Chen woke abruptly from sleep. A sharp screech sounded, "Return my life." Beside his bed, a black-haired, evil spirit phantom swirled, its sharp black claws slashing toward Gu Chen. Startled, Gu Chen sprang from the bed to dodge the strike. Upon recognizing the evil spirit, Gu Chen was stunned. It was Deng Xian. He had become an evil spirit after death, coming to seek revenge. The Deng Xian formed evil spirit lunged, but missed, howling as it wheeled to attack Gu Chen again. Gu Chen grabbed the bedside blade, his qi and blood surging, Liyang power roaring, and he unleashed the lightning 5 slash. A blade of hot Liyang power and qi and blood cut toward the Deng Xian formed evil spirit. Oh! A scream of agony rang out as the evil spirit crashed through the window. The fragile bamboo window shattered into a wide opening. Is that all? Gu Chun watched the Dang Xian-formed evil spirit be blown back by a single stroke. With this strength it still dares to return for revenge. Gu Chun sneered and chased after it. He must finish off the Dang Xian-formed evil spirit. The spirit apparently retains some awareness from life. If it escapes, it would reveal that he killed it today, which would be trouble. I killed him, and I even hoarded the blood ginseng. Bao Ge would not spare me if they found out. He arrived at the courtyard. The evil spirit that Deng Xian had transformed into immediately fled toward the outside of the courtyard, never having expected Gu Chun to be so formidable. The man had already cultivated the Liang art to such a profound degree. Having just transformed into an evil spirit, his strength was still far too weak. He had no choice but to retreat for now, vowing to return for vengeance against Gu Chun once he grew powerful enough. Trying to escape, Gu Chun snorted coldly, leaping swiftly into the air and bringing his blade down in a savage cleave. The blade light sliced across the night sky, carrying the scorching might of the blazing sun, and descended upon the fleeing evil spirit that Deng Xian had become. Hiss! Oh! A blood-curdling scream rang throughout the entire courtyard. Gu Chen's blade, imbued with the power of the blazing sun, struck the spirit with the same horrifying effect as a red-hot iron blade pressed against bare human skin. The damage dealt was catastrophic. Struck and seared by the blazing sun's power, the black aura shrouding the spirit dispersed by half its face, contorting in unspeakable agony. In the room on the other side, Wang Chao was startled awake by the commotion. He grabbed his treasured blade and stepped out to survey the scene. Upon witnessing what was transpiring in the courtyard, he could not help but gasp aloud, "An evil spirit." Hearing the disturbance, the protectors from the surrounding courtyards also rose one after another to investigate. Seeing more and more people emerging, Gu Chun gripped his treasured blade tightly and unleashed the lightning 5 consecutive slashes in rapid succession. The chi and blood within his body surged alongside the blazing sun's power, erupting in an unending barrage. He delivered blade strike after blade strike upon the evil spirit that Deng Xian had become intent on slaying the creature with blistering speed, lest it live to speak of tonight's events to anyone. It was Gu Chen today. The phantom form of Deng Xian's evil spirit grew ever more translucent, and he realized Gu Chen meant to silence him permanently. In these final moments, he sought to reveal the truth, that it was Gu Chen who had killed him and stolen the blood ginseng. Alas, before the words had even left his lips, Gu Chen's final blade descended and cleaved his soul asunder. His form dissolved into a bead of inky blackness that tumbled to the ground. A group of protectors strode into the courtyard where Gu Chun and Wang Chao resided, all of them utterly stunned. They had not caught what Deng Xian had been saying before his soul was scattered. After all, the ramblings of a dying evil spirit held no significance for anyone. Every single one of them was thunderstruck by the sheer might Gu Chun had displayed. This newly appointed protector was outrageously powerful. An evil spirit, slaughtered outright by the brute force of his blade until its soul was utterly destroyed. Has he broken through to the early stage of the blood-refining realm? It was not long before the courtyard guardian Zhou Hong and the steward He Xiangdong arrived in quick succession. They saw that an evil spirit had indeed invaded the Baoyao Pavilion. He Xiangdong's gaze swept over the gathered crowd, and the others shifted their attention to Gu Chun and Wang Chao. He Xiangdong looked toward Wang Chao and asked, "What exactly happened with this evil spirit invasion?" Wang Chao offered no reply. He himself was utterly bewildered. The moment he had stepped outside, he had only seen Gu Chun gripping his treasured blade and raining frenzied slashes upon the phantom form of an evil spirit. Before long, the evil spirit was cleaved into oblivion. He had only managed to vaguely make out that the spirit appeared to be Deng Xian, one of the menial servants who had entered the Baoyao Pavilion alongside them. He Xiangdong turned his gaze upon Gu Chun. "You? Explain." Gu Chun answered forthrightly, reporting to the steward, "An evil spirit did indeed invade our Baoyao Pavilion earlier. That spirit was the one Deng Xian, the menial servant who perished while gathering herbs today, had transformed into. Never did I expect that he would return to haunt our pavilion the moment he became an evil spirit. An evil spirit born from the servant who perished today." He Xiangdong's eyes narrowed. The other protectors were likewise somewhat shaken. The conditions that gave rise to evil spirits were bizarre and varied. Even now the Night Watch Division had yet to establish any definitive standard. Who could have imagined that the menial servant who died gathering herbs today would return as an evil spirit? Evil spirits possess a strong autonomous consciousness and do not typically target people without cause. He Xiangdong looked toward Gu Chun. Tonight, the evil spirit born of that servant, was it targeting you specifically? Gu Chun pondered for a moment, then nodded. Do you hold a grudge against him? He Xiangdong's gaze sharpened as he fixed it upon Gu Chun in inquiry. When I was still a menial servant, I had a certain disagreement with him. Once during an herb-gathering expedition, he falsely accused me of hoarding spirit herbs. Afterward, 2 colleagues who had accompanied us investigated the matter and confirmed that I had not hoarded any spirit herbs. It was nothing more than a baseless accusation on his part. Gu Chun offered an explanation. Afterward, I was promoted to protector. During today's herb-gathering expedition, he likely feared that I would target him over the previous incident, so he deliberately ventured toward a remote area and ultimately met his death by falling off a cliff. Presumably he died with unresolved resentment and wished to settle the score with me. Thus the moment he transformed into an evil spirit, he came seeking his revenge against me. Gu Chen emphasized the trivial matters while concealing the essential ones, laying out everything that he Xiangdong could verify for himself. Everything else he kept entirely hidden. After all, Deng Xian was already dead, and the evil spirit he had become had likewise been destroyed. Even if he Xiangdong wished to investigate, there was nothing left to uncover. At most they might discover only that his cultivation and blade technique had advanced at an astonishing rate, and that too he could explain away by claiming extraordinary innate talent. Besides, the copper bowl had already been absorbed into his body, though no outsider could ever detect it. Upon hearing this, he Xiangdong fell into thoughtful contemplation. Gu Chen watched him, uncertain how much of his words the steward had actually believed. He Xiangdong summoned the two protectors who had been present when Deng Xian had accused Gu Chen of hoarding spirit herbs and questioned them about the incident. The two men reported the events of that day, truthfully confirming that they had indeed found no spirit herbs hidden on Gu Chen's person. Moreover, they had kept Gu Chen under observation for several days afterward and had not seen him produce any spirit herbs whatsoever. It did indeed appear that Deng Xian had been making a false accusation. Just then, Zhou Hong, standing to one side, let out a cold snort and declared, "Steward, that boy's words are most likely false." At his words, every gaze instantly turned toward Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong fixed his eyes upon Gu Chen as he spoke. Today, the moment this servant died and transformed into an evil spirit, it came straight for him to exact vengeance. Clearly there is something suspicious about this servant's death. I suspect that, harboring a grudge over the servant's earlier false accusation that he had hoarded spirit herbs, he seized the opportunity during today's herb-gathering expedition to murder the servant in private. That is why the servant, upon transforming into an evil spirit, came straight for him to exact revenge. To murder a menial servant of our Baoyao Pavilion in private, even a protector cannot be exempt from punishment. Zhou Hong regarded Gu Chen with an icy gaze. According to the rules of our pavilion, you should have your cultivation crippled, your 4 limbs broken, and be cast out from the Baoyao Pavilion. Previously, Gu Chen had been utterly disrespectful, refusing to offer him silver tribute, and instead taking that blade technique to practice on his own. Now today, he has committed murder as well. Such an arrogant, ruthless, and vicious individual should be seized on the spot, his cultivation crippled, his 4 limbs broken, and cast out from the Baoyao Pavilion. He Xiangdong, standing nearby, made no reply upon hearing this. Yet Gu Chen turned his gaze upon Zhou Hong and said coldly, "May I ask which eye of yours, guardian Zhou, actually witnessed me killing Deng Xian?" The menial servants and the other protector who accompanied us today can all testify that Deng Xian met his death accidentally by falling off a cliff. What does it have to do with me? Guardian Zhou's deliberate slander against me. Could it be because a month ago, when I sought your guidance on blade techniques, I failed to offer you silver tribute, thus incurring your displeasure, and now you seek to frame me with the false charge of murdering a Baoyao Pavilion servant in private? Gu Chen's rebuttal was sharp and uncompromising, conceding no face whatsoever to Zhou Hong. Clearly Zhou Hong harbored a long-standing grudge over the earlier incident and was now seizing this opportunity to target him. Naturally, he would not grant Zhou Hong any courtesy. As courtyard guardian, it was Zhou Hong's duty to teach blade techniques to every newly appointed protector. His exploitation of his position to extort silver from the protectors was already a violation of protocol in itself. However, everyone tolerated it on account of his position as courtyard guardian. They figured it was merely a tale or two of silver, not worth offending him over such a trivial sum. Matters of this kind were always conducted in private. They could not be brought into the open. Now that Gu Chen had so nakedly exposed him, Zhou Hong's face darkened ominously. "Gu Chen, cease your slander. When have I ever demanded silver tribute from you?" Zhou Hong roared, a flash of vicious malice passing through his eyes. "We are discussing the murder of that servant. What purpose does dragging in these irrelevant matters serve? This boy truly has a death wish. A mere newly appointed protector daring to challenge him so brazenly. Does he wish to make himself an outcast from the Baoyao Pavilion? Today the death of the menial servant Deng Xian was a pure accident. I stand blameless and clean. Your accusations against me are nothing but slander." Gu Chen snorted coldly. As for whether Guardian Zhou has indeed collected silver tribute from other protectors, that is something Guardian Zhou knows perfectly well in his own heart. I have no patience for this wrangling. These are baseless accusations. My conscience is clear, and your slanders will gain you nothing. Having spoken, Zhou Hong fell silent. Under the present circumstances, he could not afford to continue bickering with this boy. If the argument dragged on, people might truly begin discussing the silver he had collected from other protectors, and that would be terribly damaging to him. He would endure for now and bide his time, waiting for an opportunity to deal with this boy thoroughly. Seeing that Zhou Hong had fallen silent, Gu Chen likewise said nothing more. Instead, he turned his gaze upon He Xiangdong. Within the Tsongshan County Baoyao Pavilion, there were several figures of authority the pavilion master of Baoyao Pavilion, the alchemist who presided over the precious medicines, and Grand Master Ma, the elder who had created the lightning 5 consecutive slashes. And finally there was the steward standing before him, He Xiangdong. The Baoyao Pavilion had 2 courtyard guardians. Zhou Hong was merely one of them, and his standing ranked below that of He Xiangdong. As for how today's matter would be handled, Zhou Hong's words carried no weight. The final decision rested entirely with He Xiangdong. At this moment, He Xiangdong's gaze fell upon something ahead, the black bead that remained after Gu Chun had slain the evil spirit that Deng Xian had become. He stepped forward and picked it up, holding it in his palm to sense it for a moment. After a while, He Xiangdong looked toward Gu Chun and said, "If I recall correctly, you were promoted to protector only a month ago, is that not so?" Gu Chun nodded. "You single-handedly slew this evil spirit just now?" He Xiangdong inquired of Gu Chun. "Yes." Gu Chun answered truthfully. Although this evil spirit fell short of third-rate caliber, it was nonetheless not something a freshly promoted protector should have been capable of slaying. "How did you accomplish it?" He Xiangdong fixed his gaze upon him. He had arrived late upon the scene, and by the time he reached the courtyard the evil spirit had already been slain by Gu Chun, and he had not witnessed the killing process. Reporting to the steward, "I slew it through my own strength." So saying, Gu Chun released the aura of the early stage of the blood-refining realm. Simultaneously, he demonstrated several moves of the entry-level lightning 5 consecutive slashes, revealing that he now possessed the strength of a third-rate expert. This way he could account for his ability to slay the evil spirit. A third-rate expert slaying an evil spirit only newly born would be no difficult feat. Yet he had not exposed his full cultivation, lest it arouse He Xiangdong's suspicion. His present realm was the late stage of the blood-refining realm. A mere month ago he had only just been promoted to protector. In the span of 1 month he had broken straight through to the late stage. This was no longer something mere talent could explain. Even Zhou Hong, a courtyard guardian who had cultivated for several decades, had reached only the late stage of the blood-refining realm himself. For Gu Chen to have reached this realm in a single month, there was only one possibility. He had consumed spirit herbs. That would amount to a confession without needing words. Sensing the cultivation aura Gu Chun had unleashed, and watching the blade technique he performed, He Xiangdong was somewhat taken aback. In merely 1 month he had broken through to the early stage of the blood-refining realm, and had cultivated the lightning 5 consecutive slashes to the entry level, reaching the caliber of a third-rate expert. A genius, an absolute genius. That was the conclusion he reached. The Baoyao Pavilion had actually recruited a genius this time. He Xiangdong studied Gu Chen's countenance, and his gaze filled at once with appreciation. Geniuses always stirred in stewards like him a profound fondness for talent. He tossed the black bead in his hand to Gu Chen, saying, "You slew this evil spirit, so this soul bead belongs to you. Since your strength has reached the caliber of a third-rate expert, from this day forth your monthly pay shall be raised to 5 taels of silver." The swiftness with which his demeanor changed left the surrounding protectors somewhat taken aback. What was happening here? Not only did He Xiangdong give the soul bead to Gu Chun, he had even raised his monthly pay. Was he planning to let this matter drop without further investigation? He Xiangdong looked upon the surrounding protectors and announced, "Tonight's incident was the havoc wreaked by an evil spirit born from the servant who died accidentally during the day. Now that the evil spirit has been slain by Gu Chen, the matter is settled. Return to your quarters and sleep." At his words the protectors departed one after another. Tonight's affair could have been a major incident or a minor one. How it ultimately concluded rested upon a single word from He Xiangdong. Many among them understood perfectly well in their hearts that the servant had almost certainly been killed by Gu Chun. The murder of a menial servant of the Baoyao Pavilion would indeed warrant severe punishment. But there was no evidence, was there? One could equally argue that it was not Gu Chun who killed the man. He Xiangdong likely understood in his heart that Gu Chun was most probably the killer, but the talent Gu Chun had just revealed had stirred his fondness for promising youth, and so he chose to let the matter pass. From this day forth this genius named Gu Chun would likely receive He Xiangdong's special attention. Although Gu Chun had offended Zhou Hong was merely a courtyard guardian. With He Xiangdong's favor now upon him, Zhou Hong would not dare to act against him openly. Zhou Hong cast a cold, venomous glance at Gu Chun before departing. He had never imagined that Gu Chun, a newly appointed protector, possessed such extraordinary talent, having elevated his strength to the caliber of a third-rate expert within the span of a single month, and had thereby earned He Xiangdong's attention. Dealing with him in the future would prove far more difficult. Difficult though it might be, Gu Chun had today before everyone's eyes torn open his hidden shame and made him lose face. This debt he would settle with Gu Chun eventually. Gu Chun had best pray that no handle ever fell into his hands. After the crowd had dispersed, He Xiangdong approached Gu Chun and gave his shoulder a pat. "Impressive talent. Cultivate diligently. Our Baoyao Pavilion has never been unkind to its geniuses." "Thank you, steward." Gu Chun cupped his fist in salute. He Xiangdong gave a slight nod, then turned and departed. In the courtyard only Gu Chun and Wang Chao remained. "My goodness, brother Gu Chun, you were truly formidable just now," Wang Chao said, approaching Gu Chun with a look of awe. That evil entity was completely obliterated by you in just a few strikes of your blade. I never expected that even though you were promoted to guard a few days after me, your strength would surpass mine, allowing you to step into the ranks of a third-class expert first. Wang Chao sighed with emotion. I was just fortunate. There is no need to feel discouraged, Brother Wang. I believe that with your talent, it won't be long before you also step into the ranks of a third-class expert. Gu Chen replied politely. I hope so, Wang Chao nodded. But deep down he knew it would be incredibly difficult. With his current cultivation speed, it would take at least a year or two just to break through to the early stage of the blood refining realm. Becoming a third-class expert was even more remote as he first had to grasp the basics of his blade techniques. Thus, he found Gu Chen's talent to be downright monstrous. Gu Chen had not even sought guidance from Zhou Hong to practice his blade techniques. Instead, he had initiated his training simply by taking a secret manual back to study on his own. He was truly a freak of nature. No wonder he Xiangdong, upon witnessing his extraordinary talent, regarded him with such high esteem and chose to overlook the entire matter altogether. In the dead of night, after exchanging a few brief words, the two retired to their respective rooms. Inside his chamber, Gu Chen shook his head as he looked at the window, which now had a gaping hole cleaved by his own blade, letting in drafts of howling wind. He would have someone repair it tomorrow. Gu Chen gazed at the black bead clutched in his hand. Earlier, he Xiangdong had mentioned that this soul bead was left behind after he slew the evil entity that Deng Xian had transformed into, and so he Xiangdong had given it to him. Gu Chen had no idea what purpose this object served, or whether it could be exchanged for cultivation through his bronze bowl. He retrieved the bronze bowl and placed the black bead inside. As the black bead settled into the bronze bowl, a line of small golden characters immediately materialized on its surface. Mortal-grade low-tier soul bead. Can be exchanged for 1 year of soul cultivation. It can be exchanged. Gu Chen rejoiced. However, the cultivation obtained this time was soul cultivation. He was uncertain how soul cultivation differed from the pure cultivation energy he had previously exchanged. Gu Chen chose to proceed with the exchange. In an instant, the black bead vanished from the bronze bowl, and a cool surge of soul cultivation energy flooded into his body. Gu Chen's cultivation realm did not change, nor did his vital energy increase. However, his 5 senses became remarkably clearer, and his mind felt far more rejuvenated. At present, he could not gauge the exact strength of his soul, but he had a subtle sensation that it had indeed been enhanced. This was a positive development. Though it was his soul's strength rather than his cultivation realm that had improved, progress was progress. Cultivating the soul would undoubtedly yield benefits for him, even if he could not fully appreciate them yet. Today's events had been somewhat risky. Yet the outcome was ultimately favorable. By destroying the evil entity that Deng Xian had become, he had exposed a portion of his strength, but in doing so, he had also earned He Xiangdong's high regard. Not only was he held blameless, but his monthly stipend was also raised directly to 5 taels of silver. At 5 taels a month, and having already drawn his previous month's stipend of 3 taels in advance. Once next month's stipend was distributed, he would be able to elevate his 5 consecutive lightning blades to the level of mastery, thereby advancing to the ranks of a first-class expert. Though in the eyes of ordinary people, a first-class expert was already an extraordinarily formidable existence. Yet within the entire Baoyao Pavilion, both courtyard protectors were first-class experts, and there were several peak-class experts serving as consecrated elders. As for the main directors, they were formidable figures who had surpassed the peak class to reach the Xiantian realm. He was still far from the top and needed to keep growing. Soon a month passed. Gu Chen's monthly stipend was distributed, and he immediately placed all of it into the bronze bowl. I wish to exchange this for the insights of the mastery level of the 5 consecutive lightning blades. Gu Chen communicated his intent to the bronze bowl. Instantly, the silver inside vanished and golden characters appeared, silver consumed. Obtained mastery level insights of the 5 consecutive lightning blades. Insights of the mastery level blade technique instantly flooded his mind, elevating his comprehension of this style to a whole new level. His execution of various strikes became infinitely more exquisite, allowing him to unleash far greater power. With a mastery level blade technique, paired with my late-stage blood refining realm cultivation, I can now finally be considered a member of the first-class experts. A smile spread across Gu Chen's face. He had reached the same level as Zhou Hong, a first-class expert. If he were to report this to the Baoyao Pavilion, his monthly stipend would be raised to 15 taels of silver. However, Gu Chen still had no intention of revealing his strength. His current state of steady daily progression was perfectly fine, and he already received 5 taels of silver each month. He had only revealed himself to be a third-class expert last month. If he were to leap to a first-class expert after a mere month, no one would believe he was free of secrets. He would inevitably attract unwanted attention from many. There was no need to take such a risk. A month had already passed since he broke through to the late stage of the blood refining realm. Based on his current cultivation speed, Gu Chen estimated that it would take at most 3 months to reach the peak of the blood refining realm. At that point, as long as his blade technique also reached the grand perfection stage, he would advance to the level of a peak class expert. Elevating the 5 consecutive lightning blades from mastery to grand perfection required 10 taels of silver to exchange for insights, which he could accumulate with just 2 months' worth of stipends. After all, serving as a guard in the Baoyao Pavilion provided him with free room and board, so he had no other expenses. Once he advanced to a peak-class expert within the entirety of Tsongshan County, no one would be able to harm him as long as the legendary Xiantian realm experts did not intervene. Furthermore, once he reached the peak of the blood-refining realm, he would have to find a way to obtain a cultivation method to break through to the Xiantian realm. From his understanding of this world, over this period cultivation methods for breaking through to the Xiantian realm were strictly controlled by the great clans and sects of the Divine Dynasty. Without becoming their trusted confidant, it was utterly impossible to be granted such a method. He had to plan his future path in advance to see if the Baoyao Pavilion would prioritize nurturing him and bestow a Xiantian cultivation method upon him once he revealed his talent after reaching the peak of the blood-refining realm. If they would not, he would have to seek opportunities to break through to the Xiantian realm elsewhere. Just then He Xiangdong arrived at Gu Chen's courtyard, seemingly looking for him. Upon seeing He Xiangdong arrive, Gu Chen and Wang Chao immediately bowed. "Greetings, manager." He Xiangdong waved his hand dismissively and looked at Gu Chen. "Gu Chen, I have come specifically to find you." Gu Chen was startled to hear this. "May I ask what business the manager has with me? How far is your current strength from that of a second-class expert?" He Xiangdong inquired. "HM." Gu Chen felt a trace of suspicion. Had his cultivation been exposed recently, prompting He Xiangdong to proactively probe his strength? After a moment of contemplation, Gu Chen replied, "There is still some distance to go. Roughly how long will it take you to step into the ranks of a second-class expert?" He Xiangdong pressed. "Well, within 2 months," Gu Chen replied after some thought. Stepping into the third-class rank in 1 month and advancing to the second-class rank 3 months later seemed reasonable, fitting his persona as a genius. 2 months, is it?" He Xiangdong pondered for a moment, then said, "Very well, 2 months is perfectly fine." Still somewhat puzzled, Gu Chen asked, "May I know why, manager, he is inquiring about my cultivation?" "There are 15 towns under the jurisdiction of Tsongshan County. Our Baoyao Pavilion has medical clinics and medicine halls in every town. A few days ago, the courtyard protector of the Baoyao Hall in Qingping Town died in an accident. Now that the position of courtyard protector at the Qingping Town Baoyao Hall has become vacant, I would like you to take it. What do you think?" He Xiangdong looked at Gu Chen. A courtyard protector was a higher position than a guard. Generally, even for a town-level Baoyao Hall, the protector position required at least a second-class expert. However, He Xiangdong thought highly of Gu Chen's talent and intended to groom him. Thus, even though Gu Chen had not yet reached the level of a second-class expert, he still wanted to push him into this position. To serve as a courtyard protector at a medicine hall under the Baoyao Pavilion. Gu Chen pondered. Just as he was about to voice his refusal, He Xiangdong added, "If you go to the Qingping Town Baoyao Hall to serve as protector, I can issue your monthly stipend at the rate of a second-class expert, which is 10 taels a month. Additionally, as the protector, you will receive an extra 5 taels as a monthly allowance, making it 15 taels in total. Furthermore, protectors can claim 2 portions of blood-strengthening decoction daily for cultivation, which is 1 more than a guard." "I am willing." Gu Chen agreed instantly without the slightest hesitation. He had originally intended to refuse, but He Xiangdong simply offered far too much. A monthly stipend of 15 taels of silver was equivalent to a monthly salary of 15,000 in his past life. It was definitely a lower management salary, even though he was being dispatched to a small town. But small towns had their own advantages, allowing him to lay low and develop in peace. Moreover, a protector could claim 2 portions of blood-strengthening decoction daily to aid in cultivation, which was 1 bowl more than a guard. With 2 portions of blood-strengthening decoction, he could exchange them through the bronze bowl for 2 days' worth of pure cultivation energy in a single day, enabling him to break through to the peak of the blood-refining realm even faster. Was this his superior showing high regard for him, sending him to gain experience at the grassroots level first? After a few months of tempering, he might be recommended for a promotion upon his return. He could not afford to be ungrateful. "Good." He Xiangdong nodded in satisfaction, patting Gu Chen on the shoulder. "Pack your things and set off today. With your talent, breaking through to the peak class and stepping into the Xiantian realm in the future won't be an issue. Work hard. As long as you can become a peak class expert within 2 years, I will recommend you to the higher level institutions of the Baoyao Pavilion." He Xiangdong said. "Thank you, manager," Gu Chen said, overjoyed. During this period, through various channels of understanding the Divine Dynasty, he had already grasped the power dynamics of the world and the background of the Baoyao Pavilion. The background of the Baoyao Pavilion was far from ordinary. The Divine Dynasty ruled the world, dividing it into 4 directions, 9 provinces, 36 commanderies, and 144 prefectures, encompassing over 1,500 cities, more than 20,000 counties, and a population exceeding 200 billion. It stood as the absolute authority of the world. Beneath the Divine Dynasty lay the 2 gates, 3 outsides, 4 sects, and 5 great clans. The 2 gates were the Buddhist Gate and the Taoist Gate. The 3 outsides were Shanweishan, Luwelu, and Tianweishan. The 4 sects were the Sword Sect, the Alchemy Sect, the Artifact Sect, and the Body Sect. The 5 great clans were the Ji clan, the Shang clan, the Xia clan, the Nangong clan, and the Wang clan. These factions were all transcendent powers guarded by Earth immortals. Although situated within the divine dynasty, they were not subject to its rule or jurisdiction. Behind the Baoyao Pavilion stood the alchemy sect, one of the 4 sects. If he could secure He Xiangdong's recommendation and enter a higher level of the Baoyao Pavilion, he might very well be bestowed with a cultivation method to break through to the Xiantian realm. On your journey to the Baoyao Hall of Qingping Town to serve as a guardian, there is one task you must carry out. He Xiangdong said, go and secretly investigate the cause of death of the former Baoyao Hall guardian Su Dongqing. A few days ago, word came from below that he suddenly perished in the wilderness. The Yamen is still investigating the cause of his death. We cannot place our full faith in the Yamen. You are to descend and conduct a covert investigation, uncover the true cause of his demise, and the Medicine Pavilion will bestow a reward. The Baoyao Pavilion is after all an enterprise under the dance sect. For a guardian of the caliber of a second-rate master to perish so suddenly without a culprit being found, where would their dignity lie? Such an incident would also lead outsiders to believe that the guardians of their Baoyao Pavilion could be slain at will. Therefore, beyond entrusting the Yamen with the investigation, they themselves must dispatch someone to probe the matter in secret. Understood. Gu Chen accepted the order. He had known all along that such good fortune could not fall upon him so easily. There was, as expected, an accompanying mission attached. Gu Chen looked toward He Xiangdong and spoke. Steward, the situation in Qingping Town remains unclear. Might I request an advance of 1 month's wages before I depart? He had just spent this month's wages enhancing his blade technique. Now not a single copper coin remained on his person. Heading to an unfamiliar town, like Qingping Town, traveling without a little silver on hand, would prove most inconvenient. Furthermore, given what He Xiangdong had said, the cause of the former guardian of Baoyao Hall's death in Qingping Town was yet undetermined. There were surely peculiar circumstances involved. Silver then was all the more essential. With another 10 taels of silver, he could elevate his blade technique to the perfection tier, and his safety upon arriving in Qingping Town would be far better secured. That can be arranged. He Xiangdong produced 15 taels of silver and handed them directly to Gu Chen. That very day, Gu Chen departed Songshan County and set out for the Baoyao Hall of Qingping Town. Before his departure, He Xiangdong had given him a guardian's token. Possessing this token, he could proceed directly to assume the position of guardian at the Baoyao Hall of Qingping Town. Qingping Town lay 100 li from Songshan County. Gu Chen spurred his horse at full gallop and reached his destination before nightfall, the Baoyao Hall of Qingping Town. After Gu Chen presented the guardian's token, he successfully entered the Baoyao Hall. That evening, within a grand restaurant in Qingping Town. Come, let us all raise a toast to Guardian Gu. Before a table laden with a sumptuous feast, 9 people took their seats. Apart from Gu Chen, the remaining 8 comprised 4 guards of the Qingping Town Baoyao Hall, who would henceforth be his subordinates. The other 4 consisted of 1 hall master of the Baoyao Hall, 1 resident alchemist of the hall, and 2 physicians who served as directors of 2 medical clinics under the hall's jurisdiction. This banquet had been arranged specifically to welcome Gu Chen and congratulate him upon assuming the post of guardian. Knowing that Gu Chen possessed extraordinary talent and was a man favored by He Xiangdong, the 8 raised their cups and toasted him. Guardian Gu, so young and yet possessed of such remarkable strength, earning the regard of steward, he and being appointed as guardian. Your future prospects are surely boundless. The hall master of Baoyao Hall, Li Linfeng, raised his cup toward Gu Chen as he spoke. Indeed, behold how young Guardian Gu is, yet his cultivation is already extraordinary. He is bound to become a master of the superlative tier in the future, and even the innate realm lies within his reach. The Baoyao Hall alchemist also raised his cup in flattery. The remaining 6, observing this, hastened to add their own praises, flattering Gu Chen profusely. You honor me with such excessive praise. Gu Chen raised his cup, drinking with each in turn. With Boss Gu serving as the guardian of our Baoyao Hall, our safety is henceforth assured. In the days to come, we shall count on Boss Gu's generous patronage. 1 guard rose to toast Gu Chen, lavishing him with flattery. This guard was named Wei Zhong. When Gu Chen had first arrived at the Baoyao Hall that day, it had been Wei Zhong who had received him and led him inside. Nothing could be easier. Gu Chen drank a cup with him. The other 3 guards promptly rose in succession to toast Gu Chen as well, each hoping that he would look favorably upon them in the future. After a stretch of feasting and revelry, Gu Chen had become considerably more familiar with the group and had gained a clear understanding of the specific circumstances of the Qingping Town Baoyao Hall. The hall oversaw 2 medical clinics whose principal personnel were the 8 men present that day. The directors of the 2 medical clinics served both as directors and resident physicians. Li Linfeng, the hall master, served as the overall authority of the entire Baoyao Hall. The resident alchemist was ordinarily responsible for refining medicinal pills and preparing decoctions. The 4 guards were tasked with the daily patrol of the Baoyao Hall and its 2 subordinate clinics. Of the 8 men, the 4 guards were third-rate masters, the 2 clinic directors and the alchemist were second-rate masters, and the hall master Li Linfeng was a first-rate master. Each of the 2 clinics was staffed with a number of physician apprentices, while the remainder were all menial laborers, ordinary folk. The welcoming banquet concluded. On the way back to the Baoyao Hall, Gu Chen returned alongside the 4 guards. Upon arriving, it was guard Wei Zhong's duty to escort him to his arranged residence. It was a rather spacious courtyard compound, larger than the small courtyard Gu Chen had occupied at the Baoyao Pavilion in Songshan County. Boss Gu, this residence once belonged to Boss Su. Now that it stands vacant, you shall lodge here henceforth, Wei Zhong explained. Gu Chen was naturally aware of whom he referred to as Boss Su, the former guardian of the Baoyao Hall who had met his end in an accident. Su Dongqing. Very well. Gu Chen nodded. Boss Gu, this residence was originally assigned to maidservants. However, Boss Su disliked having any idle intruders about his dwelling, so he dismissed them both. If you should require them, I can have arrangements made to bring them back, Wei Zhong explained. That won't be necessary. I too prefer my lodging free of idle intruders. Let it remain as it is. Gu Chen declined. He possessed the secret of the copper bowl, and it would be far better for his residence to have as few other people about as possible. Understood. Wei Zhong nodded and led Gu Chen into the courtyard, acquainting him with the place. We reside in the neighboring courtyard. Should you need anything, Boss Gu, simply call for us. Wei Zhong accompanied Gu Chen as they walked, speaking. Gu Chen wandered about the courtyard. The rooms and bedding were all new, clearly just replaced. The main hall contained a modest tea set, and beyond that nothing of note. Gu Chen looked toward Wei Zhong, considered for a moment, and asked, Wei Zhong, I have a question for you. Has the Yamen reached any conclusion regarding Boss Su's death? Do you know what he was like when he died? He was a second-rate master. In Qingping Town there should be very few who could surpass his strength. How then could he have suddenly perished in the wilderness? A second-rate master, while not the strongest in Songshan County, should nonetheless rank among the very pinnacle of Qingping Town. It was simply impossible for him to have perished without cause. Gu Chen's question caught Wei Zhong off guard. The newly arrived Boss Gu was actually interested in the cause of death of the former Boss Su. After a moment's silence, Wei Zhong spoke. Boss Su's death was most bizarre. There was not a single wound upon his body. His corpse was not discovered until the following day outside the town. His eyes were wide open, his gaze unclosed in death, and his expression seemed as though in his final moments he had glimpsed something utterly inconceivable. But the precise cause I myself do not know. The Yamen is still investigating and has reached no concrete conclusion, only telling us to wait for news and set our minds at ease. Wei Zhong answered. Seeing that Wei Zhong knew little more, Gu Chen asked no further. With the Yamen still unable to reach any determination regarding the cause of death, whether the man perished at the hands of evil spirits, demons, or was killed by another, it was truly difficult to judge. Was the Yamen unwilling to investigate, or was there some hidden circumstance at play? It seemed he Xiangdong was right. They could not place their full reliance upon the Yamen and must investigate the matter themselves. That night, after Wei Zhong departed, Gu Chen washed himself and retired to his room, preparing to sleep. Before slumber, Gu Chen took out the 15 taels of silver he had drawn that day, separating 10 taels and placing them into the copper bowl. He intended first to elevate his lightning 5-chain blade to the perfection tier. Combined with his cultivation at the late stage of the blood refining realm among first-rate masters, his strength would now rank at the very pinnacle. Even against a master of the superlative tier, he could manage a few exchanges. This Qingping Town might not be as simple as it appeared upon the surface. Only by advancing his own strength further could true safety be ensured. With the silver placed into the copper bowl, Gu Chen chose to exchange for insights into the blade technique at the perfection tier. The 10 taels of silver vanished, and in an instant a flood of blade technique comprehension surged within his mind. It was as though he had been cultivating this blade art for decades, perfecting it utterly to the perfection tier. Upon reaching perfection, Gu Chen continued to attempt a further advancement. He wished to see whether beyond perfection the blade technique could still ascend to a higher level. Within the copper bowl, an information feedback appeared. Spend 50 taels of silver to exchange for blade technique insight at the transcendent tier. That there was still a higher tier to exchange for came as a surprise to Gu Chen. Beyond perfection lay transcendence. A perfection tier blade technique corresponded to the level of skill attainable by a master of the superlative tier. A transcendent tier blade technique. Was it not the kind of blade art that only an innate realm expert could possess? Yet to reach such a level 50 taels of silver were required, an objective that in the short term he was unlikely to achieve. He would first focus on advancing his cultivation realm. He was presently only a first-rate master, still some distance from the superlative tier. It was unnecessary to think too far ahead. He would first establish himself in Qingping Town, steadily elevating his strength, and only then consider other matters, including the investigation into Su Dongqing's death. He would investigate slowly. If the matter proved dangerous, it was a course he could choose not to pursue. After all, no mission was worth more than his own life. That's right, Gu Chen's mind sparked with a sudden idea. He remembered when he had just obtained the copper bowl. The copper bowl offered feedback. By spending silver, one could divine the celestial mysteries in exchange for information. But it could only exchange information that threatened his safety. He wondered whether Su Dongqing's death could be exchanged as well. If the truth wasn't uncovered, if some conspiracy lay behind it, it would threaten him too, so perhaps that would count as well. Gu Chen placed a tael of silver into the copper bowl. I want to learn Su Dongqing's true cause of death, Gu Chen transmitted to the bowl. In an instant, a line of gold characters appeared on the copper bowl, spending 5 taels of silver in exchange for Su Dongqing's death information. Possible. It's feasible, Gu Chen exclaimed with joy. Only 5 taels, so cheap. I happen to have that much on me. Gu Chen poured all his silver into the bowl. 5 taels vanished from the copper bowl, and a line of gold characters floated up. Su Dongqing was killed by a malevolent spirit nourished by Yang Wenhua, the town magistrate of Qingping Town, at the Five-Li Village Five-Li Temple. So it was killed by a malevolent spirit. Gu Chen was somewhat taken aback by the bowl's information, and it was more than a simple killing by a spirit. Even the town magistrate of Qingping Town was involved. The evil spirit was indeed nourished by the magistrate. The case grew more and more interesting. The magistrate, a chief official of a town, was appointed by the divine dynasty. With duties to cooperate with the Night Watch to purge malevolent spirits and safeguard the region, he had nourished a malevolent spirit and killed the guardian of Bao Yao Hall. Moreover, Su Dongqing himself had problems. As Bao Yao Hall's guardian, his ordinary duty was to stay in Bao Yao Hall, ensuring the security of Bao Yao Hall's assets. Why would he go to Five-Li Village for no reason and be killed there by the evil spirit nourished by the magistrate in that temple? There must be things he didn't know. But he had no silver on him now, so he could not exchange for more information from the copper bowl. He had to stop for the moment. The killer of Su Dongqing involved the magistrate, and the official investigation would surely yield nothing. He Xiangdong suspected that the Qingping town officials might have problems, so he sent Gu Chen to investigate covertly. But even if he uncovers something now, there was nothing he could do. 2 killers, one is an official of the divine dynasty, the other is a malevolent spirit nourished by that official whose strength is unknown. That evil spirit capable of killing Su Dongqing, a second-rate expert, must be at least first-rate or higher, not someone he could currently provoke. Adding to the evil spirits behind-the-scenes magistrate, he cannot only avoid provoking them, but must not reveal that he already knows the magistrate was the killer of Su Dongqing. Otherwise, if the magistrate discovers him, it is very likely he will come after him. Very well, let's leave it at that for now. He will keep a low profile in Qingping Town as guardian and bolster his strength. Delay for 2 to 3 months until his realm reaches the blood refining stage to perfection. Then he will report this matter. Should anything go wrong, he will have the power to respond. Days passed, and Gu Chen stabilized in Qingping Town. As a guardian, he did not need to patrol Bao Yao Hall and the 2 clinics under his command every day. He only needed to preside over Bao Yao Hall, though other matters would be handled by the 4 guards. In Bao Yao Hall of Qingping Town, he could receive 2 portions of nourishing blood soup daily to aid his cultivation, and the meat served at each meal was plentiful. 2 portions of nourishing blood soup a day allowed him to exchange with the copper bowl for 2 days of pure cultivation energy, letting his cultivation rise faster than at Bao Yao Hall in Songshan County. Gu Chen contentedly endured here. Day after day passed. In the Yamen, what Gu Chen did not know was that Yang Wenhua, the town magistrate, had been keeping people watching this Bao Yao Hall guardian newly dispatched. Seeing that Gu Chen seemed reluctant to actively investigate Su Dongqing's death, the attention stopped. If Gu Chen hinted at such intentions, he would not hesitate to eliminate him and redeploy a guardian for Bao Yao Hall. 2 weeks later, the Yamen delivered their findings. Su Dongqing's death was caused by a malevolent spirit. The spirit had already escaped, and the Yamen could not trace it. The case was thus shelved. If Bao Yao Hall thought the Yamen incompetent, they could send their own people to pursue the investigation. Gu Chen was not surprised by the Yamen's result. Su Dongqing was killed by the malevolent spirit nourished by the magistrate. Of course, the Yamen could not uncover anything. In the blink of an eye, 2.5 months had passed. Gu Chen's realm, after today's exchange of 2 portions of nourishing blood soup for 2 days of pure cultivation energy from the copper bowl, had successfully broken through to the blood refining stage for perfection. Going further still meant the innate realm. Unfortunately, he did not possess an innate realm cultivation method, so he could not break through. 2.5 months have passed. It is time to return to Bao Yao Hall in Songshan County and report Su Dongqing's true death to He Xiangdong. Before that, use the copper bowl to exchange for more information and see why the magistrate wanted the evil spirit to kill Su Dongqing and what his purpose was in killing Su Dongqing. Gu Chen transmitted his intention to the copper bowl. The bowl indicated that exchanging this information would cost 5 taels of silver. Gu Chen immediately pulled out 5 taels and put them into the bowl. The silver vanished, and a line of gold characters surfaced. Yang Wenhua, the Qingping town magistrate, cultivates evil arts requiring the vitality and essence of living people to increase his cultivation. He nourishes a malevolent spirit in the Five-Li Temple, which has long hunted for children around Qingping town, draining their vitality for his training. Su Dongqing, who had an affair with the wife of the wealthy Hong family Mrs. Liu Yanfang, had a son who was taken by the spirit. Su Dongqing chased to outside the Five-Li Temple to retrieve his son, uncovered the magistrate's secret, and was killed under the magistrate's orders by the spirit. So that is how it is. Gu Chen understood as he looked at the information the copper bowl provided. Su Dongqing had a bit of something. As Bao Yao Hall's guardian, he wasn't content, and even dallied with a merchant's wife, not only earning a cuckold, but also fathering a child. The next day, Gu Chen gave instructions telling Wei Zhong and the others to safeguard Bao Yao Hall and the 2 clinics under his command, then left Qingping town. He returned to Bao Yao Hall in Songshan County and reported Su Dongqing's true death to He Xiangdong. After hearing the report, He Xiangdong narrowed his eyes. So the Qingping town magistrate had the evil spirit kill the guardian of our Baoyao Hall. They have quite the audacity. He Xiangdong hissed. He had previously received Su Dongqing's report that Qingping town was unstable, with children vanishing, and those cases reported to the authorities yielded no results. Not long after Su Dongqing died, he suspected that the Qingping town authorities might be compromised, so he had Gu Chun take the post to investigate Su Dongqing's death in secret. Unexpectedly, the result is like this. The Divine Dynasty established the Night Watch to oversee the world tasked with eradicating various evil spirits. Local authorities must cooperate unconditionally when a malevolent spirit harms people reported at once. The Qingping town magistrate breaks the law, nourishes evil spirits to train in dark arts, and captures children. He is as good as dead. For what happens next, you need not trouble yourself further. I will report to the Night Watch of Tsangshan County, and they will assign people to handle it. He Xiangdong spoke. You did well in uncovering Su Dongqing's true death. There will be a reward. What would you like as a reward? He Xiangdong looked at Gu Chun. Gu Chun hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Master, could you grant me an innate realm cultivation method? Innate realm methods are typically not shared with outsiders and are not given to non-core members. But Baoyao Hall's backing is extraordinary. It stands among one of the 4 sects Danzong, so innate methods should not be rare for Baoyao Hall. He was also a guardian of the hall, and now with credit on his side, perhaps he could obtain one from He Xiangdong. You want innate realm techniques? Oh, what is your current strength? He Xiangdong looked at Gu Chun and asked. He was somewhat surprised. He estimated Gu Chen's current strength to be at most a second-rate expert. Is innate realm technique too early for him? I only recently broke through to a second-rate expert. Gu Chen replied. It's just that I want to obtain an innate realm technique early to familiarize myself and lay a foundation for the future. Indeed, reaching the second-rate level in under half a year shows your talent. You will eventually break through innate realm. Giving you the innate technique now is not a problem. Just in time, I have a cultivation manual here that suits you to study in advance. He Xiangdong produced a technique and handed it to Gu Chun. This 5 Thunder innate skill is among the top innate realm methods. It is very difficult to practice, though widely spread, few ever master it. But once you master it in the innate realm, you will be among the most formidable in combat. You may study and attempt to comprehend it in advance. If you can't cultivate it in the end, come to me for other innate realm methods. You're only second-rate now. To break into innate realm, you must first reach the top tier, which is still some way off for you. Very well, thank you, official. Gu Chun accepted the technique from He Xiangdong, feeling some joy. He looked at the 5 characters on the manuscript. 5 Thunder innate skill. Is it hard to practice? I have the copper bowl in hand. It shouldn't be too hard, right? That night, he returned to the Baoyao Hall in Qingping town. Inside his own courtyard, Gu Chun took out the 5 Thunder primal art and began examining it. The primal realm, also known as the 5 primal realms, consisted of 5 stages. Flesh refining, skin quenching, bone forging, tendon alteration, and organ sacrifice. This 5 Thunder primal art was divided into 5 sections: Earth Thunder, flesh refining; Metal Thunder, skin quenching; Fire Thunder, bone forging; Wood Thunder, tendon alteration; and Water Thunder, organ sacrifice. The first stage of the 5 primal realms was the flesh refining stage. Gu Chen therefore began his comprehension with the Earth Thunder flesh refining section. According to the Earth Thunder flesh refining section, the flesh refining stage involved absorbing energy from the outside world to temper one's flesh and blood. However, the flesh refined through this art carried the power of Earth Thunder. This granted the body both the heavy defensive nature of earth and the sharp offensive power of thunder. Upon mastering the flesh refining stage, the physical form became as hard as earth and rock, impervious to ordinary blades, and the circulating Earth Thunder power inflicted counter damage upon attackers. His strength far surpassed that of others who had reached the same stage through different arts. The only difficulty lay in comprehending this particular technique. But Gu Chun had no need to worry about such matters. He retrieved a bronze bowl and placed the manual inside. I wish to exchange for comprehension of the Earth Thunder flesh refining section. Golden characters materialized within the bronze bowl. Spend 10 taels of silver to obtain comprehension of the Earth Thunder flesh refining section. Gu Chun had served as a guard in Qingping town for 2.5 months. His first month's salary had been withdrawn in advance upon his arrival. Of his second month's 15 taels, he had spent 5 to obtain intelligence on why the town envoy wished to kill Su Dongqing. He now had 10 taels remaining, exactly enough. Gu Chun chose to exchange immediately. He placed the 10 taels of silver into the bronze bowl, and the silver vanished. A torrent of profound cultivation insight flooded his mind, granting him instant mastery of the Earth Thunder flesh refining art. With the technique now fully understood, he could continue exchanging for cultivation breakthroughs. The 2 portions of medicinal soup he had claimed that day remained untouched. Gu Chun poured both portions of soup directly into the bronze bowl. A line of golden text appeared. 2 portions of ordinary blood-boosting soup can be exchanged for 1 day of refined cultivation. Gu Chun stared at the bronze bowl's notification, stunned. 1 day? That was impossible. He had 2 portions of blood-boosting soup. Previously, each batch had converted to 2 full days of cultivation. The soup's potency had clearly been halved. Through communication with the bronze bowl, Chen learned that as his realm had advanced to the peak of the blood refining stage and begun approaching the primal realm, the effectiveness of the blood-boosting soup on his cultivation had diminished. Thus, the bronze bowl had recalibrated its judgment. 2 portions of soup were now required to exchange for a single day of cultivation. Only when he broke through to the second stage of the primal realm, the skin-quenching stage where he would no longer refine his flesh and blood, but instead temper his skin, would the formula change again. Once that happened, the blood-boosting soup would no longer be convertible for cultivation, and he would need to seek beneficial to his cultivation path. Chen made his choice to exchange. For now, he would not dwell on these considerations. Whatever he could convert, he would convert. Advancing his cultivation was the priority. A surge of cultivation energy entered his body directly, which he then circulated through his technique, transforming it into earth thunder power. This power tempered his flesh and blood, elevating his realm. At his current pace, where 2 portions of soup yielded only 1 day of cultivation, breaking through to the early stage of flesh refining would require at least 4 or 5 months. He had no intention of waiting that long. If quality fell short, he would compensate with quantity. Since 2 portions of blood-boosting soup could only buy 1 day of cultivation, he would acquire 10 portions, 100 portions, whatever it took to accelerate his breakthrough. However, a single portion of blood-boosting soup sold for 5 mace of silver on the open market, and he currently possessed not a single mace. He first needed to find a way to obtain silver. But how could he obtain silver? His monthly salary was merely 15 taels. Surely he could not resort to robbery. Wait, robbery? Chen suddenly remembered something. While he himself would not rob anyone, he possessed intelligence that could perhaps be exchanged for silver. A mysterious smile touched Chen's lips. She should have no shortage of silver after all. The following day, after claiming his 2 portions of medicinal soup and converting them for cultivation, Chen arranged to meet someone in a secluded tea house within the town. Chen wore a mask to conceal his features. The woman who arrived for the meeting also wore a veil, moving cautiously, clearly fearful of being recognized. As soon as she arrived, she asked in a cold voice, "Who are you, and how could you possibly know about my affair with Su Dongqing?" The woman was none other than Lu Yanfang, the wife of Hong Tao, the wealthy merchant and head of the Hong family in Qingping town, who had been engaged in an affair with Su Dongqing. Chen recalled the intelligence he had previously obtained. Su Dongqing had died because his illegitimate child with Lady Lu had been taken by the evil spirits raised by the town envoy. Su Dongqing had tracked them, stumbled upon the town envoy's secret, and was subsequently killed by the envoy's commanded spirits. He could make good use of this matter and extract some silver from Lady Lu. "Madam, who I am is irrelevant. What matters is that you certainly do not wish for the world to learn of your affair with Su Dongqing, do you?" Chen said this calmly. "What do you intend to do?" Lady Lu's expression behind her veil became unavoidably tense. She had believed her affair with Su Dongqing was hidden flawlessly, with absolutely no third person aware. Yet this person had somehow appeared from nowhere, knowing of the matter. If he were to expose this to her husband, she would be finished. 1,000 taels of silver, and I will keep this secret buried in my stomach. Otherwise, tomorrow, I guarantee this matter will spread throughout all of Qingping town, Chen stated. 1,000 taels. Are you mad? Lady Lu erupted in fury upon hearing this. Chen was entirely extortionate. Did he even understand how much 1,000 taels of silver was worth before demanding it? 100 taels maximum, not a penny more, Lady Lu responded coldly. Knowing she might truly be unable to produce such a sum, Chen stepped back. 900 taels. 200 taels. That is my bottom line, Lady Lu gritted out. 800 taels. That is the minimum, Chen replied. 300 taels. If you refuse, go ahead and spread this news. After all, Dongqing is already dead, the child is lost, and I might as well join them in death. Lady Lu glared at Chen. 700 taels. If you are unwilling to pay, then so be it. I will spread this news immediately, Chen said, rising to leave. Wait. Lady Lu hastily called out to stop him. Ultimately, the two negotiated for several more rounds and settled on a price of 600 taels. She gave Chen 600 taels, and Chen promised to keep the secret forever buried. The two completed the transaction that same day. Chen joyfully returned to the Baoyao Hall with 600 taels in his possession. With this silver, he could soon break through to the first stage of the primal realm, the flesh refining stage. That night, Chen sought out Li Linfeng, the hall master of the Baoyao Hall, and got straight to the point. "Oldly, I would like to place an order for a batch of blood-boosting soup from our Baoyao Hall. Approximately 1,000 portions. Do we have enough stock?" To order blood-boosting soup, one naturally went directly to the Baoyao Hall, as they specialized in this trade. As a guard, he could also obtain the internal discount price. 1,000 portions? Li Linfeng paused, somewhat puzzled. He was curious about why Chen needed such a large quantity of blood-boosting soup all at once. Had he found a major client elsewhere? When external forces needed to place large orders for medicinal soups, at once they would sometimes approach certain insiders at the Baoyao Hall. By purchasing under the name of these insiders, they could enjoy internal discounts. Guards and pharmacists alike had done this before. However, they rarely encountered such a major client as Gu Chen, who was requesting 1,000 portions of blood-boosting soup in a single order. The kickbacks alone would yield a considerable sum. Yes, 1,000 portions, Gu Chen nodded. We have the stock, but it will require some preparation, Li Linfeng said. You found yourself a major client, haven't you? Someone ordering such a large quantity all at once. The kickbacks from this deal alone should be quite substantial, Li Linfeng remarked. Huh. Gu Chen chuckled, understanding that Li Linfeng had likely misunderstood. Li Linfeng probably assumed that Gu Chen was purchasing these blood-boosting soup ingredients on behalf of someone else who wanted to utilize the internal discount. After all, for a guard like him, drinking 2 bowls of medicinal soup per day for cultivation was more than sufficient. The Baoyao Hall provided 2 free portions daily. There was no need to purchase any extra. Gu Chen did not explain the misunderstanding. In fact, it suited him perfectly, saving him the trouble of inventing other reasons. Since you're ordering 1,000 portions at once, I can offer a 5% discount. And because this is under your name, you'll receive an additional 0.5% internal staff discount, bringing the total to a 10% discount, Li Linfeng said with a smile. How about this? I'll give you an even better discount. Let's settle on an 88% rate, so you can profit more. As hall master, he had the authority to make this adjustment, and he would simply ensure the accounts were properly managed. This was an indirect way of letting Gu Chen earn a bit more, and also a gesture to cultivate goodwill with someone whom Yi Xiangdong favored. Very well. I'll treat you to drinks sometime, haha, Gu Chen replied with a smile. 1,000 portions of blood-boosting soup at 5 mace per portion totaled 500 taels. With the 18% discount, the final price came to 440 taels. Gu Chen handed over the full amount to Li Linfeng immediately. The following day, the medicinal ingredients for 1,000 portions of blood-boosting soup were delivered to Gu Chen's courtyard. Gazing at the mountain of blood-boosting soup ingredients stacked before him, Gu Chen pondered whether these pre-mixed herbs could be exchanged for cultivation through the bronze bowl, without first being brewed into medicinal soup. Processing all of these herbs into soup would be tedious, and would also risk exposing that he was not purchasing them for an external client. He decided to test his theory. Gu Chen retrieved the bronze bowl, and using his will enlarged it until it resembled a large water vat. He then placed 300 portions of herbs inside to begin the experiment. Immediately, golden characters appeared above the bronze bowl. 300 portions of ordinary blood-boosting soup ingredients can be exchanged for 135 days of refined cultivation. Excellent, Gu Chen rejoiced. However, this exchange ratio stunned him once again. Shouldn't it have been halved? Why could he only exchange for 135 days of cultivation instead of the expected 150? Perhaps he did not actually need such a large quantity of herbs to break through to the flesh refining stage. And once he reached the flesh refining stage, the effectiveness of the blood-boosting soup would diminish further, resulting in even fewer convertible days of cultivation. That would explain why the ratio was not a straightforward 2-to-1. Gu Chen withdrew 60 portions of herbs from the bronze bowl. The exchange ratio immediately shifted to 2-to-1. 240 portions of herbs could be exchanged for 120 days of cultivation. It was exactly as he had suspected. This meant that before him, he only needed 240 portions of herbs to exchange for 120 days of refined cultivation, a sufficient amount to break through to the flesh refining stage. Gu Chen chose to exchange. In an instant, all the medicinal herbs within the bronze bowl vanished. A colossal surge of cultivation base far exceeding any of his previous exchanges was poured into Gu Chen's body. Gu Chen felt as if his body were on the verge of exploding. The earth thunder flesh refining art circulated frantically. An endless stream of cultivation energy began to temper Gu Chen's flesh and blood as wisps of earth thunder force manifested within his body, making him resemble a miniature figure woven from crackling lightning. His flesh was continuously tempered, growing immensely powerful. The transmission of the cultivation base came to an end. A terrifying aura erupted from Gu Chen. Earth-yellow lightning crackled across his skin, and the muscles beneath hardened like solid rock. His strength, speed, and overall attributes surged across the board. His cultivation level broke through to the early stage of the flesh-refining realm. Excited, Gu Chen decided to press on. He placed all the remaining 760 portions of medicinal herbs into the bronze bowl. 760 portions of ordinary blood-strengthening decoction herbs can be exchanged for 140 days of pure cultivation. The conversion rate had dropped significantly. Having reached the flesh-refining realm of the Xiantian level, the efficacy of the blood-strengthening decoction on his progress had grown incredibly weak. 760 portions of herbs could now only yield a mere 140 days of cultivation. Regardless, he would exchange them first. Gu Chen chose to exchange. All the herbs in the bowl vanished, and a robust wave of cultivation base once again flooded into his body. His flesh underwent another terrifying round of tempering, his physical body becoming sturdier as the lightning on his skin doubled in intensity, multiplying his strength. Once the entire 140 days of cultivation were fully transmitted, Gu Chen's realm successfully broke through to the mid-stage of the flesh-refining realm. Exhilarating. Feeling his own growth, Gu Chen felt entirely suffused with power, confident he could defeat his past self with just a few punches. Within the flesh-refining realm, the gap between each minor stage was massive. 1,000 portions of herbs had allowed him to break through from the blood-refining realm consummation to the mid-stage of the flesh-refining realm, even though the efficacy of the blood-strengthening decoction had waned toward the end. However, Chen felt that if he could obtain another 1,000 portions, he would likely break through another minor stage to reach the late stage of the flesh-refining realm. Unfortunately, the silver remaining on him was no longer enough to purchase another 1,000 portions of blood-strengthening decoction herbs. This silver comes quickly, but it vanishes just as fast, Chen lamented. Now that his realm had reached the first stage of the Xiantian level, the saber technique he had previously mastered, the consummate level 5 consecutive lightning blades, seemed somewhat lacking in power. With his current tempered fleshly defense, even a consummate level 5 consecutive lightning blades would struggle to cause him significant harm. He needed to take it a step further. The level beyond consummation for the 5 consecutive lightning blades was superb mastery, which could unleash the power of the first stage of the Xiantian level. Exchanging for this comprehension required 50 taels of silver. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen chose to exchange. He placed 50 taels of silver into the bronze bowl, and moments later the silver vanished. Expended 50 taels of silver to acquire superb mastery level comprehension of the 5 consecutive lightning blades. Instantly, countless insights into the saber technique flooded into Chen's mind. This triggered a sublime transformation in his 5 consecutive lightning blades, elevating it to an entirely new height. Chen gripped his precious saber and executed the technique. With a single slash, a sharp wave of saber chi erupted, slicing a martial arts wooden dummy in the courtyard clean in half, sending with chips flying everywhere. Breaking through to the superb mastery level had actually birthed saber chi. Looking at the saber chi he had just unleashed, even a powerhouse of the first stage of the Xiantian level would surely be wounded if they failed to handle it properly, let alone experts below the Xiantian level. They would likely be obliterated on the spot. Truly terrifying. Upon reaching the superb mastery level, this technique could rival first-grade Xiantian martial arts. This was also the absolute limit of this saber technique. By now his mastery of this technique was no weaker than that of Master Ma, who had originally created it. Of the 600 taels of silver he had acquired from Lady Lu, only 140 taels remained. Chen had no intention of spending this remaining silver on more blood-strengthening decoctions, as the amount he could buy with it would not be enough to propel him to the late stage of the flesh-refining realm anyway. Keeping some silver on hand would prove useful when the need arose. In the days that followed, Chen returned to his routine life as a courtyard guard. Each day he claimed 2 portions of blood-strengthening decoction to exchange for cultivation to strengthen himself, while also brainstorming ways to earn silver. Once he had tasted the thrill of rapidly boosting his cultivation through purchased resources, he could never forget it. However, he had no good way of making silver in the short term. On this day, Li Linfeng came to find Chen. Guard Gu, because you previously purchased a vast quantity of blood-strengthening decoction herbs from Baoyao Hall, our inventory is now running extremely low. I plan to organize a large-scale herb-gathering expedition for the servants into the wild Juchong Ridge to replenish our stock. I hope you can take 2 guards along to protect them, Li Linfeng said. Escorting the servants into the mountains to gather herbs. No problem, Chen agreed. Speaking of which, he was indeed responsible for Baoyao Hall's depleted inventory, so escorting them was only fair. The mountain range outside Qingping town was part of the eastern Jiuchong Ridge, winding and twisting like a serpent with layers upon layers of peaks. It was incredibly easy to lose one's way inside. Under normal circumstances, unless a critical shortage forced their hand, the Qingping town branch of Baoyao Hall would never send their servants up the mountains. There were not many servants in this branch, only about a dozen. Chen took Wei Zhong and another guard named Chui Jia along to protect the dozen or so servants as they entered the mountains. However, since the servants were ordinary folk, they did not dare venture too deep, meaning they could only gather common herbs on the outskirts. Of course, preparing a low-grade medicine like the blood-strengthening decoction did not require rare or expensive herbs anyway. Otherwise, it would not be priced at a mere 5 mace of silver proportion. The outskirts held nothing but common herbs. To gather spiritual herbs, one had to venture deep into Jiuchong Ridge. After a brief thought, Chen said to Wei Zhong and Chui Jia, "You two keep an eye on these servants. I'm going to venture deeper to take a look." He was currently desperate for silver. Since he had already entered Jiuchong Ridge, he wanted to push deeper to try his luck, and also to test a theory of his. If it succeeded, he would strike it rich. His plan was to place silver into the bronze bowl to exchange for information regarding spiritual herbs. If the silver required was less than the value of the spiritual herbs, he could exploit this loop indefinitely. Even if that failed, finding 1 or 2 spiritual herbs by sheer luck would still be a profit. Besides, with his current cultivation at the first stage of the Xiantian level, and his superb mastery level saber technique, venturing slightly deeper should pose no danger. Chen made his way toward the depths of the eastern Jiuchong Ridge, searching for spiritual herbs along the way. Unfortunately, such treasures were not so easily found. The blood lingji he had previously managed to gather, and the blood ginseng that Deng Xian had encountered were purely strokes of extraordinary luck. After wandering through various parts of the deep mountains, Chen had not found a single spiritual herb. Gu Chun took out the bronze bowl, placed one tail of silver inside, and communicated with it. I want to exchange for information on the nearest spiritual herb. The bronze bowl immediately provided feedback for information unrelated to one's safety and lacking any causal connection to oneself. The silver required is 10 times the value of the information itself. The nearest spiritual herb is a 40-year-old spiritual ginseng, and the exchange requires 400 taels of silver. Looking at the prompt, Gu Chun felt disappointed. This completely shattered his idea of using the bronze bowl to farm spiritual herbs. A single portion of blood-strengthening decoction was only 5 mace of silver. Of 400 taels could purchase 800 portions. Yet a 40-year-old spiritual ginseng could at most be exchanged with the bronze bowl for 40 days of pure cultivation. It fell far short of 800 portions of blood-strengthening decoction. The cost and the return were completely disproportionate. Since utilizing the bronze bowl was out of the question, and he couldn't find any spiritual herbs, Gu Chun decided to give up. Just as he was about to head back to the outskirts, he spotted a valley. Seeing that it was still early, Gu Chun decided to enter the valley to investigate. Upon entering, he saw that the valley was filled with various herbs, but unfortunately none of them were the spiritual herbs he desired. These ordinary herbs, when taken individually, could not aid his progress or be exchanged with the bronze bowl for cultivation. They had to be combined according to a specific recipe, like the blood-strengthening decoction, rendering them utterly useless on their own. For single items, only spiritual herbs could be exchanged for cultivation through the bronze bowl. Furthermore, these ordinary herbs were barely worth any silver, and he couldn't be bothered to gather them one by one. Just then, Gu Chun noticed a small cave on the valley's cliffside about 2 to 3 meters high. There seemed to be people speaking inside. Standing at the base of the cliff, he could not see the situation inside the cave. He could only draw closer to listen. Having broken through to the mid-stage of the first Xiantian level, his hearing had improved immensely, allowing him to faintly make out the conversation inside. Brother, we've hit the jackpot with this job. This silver and these resources will last us a long time in our cultivation. The Westridge County government must be hunting us everywhere right now. They'd never guess we've already fled into Jucheng Ridge and hidden within the borders of Tsangshan County. Once we exhaust these resources, you should be able to break through to the mid-stage of the flesh-refining realm, brother. When that time comes, we can head to other counties and pull off a few more jobs. Indeed, brother. This cave is excellent. We shall hide here and focus on our cultivation for now. Go and cover up the tracks we left in the valley outside. Understood, brother. As the conversation ended, Gu Chun sensed footsteps heading out from within the cave. Oh no, he thought in alarm. Gu Chun panicked. He frantically searched for a place to hide, but the surrounding cliffs were entirely bare, offering no cover whatsoever. The man stepped out of the cave, and the moment he emerged, he spotted Gu Chun eavesdropping. They stared at each other in stunned silence, the atmosphere instantly freezing. Brother, someone is eavesdropping out here. The one who had stepped out was a bearded, burly man. He reacted immediately upon seeing Gu Chun shouting back into the cave. Upon hearing this, a figure clad in black darted out of the cave, a thin-faced man with an aquiline nose. The moment he emerged and saw Gu Chun, killing intent flashed in his eyes, and he leapt straight down from the cliff. Gripping a longsword, he charged toward Gu Chun. Since Gu Chun had overheard the conversation between him and his brother, he had to die, or their whereabouts would surely be exposed. Even if Gu Chun had not tracked them down on purpose, he had learned their secret, and for that he had to die. Seeing the hook-nosed man charge at him, without a word the moment he emerged, Gu Chun hastily gripped his precious saber to meet the attack. Having overheard their secret, he knew they would never let him leave alive. Today it was either his demise or theirs. Seeing his elder brother lunge at Gu Chun, the other bearded man also leaped down, brandishing his blade as he charged forward. Closing the distance in a few swift strides, the hook-nosed man leaped into the air and thrust his sword directly at Gu Chun. Clang! Gu Chun swung his saber to parry. As blade met sword, the clash of metal echoed, sending sparks flying in all directions. A nick immediately appeared on Gu Chun's saber, whereas the hook-nosed man's sword remained completely unscathed. His sword was clearly of superior quality. Seeing Gu Chun easily block his strike, the hook-nosed man's expression grew solemn. A Xiantian expert. His cultivation was at the early stage of the flesh-refining realm, and his physical body had undergone a transformation. Anyone below the Xiantian realm would have been utterly incapable of blocking his previous strike. Even a peak top-tier expert below the Xiantian realm could not have done so. The chasm between the Xiantian realm and those below it was vast. Without a doubt, Gu Chun was a Xiantian expert. Casting aside his complacency, he swung his sword once more with blinding speed, executing a sword technique that lunged at Gu Chun from a highly tricky angle. Gu Chun executed his 5 consecutive lightning sabers technique. With a single slash, thunder and lightning intertwined upon his blade, unleashing a terrifying surge of saber chi. The hook-nosed man was sent flying backward by the slash, his longsword slipping from his grasp as he crashed violently into the cliff face behind him. A gaping wound was ripped across his chest so deep that the bone was visible, surrounded by a mangled, charred mess of flesh. He had been severely injured by the combined force of Gu Chen's saber chi and earth lightning power. Saber chi, The hook-nosed man and the bearded man cried out in unison, utterly shocked. They had never expected that Gu Chen was not only a Xiantian expert, but had also mastered a martial technique to the point of perfection, allowing him to manifest saber chi. Second brother, run. We are no match for him. Snapping back to reality, they attempted to turn and flee. Gu Chen was clearly not inferior to them in cultivation and was even superior in saber techniques. Having suffered an injury in their very first exchange, staying to fight Gu Chen would bring them nothing but ruin. However, the injured hook-nosed man's speed was greatly reduced, and the bearded man had not even reached the Xiantian realm, being merely a peak expert at the perfection stage of the blood-refining realm. How could they possibly escape from Gu Chen's grasp? Where do you think you are going? Gu Chen surged forward and slashed. Saber chi swept across the air, and the bearded man was decapitated after taking barely 2 steps. Gu Chen then stepped in front of the hook-nosed man, who had just struggled to his feet to flee, and pointed his saber at him. SP, spare me, and I will give you all the silver I have. Seeing his companion slain in a single strike, the hook-nosed man panicked and begged desperately for mercy. Swish! A flash of blade light erupted, and the hook-nosed man's head rolled onto the ground. Foolish! Once I kill you, your silver will still be mine, Gu Chen remarked, sheathing his saber. He had stumbled upon their secret, and since they had immediately tried to kill him, he naturally showed no mercy. Gu Chen searched their bodies and discovered quite a few treasures: 2 bottles of pills, a manual, and over 1,600 taels of silver. I'm rich. Gu Chen was overjoyed. With such a vast amount of silver, these 2 bandits must have just plundered some wealthy merchant, and now it had all fallen into his hands. If he used all this silver to purchase blood-strengthening soup, his cultivation could likely break through directly to the perfection stage of the flesh-refining realm. He gathered the money, which consisted of 1,600 tael banknotes and over 80 taels of loose silver, and tucked them into his robe. Next, he opened the 2 bottles of pills, pouring out one from each to inspect them. However, having no knowledge of alchemy, he could not identify them, so he put them away to examine later. Then he turned to the manual. Flipping through its pages, he found it to be a technique that integrated footwork, movement, and lightness skills titled Gecko Wall Slither Steps. Furthermore, it was annotated as a Grade 2 Xiantian martial art. To think it is a Grade 2 Xiantian martial art. Gu Chen was ecstatic. Even though his 5 consecutive lightning sabers had been mastered to perfection, its power was barely comparable to a Grade 1 Xiantian technique. A Grade 1 Xiantian martial art corresponded to the flesh-refining realm, while a Grade 2 Xiantian martial art corresponded to the second Xiantian realm, the skin-tempering realm. What incredible luck to unexpectedly obtain a Grade 2 Xiantian martial art. Gu Chen put it away, planning to exchange his silver for proficiency points once he returned. Gu Chen then went to search the cave where the 2 had been conversing, but found nothing. It seemed they carried all their valuables on their persons. Gathering their weapons and seeing that it was getting late, Gu Chen departed from the valley. His own saber had just been chipped by the hook-nosed man's sword. Now that he had reached the Xiantian flesh-refining realm, the standard sabers issued to guards by Baoyao Pavilion were no longer durable enough for his use. The weapons belonging to the bearded and hook-nosed men were quite decent, so he claimed them. The bearded man's weapon was a saber, which suited him perfectly. Forged entirely from refined iron, this saber was vastly superior to the cheap mass-produced weapons issued to the guards of Baoyao Pavilion. Even if it did not reach the rank of a treasured weapon, it was still a top-tier mortal weapon and would serve him well for now. Lacking kerosene to cremate the corpses, he simply left them exposed to the elements. In these deep, untamed mountains, it would not be long before wild beasts devoured them. Returning to his courtyard in Baoyao Hall that evening, Gu Chen took stock of his spoils. It had been a bountiful harvest. Not only had he acquired a vast sum of silver, but he had also obtained a martial manual and 2 bottles of pills. Gu Chen took out the 2 bottles of pills he had acquired. Having had no time to study them during the day, he finally had the leisure to do so. He retrieved his copper bowl. Though he could not identify the pills himself, the copper bowl could appraise them. He took 1 pill from the first bottle and placed it inside the copper bowl. Immediately, small golden characters materialized upon the bowl: ordinary blood chi, pill exchangeable for 2 days of pure cultivation. To think it is a blood chi pill, which is even more precious than blood strengthening soup. A single pill can be exchanged for 2 days of cultivation. Excellent. Delighted, Gu Chen put it away. These blood chi pills were sold at the Baoyao Pavilion in Songshan County for 10 taels of silver each. This bottle contained exactly 10 pills, which could grant him 20 days of cultivation. Gu Chen then took a pill from the other bottle and placed it in the copper bowl: blood chi elixir exchangeable for 10 days of pure cultivation. This is actually the blood chi elixir, a top-tier pill exclusively used by Xiantian flesh refining realm experts for their cultivation. Gu Chen was thrilled. On the market, this elixir sold for a whopping 50 taels of silver each. Moreover, it was unavailable in small towns. Even the Baoyao Pavilion in Songshan County did not stock it, as it could only be found in the higher-tier Baoyao Pavilion of Chiang City. The Baoyao Pavilion in Songshan County was merely a branch of the one in Chiang City. A single elixir can be exchanged for 10 days of cultivation. With 10 elixirs in this bottle, it can directly grant me 100 days of cultivation. The hook-nosed man must have prepared this to break through to the mid-stage of the flesh-refining realm only for it to benefit me in the end. Gu Chen smiled. Currently, blood-strengthening soup is becoming less and less effective for me. Back when I was at the early stage of the flesh-refining realm, it took about 5 portions of the soup, at 5 mace of silver proportion, to exchange for a single day of cultivation. Now that I have reached the mid-stage of the flesh-refining realm, I am afraid it will take 10 portions. 10 portions of blood-strengthening soup cost 5 taels of silver. 10 taels can buy 20 portions, which equals the price of a single blood chi pill. Since one blood chi pill exchanges for 2 days of cultivation, its efficacy is identical to 20 portions of the soup. However, purchasing blood-strengthening soup requires too much volume, and I have already bought out the entire inventory of its medicinal ingredients at the Baoyao Hall in Qingping Town. Perhaps I should return to the Baoyao Pavilion in Songshan County tomorrow. Spending a portion of my silver to buy blood chi pills should allow me to break through to the late stage of the flesh-refining realm. Gu Chen estimated that breaking through to the late stage of the flesh-refining realm would require at least 160 days of cultivation, while reaching the perfection stage would likely require around 180 days. At the same time, he had to consider that after breaking through to the late stage of the flesh-refining realm, the conversion rate of blood chi pills would decrease. He would need to purchase even more. Gu Chen took out the secret manual he had obtained today and placed it into the copper bowl. This manual was a supreme art of the Xiantian's second rank, combining lightness skills, footwork, and movement techniques. This was precisely what he currently lacked, and he could first exchange for comprehension to master it. Golden characters emerged within the copper bowl. Spend 20 taels of silver to exchange for the entry-level insights of Gecko wall roaming steps. As expected of a Xiantian's second rank martial art, even the entry-level stage requires 20 taels of silver. Gu Chen placed 20 taels of silver into the copper bowl and chose to exchange. The silver vanished. Gu Chen's mind was instantly flooded with the entry-level insights of this ultimate lightness skill. Spend 50 taels of silver to exchange for the proficient stage insights of Gecko wall roaming steps. The copper bowl prompted. Gu Chen took out 50 taels of silver and continued the exchange. An even more massive wave of comprehension rushed into his mind. Let's push it straight to perfection in one go. Gu Chen continued. The copper bowl prompted that the mastery stage insights would require 100 taels of silver. Gu Chen directly placed a 100 taels silver banknote inside. The banknote vanished and his footwork reached mastery. At the very instant the banknote disappeared, 100 taels of silver also vanished from the corresponding bank. Perfection required 200 taels of silver, so Gu Chen placed 2 more banknotes inside. Instantly, he mastered the consummation level of the Gecko wall roaming steps. It was as if he had practiced this footwork for decades. Executing the footwork, Gu Chen moved like a gecko, effortlessly shifting and leaping across the roof beams of his courtyard, scaling walls and leaping over roofs. Upon landing, his running speed in the courtyard was several times faster than usual. This completely patched the shortcoming in his movement arts and footwork. The next day, Gu Chen thought it over and decided against heading directly to the Baoyao Pavilion in Songshan County to purchase chi blood pills. He planned to commission Li Linfeng to procure the goods from the Baoyao Pavilion, allowing him to purchase them directly from the Baoyao Hall in Qingping Town. This way he could acquire them at a discounted price. This would be far more cost-effective. Although he could also get a discount by purchasing directly from the Baoyao Pavilion in Songshan County, his influence there was not as significant, and he did not have the leverage he enjoyed at the Baoyao Hall in Qingping Town. 150 chi blood pills. That many. Li Linfeng was somewhat shocked, wondering about the background of the client behind Gu Chen. The previous order of 1,000 portions of blood-strengthening soup was not enough, and now they actually wanted another 150 chi blood pills. The client was very satisfied with the last batch of blood-strengthening soup, praising its excellent quality, so this time they want to buy chi blood pills directly from us. Gu Chen took out 50 taels of silver and handed them to Li Linfeng. Old Li, this is for your trouble. Can we still get them at the previous 12% discount? Gu Chen looked at Li Linfeng. After a moment of thought, Li Linfeng took Gu Chen's 50 taels of silver and replied, no problem. When do you need the goods, eh? Li Linfeng asked. The sooner the better, Gu Chen replied. Alright, I'll try my best to have them delivered within 3 days, Li Linfeng said. In truth, the Baoyao Hall in Qingping Town also sold chi blood pills. However, they were priced at 10 taels of silver, each, as some very few practitioners could afford. After all, even someone like Gu Chen, who served as a guard for the Baoyao Hall, only earned a monthly salary of 15 taels of silver. Naturally, no one would be willing to spend 10 taels on a single chi blood pill for cultivation. Cultivating with chi blood pills merely accelerated the speed of breakthrough. For normal cultivation, blood-strengthening soup was sufficient. Therefore, the stock of chi blood pills at the Baoyao Hall in Qingping Town was limited to just a few dozen, necessitating a transfer from the Baoyao Pavilion in Songshan County. 150 pills was a massive order. Gu Chen allowed him to earn 50 taels, and he would spend 20 of those to grease the palms of the people at the Baoyao Pavilion in Songshan County. Securing a 12% discount for Gu Chen would not be an issue. 150 pills would normally cost 1,500 taels of silver. With the 12% discount, it came to 1,320 taels. Gu Chen paid him the full amount up front so that he could proceed with procuring the goods without any worries. Exchanging for the insights of the gecko wall roaming steps from entry-level to perfection had cost Gu Chen a total of 370 taels. Combined with the 1,320 taels spent on the chi blood pills and the 50 taels given to Li Linfeng. The massive fortune he had just acquired was instantly depleted once more. Silver really did slip through one's fingers like water. However, Gu Chen did not regret it. All of this would be converted into his own strength. Without sufficient strength, he would have lost his life to the two bandits he encountered today. Wealth was merely an external possession. It came quickly and went just as fast. Converting it into one's own power was the ultimate truth. Over the next 2 days, in addition to receiving 2 portions of medicinal soup daily, Gu Chen spent his time sparring with the 4 guards of the Baoyao Hall, occasionally exchanging pointers with Li Linfeng as well. Of course, when sparring with them, Gu Chen suppressed his strength to their level. Otherwise, they would not stand a chance against him. After his clash with the 2 bandits, Gu Chen felt that he was somewhat lacking in actual combat experience. That hook-nosed man's swordplay had been sinister and fierce, had Gu Chen not crushed him through his superior saber techniques and cultivation realm. Had he been in the same realm as the hook-nosed man, and had the man also mastered a sword technique to the level of perfection, giving birth to sword chi, he might very well have been defeated. Thus, Gu Chen prepared to aggressively make up for his lack of combat experience. In the martial arts training ground in the backyard of the Baoyao Hall, moving like a nimble gecko, Gu Chen shifted and dodged the onslaught of the guards Wei Zhong and Cui Jie before easily delivering 2 kicks to their backsides, sending them both sprawling face first onto the ground ahead. No more, no more. The 2 waved their hands in surrender. Boss Gu, your lightness, skill, and movement techniques are too formidable. We can't even touch you. How are we supposed to fight? The 2 felt utterly aggrieved. Even though Gu Chen had only used the strength of a third-class expert to spar with them, his lightness, skill, and footwork were simply too extraordinary. All of their moves were effortlessly evaded by Gu Chen, while they found themselves unable to dodge any of his attacks. Haha, you 2 still need more practice, Gu Chen said with a wave of his hand, looking at them. At the same time, he marveled inwardly. The gecko wall roaming steps was indeed worthy of being a Xiantian second-rank martial art. He had only executed it slightly, and even though he restricted his speed to match theirs, they still could not even graze the hem of his clothes. Just then Li Linfeng walked in and said to Gu Chen, "Brother Gu, the goods you requested have arrived. Come with me to take stock." The goods are here. Gu Chen was delighted. Li Linfeng had previously estimated it would take about 3 days, but it had only taken 2. The efficiency was quite impressive. Following Li Linfeng, he arrived at the main hall of the Baoyao Hall. Li Linfeng produced 15 small vials, each containing 10 chi blood pills, and had Gu Chen verify the count. Gu Chen merely uncorked 1 or 2 vials to take a quick glance before putting them all away. He trusted Li Linfeng's way of doing things. Since it was a cash transaction, the other party would not play any tricks. Gathering the chi blood pills, Gu Chen left the Baoyao Hall and headed straight back to his courtyard. That night, after ensuring there was no one around the courtyard, Gu Chen took out 8 vials of chi blood pills, 80 in total, and placed them directly into the copper bowl. 80 ordinary chi blood pills can be exchanged for 160 days of pure cultivation. The copper bowl prompted. Gu Chen chose to exchange. All the chi blood pills inside the copper bowl vanished. Instantly, a massive surge of cultivation poured into his body. Gu Chen immediately circulated the earth lightning flesh refining chapter to temper his flesh. Brown arcs of earth lightning instantly surged across the surface of his skin. A moment later, the transfer of cultivation concluded. A powerful aura erupted from Gu Chen. His physical defense strength and speed were comprehensively enhanced. His realm broke through to the late stage of the flesh refining realm. Keep going. Gu Chen placed the remaining 80 chi blood pills into the copper bowl. The copper bowl prompted that the 80 chi blood pills could now only be exchanged for 80 days of cultivation. It was exactly as he had guessed. The efficacy had been halved. Gu Chen then placed 10 chi blood elixirs inside. The copper bowl prompted that each of the 10 chi blood elixirs could still be exchanged for 10 days of cultivation, their effectiveness unchanged. These chi blood elixirs were indeed worthy of being the exclusive cultivation pills for the blood refining realm. Their effects were incredibly potent. The 10 elixirs could be exchanged for a total of 100 days of cultivation. Gu Chen directly exchanged all 80 chi blood pills along with the 10 chi blood elixirs for cultivation, a total of 180 days. A vast sea of cultivation flooded into his body. It was rapidly channeled by his cultivation technique to temper his flesh. The power of earth lightning permeated his limbs and bones, cleansing his physical body, as continuous rumbling echoed from within. When the infusion of cultivation finally ended, his flesh had been tempered to the absolute limit. His physical body became as solid as bedrock, with arcs of earth lightning swirling around his skin. His realm had broken through to the perfection of the flesh refining realm. With his current physical toughness, the attacks of ordinary super first-rate experts could not even pierce his skin. Ordinary weapons like sabers and swords would likely be clamped tightly by his muscles the moment they pierced his body, unable to penetrate any deeper. The perfection of the flesh refining realm was terrifyingly powerful. Having reached the consummation of the flesh-refining realm, his next step was to prepare for a breakthrough into the second Xiantian realm, the skin-tempering realm. Meanwhile, in Songshan County, at the Night Watch Bureau, He Xiangdong of the Treasure Medicine Pavilion secretly reported to me that the magistrate of Qingping Town has been covertly harboring evil creatures and murdered the former courtyard guard of the Treasure Medicine Hall in Qingping Town. The Night Watch Bureau Chief Lin Jin spoke. These officials truly care less and less about the authority of our Night Watch Bureau. Below him, a night watchman immediately responded, Sir, the magistrate of Qingping Town Yang Wenhua is a member of the Yang family of the prefecture city. The Yang family of the prefecture city. What a fine Yang family they are. These aristocratic clans grow more lawless by the day. Lin Jin coldly scoffed. Laos and Lao Lu, the two of you shall go investigate. If it proves true, sever Yang Wenhua's head and deliver it to the Yang family of the prefecture city. I wish to see whether this realm belongs to the divine dynasty or to the aristocratic clans. Lin Jun stated calmly. Yes, sir. The two night watchmen accepted the order and turned to leave the Night Watch Bureau. Later that night, in the dead of darkness, in Qingping Town within a residence in the western quarter of the town, a figure clad in night watchman attire stood at the center of the courtyard. Moonlight fell upon his iron garments, illuminating an exquisite pattern of dark iron across the surface. He spoke. How has your Black Heaven cult been concealing your movements? Today someone reported to the Night Watch Bureau that Yang Wenhua's abduction of children to cultivate unorthodox arts has already been discovered. Who? From within the house, several figures in black emerged. The elder among them spoke in an icy tone. He Xiangdong of the Treasure Medicine Pavilion. The iron-clad night watchman answered. Keep a low profile for now. The Night Watch Bureau will send people to investigate. The iron-clad night watchman warned. Understood. I shall have Yang Wenhua exercise caution. The Black Heaven cult elder replied. In the days that followed, Gu Chen found himself with leisure time to spare. Now that Gu Chen's cultivation had reached the consummation of the first realm of the innate stage, he could make no further progress until he earned enough silver to purchase a precious medicine capable of tempering the flesh. Thus he spent each day patrolling with his guards to pass the time, while keeping an eye out for any opportunity to earn money. On this day, Gu Chun and Wei Zhong happened to patrol near a medical clinic under the jurisdiction of the Treasure Medicine Hall. In a nearby alley, a servant observed them. A flicker of calculating coldness glinted in his eyes. Then he darted out from the alley past Gu Chun and Wei Zhong and ran directly toward the Treasure Medicine Pavilion clinic. Off to be reborn, are you? Wei Zhong cursed in annoyance. The servant entered the clinic and announced, My family master wishes to invite the finest physician from your establishment to attend to a patient at our residence. Seeing the servant's frantic demeanor, the clinic's apprentice replied, For a house call, a consultation fee of 1 tael of silver must be paid in advance. Upon hearing this, the servant promptly produced 10 taels of silver. If the patient is cured, there will be additional compensation. The clinic apprentice, noting the servant's willingness to part with 10 taels at once, thought to himself that this was clearly a wealthy household. He immediately went to fetch the clinic's proprietor and physician. Dr. Liu, a household wishes to request our house call services. They have already paid a deposit of 10 taels of silver. The apprentice called out to Lu Xianzhong. Lu Xianzhong was the proprietor and physician of this clinic. Back when Gu Chun had first arrived at the Treasure Medicine Hall at the welcoming banquet hosted by Li Linfeng, Lu had once offered Gu Chun a toast. Lu Xianzhong emerged from within the clinic upon hearing this. His gaze fell upon the silver on the counter, and he inquired, What ailment does your master wish me to treat? I must prepare accordingly. Both external and internal injuries, the servant replied. The physician should prepare medicines for treating both wounds. Lu Xianzhong understood at once and gestured for the servant to wait briefly while he prepared his materials. Seeing that the servant intended to invite Lu Xianzhong for a house call, Wei Zhong spoke up. Boss Gu, whenever the proprietor of a clinic makes a house call, our guards must accompany him to ensure his safety. Would you care to come with me? Gu Chun, having nothing better to do, replied. Then let's go together. Soon Lu Xianzhong finished preparing his materials and had the apprentice shoulder the medicine chest. Upon seeing that Gu Chun and Wei Zhong would accompany him on the house call, he said to Gu Chun, Then I shall trouble guard Gu for his protection. It's nothing, Gu Chun replied with a wave of his hand. Yet upon seeing Gu Chun and Wei Zhong about to depart, with Lu Xianzhong, an imperceptible arc curved upon the servant's lips. Nonetheless, he maintained his composure and politely led the way ahead, guiding them toward the residential area on the western side of Qingping Town. Wei Zhong, somewhat puzzled, asked the servant, Your master's household is in this western district. This is a commoner's district. When did any wealthy family establish a residence here? Lu Xianzhong and the apprentice were equally perplexed. Yes, my family recently relocated from elsewhere. It is perfectly natural that you are unaware, the servant explained. The group pressed onward, and after a short while, they arrived outside a small compound in the western district of the town. High walls surrounded the compound, making it impossible to see inside from the outside. The moment they reached the gate, Gu Chun keenly sensed a wave of chilling, sinister energy. He cultivated the 5 thunder innate art, an art of the utmost yang and rigidity. Combined with his current attainment at the consummation of the flesh refinement realm, his five senses had been heightened, making him particularly sensitive to energies of yin and evil. Gu Chen furrowed his brow. There was something amiss with this compound. The group followed the servant inside. The instant they entered, the courtyard gate slammed shut with a thunderous clang. Immediately, two figures in black emerged from behind the gate, sealing it shut and blocking the way. Then two more figures in black burst forth from within the house, surrounding Gu Chen and the others from front and rear. In the courtyard, a middle-aged man in black robes sat beside a tea table, leisurely steeping a cup of tea. "There is no need for alarm," the black-robed middle-aged man said as he poured himself a cup. "I have summoned you only to ask a few questions." Wei Zhong and Lu Xinjiang's expressions grew solemn. Their gazes took in the two black-clad men blocking the gate, the two others in the courtyard, and the faint aura of sinister evil emanating from the black-robed man himself. It was abundantly clear that these people were no practitioners of the orthodox path. Cult. The very notion surfaced in their minds. These people were likely members of some unorthodox cult. The servant had gone to the Treasure Medicine Pavilion clinic for the sole purpose of luring them here. "Who are you people, eh?" Wei Zhong demanded in a cold voice, fixing his gaze upon the black-robed middle-aged man. The fact that they had been surrounded the moment they arrived made it painfully clear these people harbored no good intentions. The black-robed middle-aged man did not deign to answer Wei Zhong. Instead, he addressed his black-clad subordinates. "Bind them and gag their mouths. We cannot afford any commotion that might disturb the neighbors." "Yes, emissary." The four black-clad men in the courtyard acknowledged the order and advanced upon Gu Chen and his companions. "Surrender yourselves quietly. That way you may spare yourselves some needless suffering of the flesh." One of the black-clad men threatened Gu Chen and his companions. Two moved toward Wei Zhong and Gu Chen. The other two advanced upon Lu Xinjiang and the apprentice. "You ought to know that we are members of the Treasure Medicine Hall," Wei Zhong declared. "I imagine I need not elaborate upon the forces that stand behind the Treasure Medicine Pavilion. Regardless of whatever cult you belong to, laying a hand upon us will bring you nothing but ill. I urge you all to consider this carefully. The emissary ordered us to bind you. So stand still and keep your mouth shut. What is all this bluster? One more word out of you, and I'll cut you down on the spot." Hearing Wei Zhong's threats, one of the black-clad men snarled coldly. He immediately moved forward to forcibly bind Wei Zhong. The man beside him lunged at Gu Chen with the same intent. Wei Zhong regarded the group before him, a flash of wariness crossing his eyes. These men, even the mere subordinates, possessed the strength of second-rate martial masters. Not to mention the so-called emissary, they addressed the black-robed middle-aged man who was undoubtedly a master above the second rank. He had not anticipated that such a band of cultists had infiltrated Qingping town today. They were in grave trouble. Wei Zhong prepared to comply without resistance. His own strength barely reached the third rank, and Gu Chen's was only at the second. They were no match for these men. Better to yield for now and assess the situation. However, boom. A tremendous crash echoed as a figure was sent flying through the air, slamming violently into the courtyard wall before rebounding off it and crashing to the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His body convulsed a few times, then stilled into death. It was the black-clad man who had moved to bind Gu Chen. He had not even come within reach of Gu Chen before being kicked flying. "I've given you face enough." Gu Chen snorted coldly. "How dare you?" The sudden turn of events left the remaining three black-clad men momentarily stunned. Recovering quickly, they all drew their blades and pointed them at Gu Chen. "You seek death." The black-clad man nearest Gu Chen, who had been preparing to bind Wei Zhong, tightened his grip on his blade and hacked toward Gu Chen. "Oomph." Gu Chen snorted. Without so much as a glance, he casually swept his own blade through the air. A terrifying arc of blood-infused blade light erupted forth, cleaving the man clean in two. Blood and entrails instantly pooled upon the ground in a most gruesome fashion. Some of the viscous fluids from the man's innards spattered onto the face of the Treasure Medicine Hall apprentice, who immediately retched in uncontrollable nausea. "A master." The black-robed middle-aged man in the courtyard witnessed the scene, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. He signaled the two remaining black-clad subordinates to hold their positions. Second-rate masters had been dispatched with such contemptuous ease before Gu Chen. They had been cut down without the slightest capacity for resistance. This Gu Chen was unquestionably a master above the second rank, either a first-rate powerhouse or perhaps a super first-rate expert who stood but a single step from the innate stage. These ordinary cultists of the Black Heaven cult were no longer a match for Gu Chen. Who could have imagined that the guard dispatched by the Tsangshan County Treasure Medicine Pavilion to the Qingping Town Treasure Medicine Hall would prove to be a master of such caliber? It seemed this affair might well have been his doing all along, the very investigation that had exposed them. It was none other than the Gu Chen standing before them who had gone to the Treasure Medicine Pavilion to file the report, the matter having ultimately reached the Night Watch Bureau through that channel. Two black-robed men were slain by Gu Chen in quick succession. The commotion drew out two more black-robed figures from within the house, along with an elder draped in a black robe. The elder approached the middle-aged man in black and inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" "Protector, I had someone lure over the new guard recently transferred from the Treasure Medicine Hall." I wished to test him, to see if he was the one who investigated Yang Wenhua's cultivation of evil spirits and reported it to the Treasure Medicine Pavilion of Tsongshan County. The test indeed revealed something amiss. He is no ordinary second-rate expert befitting a mere guard, but rather a first-rate, or even supreme first-rate, master. The matter of Yang Wenhua's exposure was most likely uncovered through his covert investigation and reported to the Treasure Medicine Pavilion of Tsongshan County. The middle-aged man in black said, his eyes narrowing slightly. I see now. The black-robed elder's gaze turned toward Gu Chun, gradually growing colder. Then kill him. The other three as well. Leave no one alive. The two black-robed men who had emerged with the elder were stronger than those in the courtyard earlier, each possessing the might of a first-rate expert. Their cult, the Black Heaven sect, was a heretical organization. Once their whereabouts were exposed, they would face the full might of the Divine Dynasty's purge. Within the dynasty's borders, they were a sect despised and hunted by every faction. They had spent years laying groundwork in Qingping Town. It had taken considerable effort to persuade the town magistrate Yang Wenhua to cooperate with them in preparing for their next plan, only for everything to be disrupted by Gu Chun, this newly arrived guard from the Treasure Medicine Pavilion. Now the Night Watch Division had already traced the matter back to Yang Wenhua. It would not be long before their own exposure followed. They had to withdraw as swiftly as possible. Once they retreated, all their previous efforts would come to naught. And it was all because of Gu Chun. Before they departed, this man, called Gu Chun, had to die. At the black-robed elder's command, the four black-robed men in the courtyard all surged to surround Gu Chun. Gu Chun's expression remained tranquil as he watched the four assailants charging toward him. These men were clearly in league with Yang Wenhua, who had cultivated heretical arts. Perhaps it was they who had taught Yang Wenhua those forbidden techniques. They were cultists of an evil sect. Everything became clear at once. Gu Chun activated his gecko wall walking step, his body darting forward with ghost-like swiftness as his long saber began to dance through the air. Flash, 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 flash. Oh, 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 oh. The agonized cries of the four black-robed men rang out. Against Gu Chun's phantom-like movement arts, none of the four could so much as graze the hem of his garment. They were either decapitated by his blade or cleaved clean in two from head to waist. It was a one-sided slaughter. In but a brief moment, all four black-robed men lay fallen. Only Gu Chun remained standing in the courtyard. In the courtyard, the remaining middle-aged man in black, the protector elder, and the servant who had brought Gu Chun and the others there. All three stared at Gu Chun with utter disbelief. Two first-rate experts and two second-rate experts, all cut down by Gu Chun with such effortless ease. The middle-aged envoy of the Black Heaven sect wore a grave expression. Gu Chun was a supreme first-rate expert, and among those of his tier, one of the more formidable. Though the envoy himself was also a supreme first-rank master if he were to face an encirclement of two first-rate and two second-rate experts. He could never have accomplished what Gu Chun just did, slaying all four with such fluid, unhurried grace. Gu Chun's movement arts were simply too exquisite. That was the key to his swift dispatch of so many opponents. He retreated a step, positioning the Black Heaven sect's protector in front of him as a shield. Gu Chun's strength clearly surpassed his own. Engaging him directly would not end well. Better to let the protector who had reached the innate realm handle this man. I truly underestimated you. Witnessing yet another four of my subordinates slain, the Black Heaven sect's protector's face grew utterly grim. He spoke. I shall not grant you such an easy death. That would be far too merciful. I will personally cripple you, flay the skin from your body, and use it to light the sky lantern. That depends on whether you have the ability, Gu Chun replied coolly. One should not overestimate oneself. With those words, Gu Chun activated his movement arts, at once his form dissolving into a blur as he surged forward. His speed reached its absolute peak. He offered the Black Heaven sect's protector no opportunity to spout further nonsense, choosing to strike directly. Gu Chun had already sensed the man's cultivation level, the mere early stage of the first heaven of the innate realm. What the hell are you putting on airs for? The protector's expression shifted to alarm. He hastily circulated his cultivation art, and a bloody black aura surged forth from his body as he sought to resist Gu Chun. His fingers transformed into razor-sharp claws. He had barely raised his hand to strike at Gu Chun when he felt a sudden chill at his throat. The next moment, he saw his own head soaring skyward, severed from his body. Then the world spun. His gaze fell to the ground. His headless corpse slowly toppled backward. The entire courtyard fell deathly silent. An innate realm expert, the protector of the heretical cult, had been slain by Gu Chun just like that. Beside him, Wei Zhong, Lu Xianzhang, and the apprentice were all so stunned they could not find words. They had never imagined that the unassuming Gu Chun, who usually kept a low profile, possessed such terrifying strength. To slay an innate realm expert with such ease, how unfathomably powerful was he? As Gu Chun reached the innate realm, the last remaining envoy of the Black Heaven sect, the middle-aged man in black, was so terrified that he dropped to his knees with a heavy thud, kowtowing in the direction where Gu Chun stood. Spare me. We were blind not to recognize your greatness moments ago. Please, Great One, show mercy. If you let me live, I will serve you as a dog. I hail from the Black Heaven sect. I can handle every filthy back-breaking task that lurks in the shadows. I only beg you to spare my life. He was truly afraid, terrified to his very core. He had known Gu Chen was stronger than himself, but he had never anticipated Gu Chen was this strong. With a single effortless slash, he had even cut down their innate realm protector. He was only a supreme, first-rate expert, unable to defeat even their protector. How could he possibly be Gu Chen's match? If he did not beg for mercy, he would die. I have no need for a dog, Gu Chen said flatly, then hurled his long saber with a flick of his wrist. The middle-aged man in black turned to flee, but had barely risen when the thrown saber pierced clean through his back and fresh blood gushed from his mouth. His body pitched forward and collapsed. The last remaining servant was so terrified that he soiled himself, collapsing onto the ground in a heap. Gu Chen showed no mercy whatsoever. These heretical cultists were bloodthirsty killers by nature. Compassion had no place here, even if it meant offending the Black Heaven sect the middle-aged envoy had spoken of. Wei Zhong, deal with that servant as well, Gu Chen instructed. If they were to kill, they would kill them all, lest any word leak out. Wei Zhong nodded at his words. He was no soft-hearted fool either. These cultists had been ready to strike at them moments ago. Were it not for the fact that Gu Chen's strength had exceeded their expectations, it would have been the four of them lying on the ground instead. Against these inhuman heretics, there was no need for mercy. Wei Zhong strode toward the corner where the servant sat, having already soiled himself in terror. Seeing Wei Zhong approaching, the servant shrieked in panic, "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I am not one of the Black Heaven sect. I was forced by them." Wei Zhong paid him no heed. Slash. A spray of blood fountained into the air as the servant's throat split open, his eyes wide with an unfulfilled grievance. Meanwhile, Gu Chen began rifling through the cultists' belongings. After searching every cultist from head to toe, he then made his way into the house and rummaged through it, thoroughly ferreting out every last bit of the cultists' hidden wealth. Gu Chen's haul was considerable. The silver and banknotes plundered from the cultists totaled over 2,900 taels. Additionally, Gu Chen had found 2 martial manuals and a stock of blood-chi pills. Another windfall. Gu Chen was delighted. He had only just spent all his money, and now someone had delivered more. He did not examine the 2 manuals immediately. He would review them later that evening once he returned. First, the matters at hand. Gu Chen took out 300 taels and divided them equally, 100 taels each, among Wei Zhong, Lu Xinjiang, and the apprentice. I'll tell you the truth. Our town magistrate Yang Wenhua has cultivated heretical arts, and these cultists are most likely the people backing him. If we report this to the authorities, not one of us will escape their retribution, Gu Chen said, turning his gaze upon the 3. 100 taels each. Bury this matter deep in your hearts. This place is secluded and the walls were built so high by the cultists. It must serve as their hideout. Outsiders won't easily notice anything amiss here. Find a way to dispose of these corpses, Gu Chen instructed. The 3 wore grave expressions. They had never imagined that the town magistrate of Qingping Town was cultivating heretical arts and consorting with an evil cult. This matter was simply too earth-shattering. Had they not stumbled upon it today, they would never have believed it. But now the truth lay before their very eyes. No matter how horrifying, they had to accept it. Accepting the banknotes Gu Chen handed over, they gritted their teeth and nodded. 100 taels of silver. For the 3 of them, it amounted to a small fortune. It served as a small consolation for them. Pocketing the silver, Wei Zhong went straight to fetch several shovels and said to the other 2, "Let's dig a deep pit in this courtyard and bury the bodies here first." The courtyard was more than spacious enough. Burying these corpses posed no problem. 7 or 8 corpses looked like a lot, but a pit just 3 to 4 meters wide and 1 to 2 meters deep could easily accommodate them all. The excess dirt dug out could simply be spread across the ground in a thin layer, effectively masking the stench of blood. The other 2 nodded in agreement. Gu Chen stood watch on their behalf. Wei Zhong and Lu Xinjiang, being third-rate experts themselves, dug with remarkable speed, made even faster with the apprentice's assistance. In less than 2 hours, the pit was finished, and every one of the cultists' corpses had been buried. "Boss Gu, all done." Wei Zhong clapped his hands. "Good. Once everything is cleaned up, let's leave. What happened today must not slip past your lips, not a single word," Gu Chen instructed. "Understood, understood." The 3 nodded. Having become entangled in such a monumental affair, whether the heretical cult or the town magistrate, neither was someone they could afford to provoke. One wrong move, and they might lose their lives. Although they belonged to the Treasure Medicine Hall, and those people might have some reservations about acting against them, that was all it amounted to. Mere reservations. These cultists feared not even the divine dynasty itself, or what was a mere Treasure Medicine Hall to them. Those who learned their secrets would not be spared. Not even the hall master of the Treasure Medicine Hall himself. Naturally, they would not breathe a word of it. Gu Chen nodded, and the group departed. Returning to his own residence that night, Gu Chen tallied the day's gains. After distributing 300 taels of silver, over 2,600 remained. Combined with the silver he had saved previously, his total holdings now exceeded 2,700 taels. Next were 9 blood-chi pills along with those 2 secret manuals. Gu Chen examined the first manual first. Mystic Iron, Red Copper, and Vajra Body. Gu Chen read through the overview of this cultivation manual. It was a body refining technique. The first page contained a brief introduction, the supreme body cultivation art of the body sect. At its peak, it renders the practitioner impervious to blades and weapons, immune to all poisons, fearless against fire and water, with an indestructible divine physique. It's actually the body sect's ultimate body-refining divine art. Chen was shocked. The body sect was one of the 4 great sects among the most elite powerhouses in the entire world. Within the divine dynasty, they ranked only below the 2 sects and 3 outer courts. He had struck incredible luck. Who would have thought these cultists possessed such a supreme body-refining technique from the body sect? Chen continued flipping through the pages. This body-refining divine art consisted of 3 sections, each corresponding to mystic iron body, red copper body, and vajra body respectively. Chen placed it directly into the bronze bowl. Spend 1,000 taels of silver to exchange for comprehension of the mystic iron section of mystic iron, red copper, and vajra body. The bronze bowl displayed the message. Chen glanced at the message and couldn't help but grimace. Just the comprehension for the mystic iron section alone cost 1,000 taels. How much would the remaining 2 sections require? Chen decided against the exchange. His total silver barely exceeded 2,800 taels, and he couldn't squander it on comprehending cultivation techniques. For now, his priority was converting resources to advance his cultivation. He would put this body-refining technique aside for later. He would pursue it once he broke through to at least the 2nd stage of the innate realm and had surplus silver to spare. Chen stored the manual away and retrieved another secret text, a technique for concealing one's aura and cultivation level. That was precisely why those cult members had managed to hide so effectively in the courtyard that day. The Mystic Turtle Concealment Method. Chen opened it to examine its contents. According to the description, merely reaching the foundational level would allow him to mask his blood-refining realm aura, making it impossible for others to detect. At the moderate stage, it could conceal an innate realm cultivator's presence. At the advanced stage, even a Walker realm practitioner's cultivation could be hidden. If he achieved mastery, he could mask even a Sage realm expert's power. This is excellent. I'm exactly in need of a technique to conceal my cultivation. Chen placed it into the bronze bowl. Golden characters appeared on its surface. The Mystic Turtle Concealment Method can be acquired through comprehension by spending 100 taels of silver. Chen directly inserted a 100 tael silver note into the bowl. The note vanished, and comprehension of the Mystic Turtle Concealment Method flooded his mind instantly. Chen continued with the exchange. At his current peak of the 1st innate realm, the basic level of this concealment technique wouldn't be sufficient to mask his cultivation. He needed at least the moderate stage. The Mystic Turtle Concealment Method spent 200 taels of silver to exchange for moderate comprehension. Chen made the exchange. The Mystic Turtle Concealment Method immediately reached the moderate stage. Activating the concealment technique, his true cultivation fluctuations were instantly masked to the level of a second-rate expert. Chen took out the blood chi pills, preparing to exchange them for cultivation. He placed all 9 into the bronze bowl, but it showed no response. Chen paused in surprise. The blood chi pills could no longer be exchanged for cultivation. The bronze bowl provided feedback. He had already reached the peak of both the blood-refining and flesh-refining realms. Since he no longer needed to temper his flesh and blood, the blood chi pills offered no further benefit to him, and thus couldn't be exchanged for cultivation. That meant, to break through to the 2nd innate realm, the skin-refining stage, he would need to acquire skin-refining pills, elixirs, or other spiritual medicines that could aid his cultivation advancement. This gave Chen quite a headache. Skin-refining pills and elixirs were only used by experts at the 2nd innate realm. Qingping Town's Treasure Medicine Hall didn't carry such items. Not only did Qingping Town lack them, but even Songshan County's Treasure Medicine Pavilion didn't have them. He would need to visit the higher-tier Treasure Medicine Pavilion in Chongyang City to find such items. I'll first comprehend the 2nd section of the 5 Thunders innate art, the Golden Thunder Skin-Refining section, then figure out how to acquire skin-refining pills or other resources for the 2nd innate realm to continue my cultivation. Chen made up his mind. He transmitted his intention to the bronze bowl to exchange for comprehension of the Golden Thunder Skin-Refining section. Spend 20 taels of silver to exchange for comprehension of the Golden Thunder Skin-Refining section technique. Without hesitation, Chen chose to exchange. He immediately gained comprehension of this technique and cultivated it to completion, the Golden Thunder Skin-Refining section. It described the method of using the technique to transform medicinal energy absorbed from external sources into innate golden lightning, which would coil around the body's surface, burning, refining, and tempering the skin and flesh throughout. This would make the skin as hard as refined divine metal from legendary weapons, impervious to blades, and weapons immune to fire and water. A golden thunder protective aura would naturally surround his body, and any external force touching his skin would be counterburned by the golden lightning. Everything was ready, only waiting for resources. After comprehending the moderate-level concealment technique and the Golden Thunder Skin-Refining section, Chen had spent 500 taels of silver. This left him with 2,400 taels remaining, enough to purchase resources for breaking through to the skin-refining realm. The following day, Chen sought out Li Linfeng. revealing his desire to purchase skin refining pills. Li Linfeng was utterly astonished. Skin refining pills were items only used by those at the second innate realm. Songshan County's Treasure Medicine Pavilion didn't even carry them. They could only be sourced from the Treasure Medicine Pavilion in Chongyang City. He never imagined that Gu Chen's principal backer was so powerful that they needed to order skin refining pills. Old Li, can you secure 100 skin refining pills at a 12% discount? If you can, these 9 blood-chi pills will serve as your compensation. Gu Chen handed over the 9 blood-chi pills. Skin refining pills are too high tier. They must be sourced from Chongyang City. Getting a 12% discount is difficult and my authority isn't that great. Li Linfeng shook his head. He was merely the hall master of the Treasure Medicine Hall in Qingping Town. At most he could find connections within Songshan County, but at the Chongyang City Treasure Medicine Pavilion, even if he wanted to use money to grease palms, they wouldn't pay him any mind. For premium goods like skin refining pills, I can at most arrange a 10% discount for you. That's the best I can do, Li Linfeng said. A 10% discount. Fine, that works too. Gu Chen immediately replied. Then secure them at a 10% discount for me. How long until they arrive? One skin refining pill was worth 20 taels on the open market, so 100 would cost 2,000 taels. With a 10% discount, that came to 1,800 taels. Gu Chen took out 1,800 taels and handed them over. Shipment from Chongyang City will need to travel by water route, so it will take a bit longer. Within 7 days, Li Linfeng said. After finishing, he accepted the 1,800 taels silver note and the 9 blood-chi pills from Gu Chen. 7 days will work fine. Gu Chen nodded. Although he had given Li Linfeng 9 blood-chi pills as compensation, he felt it was well worth it. One couldn't expect someone to do favors without some form of reciprocity. Besides, the blood-chi pills were useless to him now anyway. Might as well pass them on as a gesture of goodwill. If he had gone to Chongyang City himself to purchase skin refining pills, the round trip would have been time-consuming, and he still wouldn't have been able to secure the 10% discount. There was no need for such inconvenience. Simply having Li Linfeng handle the order was far more practical. Over the following days, Gu Chen waited peacefully at the Treasure Medicine Hall for news. As his cultivation realm grew ever higher, Gu Chen felt Qingping Town was no longer suitable for him. Even the Songshan County Treasure Medicine Pavilion seemed too modest for his ambitions. With his advancing cultivation, the resources he would need in the future would only multiply, yet Qingping Town offered too few opportunities to accumulate wealth. He needed to seek greater prospects elsewhere. Meanwhile, having destroyed the Black Heaven cult stronghold in Qingping Town, Yang Wenhua was likely preoccupied dealing with the Night Watch Division's investigation and hadn't yet discovered that the cult members had already been eliminated. He needed to leave Qingping Town before the matter came to light, lest he find himself targeted by both sides and dragged into endless trouble. Once the skin refining pills ordered from Li Linfeng arrived, and he successfully broke through to the skin refining realm, he would reveal a portion of his strength to He Xiangdong. He wanted to see if He Xiangdong might recommend him to the Treasure Medicine Pavilion in Chongyang City. If not, he would simply leave the pavilion on his own. With the cultivation base of the second innate realm at his disposal, there would surely be other factions willing to accept him in Chongyang City, based on what Gu Chen had learned during this period. For towns like Qingping Town, their strongest experts would not exceed the super first-rate level. Innate experts only existed in Songshan County, and even there they were limited to those at the first innate realm. The second innate realm had no experts in Songshan County, or if any existed, they were merely isolated ceiling-level combatants. Such power could only be found in Chongyang City. Once he broke through to the second innate realm, he would be considered a top-tier expert even in Chongyang City, with no shortage of factions eager to recruit him. For certain families or organizations, if he took an interest, he could directly assume the position of an honored elder. While Gu Chen pondered his future plans, a battle had already erupted between the Qingping Town Magistrate's office and the area near Wuli Village's Wuli Temple outside town. The matter of Qingping Town's Magistrate Yang Wenhua practicing demonic arts and raising evil spirits to drain the vital essence from children for cultivation had been exposed. The Songshan County Night Watch Division dispatched 2 guards to apprehend him. One guard was assigned to capture Yang Wenhua, while the other handled the destruction of the evil spirit he kept at Wuli Temple in Wuli Village. That night the battle caused widespread destruction. Yang Wenhua's strength far exceeded what the 2 guards had anticipated. Years of secretly raising evil spirits to cultivate demonic arts had elevated his power well beyond the super first-rate realm. He had already broken through to the innate realm. Moreover, he wasn't merely at the initial stage of the first innate realm, but had reached its peak perfection, with 1 foot already stepping into the second innate realm. The 2 guards sent to capture him, one at the middle stage and the other at the late stage of the first innate realm, were no match for him. Both were injured by Yang Wenhua's hands. Yang Wenhua fled with the evil spirit he had raised. The news spread throughout Qingping Town the following day, leaving countless people utterly stunned. Many parents who had lost children over the years cursed Yang Wenhua incessantly. They never expected their missing children had been taken by the town magistrate to fuel his demonic cultivation, filling them with grief and rage. Upon hearing this news, Gu Chen sighed deeply. A peak first innate realm expert. He never imagined the town magistrate had concealed himself so thoroughly. Fortunately, when he had first arrived in Qingping Town and used the bronze bowl to discover the magistrate's secrets, he hadn't rushed to expose him. Otherwise, with the Night Watch Division's incompetence, allowing their targets to escape even during a siege. If the magistrate had learned it was Gu Chun who reported him and came after him for revenge, he would have been dead. Back then he was only at the first-rate expert level, while the magistrate had already reached half-step toward the second innate realm. Crushing him would have been as effortless as squashing an ant. The following day, the entire Songshan County Night Watch Division mobilized, including their division commander Lin Jun, a powerhouse at the second innate realm, who came to Qingping Town to participate in the pursuit of Yang Wenhua. Unfortunately, Yang Wenhua, having already escaped, would never return to surrender himself. He had likely long since fled Qingping Town. After 2 days of fruitless pursuit, Lin Jun had no choice but to lead the Night Watch agents back to Songshan County. The Imperial Night Watch Bureau was an elite organization that followed a selective recruitment policy. To become a Night Watch agent, one needed at least the cultivation of the first realm of the innate stage. Songshan County governed 15 towns beneath it, yet the county's Night Watch Bureau numbered only 11 people in total, including Bureau Chief Lin Jun. Combined with the 2 injuries sustained during this operation to capture Yang Wenhua, they were severely undermanned. Naturally, they could not afford to keep a group of Night Watch agents stationed in Qingping Town for an extended period. 6 days had passed. The skin-tempering pills that Gu Chun had previously asked Li Linfeng to order from Qiyang City had finally arrived. Li Linfeng delivered them directly to Gu Chen's residence. That very evening, Gu Chun could hardly contain his eagerness as he placed all the skin-tempering pills into a copper bowl, preparing to break through to the skin-tempering realm. Golden characters emerged within the copper bowl. 100 skin-tempering pills can be exchanged for 200 days of pure cultivation. 1 pill could be exchanged for 2 days' worth. Excellent. Gu Chun chose to exchange them without hesitation. Instantly, a vast surge of cultivation was poured into his body. He immediately activated the Golden Thunder Skin Tempering chapter, converting this cultivation into innate Golden Thunder to temper the skin across his entire body. Upon his skin's surface, threads of golden lightning flickered, causing his body hair to stand on end, each strand radiating a golden glow. His skin was continuously tempered, growing harder and more resilient, while his aura grew ever stronger. When the infusion of cultivation was complete, Gu Chun underwent a transformation, experiencing a comprehensive enhancement of all 5 senses. His skin became as hard as golden steel, with threads of golden thunder power coursing across its surface. He had successfully stepped into the second realm of the innate stage, the initial stage of skin tempering. Gu Chun took a moment to assess himself. He picked up a treasured blade nearby and drew it across his skin, yet not a single mark was left behind. Ordinary blades and swords could no longer wound his flesh, unless that is one wielded, a yellow-grade weapon wielded exclusively by innate stage experts. Gu Chun happened to possess such a weapon. It was the longsword given to him by the hook-nosed man after their battle with 2 bandits in that valley at Ninefold Ridge, a yellow-grade weapon. It was merely the lowest grade among yellow-grade weapons, a lower-quality piece. Since he favored blades, and the sword did not suit his fighting style, he had kept it stored at his residence without ever using it. Now, ordinary longswords could no longer keep pace with his progress. At his current level of strength, he could simply squeeze an ordinary longsword until its edge curled. The bearded man's top-grade, mortal-grade treasure blade would serve him adequately for now. Against enemies not of the innate stage, he could employ that mortal-grade blade. Against innate stage foes, the yellow-grade weapon would grant him considerably greater combat prowess. Having broken through to the second realm of the innate stage, I shall leave Qingping Town tomorrow. So Gu Chun deliberated. He retracted his aura entirely, concealing his cultivation to the level of an ordinary martial arts master. He prepared to rest. Though he had achieved his breakthrough within the chambers of his residence, his cultivation realm was growing ever higher. Even without actively releasing it, those in the outside world could easily sense his aura. It was better to keep a low profile. Yet not long after Gu Chun had fallen asleep, he sensed 2 powerful auras appearing within his courtyard. Among them was an aura belonging to an evil apparition, dark and sinister. He had sensed this kind of aura before. When Deng Xian transformed into an evil apparition to seek vengeance against him, the aura emanating from his body had been precisely this. However, compared to the aura now appearing in his courtyard, the evil apparition Deng Xian had become was incomparably feeble. Gu Chun opened his eyes, picked up the lower-grade yellow-grade longsword nearby, and stepped out of his room. He beheld a man and an evil apparition standing in his courtyard, their eyes fixed upon him with unwavering intensity. The man appeared middle-aged, clad in a blood-stained official's robe. Yet between his brows there was no righteous spirit, only an overwhelming presence of bloodthirst, malice, and wickedness. Observing this official-robed middle-aged man, Gu Chun recalled a certain person, Yang Wenhua, the town prefect of Qingping Town, who had fled the town 6 days ago while being pursued by the Songshan County Night Watch Bureau. After the Songshan County Night Watch agents had all departed Qingping Town, Yang Wenhua had returned to exact his revenge upon Gu Chun. You are Yang Wenhua. Gu Chun regarded the middle-aged man before him and the evil apparition at his side. I am curious. How did you come to know that I secretly cultivate evil arts by keeping evil apparitions? Yang Wenhua gazed at Gu Chen. Not even my wife knew of this matter. It was his most guarded secret. Throughout all of Qingping Town apart from himself, and that group of Black Heaven cult fanatics, no third party was aware of it. Yet inexplicably word had gotten out. The Night Watch agents had come down to investigate directly, and ultimately had even stormed into the government office to apprehend him. The Night Watch agents told me during my arrest that it was someone from the Tsongshan County Treasure Medicine Pavilion who reported me to them. These past months the Tsongshan County Treasure Medicine Pavilion sent only you here. Yang Wenhua's gaze turned toward Gu Chen, filled with incomprehension. During the months you have been here, I had people watching your every move. You never actively investigated the matter of Su Dongqing's death. How did you come to know that it was the evil apparition I cultivated that killed Su Dongqing, and how did you learn of my collusion with the Black Heaven cult? I learned from Zhou Hong, the guard at your Tsongshan County Treasure Medicine Pavilion, that over a dozen days ago you voluntarily returned to the pavilion once. Not long after the Night Watch agents came directly to my door to arrest me. That must have been when you went to report me. Yang Wenhua's eyes glinted with cold light. It was Zhou Hong who told you that I returned to the Tsongshan County Treasure Medicine Pavilion over a dozen days ago. Gu Chen did not answer his question, but instead asked in return. Yes. Yang Wenhua answered directly. Then Yang Wenhua added, enough. Even if I know how you uncovered my secret, it serves no purpose now. Just go and die. I despise informers most in this life, especially those I have never offended. Yang Wenhua's voice was ice cold. He then signaled the evil apparition he cultivated to take Gu Chen's life. His return to kill Gu Chen entailed enormous risk. But he was the kind of man who would repay any grievance he suffered. Gu Chen had dared to report him, causing him to plummet from his lofty position as town prefect to his current wretched state. Unable to return home, reduced to a fugitive. This Gu Chen had to die. You think you can kill me? Gu Chen sneered. Just as I was able to uncover your secrets without a trace before, so too can I eliminate you without a trace now. As a town prefect, now that you flee with your entire fortune, you must be carrying quite a number of valuable items on your person. A peculiar gleam flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. If he could eliminate this Yang Wenhua, he was certain to obtain a substantial haul of treasures. Gripping the long sword in his hand, he activated the gecko wall-crawling step. His speed reached its absolute limit as he charged directly toward the evil apparition that Yang Wenhua cultivated. The evil apparition was not particularly powerful. Its strength was estimated to be only at the initial stage of the flesh-refining realm. Gu Chen closed in on it, and the earth thunder power, golden thunder power, and blazing sun power within his body surged forth, channeling into the longsword in his grasp. He then unleashed the 5 lightning slashes, hacking furiously at the evil apparition. The blazing sun power born from his cultivation of the blazing sun art, along with the earth thunder and golden thunder power born from the 5 thunder innate art, were all bane to evil apparitions. When Gu Chen's attacks struck the evil apparition, it was as though a red-hot iron blade was cleaving into human flesh, devastating in its destructive power. Coupled with the crushing disparity in cultivation realms, before Gu Chen had completed all 5 strikes of the 5 lightning slashes, after only 4, the evil apparition was reduced to scattered soul fragments, utterly destroyed. A green soul pearl was left behind, falling to the ground. Yang Wenhua, witnessing this scene, was utterly stunned. Good heavens! What was happening? The evil apparition he had cultivated for years, which now possessed the strength of the first realm of the innate stage, had been instantly slain by Gu Chen in a single exchange. Gu Chen was no mere martial arts master at all. He possessed secret arts capable of concealing his aura. His true cultivation realm was the second realm of the innate stage at the initial stage of skin tempering. What Gu Chen had displayed to the outside world was merely the strength of an ordinary martial arts master. Yang Wenhua had thought victory assured, but had never anticipated such an outcome. After destroying his evil apparition, Gu Chen advanced toward him with a cold smile. Yang Wenhua turned and fled. He had lurked in Qingping Town for over a decade, sacrificing countless children to cultivate his evil arts, yet even now he had barely reached the threshold of the second realm of the innate stage. Moreover, his cultivation advanced through evil arts was exceedingly unstable, his true combat prowess amounting to no more than the perfected first realm of the innate stage. He was simply no match for Gu Chen, whose cultivation in the second realm of the innate stage was genuine and solid. To flee was his only hope of living. Run? Where could you possibly run to? Gu Chen sneered, pursuing Yang Wenhua as they burst out of the residence. It was now the middle of the night. The town's main streets were largely deserted. Both being innate stage experts, their speed was extraordinary, and before long they had raced out of the town, arriving at a dense forest beyond its borders. Seeing that they had left Qingping Town behind, Gu Chen pushed the gecko wall-crawling step to its full extent, bursting forward at maximum speed. In a few swift strides he caught up to Yang Wenhua and delivered a sword strike directly to his back. The terrifying interweaving of earth thunder and golden thunder power carved a gaping wound across Yang Wenhua's back. The blow sent him flying, crashing into a pine tree, blood spewing from his mouth as he suffered grievous injuries. Gu Chen landed before him, the long sword in his hand pressed directly against his throat. Despair flickered in Yang Wenhua's eyes. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and spoke. I schemed for half my life, even colluding with an evil cult. Yet in the end I fell at the hands of a mere whelp like you. He did not beg Gu Chen for mercy. At this point he knew that pleading would avail him nothing. Gu Chen would not spare him. Better to meet his end with a shred of dignity. Of course, were their positions reversed, and Gu Chen the one begging for his life, he would not spare Gu Chen either. Those who perpetrate evil will ultimately bring about their own destruction. Gu Chen's longsword swept forth, delivering a single slash across Yang Wenhua's throat. Yang Wenhua's body instantly slumped limply to the ground. Then, Gu Chen immediately began searching Yang Wenhua's body, and soon extracted a thick wad of silver drafts totaling over 2,500 taels. As befits the town prefect of Qingping Town, what a fortune he possessed. Gu Chen pocketed the silver, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. Such a substantial sum nearly rivaled what he had previously seized from that group of evil cultists. If he devoted all of it to purchasing skin-tempering pills, it should suffice for him to break through to the middle stage of the skin-tempering realm. He set Yang Wenhua's corpse ablaze, reducing it to ashes. Returning to his own residence, Gu Chen picked up the emerald green soul bead that had dropped from the evil specter Yang Wenhua had kept. Gu Chen recalled that when he had previously slain the specter, Deng Xian had transformed into the dropped soul bead had been pitch black. Yet this one was unexpectedly a vibrant green. This object could be offered to the bronze bowl in exchange for soul cultivation. Gu Chen retrieved the bronze bowl and placed the bead inside. First grade innate elementary soul bead, exchangeable for 10 years of soul cultivation. Gu Chen chose to proceed with the exchange. A wave of refreshing coolness washed over him from head to toe, as if thoroughly cleansing his very soul and rendering his 5 senses exceptionally sharp and clear. His soul strength surged. At the same time, he felt a peculiar itchiness in his head, as though something was on the verge of sprouting. However, the soul-cleansing power from just now was still insufficient. If he could obtain a few more of these first-grade innate soul beads, that mysterious entity would likely sprout completely. The following day, after bidding farewell to Li Linfeng, Wei Zhong, Lu Xianzhang, and the others, Gu Chen returned to Tsongshan County. Instead of heading straight to the Baoyao Pavilion, he made his way to the Shunbing Pavilion of Tsongshan County with his 2 weapons. Trading his top-tier mortal-grade saber and low-rank yellow-grade sword along with an additional 100 taels of silver, he obtained a mid-rank yellow-grade treasured saber. A mid-rank yellow-grade treasured saber was suited for powerhouses of the second innate realm. It would easily suffice for his needs in the short term. Afterward, Gu Chen returned to the Baoyao Pavilion. He intended to directly reveal his consummate blood-refining realm cultivation, a peak-tier strength, before He Xiangdong. Having already shown this level of power to Wei Zhong and Lu Xianzhang, he decided to lay his cards on the table, with He Xiangdong using this guise. From the start of his cultivation journey, until now barely half a year had passed. To rise from nothing to a peak-tier expert in such a short span was absolute proof of his monstrous talent. Should He Xiangdong wish to recommend him to the Baoyao Pavilion in Qiyang City, this display of talent would be more than enough. There was no need to expose his true innate realm cultivation and invite unnecessary trouble. You have broken through to the consummate blood-refining realm and possess the strength of a peak-tier expert. He Xiangdong gasped, his face filled with utter shock as he sensed Gu Chen's aura. He truly had not expected that in less than 3 short months Gu Chen would leap directly from a third-rate fighter to a peak-tier master. Gu Chen's talent was terrifyingly monstrous. Yes, manager, Gu Chen nodded. An absolute monster indeed. I originally thought it would take you at least another year or more to reach this level, He Xiangdong marveled. So by returning and delivering this news directly to me, does it mean? He Xiangdong looked at Gu Chen. You no longer wish to serve as a guard at the Baoyao Hall in Qingping Town. Indeed, Gu Chen nodded. If possible, I would like to seek opportunities in Qiyang City. I see, He Xiangdong murmured. With your strength reaching the peak tier level, you are indeed qualified to serve as a guard at the main Baoyao Pavilion in Qiyang City. However, I only have a single recommendation slot. And recently Zhou Hong has also broken through to the peak tier expert realm. He Xiangdong hesitated for a moment before continuing. The recommendation can only go to one of you. If it were anyone else, I could simply dismiss them and recommend you instead. But this Zhou Hong is a different story, He Xiangdong said, looking at Gu Chen. Why is that? Gu Chen asked. Does this Zhou Hong have a powerful backer? He Xiangdong nodded. Zhou Hong's elder brother Zhou Guang is one of the enshrined experts at the Qiyang City Baoyao Pavilion, a powerhouse of the first innate realm. If I bypass him and recommend you directly, it will surely incur his brother's displeasure. Once you arrive there, he might make things difficult for you. I see. Then what do you propose, manager? Gu Chen inquired. Make things difficult. A mere first innate realm cultivator was no longer someone he feared. If they came at him openly, he had nothing to fear. If they plotted in the shadows, he could simply eliminate them outright. How about this? You and Zhou Hong will have an open and fair duel. Since both of you are newly advanced peak-tier experts, whoever wins shall claim the recommendation to become a guard in Qiyang City. What do you say? He Xiangdong looked at Gu Chen. This way, even if you win in the end, that enshrined brother of his won't have any grounds to complain. Very well, Gu Chen agreed. Dealing with Zhou Hong would be child's play. It just so happened that he had an old grudge against him. Furthermore, when he killed Yang Wenhua last night, Yang Wenhua had let slip a crucial detail. It was from Zhou Hong that Yang Wenhua learned Gu Chun had returned to the Baoyao Pavilion half a month ago. Shortly after the Night Watch Department had moved against him, claiming that someone from the Baoyao Pavilion had leaked the information. It seemed that Yang Wenhua's attempt to seek vengeance last night was largely due to Zhou Hong's instigation. Since that was the case, they might as well settle both old and new scores together. Good. Prepare yourself. I will inform Zhou Hong, and you two can duel in the martial arts arena of the Baoyao Pavilion shortly, He Xiangdong said. Understood, Gu Chen nodded. Half an hour later at the martial arts arena in the backyard of the Baoyao Pavilion. Several decision-makers of the Baoyao Pavilion, including manager He Yodong, the resident alchemist Master Ma, who had created the lightning 5 consecutive sabers, and several enshrined experts of peak-tier strength, had all gathered. Zhang Lin, another guard of the Baoyao Pavilion, along with a crowd of sentries, had also assembled around the arena to witness the duel between Zhou Hong and Gu Chun. The decision-makers were also present to act as referees to prevent any gossip afterward. Inside the arena, Zhou Hong and Gu Chun stood several zhang apart, facing each other. Kid, your talent is truly astonishing. To reach the peak tier level in less than half a year of cultivation is remarkable, Zhou Hong began. However, while you may possess the cultivation of a peak tier expert, your mastery of the saber and combat experience are still far too shallow. Defeating me is nothing but a pipe dream. Surrender now, lest my blade proves merciless and injures you, and you blame me for being too ruthless. Zhou Hong stared at Gu Chun with a cold, sinister gaze. This brat's talent was indeed terrifying. Originally, the slot to become a guard in Qiang City had already been safely in his pocket. With his brother's connections, He Xiangdong would have recommended him the moment he broke through to the peak tier realm. Who could have foreseen that this brat Gu Chun would disrupt his plans halfway? This had caused He Xiangdong to change his mind. Ever since Gu Chun had publicly exposed him for taking bribes from newly recruited guards, he had been itching to deal with the boy, but simply lacked the opportunity. A few days ago, he had deliberately leaked the information to that person that Gu Chun had returned to the Baoyao Pavilion once half a month prior. Yet to his surprise, that person had failed to eliminate Gu Chun. Since that person had failed to dispose of Gu Chun, he might as well take matters into his own hands and cripple him. His words just now were a deliberate provocation, knowing full well that blades have no eyes in battle. He would first urge Gu Chun to yield. If Gu Chun stubbornly refused, then if he accidentally crippled him during the fight, no one could blame him. The waves of the Yangtze River push those ahead. Guard Zhou, you are already getting on in years, wouldn't it be better to enjoy your retirement at the Tsongshan County Baoyao Pavilion? Such opportunities to advance in a grander arena should be conceded to us youngsters. There is no need to compete and make yourself look unsightly, Gu Chun countered, looking at Zhou Hong. I have always been somewhat clumsy with my strikes. If I accidentally injure or cripple Guard Zhou later, please do not blame this junior. How dare you act so recklessly? Have at my blade. Zhou Hong bellowed at Gu Chun. He charged straight toward Gu Chun without hesitation. Upon closing half the distance, he unleashed his blade technique and launched a ferocious assault upon Gu Chun. His lightning 5 consecutive slashes had nearly reached perfection, possessing considerable destructive might. Against ordinary martial artists who had just advanced to the super first-class realm, resisting such an attack would prove genuinely difficult. However, Gu Chun was no ordinary man. He was a master of the second realm of innate, and his lightning 5 consecutive slashes had already been cultivated to a transcendent degree. Even without drawing upon the full might of his innate realm cultivation, he could effortlessly crush Zhou Hong. Gu Chun stood perfectly still. He waited for Zhou Hong to close within striking distance. Gu Chun's footwork was uncanny, his speed blindingly swift. After retreating 2 paces, he unleashed 4 consecutive blades. Thrust, 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 thrust. Across the martial arena, the afterimages of Gu Chun's blade work filled the air. The naked eye could scarcely discern his movements. In the span of a heartbeat, Zhou Hong's entire form was sent hurtling backward through the air. Crimson droplets of blood trailed in his wake. Zhou Hong's body crashed heavily against the ground of the martial arena. He attempted to rise and continue his battle with Gu Chun, but upon trying, he discovered in horror that he could no longer command his own hands and feet. Zhou Hong shrieked in terror, Gu Chun, how could you sever the tendons of my hands and feet? In the blink of an eye, the ground all around him was slickened with the blood left by his writhing limbs. The crowd turned their gazes toward him. They could only watch as he desperately strove to regain control of his hands and feet. He yearned to rise, yet rise he could not, no matter how he struggled. It was evident that the tendons of both his hands and both his feet had been completely destroyed by Gu Chun. None had anticipated that Gu Chun would strike with such ruthless precision. Those 4 consecutive blades had been intended from the very start to sever Zhou Hong's hand and foot tendons. They were likewise astonished by the depth of Gu Chun's strength. None had expected that he had not merely advanced to the realm of a super first-class master, but had also attained the ability to crush Zhou Hong with such effortless ease. It appeared the position of courtyard guardian at the Treasure Medicine Pavilion in Qiyan City had already been claimed by none other than Gu Chun himself. Although Gu Chen had emerged victorious, his methods had been excessively severe. While all present were aware of the long-standing enmity between him and Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong's elder brother was one of the enshrined masters of the Treasure Medicine Pavilion in Chen City, a formidable expert of the innate realm. Gu Chen, burning with such fierce pride, had crippled the younger brother of such a man even before setting foot in Chen City. Upon arriving at the Treasure Medicine Pavilion in Chen City, he would inevitably become the target of that elder brother's vengeance. Gu Chen, you crippled me. How dare you cripple me? You shall meet no pleasant end. Sprawled upon the ground, Zhou Hong fixed Gu Chen with a venomous glare. Once you reach Chen City, my elder brother will absolutely not let you escape unscathed. He issued his threat against Gu Chen openly before the assembled crowd. At this juncture, he was already crippled beyond remedy. Nothing held any meaning for him anymore. He desired only to see Gu Chen ruined, to see Gu Chen perish. Gu Chen paid no heed to his threats. He had told Zhou Hong to relinquish the position voluntarily and refrain from making a fool of himself. He had warned that his strikes knew no restraint, and that being crippled would be an unfortunate outcome. You chose this path yourself, my dear idol. Gu Chen turned his gaze toward He Xiangdong. The duel had concluded. Surely the results should now be announced. Guardian Gu is victorious. Several of you come forward and carry Guardian Zhou away and have the pavilion's physicians attend to his treatment. He Xiangdong proclaimed. Such was the outcome. He could only declare Gu Chen the victor. Gu Chen's strikes had been too swift for him to react in time, allowing Gu Chen to cripple Zhou Hong without intervention. He regarded this as a failure on his own part. Though he harbored no fear that Zhou Guang, the power behind Zhou Hong, would redirect his wrath against him, witnessing Zhou Hong crippled before his very eyes inevitably carried some measure of responsibility. Zhou Hong was after all a guardian of the Treasure Medicine Pavilion, a master of the super first class. To have such a man crippled in this manner represented a genuine loss for the Treasure Medicine Pavilion. Had Zhou Hong been crippled by anyone else, He Xiangdong would have pursued the matter with utmost severity. Yet the one responsible was none other than Gu Chen, a newly risen prodigy, and the deed had been wrought within the confines of such a particular dueling occasion. He found himself at a loss for words. He was moreover well acquainted with the long-standing enmity between Gu Chen and Zhou Hong. Let it be then. That very day, Gu Chen accepted the letter of recommendation from He Xiangdong's hands, bade his farewells, and departed directly from Songshan County. He set forth toward Chen City. To reach Chen City, the water route was the shortest available. The mountain path required crossing several counties in addition to traversing half of the ninefold Ridge mountain range, a route both troublesome and lengthy. Along the water route, great merchant vessels departed daily from Songshan County bound for Chen City. These vessels primarily transported cargo, though, so long as passengers could afford the fare, the ships would convey them to Chen City as well. That very afternoon, another great merchant vessel was preparing to depart for Chen City. It belonged to the Chung family, a second-rate house within Chen City itself. The vessel had come laden with goods from other counties, and passing through Songshan County had paused at the local wharf to resupply and rest before resuming its journey back to Chen City. There remained space aboard for passengers, and Gu Chen paid 1 tael of silver as his fare. He boarded the merchant vessel directly accompanying them on their journey to Chen City. The water route from Songshan County to Chen City required approximately 3 days' travel. The vessel rested at the wharf for 1 hour, procured certain supplies, and then set forth anew upon its voyage. Gu Chen stood beside the mast at the vessel's prow, leaning casually against the wooden pole. With this journey, a new chapter of his life was about to commence. Gu Chen fell into contemplation. Although his monthly stipend as a guardian at the Treasure Medicine Pavilion in Chen City would exceed what he had earned in Qingping Town, the difference would not amount to much. It would be wholly insufficient to sustain the demands of his cultivation. He would need to devise new means of earning silver. The position of guardian sounded rather imposing by its title, but in essence it was no more than the work of a security guard. At its core it remained a laborer's toil. Working for the Treasure Medicine Pavilion would never make one wealthy. If he wished to earn silver, he would need to explore avenues from other directions. 3 courses of action lay before him. The first, to participate in the divine examination. The divine dynasty maintained oversight over all beneath heaven, selecting those of talent and ability to enter its service and assume important positions across its various institutions. The principal avenue for such selection was through the divine examination. Any youth within the domains of the divine dynasty aged no more than 20 was eligible to register for the divine examination. Should one achieve distinction in the examination, he would be chosen to enter the divine dynasty's service and become an official of the court. This was presently the option that stirred Gu Chen's heart most keenly. Although the Treasure Medicine Pavilion was backed by the alchemy sect, the alchemy sect was merely one of the 4 sects. It could not compare with the might of the divine dynasty. Within the territories of the divine dynasty, even the alchemy sect must submit to the dynasty's governance. Should he manage to enter the dynasty's service or to join one of its special institutions, such as serving as a night watcher in the night watch department or becoming a divine garment guard of the divine garment office, any such path would prove superior to serving as a mere guardian at the Treasure Medicine Pavilion. The second option, was to serve as a guardian at the Chen City Treasure Medicine Pavilion for several months, then reveal the strength of his innate realm cultivation. By displaying his talent, he would induce the Chen City Treasure Medicine Pavilion to recommend him directly to the alchemy sect. There he would become a disciple of the alchemy sect. If only he could enter the alchemy sect to study the art of pill refinement. With the aid of his bronze bowl's abilities, perhaps by obtaining the formula for any particular pill, he could exchange it for the accumulated comprehension of that pill's refinement. This would allow him to become an alchemist within the span of a short time. And alchemers, after all, could amass silver with great speed. The third option was to reveal the strength of his innate realm cultivation upon arriving in Chen City, and then seek out a second-rate faction or family to serve as an enshrined expert. Such second-rate factions and families possessed but few innate realm masters to anchor them, and would surely hold him in the highest esteem. The silver he could thereby obtain would likewise be no trifling sum. Moreover, serving as an enshrined expert for such a faction would not impede his preparations for the divine examination and other endeavors, granting him a considerable measure of freedom. As Gu Chen pondered, conversations around him drew his attention. I hear that the Chung family's young miss is aboard this ship. I wonder if on this journey there will be a chance to glimpse her beauty. Behind Gu Chen a voice replied. Gu Chen listened to the chatter. The Chung family's young miss is said to be one of Qiyang City's 4 great beauties. If we could glimpse her during the voyage, this trip will be complete. A voice on Gu Chen's left answered. I'm betting it's true. I've followed this ship for days, missing the dock just for a single glance at Miss Chung. Yet she spends every day in the second-floor elegant chamber of the cabin, never showing herself. I suppose we won't see her until Qiyang City. Behind Gu Chen someone replied. Gu Chen listened to the chatter. Miss Chung. It seems this merchant ship belongs to the Chung family of Qiyang City. Not only does Miss Chung possess excellent cultivation talent at a young age, her cultivation has already reached the level of a top expert with future ahead. Such beauty and talent in one girl. If I could marry her, there would be no regrets in this life. Another voice chimed in. What daydream are you having? That Miss Chung not only has talent in cultivation, but also in business. At 18, she already runs with the family's trading fleet. Such a career woman wouldn't look at someone like us. You're dreaming. I'm just thinking aloud, and don't expect her to notice me. Why are you getting so worked up? As the crowd argued about Miss Chung. Boom, boom, boom. A trio of deafening explosions rang out forward and to the sides of the merchant ship, water columns rising tens of zhang high. The ship shook and people cried out. What exploded? What happened? The sudden tremor sent the passengers on board into a panic. Then more than 10 figures in black stepped onto the ship from the shore across the water, landing steadily on the deck. All of you stay calm, Jean. These black-clad men, as soon as they stepped onto the merchant ship, shouted at the crowd. We only plunder wealth, do not resist. Who dares to run, I will kill him and throw him into the river to feed the fish. Dozens of black-clad men stood in 4 directions surrounding the ship. At that moment 7 or 8 strong men surged from the merchant ship. They were the Chung family's guards protecting the vessel, and among them stood the Chung family's Miss Mingling, who had been the subject of everyone's discussion. Gu Chen glanced at the black-clad raiders around him. They appeared to be river pirates of innate realm below. 2 of them were top tier, 4 were first class, the rest were second rate. A crowd of weaklings. He lost interest. Then his gaze shifted to the Chung family's guards, landing first on their leader, Miss Mingling. Indeed, beautiful, not inferior to some of the online stars of his past life. Who are you, and how dare you ambush us halfway? Do you know this merchant ship belongs to the Chung family of Qiyang City? Miss Mingling Chung Mingling looked at the black-clad raiders and shouted, retreat at once. Our Chung family bears no grudges toward you, but don't test us. Our masters are merciless. Chung Mingling admonished. This time the Chung family's escort included 1 top-tier devotee, a top-tier guard, and with her a top-tier expert. The remaining 6 were second-rate guards. The group of black-clad raiders were formidable. Currently there seemed to be 2 top-tier masters, 4 first-rate masters, and the rest second-rate. If a fight broke out, the Chung side might gain little advantage. It would be best to dispel these river bandits by leveraging the Chung family's name. Otherwise they'd have to surrender wealth to avert catastrophe. Oh, so this is the Chung family's merchant ship. We're terrified, sneered a top-tier raider among the black-clad. Don't think you can pressure me with the Chung family. I've been in this line long enough to fear Shin dynasty officials more than Yu Chung family. The black-clad leader shouted coldly. All aboard, everyone, including Yu Chung family, lay down your weapons, then hand over all silver and valuables to be placed at your feet. Within 10 breaths, those who dare not hand over will be killed and thrown into the river to feed the fish. He threatened the entire ship. The other black-clad men gripped their blades and pointed at the crowd. 10, 9, 8. The raider leader continued counting. The Chung family's masters looked to Chung Mingling for guidance. Should they fight these bandits or concede and hand over the silver? This band of bandits was not to be trifled with, especially since the number of top-tier masters on the other side exceeded theirs. They leaned toward compromise. They were guards, not killers. They earned only 5 liang a month. What life or death would they risk? The robbed silver belonged to the Chung family, and they themselves had little on them. Life was theirs, lose it, and it would be truly gone. They drew their blades to face the river pirates and waited for Chung Mingling's decision. 7, 6, 5. The raider leader continued counting. Seeing this, some on the ship began placing their silver on the deck. These bandits are brutal, they kill without blinking. The Chung family's elite did not dare strike first. It's better for these travelers to simply surrender their silver. Money can be earned again, lives cannot. 4. As the count neared, one Chung mingling compromised, ordering all Chung family members aboard to surrender their silver. She hoped these bandits would take the silver and leave at once. The Chung family are merchants, the wealth can be earned again, and there is no need to press these bandits to the death. The number of experts on their side was greater, fighting would cost the Chung family dearly, and be not worth it. They would hand over the silver first, then, after returning home, have the innate masters deal with them. The Chung family indeed has 2 innate masters guarding it. One is a mid-stage innate devotee, and the other is the head of the family, her father Ching Sihai, an innate master in the early stage. Those 2 usually stay at home, and do not accompany the merchants. Seeing Miss Mingling choose to compromise, the Chung family's guards breathed a sigh of relief. All of them promptly drew out the silver on their persons, and placed it on the deck boards at their feet. Seeing the Chung family concede, the bandit leader laughed with satisfaction, and told a few black-clad men, "Go inside and search, take all the banknotes and valuables." Yes. Several black-clad men obeyed, and rushed into the ship's cabin to plunder. By then everyone on board had their silver and valuables placed at their feet. They dared not withhold anything lest later the raiders search their bodies and slaughter them, tossing them into the river to feed the fish. The raiders began dividing tasks, collecting the silver and valuables from the ship's passengers and piling them at their feet. Not long after, the raiders who went into the cabin returned. They hadn't found much inside. Only a little over 300 liang of silver remained. The merchant ship was out to procure goods. Most of the Chung family's silver had already been spent on purchases, so little was left. Soon the bandits gathered all the silver from everyone's feet into a pile. Adding the banknotes and scattered coins, the total was at least 3,000 liang. The entire ship, apart from Gu Chen standing near the mast, hadn't found the silver and valuables they should have. Gu Chen's long blade remained in his hand. His anomaly immediately drew the eye of a nearby black-clad raider, who shouted, "Kid, with everyone else surrendering, are you truly penniless, or do you have silver you won't give up? If you have silver and don't want to hand it over, I will cut you and toss you into the river to feed the fish." Gu Chen spoke calmly. "I have silver, but I don't want to hand it over." He currently carried more than 3,000 liang in banknotes. These banknotes were meant for buying alchemical pills to break through to the second innate realm. Giving them up was simply not possible. Not only would he not surrender, but he might even borrow some silver from these raiders to use. After all, they were innate realm cultivators, yet they dared to block the road. Today, meeting him too was the bandit's misfortune. Hearing Gu Chen's arrogant response, the river bandit in black was instantly infuriated. "Kid, are you looking for a fucking death wish?" Grasping his long saber, the bandit strode aggressively toward Gu Chen. Seeing how stubborn Gu Chen was daring to refuse to hand over his silver, everyone on the ship turned their gaze upon him, including the members of the Chung family. The thoughts of the onlookers mirrored each other. "Brother, are you truly this fearless?" Everyone else had compromised and paid, yet he alone refused. The black-clad river bandit closed the distance, looming over Gu Chen. Raising his long saber, he prepared to cleave Gu Chen's neck in a single strike. He intended to decapitate Gu Chen and hang his head from the ship's mast to strike terror into the onlookers. Yet the moment his saber was raised, before he could even begin his downward swing, Gu Chen delivered a devastating kick that sent him flying backward. He crashed violently against the wooden planks of the cabin. His chest collapsed inward, leaving a deep footprint, and he coughed up blood mixed with the shattered fragments of his internal organs. Collapsing onto the deck, he convulsed a few times before drawing his final breath. "With such pathetic strength, you dare to play at being highwayman?" Gu Chen sneered. Casting his gaze over the remaining bandits, he commanded, "Hand over all the silver on your persons, as well as the ill-gotten wealth you just plundered. Then get lost. Otherwise you die." The river bandit, who had just been kicked to death by Gu Chen, was no weakling. He was an elite bandit possessing the strength of a first-rate master. Yet such an elite had been effortlessly kicked to death by Gu Chen. They had not even caught a glimpse of when Gu Chen had struck. This spoke volumes of Gu Chen's terrifying power. He was at least a top-tier master, or perhaps an even more formidable innate realm expert. Only with such overwhelming power would one dare to be so arrogant and turn the tables on these bandits. Witnessing Gu Chen's immense strength, the top-tier bandit leader finally spoke. "I did not expect a peak master of your caliber to be aboard this ship." He had paid no attention earlier, completely unaware of such a terrifying presence. Judging by the sheer force of that single kick, Gu Chen was undoubtedly a top-tier master. He might even belong to the absolute pinnacle of top-tier masters. Although the leader himself could have killed a first-rate master, he could never have done so with the effortless, seamless fluidity that Gu Chen had displayed. Gu Chen's strength clearly surpassed his own. "We are only here for wealth. Since you possess such strength, we will not trouble you. I hope you will not meddle in our business either." The bandit leader stared at Gu Chen. Otherwise, even if you are slightly stronger than me, with our two top-tier masters joining forces alongside our first-rate experts, you won't find it easy to gain any advantage over us. Nearby among the Chung family entourage, the eldest miss of the Chung family watched with eyes gleaming with a sudden ray of hope. She had never expected such a peak top-tier powerhouse as Gu Chun to be on this very vessel. She immediately called out, "Friend, how about we join forces to deal with these bandits?" With a master like Gu Chun and their own Chung family's top-tier consecrated protector, they would surely be able to defeat the bandits. Hearing this, a flicker of panic and murderous intent flashed through the bandit leader's eyes. He glared at Chen Mingling. "Does your Chung family wish to die? If you dare resist, I will capture you, violate you before cutting you down, and throw your corpse into the river to feed the fish." However, Chen Mingling paid him no heed, keeping her eyes fixed on Gu Chun as she awaited his decision. The bandit leader likewise turned his gaze toward Gu Chun. If Gu Chun allied with the Chung family, the situation would indeed turn highly unfavorable for them. At that point, they would likely have to choose to flee. But before that, he would make sure to kill that little wench of the Chung family. When they had the upper hand earlier, she had been meek and submissive. Now seeing a powerhouse like Gu Chun emerge, she was eager to strike back at them. He absolutely could not let her off. Gu Chun did not reply to Chen Mingling. Instead, he spoke indifferently to the bandit leader. "I said hand over all the silver on your persons, as well as the ill-gotten wealth you just plundered, and get lost. Otherwise you die." Did you not hear me clearly? Allying with the Chung family, or standing idly by, were never his options. He intended to rob these bandits in return, including the silver they had just plundered from the other passengers on the ship. He wanted all of it. Had he not harbored this intention, he would have revealed his strength long ago. Why else would he have waited until now? Upon hearing this, the bandit leader's voice turned icy. He barked at Gu Chun, "Aren't you being a bit too arrogant, completely disregarding my brothers? Do you truly believe you can defeat all of us by yourself?" Gu Chun did not utter a word in response. Instead, he answered with his blade. His figure blurred, and in the next instant he appeared directly in front of the bandit leader. He slashed his long saber, unleashing a terrifying flash of blade light that instantly blinded everyone. In the next moment, the bandit leader's body was cleaved in two, collapsing to either side as blood sprayed everywhere and his organs spilled onto the deck. "I gave you a chance," Gu Chun cold snorted. This scene terrified everyone on board. It was too horrific. Gu Chun's strength was simply monstrous. A top-tier master had been sliced in two in the blink of an eye, without even a chance to react. Gu Chun might not be a top-tier master at all. He was likely an innate realm expert. Only an innate realm powerhouse could effortlessly slay a top-tier master in such a silent, instantaneous manner before anyone could even comprehend what was happening. The surrounding black-clad bandits trembled with fear, several of them taking involuntary steps back. Some could not even hold their weapons steady, letting their sabers clatter onto the deck. An innate realm expert. Today they had truly kicked an iron wall. Flee. They dared not move. In front of an innate master, escape was an absolute impossibility. The moment they even harbored the thought of fleeing, they would likely be cleaved in half, just like their leader, before they could take more than a few steps. Gu Chun looked at the bandits and said, "I do not wish to repeat myself. Hand over all your silver along with the ill-gotten gains from earlier and get lost. Otherwise die." Gu Chun repeated his demand once more, and the bandits finally snapped out of their stupor. They hurriedly scrambled to produce all the silver on their persons, piling it together with the loot they had just plundered from the ship and its passengers, and placed it all before Gu Chun. Then they scrambled to leap off the merchant ship, swimming toward the shore before vanishing into the dense forests lining the banks. On the deck, a massive pile of silver lay at Gu Chun's feet. It consisted of the bandits' own silver, what they had plundered from the passengers, and what they had ransacked from the cabins. Looking at the massive pile of silver, which included their own hard-earned money, the onlookers on the merchant ship remained dead silent. Gu Chun had completely ignored the eldest miss of the Chung family, choosing instead to slay the bandit leader and seize the silver for himself. Whether he intended to return it to them remained entirely uncertain. Gu Chun was likely an innate realm expert, and since even the bandits were no match for him, they certainly stood no chance. If Gu Chun refused to return their silver, they would have no recourse. Gu Chun did not touch the silver on the deck immediately. Instead, he stepped forward to search the corpses of the elite bandit and the leader he had slain. He looted everything of value from their bodies, adding it to the pile of silver, before finally starting to organize it. Gu Chun spoke up, "These bandits are utterly heinous, having robbed countless innocent people. The silver on them is all stolen loot. Now that your silver is mixed with theirs, I have no way of discerning how much each of you was robbed of. Furthermore, everyone was robbed of a different amount. If someone were to falsely report their loss to claim more silver, it would become even more difficult to manage. Therefore, I have decided to keep this silver in my custody for the time being. When we reach the next county dock, I will disembark and hand this stolen wealth over to the local authorities, leaving them to resolve this matter." Having said this, Gu Chun folded the banknotes one by one and tucked them into his tunic, placing them alongside his own 3,000 taels of banknotes. He then wrapped the loose silver pieces in a cloth and slung it over his shoulder. Afterward, he said, "Now come forward and identify your belongings. You may take back the valuables you were forced to hand over earlier." Earlier the bandits had not only demanded silver, but also forced them to surrender their personal valuables, which now lay piled in a large heap before them. Gu Chen could not easily pocket these items, so he had no choice but to return them. Pocketing the silver was already more than enough. Hearing this, the passengers on the ship knew that their silver was gone for good. If they couldn't even get it back from Gu Chen, how could they expect to retrieve it once it was handed over to the authorities? Today they had no choice but to accept their misfortune. Gu Chen dared to pocket their silver, so brazenly, even including the portion belonging to the Chen family. Since the Chen family did not dare utter a word of protest, they naturally dared even less. They quietly reclaimed their previously stolen valuables, hoping to minimize their losses as much as possible. The members of the Chen family did not dare to say another word upon witnessing this scene. Among those who had been robbed on the ship, they had suffered the greatest loss. Yet Gu Chen was a cultivator at the innate realm. How could they possibly challenge him? What could they possibly do? To seek compensation from Gu Chen would be nothing but a fool's dream. Should Gu Chen turn hostile and silence them before departing the vessel, there would be nothing they could do about it. They could only accept their bitter fate. Once the great heap of items before Gu Chen had been reclaimed by their original owners, Chen Mingling instructed several members of the Chen family to dispose of the two bandits' corpses into the river and clean the deck of the ship, lest they remain an eyesore. A day later, the merchant vessel arrived at its next destination, the dock of Shiling County, where it would remain for an hour. Gu Chen disembarked with practiced nonchalance, carrying a hefty bundle of silver to a money house within the county town, where he exchanged it for silver notes for greater ease of transport. Carrying a bundle of silver weighing several dozen jin was far too cumbersome. Including the silver notes obtained from this exchange, Gu Chen estimated his total gains from this venture to be over 4,000 taels of silver, a sum greater than any he had previously acquired, a magnificent windfall. Combined with the 3,000 plus taels he had possessed before once he reached Shiyang City and converted everything into cultivation resources, it would likely allow his cultivation to break through to the late stage of the skin-tempering realm at the very least. Truly splendid. Half an hour later, Gu Chen returned to the merchant vessel. When the others noticed that the hefty bundle of silver he had been carrying was now gone, they surmised he had exchanged it for notes, and their hearts bled within their chests. That had been their silver now vanished into Gu Chen's pockets. Noticing the gazes directed at him from all sides, Gu Chen spoke. I disembarked a moment ago and handed over all the ill-gotten gains I had seized to the local magistrate. The authorities will require some time to process the matter. We may rest easy and await their response. The crowd inwardly cursed Gu Chen's shamelessness at this declaration. Yet none dared voice their thoughts aloud, resigning themselves to the notion that their silver had been taken by a dog. Regardless of whether Gu Chen had truly surrendered the silver to the authorities, in their hearts it made no difference. Even if he had, the magistrate would never return it to them. A pack of wretched curs, the lot of them. The journey continued uneventfully for the next 2 days without any further encounters with highway robbers. Half a day before their final arrival at Shiyang City, the eldest daughter of the Chen family, Chen Mingling, sought out Gu Chen. She invited him to an elegant chamber on the second floor of the ship's cabin. Gu Chen assumed she had summoned him to demand the return of her silver, so he spoke without preamble. I have already given the silver to the magistrate. I don't have a single tael of your money on me now. Asking me is pointless. Chen Mingling shook her head upon hearing this. She had not come seeking the return of the stolen silver. I am here to inquire whether you might be interested in becoming a registered retainer of the Chen family. Chen Mingling stated. Become a registered retainer of your Chen family. Gu Chen was momentarily taken aback. He was uncertain of the Chen family's standing within Shiyang City. Yet the fact that they could dispatch a merchant vessel of such scale on trading expeditions suggested that they were at least a second-rate family within the city. What benefits would come with becoming a registered retainer of your Chen family, and what would my duties entail? Gu Chen inquired. The Beggar Pavilion did not restrict its hired guards from pursuing matters outside its purview. If the Chen family's terms were favorable and they did not require him to remain stationed at their residence as a condition of accepting the position, then becoming their retainer would not be objectionable. An additional channel for acquiring silver would certainly be welcome. My Chen family can offer you a monthly stipend of 200 taels. As a retainer, you would not be required to undertake any duties on a regular basis. Merely lend your name. When the Chen family encounters peril and requires assistance, you would simply lend your hand. Chen Mingling answered. 200 taels per month, merely a titular position. Gu Chen considered this. It far exceeded the stipend he earned as a guard at the Beggar Pavilion. A typical cultivator at the first stage of the innate realm would command a monthly retainer fee of only around 100 taels. Yet Chen Mingling had offered him 200. Such remarkable generosity. Surely she harbored ulterior motives. If you could pay me a full year's stipend in a single lump sum, I would consider it, Gu Chen stated. Agreed. Chen Mingling replied. However, in 1 month my Chen family will face a crisis. We must contend against the retainer of another second-rate noble house in Shiyang City for the rights to a trade route. When that time comes, I humbly request your assistance. There is indeed a catch as expected. Gu Chen responded. What is the cultivation level of the retainer from the other family competing with you for this trade route? If they are too powerful, I shall not intervene. Late stage of the first stage of the innate realm. Furthermore, if you prevail in this bout, my Chen family will present you with an additional sum of silver as a token of gratitude, Chen Mingling answered. This was indeed the crisis the Chen family was soon to face. The rights to that trade route were of paramount importance to the Chen family. Should they lose them, the family would forfeit at least a third of its profits. Thus, she was willing to offer a monthly stipend of 200 taels to retain Gu Chen as their titular retainer in exchange for his intervention. 200 taels per month was a price typically reserved for cultivators at the second stage of the innate realm. Such powerful cultivators were exceedingly rare throughout Qiyang City, and those who existed were far beyond the Chen family's ability to summon. When Gu Chen had dealt with the bandit leader earlier, she had sensed that his strength was extraordinary, vastly surpassing that of the Chen family's current retainer at the mid-stage of the first stage of the innate realm. She was gambling that Gu Chen might be a cultivator at the late stage of the first stage of the innate realm, or even at its pinnacle. If so, the Chen family would be saved. Late stage of the first stage of the innate realm, is it? Very well, I accept. Gu Chen agreed. A mere late-stage cultivator of the first stage of the innate realm was no adversary to him. If he could secure a full year's stipend of 2,400 taels from the Chen family, it would constitute another grand sum. Should he then prevail in the bout and receive an additional reward from the Chen family, he would prosper immensely. My deepest gratitude, sir. Chen Mingling's heart surged with emotion at Gu Chen's swift acceptance. His prompt agreement indicated that Gu Chen possessed the confidence to defeat an opponent at the late stage of the first stage of the innate realm. She had not anticipated encountering such a remarkable figure during this journey. If Gu Chen could help her Chen family weather this crisis, the silver that the Chen family members had lost to him would prove a worthwhile sacrifice. Might I have the honor of knowing your esteemed name? How shall we contact you after we reach Qiyang City? Chen Mingling inquired. Gu Chen. Simply send someone to the Baoyao Pavilion to reach me, Gu Chen replied. Reflecting upon this excursion, Gu Chen felt that he had been far too cautious before. Revealing the strength of a top-tier expert alone was insufficient to astound others or allow them to perceive his true potential. He resolved to openly display the cultivation of the first stage of the innate realm from now on. This would grant him greater freedom in his future endeavors. Concealing merely a single major realm would suffice to deliver an unexpected and decisive blow to any who harbored malicious intentions toward him in the shadows, thus ensuring his own safety. In any case, upon reaching Qiyang City and depleting his silver to acquire cultivation resources, he estimated that he would swiftly advance to the pinnacle of the second stage of the innate realm. Revealing the strength of the first stage would pose no significant risk. Then I shall address you as Brother Gu from now on, Chen Mingling said to him. As you wish, Gu Chen replied with indifference. Chen Mingling nodded joyfully. Gu Chen's acquiescence to her addressing him as Brother Gu suggested a certain closeness between them. Cultivating a relationship with an innate realm expert, particularly one as young and promising as Gu Chen, was an honor. Soon the news was announced by the Chen family, causing many aboard to gnash their teeth at Gu Chen even more. That wretched dog had not only stolen their silver, but had now become a retainer of the Chen family, and even their goddess treated him with warmth and deference. Why were they not afforded such treatment? Half a day later, the merchant vessel arrived at Qiyang City. Brother Gu, since this is your first visit to Qiyang City, you likely do not know the location of the Baoyao Pavilion. I shall have one of my guards escort you there. I will first take the ship to unload its cargo. Once I have finished handling the goods, I shall invite Brother Gu to dine at an establishment within the city, Chen Mingling said. During the subsequent half-day voyage, she had engaged Gu Chen in conversation, learning that he was an expert newly assigned to serve as a guard at the Qiyang City branch of the Baoyao Pavilion. He was new to the city and unfamiliar with its ways. Thus, once she had settled the cargo, and after Gu Chen reported to the Baoyao Pavilion, she intended to thoroughly guide him through Qiyang City. Although Gu Chen had plundered her silver during this trading expedition, once she sold the cargo, the profits would more than compensate for this loss. Very well, Gu Chen nodded. After disembarking from the merchant vessel under Chen Mingling's arrangements, a Chen family guard escorted Gu Chen away from the docks of Qiyang City. They made their way toward the location of the Qiyang City branch of the Baoyao Pavilion. In less than a quarter of an hour, the two arrived outside the Qiyang City Baoyao Pavilion. The Qiyang City Baoyao Pavilion, viewed from the outside, was considerably larger than its counterpart in Songshan County, at the very least 2 to 3 times its size. Even the plaque above the entrance appeared far more imposing than that of the Songshan County branch. Esteemed retainer Gu, this is the Qiyang City Baoyao Pavilion. You may enter on your own. Oh, I shall take my leave now. The Chen family guard who had been arranged to escort him spoke. Very well, you may return. Gu Chen waved him off. Once the guard had turned and departed, Gu Chen lifted his foot and stepped directly into the Qiyang City Baoyao Pavilion. Gu Chen entered the pavilion. A servant immediately came to receive him. Sir, are you here to purchase some pills? The servant asked enthusiastically. Gu Chen spoke. I am the newly recommended guardian from Songshan County. The new guardian promoted from Songshan County. The servant was startled. They had received news of this earlier. They were expecting new guardians to arrive in the coming days, but never expected to be the one to receive him. Guardian, I will take you to meet the manager right away. the servant said respectfully. The manager of Baoyao Pavilion in Xiang City was named Xiang Dezhou. At that moment he was discussing matters with a youth inside the pavilion. Upon seeing the servant bringing Gu Chun Xiang Dezhou, and the youth ceased their conversation. Lord Xiang, this gentleman claims to be the newly recommended manager from Tsangshan County, the servant reported. Oh, you must be Gu Chun. Xiang Dezhou looked at Gu Chun in surprise. 3 days prior, He Xiangdong, the manager of Tsangshan County, had sent him a flying pigeon message. It informed him that Gu Chun would be arriving in the coming days to take up his position, and today, he finally arrived. Yes, my lord, this is the recommendation letter, Gu Chun said, handing the recommendation letter from He Xiangdong to Xiang Dezhou. Xiang Dezhou took the recommendation letter, glanced at it, then set it down, and nodded to Gu Chun, praising, achieving super first-class strength at such a young age. You must not yet be 20 years old. Gu Chun nodded and replied, I just turned 19 this month. Truly impressive. Indeed, heroes emerge from the youth, Xiang Dezhou said, looking at Gu Chun with great satisfaction. He never expected to find such a genius within Baoyao Pavilion. Gu Chun, old, he has told me about your situation. Although you started your cultivation late, only half a year ago, you have already reached this level of strength in less than half a year. Your future prospects are boundless. Given your current super first-class strength, I can only arrange a position as a guardian for you. However, if you break through to the first realm of innate, come find me, and I can promote you directly to a temple attendant. As a guardian of Baoyao Pavilion in Xiang City, your monthly salary is 30 taels of silver. In addition to receiving 2 free portions of medicinal soup each day, you can also receive an extra 3 qi and blood pills per month for cultivation, Xiang Dezhou said to Gu Chun. Gu Chun was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. The benefits for a guardian at Baoyao Pavilion in Xiang City were actually this good. Then what about a temple attendant? Gu Chun said to Xiang Dezhou. Actually, I have already broken through to the first realm of innate. Choosing to reveal his innate first realm cultivation. What, you have already broken through? Xiang Dezhou was stunned. Hadn't He Xiangdong said that Gu Chun had only recently broken through to the super first-class level? What was this situation? Was the intelligence incorrect? Gu Chun nodded, then released his innate first realm aura. I broke through on my way here. Gu Chun explained. Excellent, excellent. Indeed, our Baoyao Pavilion has produced an extraordinary genius. Xiang Dezhou exclaimed twice. The youth beside them, who had been quietly drinking tea and not paying much attention to the conversation between Gu Chun and Xiang Dezhou, could not help but turn his gaze toward Gu Chun upon feeling the aura he released. Innate first realm at 19, having cultivated for only half a year. Your talent is truly monstrous. He rose and walked toward Gu Chun. Hello, elder brother Gu, I am Su Ming, he greeted. Since childhood, he had used numerous precious medicinal materials to temper his bones and muscles. Having begun cultivation at 12, he had only now reached the middle stage of innate first realm. Gu Chun had only been cultivating for half a year and was already about to catch up with him. In terms of talent, Gu Chun surpassed him. Watching the young Su Ming extend his hand toward him, Gu Chun was momentarily stunned. Haha, Gu Chun, it's convenient that little Ming is also here today. You two can get acquainted. He is the son of the master of our Baoyao Pavilion in Xiang City, and his talent is also quite remarkable. He recently returned from the Pill sect and came here to take the divine examination. Xiang Dezhou explained upon noticing Gu Chun's hesitation. So he was the pavilion master's son. Hello, brother Su, Gu Chun responded. Gu Chun, since you have broken through to the innate realm, there is no need for you to serve as a guardian. I will arrange for you to become a temple attendant directly, Xiang Dezhou said. As a temple attendant, your monthly salary is 100 taels of silver, and you can receive 10 qi and blood pills each month for cultivation. Upon hearing this, Gu Chun was delighted and bowed to Xiang Dezhou, saying, Thank you, Manager Xiang. Before coming, He Xiangdong had introduced to Gu Chun the name of the manager here in Xiang City. Xiang Dezhou nodded and said to Su Ming, Little Ming, you have nothing to do usually. Since Gu Chun has just arrived at Baoyao Pavilion in Xiang City, you can arrange his lodging and show him around at the same time. Tonight at Jiuxiang Pavilion, prepare a table and invite all the temple attendants to give a welcome banquet for our newly promoted temple attendant brother Gu Chun. Certainly, Su Ming nodded and said to Gu Chun, Elder brother Gu, follow me. Thank you both, Manager Xiang and brother Su, Gu Chun said to the two. No problem. Xiang Dezhou waved his hand toward Gu Chun. He gestured for Su Ming to first take him to arrange lodging. Gu Chun followed Su Ming to a large courtyard near Baoyao Pavilion. He said to Gu Chun, Elder brother Gu, you will live here from now on. The temple attendants of Baoyao Pavilion all reside in independent courtyards with maidservants to serve them. Since you are just moving in today, the maid may not be arranged until later. Alright, thank you for the trouble, brother Su, Gu Chun said politely. He had not expected that upon just arriving at Baoyao Pavilion in Xiang City, Xiang Dezhou would treat him with such courtesy. And Su Ming, the pavilion master's son, was the same. This was the benefit brought by talent. Having reached innate first realm in just half a year of cultivation, his talent was too monstrous, leading both men to choose to befriend him. It's a small matter. If you need anything, just tell me directly, and I will arrange it for you. Su Ming said indifferently. Within Baoyao Pavilion, I can basically arrange most things directly. After a moment's thought, Gu Chun said, Brother Su, I would like to purchase a batch of skin tempering pills. I wonder if our Baoyao Pavilion offers any discounts for internal members. Skin tempering pills, huh? Su Ming thought for a moment and said, for other temple attendants purchasing, if the quantity exceeds 50 pills, they can receive a 10% discount. But for you, if purchasing under your name, I can give you a 12% discount. Su Ming looked at Gu Chen and asked, how many does elder brother Gu wish to purchase? With the 12% discount, I would like to purchase 72 pills. I wonder if Baoyao Pavilion has so much inventory. Gu Chen asked. We do. If elder brother Gu is in a hurry, I will go arrange the goods for you right now. Su Ming said. Gu Chen only had innate first realm cultivation and would not need skin tempering pills for his own cultivation. Su Ming estimated that he was probably buying them for someone else. Everyone had their own circle. When outsiders obtained goods through internal members of Baoyao Pavilion and received discounts, this was also one of the sales models of Baoyao Pavilion. Both sides would profit. Since Gu Chen had mentioned it, he did not ask further. He just needed to arrange the goods for Gu Chen. Then that would be perfect. Gu Chen said, also I prefer quietness, so there is no need to arrange a maid for this courtyard. Alright, Su Ming said, then I will go get the goods for you first. You can familiarize yourself with the courtyard on your own. After Su Ming left Gu Chen toward the mansion. It was twice the size of those in Qingping town. In this place where land in Xi'an City was as precious as gold, being able to reside in such a large courtyard was also a symbol of status. Of course, this was a privilege that only innate experts could enjoy. The reason Gu Chen purchased skin tempering pills this time, rather than skin tempering pellets, was because he discovered that after breaking through to the early stage of skin tempering realm, the enhancement from skin tempering pellets would be somewhat diminished, whereas skin tempering pills would not. This was how the Copper Bowl evaluated them, so when purchasing resources for cultivation, skin tempering pills were more cost-effective. One skin tempering pill was sold for 100 taels of silver and could be exchanged at the Copper Bowl for 10 days of cultivation. 72 pills would amount to 720 days. It should be enough for him to raise his cultivation to the perfection of skin tempering realm in one go. Half an hour later, Su Ming returned. He brought back 72 skin tempering pills. At 100 taels per pill with a 12% discount, the total came to 6,336 taels. Gu Chen handed him the prepared silver. Elder brother Gu, after traveling continuously for several days, you must be tired. I will not disturb you further. Rest for a while, and I will come fetch you for the banquet at Jiuxiang Pavilion tonight. Su Ming said. Alright. Gu Chen nodded. After Su Ming departed, Gu Chen entered the room and looked at the 72 skin tempering pills before him. He directly took out 22 pills and placed them into the copper bowl. 22 innate grade second-tier skin tempering pills can be exchanged for 220 days of pure cultivation. The copper bowl responded. Gu Chen chose to exchange. Instantly the pills disappeared, and terrifying cultivation surged into his body, which he used the Golden Thunder skin tempering art to refine his skin. Once the cultivation transmission was complete, Gu Chen's realm entered the mid-stage of skin tempering realm. Gu Chen continued. He placed 24 skin tempering pills into the copper bowl, exchanging them for 240 days of pure cultivation. This allowed his cultivation to successfully break through to the late stage of skin tempering realm. Gu Chen then placed the remaining 26 skin tempering pills into the copper bowl, exchanging them for 260 days of pure cultivation. This raised his realm directly to the perfection of skin tempering realm. Upon reaching the perfection of skin tempering realm, when Gu Chen circulated his cultivation method, his skin would faintly turn golden, wrapped in the power of Golden Thunder and Earth Thunder, greatly enhancing his defense. Ordinary swords and blades could no longer cut through his skin. The bandits he had encountered 2 days prior. Once Gu Chen circulated his cultivation method, he could simply stand motionless before them. Even if they wielded swords and blades to strike him, they would no longer be able to break his skin. This was the terror of the perfection of the second realm of innate. Not to mention those water bandits who were merely at the super first class level and not innate. Even Yang Wenhua, who had half a foot stepped into the second realm of innate, would find no way to break through his defense when facing the current him. The next step is the third realm of innate, Gu Chen murmured to himself. His cultivation was indeed advancing rapidly. It just consumed quite a bit of silver. His 7,000 plus taels of silver had now dwindled to less than 800 taels. To break through to the third realm of innate, he needed bone forging pills. One bone forging pill was sold for 150 taels of silver. Even the inferior bone forging pellets cost 30 taels each. By his estimation, to break through to the first realm of bone forging, he would need at least 28 bone forging pills. That was 4,200 taels of silver. He would need to continue saving his silver. Fortunately, in the coming days, once Chen Mingling handled that batch of goods from the Chen family, she would present him with a sum of silver. The Chen family's annual tribute fee was 2,400 taels. Adding the 700 plus taels remaining on his person, that totaled 3,100 taels. He only needed to save another 1,100 taels. Take it easy. He was now at the great perfection of the second realm of innate. Earning silver should be easier than before. Jiuxianglu, one of the largest taverns in Xi'an City. Xiangde several Baoyao Gu attendants together with Su Ming hosted a banquet at Jiuxianglu. congratulating Gu Chun on becoming Bao Yaoji's new attendant. Bao Yaogu previously had 4 innate First Realm attendants. Now, with Gu Chun added there are 5. Among them Zhou Hong's elder brother Zhou Guang, a mid-stage innate First Realm cultivator, has arrived. Does he not know that he has already crippled his younger brother Zhou Hong? Gu Chun pondered to himself. Old brother Gu, you are young and gifted. At such an age you already possess innate First Realm cultivation, and your future achievements will surely surpass ours. Come, let us toast. A single attendant raised his cup toward Gu Chun. He is the strongest among Bao Yaoji's 4 attendants possessing consummate innate First Realm cultivation, named He Gong. Old brother, you flatter me, Gu Chun replied modestly, lifting his cup. Cheers. Since they arranged this promotion banquet for him, he would naturally give everyone face. Gu Chun, you are 19, and still within the age range for Shinkao. Have you considered taking part in this year's Shinkao? Xiang Dezhou asked. Gu Chun should participate, right? Su Ming interjected. He had come to Qiyang City from the Danzong specifically to take part in Shinkao. The Shinkao holds many benefits. As long as one makes the list, whether one chooses to enter the Shinkao as an official or not, one's reputation will rise. Those with extraordinary gifts are also coveted by many top powers within the Shinkao. There are benefits to joining some great powers or serving as a guest of honor at certain minor powers and families. I have such an intention. Gu Chun answered, I have such an intention. He came to Qiyang City to develop himself and had originally planned to participate in Shinkao. If he could enter the Shinkao as an official, that would be best. Becoming an official is lucrative. His cultivation would require vast sums of silver. It would be best to join Shou Yi or Shun Yi, these special departments, to give him access to higher-level cultivation methods. At present, he only has innate 5th realm techniques. Beyond innate, he lacks the 4 realms of the traveler's techniques. The 4 realms of the traveler are the terrifying stages where true essence is born and one can fly. Innate realm masters cannot compare. He bears the bronze bowl. In the future, he will surely rise to higher levels, so he must prepare in advance. This year's Shinkao is in 3 months. At the rate of your cultivation, you should progress further. In Huiyun Fu, achieving a Bing class Shinju should be no problem. Xiang Dezhou spoke. The Shinkao is organized by Fu. The Shinkao has 144 Fu. Each Fu is ranked separately. The apex participants are called Shunju, divided into Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding. The others, upon hearing this, did not agree with Xiang Dezhou's words. To reach Bing class Shinju, you must have at least mid-stage innate First Realm cultivation and master at least 1 innate first-grade martial art. The difficulty is not small. They do not believe Gu Chun can qualify for the Bing class Shinju. Reaching innate realm, the pace of improvement slows. Flesh refining realm, to refine flesh and blood, is far more difficult than simply refining qi and blood. Many of these people had already broken through to innate First Realm before 25, now 20 or 30 years have passed. They are still in innate First Realm, showing how hard it is to advance. Gu Chun, though, can reach innate First Realm in half a year, but after reaching innate First Realm his rate of progress would sharply decline. They conservatively estimate this speed will drop by at least 5-fold. In their view, for Gu Chun to break through to mid-stage innate First Realm would take at least more than a year. Now there are only 3 months left before this year's Shinkao. Gu Chun participating would probably only qualify for a Ding class Shinju. He would not reach Bing. Of course, this is Gu Chun's promotion banquet. They naturally would not speak such despondent words. Everyone lavishes praise on Gu Chun, saying he has a chance to reach Bing. Even Zhou Guang does the same. It gives Gu Chun the illusion that he hasn't offended him at all. His brother was ruined by him, yet he seems unmoved. They continue to socialize with Gu Chun and flatter him. Hopefully with everyone's good words, Gu Chun said to himself, lifting his cup to the others. It would be best if he didn't target me. It would save me a lot of trouble. That night after the banquet, Gu Chun returned to his own villa and asked Su Ming about something. Brother Su, do you know where in Qiyang City one can obtain innate martial arts? Gu Chun asked. The blade technique he had mastered, Lightning 5/, had been refined to perfection, but it was only on par with innate First Realm martial arts. He could no longer keep up with the pace of what he encounters now are opponents weaker than him, allowing him to crush them outright. But in the future, if he encounters stronger opponents without a powerful martial art, he would likely suffer losses. It would be wiser to acquire a higher-level cultivation art in advance. Innate martial arts. Su Ming pondered. Innate martial arts are supreme secrets not given freely, tightly controlled by noble families and sects. A few would offer them for sale. Very few are sold for money. Most are traded in barter because martial arts are hard to price. 10 days hence there will be a trading fair at Qiyang City's underground black market. There might be something there. If Gu Deji wishes to seek innate martial arts, he should try his luck there. Underground black market trading fair. Thanks. Gu Chun nodded. You're welcome. After returning to Bao Yaogu, they each went back to their own villas. The next day, Cheng Mingling sought Gu Chun. She had intended to visit him last night, but learned that Gu Chun and Bao Yaoji's attendants along with Xiang Dezhou were at Ju Xiang Lu, so she did not disturb him. Her Cheng family is only a second-tier clan in Qiyang City. The whole Cheng family has only 2 innate First Realm masters. Among the 6 who gathered with Guchen, 5 were innate first realm, and Xiang Dezhou Bao Yao Ji's manager was innate second realm. None of them is someone she can disturb. Gu Daji, this is 2400 taels of silver. Chen Mingling paid Gu Chun the annual lump sum salary. A month from now in the duel, please Gu Daji, help my Cheng family, Chen Mingling said. No problem. Gu Chen looked at the 2400 taels of silver and smiled. Having received over 2,000 taels of silver, he could duel an innate first realm opponent, or even kill him if necessary. Of course, if he truly wanted to kill him, more money would be required. That night, Chen Mingling and Chen Sihai, her father, hosted another banquet at another tavern in the city. They invited Gu Chun to attend the banquet to let some of the Cheng family's important leaders meet the new attendant Gu Chun. No one looked down on Gu Chun simply because he appeared young. Those who could become a Cheng family attendant knew Gu Chun possessed innate first realm strength, otherwise he would have no qualification. Moreover, Gu Chen's Bao Yao Gu attendant status made them even less willing to underestimate him. Viewed from another angle, attracting a young, innate first realm attendant like Gu Chun was a stroke of luck for the Cheng family. As Gu Chun grows, the Cheng family's status will rise with him. They do not need Gu Chun to do anything routine, they only require him to hold the Cheng family attendant identity here. The Cheng family could solve some business problems with him. The Cheng family had run businesses in Xiyang City for years. It's not that they lack the ability to expand, but they fear to. Without innate second realm masters and residents to hold the fort, to scale beyond this level of power is easy to wipe out. All of us toast to Gu Chun, the Gu Chun attendant. Chen Sihai spoke to the Cheng family leaders. Everyone stood and toasted Gu Chun. Gu Chun raised his cup and replied with a smile. He is merely a nominal figure not required to perform any tasks. Yet he earns 240 taels annually, which still sits well with the Cheng family. Today the Cheng family granted him 240 taels, bringing him closer to his short-term goal of buying the bone refining pill to break into innate third realm. While Gu Chun and the Cheng elders were in the city in a remote tea house in Qiyang City, Zhou Hong's elder brother strode in slowly. This was a branch of Lu Wai Lu, the Shun Chao's top assassin organization. Sir, hot tea or cold tea? Cold tea, Zhou Guang answered. This was the signal to summon a killer at Lu Wai Lu. Cold tea, please go to the upstairs private room. The waiter smiled and replied. Zhou Guang went to the second floor private room. Inside, a folding screen divided the room into 2 parts. The outer section held a small table with a pot of cold tea. Zhou Guang sat at the table. I want to kill someone. He poured himself a cup of cold tea and spoke. Bao Yao Ji's new attendant Gu Chun. A voice answered from behind the screen. What level of killer do you want to hire? Innate second realm to be safer, Zhou Guang replied. The price for an innate second realm is 2500 taels. That's a lot. Zhou Guang sighed. He did not have that much money. Behind the screen, there was no reply. Without money, what killer could you hire? I can pay at most 2,000. Zhou Guang said. Gu Chun ruined his brother, he must avenge him. Gu Chun had already reached the early innate first realm. Directly seeking revenge might not ensure victory, so he chose to hire killers in secret rather than clash openly. Thus Bao Yao Ji's investigators would be unable to trace him afterward. Let me post it, and see if any killers inside are willing to take it. A voice came from behind the screen. Good. Zhou Guang placed down 1,000 taels and turned to leave. This is Lu Wai Lu's rule. Before a killer is dispatched, half the fee must be paid in advance, and the remaining half after the target is finished. The following day, Gu Chun collected the 10 chi blood pellets allotted monthly to the consecrated experts of Bao Yao Pavilion. As these pellets were of no use to him, now he sought out Chen Mingling. He resold them to her at the price of 9 taels of silver per pellet. Normally, purchasing a chi blood pellet directly from Bao Yao Pavilion would cost 10 taels of silver. Had he not offered a discount, she would have had no reason to buy from him instead of Bao Yao Pavilion. With 90 taels of silver in hand, Gu Chun went to find Su Ming. After explaining his intentions, Su Ming expressed his surprise. Brother Gu, you wish to learn alchemy. Indeed, Gu Chen's cultivation speed was remarkably swift, but alchemy was not something achieved through mere cultivation talent alone. It required a specific talent for alchemy. Such a gift was elusive. Some were naturally endowed, mastering the heat control, the proportion of medicinal herbs during fusion, and the precise timing of pill condensation with only a modicum of practice. Others, despite countless attempts and wasting an immense amount of herbs, could never grasp the craft. He had not expected Gu Chun to develop an interest in alchemy. Gu Chun nodded. His bronze bowl could exchange items for martial insights. Surely, as long as he obtained a pill recipe, he could exchange it for alchemical comprehension. If he could master alchemy, it would provide him with an additional source of income. As a consecrated expert of Bao Yao Pavilion, I wonder if I could directly seek guidance from the pavilion's resident alchemist to learn the craft. Gu Chun inquired. Su Ming shook his head and said, unless you seek an external alchemist, if you wish to learn from the alchemists within Bao Yao Pavilion, you must first become a disciple of the pill sect. Whether it is external alchemists or the pill sect, they guard their pill recipes with extreme vigilance, strictly forbidding any leakage. This remains true even for the simplest chi blood pellet recipe. Finding someone to teach you alchemy is not difficult. I could teach you myself, Su Ming explained. However, as a registered disciple of the pill sect, though I have mastered the refining methods for the Qi blood pellet and Qi blood pill, I am forbidden from teaching you privately. How does one become a disciple of the pill sect? Gu Chen asked, looking at Su Ming. To become a pill sect disciple, you must first pass the sect's examination, which you can apply for right here at the Baoyao Pavilion in Xiyang City, Su Ming explained. As a consecrated expert of Baoyao Pavilion, applying will be much easier for you. You only need to mention it directly to Manager Xiang. Upon application, Baoyao Pavilion will provide you with a simple pill recipe, and a designated alchemist will guide you. If you can successfully refine the pill within a month, you will pass the examination and become a registered disciple of the pill sect. During your examination period, all costs of the medicinal herbs used in refining must be borne by you. Additionally, to apply for the pill sect assessment, you must pay an application fee of 100 taels of silver and another 100 taels for the alchemist guidance. Su Ming added, if you already possess a foundation in alchemy, you can bypass the 100 tael guidance fee and only pay the 100 tael application fee. Of course, this means you will not receive guidance from the pavilion's alchemists, and you must decipher the recipe entirely on your own. Su Ming explained the rules to Gu Chen. I see, I understand. Gu Chen nodded and said to Su Ming, thank you. There is no need for such politeness. If you are interested in alchemy, Brother Gu, I can act as your guiding alchemist free of charge. Su Ming offered. I would like to try, Gu Chen said. Very well, then I shall accompany you to find Manager Xiang and apply for the assessment, Su Ming replied. The two of them found Xiang Dezhou and explained their purpose. Hearing that Gu Chen wished to apply for the pill sect examination to learn alchemy, Xiang Dezhou was also somewhat surprised. However, recalling Gu Chen's formidable cultivation talent, he understood the young man's intention. He simply wanted to see if he possessed a gift for alchemy. Thus, he made the arrangements for Gu Chen. However, he believed that Gu Chen likely lacked talent in alchemy. While there were countless monstrous geniuses in cultivation, those skilled in alchemy were exceptionally rare. Heaven rarely allowed one to have both the fish and the bear's paw. Even so, he would not dampen Gu Chen's enthusiasm. There was no harm in trying, and nothing to lose if he failed. If he did possess the talent, it would only benefit his future endeavors, providing him with a lucrative secondary profession. Once the application was finalized, Xiang Dezhou handed Gu Chen a pill recipe specifically designed by the pill sect to assess candidates' alchemical talent. The resulting pill from this recipe was practically useless, serving solely as a test of one's innate capability. Baoyao Pavilion named it the testing pill. Its recipe consisted of 6 common medicinal herbs, detailing the entire refinement process step by step. After receiving the recipe, Su Ming said, Brother Gu, I know how to refine this testing pill. You can familiarize yourself with it first, and if you encounter any difficulties, I will guide you. Alright, I will spend the next few days getting acquainted with it, Gu Chen replied. Parting ways with Su Ming, Gu Chen returned to his small courtyard. Taking out the bronze bowl, he placed the recipe inside. Instantly, he received feedback from the vessel testing pill recipe. Cost 1 tael of silver to exchange for complete alchemical insights. Excellent, Gu Chen thought with delight. He placed 1 tael of silver into the bowl and chose to exchange. The silver vanished, and he successfully obtained the complete, profound comprehension of refining the testing pill. It felt as though he had successfully refined the testing pill thousands of times himself. The method was thoroughly engraved in his mind, guaranteeing a flawless success rate. However, Gu Chen did not immediately go to Xiang Dezhou to complete the assessment. Having just received the recipe today, refining it effortlessly so soon would be far too mind-boggling. He decided to wait a few days. 3 days later, inside the alchemy room of Baoyao Pavilion, Su Ming, Xiang Dezhou, and Su Kuan, the pavilion's resident third-rank innate alchemist, gathered together. The 3 of them stared with wide eyes, utterly dumbfounded. In just 3 days, Gu Chen had thoroughly mastered the testing pill recipe through his own contemplation and successfully refined the pill. A genius, an absolute alchemical genius. Not only did Gu Chen possess extraordinary cultivation talent, but he also harbored a terrifying gift for alchemy. Gu Chen successfully passed the assessment to become a registered disciple of the pill sect. Baoyao Pavilion issued him an official identity token representing his status as a registered disciple of the sect. As a registered disciple of the pill sect, he could enjoy a 5% discount when purchasing medicinal ingredients at any Baoyao Pavilion within the Divine Dynasty. With this status, Gu Chen could now formally learn alchemy under the pavilion's master alchemists. Given Gu Chen's astonishing talent, Su Kuan, the resident alchemist of the Xiyang City Baoyao Pavilion, was more than willing to instruct him. Consecrated Gu, your talent in alchemy is indeed exceptional, but this path must begin with the basic Qi blood pellet, Su Kuan said. Here is the recipe for the Qi blood pellet. Take it and study it first. If you encounter anything you do not understand, feel free to ask me. Su Kuan handed Gu Chen the formula sheet. Registered disciples of the pill sect enjoy a 5% discount on medicinal herbs at Baoyao Pavilion. You may also consign your refined pills to the pavilion for sale, though we will deduct a 20% distribution fee. If you sell them directly to the pavilion, we will purchase them at 75% of the market price, Su Kuan explained, illuminating the way of survival for an alchemist. Of course, you are also free to sell to outsiders. Baoyao Pavilion does not interfere with that. I understand. Thank you, alchemist Su Gu-chan expressed his gratitude. You are welcome. I am also a registered disciple of the Pill sect, so you may simply address me as Senior Brother Su. Su-kun said. Yes, Senior Brother Su. I hope you can guide me often in my future alchemical studies. Gu-chan replied. Certainly, Su-kun agreed. After a brief pause he added, since you have just entered the path of alchemy, you likely do not possess your own cauldron yet. I have a spare one that can refine pills up to the 5th grade of the innate realm. If you are interested, I can sell it to you for just 500 taels of silver. Su-kun explained. I originally bought that cauldron for 800 taels and only used it for a few years. After I became a 3rd-rank innate alchemist, I had no further use for it. 500 taels. Gu-chan pondered for a moment before replying, Very well, thank you, Senior Brother Su. No need for formalities, Su-kun waved his hand. The cauldron is in my courtyard. I will take you to retrieve it. Upon arriving at Su-kun's courtyard, Gu-chan saw 2 cauldrons standing in the yard. One quite worn and aged, the other pristine and brand new. The older one was presumably the spare cauldron Su-kun had mentioned. After handing over 500 taels to Su-kun, Gu-chan carried the cauldron back to his own residence. A top-tier expert possessed a tremendous strength of 2,000 caddies. A powerhouse of the 1st innate realm commanded a strength of 5,000 to 20,000 caddies, while one of the 2nd innate realm possessed 20,000 to 40,000 caddies. A powerhouse of the 3rd innate realm wielded 40,000 to 60,000 caddies, and one of the 4th innate realm commanded 60,000 to 80,000 caddies. A powerhouse of the 5th innate realm wielded 80,000 to 100,000 caddies. Since this cauldron weighed around 4,000 caddies, Gu-chan only needed to exert his 1st rank innate cultivation to lift it and carry it back to his courtyard. Next, Gu-chan approached Xiang Daijo to purchase 46 sets of ingredients for refining the chi blood pellets. A single set of ingredients cost 60 taels. With his 5% discount, it cost him over 2,600 taels in total. He then spent over 10 taels on specialized firewood sufficient for refining 50 batches of pills. Combined with the 100 taels for the assessment application and 500 taels for the cauldron, he had spent over 3,200 taels before even starting to refine. The silver in his possession was instantly reduced to just over 100 taels. However, Gu-chan was confident that once he refined and sold this batch of pills, the profits would easily cover his expenses. Gu-chan placed the chi blood pellet recipe directly into the bronze bowl. The vessel indicated that 10 taels of silver were required to exchange for the alchemical insights. Gu-chan immediately deposited 10 taels to make the exchange. Having thoroughly mastered the refining method for the chi blood pellet, the 46 sets of ingredients he ordered from Baoyao Pavilion arrived the following day. He immediately commenced the refinement process. Other beginners attempting to refine chi blood pellets usually suffered low success rates, perhaps only succeeding in 1 or 2 out of 10 batches, with each successful batch yielding no more than 5 pellets. In the early stages, alchemists would burn through pure wealth just to raise their proficiency with a specific pill. Gu-chan, however, had no such worries. In a single morning, he successfully refined a batch of chi blood pellets yielding exactly 10 pellets. A yield of 10 pellets was a feat achievable only by those who had mastered a pill's refinement method to absolute perfection. The alchemical insights obtained from the bronze bowl had elevated him to this pinnacle instantly. A single chi blood pellet commanded a market price of 10 taels of silver. 10 pellets meant 100 taels. At his current refining speed, he could produce 2 batches a day, which equaled 20 pellets. This would bring in 200 taels. Of course, 10 taels was the retail price, and he had no time to set up a stall for retail sales. Furthermore, if his retail price was identical to Baoyao Pavilion's, customers would naturally prefer the pavilion over him. If he consigned the pellets to Baoyao Pavilion and utilized their distribution channels, the pavilion would take a 20% cut, amounting to 2 taels. On average, he would make a profit of 2 taels per pellet sold. However, this process was slow, as there was no telling when Baoyao Pavilion would completely sell his stock. If he sold them directly to the pavilion, the price would be 7.5 taels per pellet, yielding him a net profit of 1.5 taels. The advantage lay in bulk selling, which allowed for immediate cash flow with 0 time cost. Alternatively, he could approach Chen Mingling and sell the pellets to her. He could sell them to the Chen family at a 10% discount off the market price. This way he could earn 3 taels per pellet, though he was unsure if the Chen family could consume such a large quantity. Forget it, I will refine the pills first before worrying about distribution. As long as I produce them, there will certainly be no shortage of buyers. It is merely a matter of earning slightly more or less. Gu-chan made up his mind. Alchemy was a time-consuming endeavor. On average, it took 2 shurchen to refine a single cauldron. Gu-chan refined 1 cauldron in the morning and another in the afternoon, averaging exactly 2 cauldrons a day. 3 days passed, and Gu-chan had refined 60 chi blood pills. He approached Chen Mingling directly. I have a batch of chi blood pills. Baoyao Pavilion is running a promotion with a 10% discount. Would your Chen family be interested? Gu-chan proposed. A 10% discount. Chen Mingling's eyes lit up. Normally, when the Chen family purchased chi blood pills, they had to go through internal members of Baoyao Pavilion, which only granted them an insider price of 8% off. If they could acquire the goods from Gu-chan at a 10% discount, It would save the Chung family a substantial amount of silver. Indeed, a 10% discount. Currently, I only have Qi blood pills, but in due time I will also have Qi blood elixirs. Gu Chen explained. As long as there are no issues with the quality of the medicine, our Chung family will take as many as you can provide, Chung Mingling replied straightforwardly. Securing the goods at a 10% discount meant that even if the Chung family could not consume them all, they could easily transport and sell them elsewhere via cargo ships. By reselling them at a 5% discount, the Chung family could still turn a handsome profit. Rest assured the quality is guaranteed, Gu Chen promised, patting his chest. I will hand over 60 pills today, and in half a month I can deliver another 300. Gu Chen said. Very well, I shall return to prepare the silver. Chung Mingling nodded. That very day, Gu Chen completed the transaction of 60 Qi blood pills, with Chung Mingling receiving 540 taels of silver in return. Since the Chung family could absorb his goods, he no longer needed to commission Baoyao Pavilion to sell them, saving himself the 20% commission fee. With a stable source of income secured, Gu Chen spent the following days peacefully acting as an enshrined expert of Baoyao Pavilion while refining pills to earn silver, all while waiting for the divine examination 3 months later. Although he could earn silver through alchemy, he still had to participate in the divine examination. This was crucial for his future access to cultivation techniques and his social standing. Only by becoming an official of the divine dynasty or a member of its specialized institutions would he have the backing to sell pills without any misgivings. Otherwise, once his business grew too large, neither the Chung family nor he would be able to withstand the pressure. That evening, Zhou Guang arrived at the tea house once again. Over the past few days, he had no way of knowing whether any assassin of the second Xiantian realm from Luelu had accepted the mission he posted. He had seen no signs of Gu Chen being assassinated. On the contrary, Gu Chen had applied for the alchemy sect's registered disciple examination at Baoyao Pavilion, and remarkably he had passed. Demonstrating such talent in alchemy was intolerable to him. He could wait no longer. Gu Chen's cultivation talent alone was already terrifying, adding talent in alchemy made it even worse. Given time to mature, it would become utterly impossible to kill him. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Guang scraped together another 500 taels, bringing the total to 2,500 taels. He was prepared to pay a fortune. Upon entering the tea house and making inquiries, Zhou Guang learned that no master of the second Xiantian realm had accepted the mission for his previous offer of 2,000 taels. For a master of the second Xiantian realm to act, even an assassin at the early stage of the second Xiantian realm, costs 2,500 taels, a voice answered from behind the screen. Then I shall increase it to 2,500 taels, Zhou Guang said, placing 250 taels on the table. Combined with the 1,000 taels he had previously paid, this made 1,250 taels. The remaining half would only be paid upon completion of the task. Within 7 days I want to see that boy's head severed from his body, Zhou Guang demanded. As you wish. Zhou Guang left the tea house. Days slipped by. 6 days later, the underground black market trade fair of Qiyang City commenced. Disguising himself, Gu Chen entered the market. His objective was to seek out a powerful Xiantian martial art, hoping to chance upon one. The 5 consecutive lightning blades only possessed power comparable to a first-grade Xiantian martial art, which was no longer sufficient. He had previously learned of this channel from Su Ming. Xiantian martial arts were strictly controlled by the major sects and prominent clans. With none sold openly, he could only try his luck at the black market trade fair. The black market trade fair was located in a secluded alleyway. This was a gray area tacitly permitted by the Qiyang City authorities, allowing cultivators to trade with one another. Normally left unsupervised, the alleyway was long with multiple exits along the way. Cultivators traded by setting up stalls along the path. Qi blood pills, quality no inferior to those of Baoyao Pavilion, only 8 taels of silver each. An ancestral sword, a yellow-grade high-tier precious weapon, for a mere 500 taels of silver. An ancestral blade manual, a genuine third-grade Xiantian martial art, open to exchange for martial arts of the same rank. As Gu Chen walked in, he found vendors hawking all manner of goods. Having mastered the refinement of Qi blood pills himself, Gu Chen needed only a single glance at the vendors' pills to determine they were defective, possessing less than half the medicinal efficacy of an ordinary Qi blood pill. Yet the vendor dared to claim they were of the same quality as those from Baoyao Pavilion, selling them for 8 taels of silver apiece. The waters of this black market trade fair ran quite deep. Gu Chen walked over to the stall of the vendor selling the ancestral blade manual. Brother, have you taken a liking to my ancestral blade manual? The stall owner asked warmly upon seeing Gu Chen approach. May I browse through it? Gu Chen inquired. The stall owner was quite formidable, possessing peak first-class strength, only a single step away from the great strength Xiantian realm. No problem. This is a third-grade Xiantian martial art. Its rank is absolutely genuine. Were it not for my urgent need of silver to purchase Qi blood elixirs to break through to the Xiantian realm, I would never offer it for sale. The stall owner explained. Gu Chen picked up the manual and flipped through it. The very first page was an introduction to the technique burning wood blade art, a third-grade Xiantian martial art. When mastered to consummation, its power could rival certain fourth-grade Xiantian techniques. Gu Chen then flipped through several more pages. With his current discernment having already cultivated the 5 consecutive lightning blades to the realm of superb mastery, he could tell at a glance whether the blade art was genuine. It was indeed an authentic third-grade Xiantian blade technique, though the difficulty of cultivating it was exceptionally high. Without a certain level of talent in the path of the blade, it would be extremely difficult to learn. How shall we trade? What do you require? Gu Chen asked the stall owner. The surrounding cultivators at other stalls all looked over upon hearing Gu Chen inquire about the transaction. This stall owner selling the blade manual attended the trade fair every 10 days without fail and had already sold numerous copies. This ancestral blade technique was likely possessed by many Xiantian martial artists in Xiang City. However, very few had managed to master it. It was not because the blade art was fake, but because it was simply too difficult to cultivate, requiring an exceptionally high talent in the path of the blade. Otherwise, it would not have the potential to rival a 4th-grade Xiantian blade art upon reaching consummation. The onlookers assumed Gu Chen was about to become yet another gullible fool. Exchange it for a martial art of the same tier, or you can simply pay me 1,000 taels of silver, the stall owner said. Hearing this, Gu Chen pondered for a moment and said, though your technique is indeed a 3rd-grade Xiantian martial art, I took a brief look and noticed its cultivation difficulty is extremely high. I might not be able to master it if I take it. I possess a 2nd-grade Xiantian movement technique that is highly rare. If you agree, we can make an exchange, Gu Chen said, looking at him. A 2nd-grade Xiantian movement technique, is it? The stall owner mused for a moment before saying, show it to me first. Gu Chen produced the manual for the gecko wall slither steps and handed it over. After inspecting it, the stall owner remarked, very well. Although your technique is of the 2nd grade, it is a rare martial art that combines movement, footwork, and lightness skills. It is worthy of being exchanged for my burning wood blade art. Gu Chen completed the trade with the stall owner, successfully obtaining the manual for the burning wood blade art. Since he had already mastered the gecko wall slither steps to consummation, keeping the manual was of no use to him. Exchanging it for this 3rd-grade Xiantian burning wood blade art was the perfect arrangement. As for the blade art being difficult to cultivate, fortunately in the presence of his copper bowl, difficulty was of no concern. All it required was spending silver. Once he cultivated this blade art to consummation, its power would rival a 4th-grade Xiantian technique, which would suffice for him until he reached the 4th Xiantian realm, the bone-tempering realm. Gu Chen left with the blade manual. However, just as he reached the exit of the black market trade fair and stepped out of the alley, he saw a figure clad in black gripping a precious blade blocking his path. From the man in black, Gu Chen sensed a faint, lingering, killing intent. An assassin. Is he here for me? Gu Chen halted, his mind racing. Or was it a bandit who, having seen him acquire a 3rd-grade Xiantian blade art, wanted to rob him? Gu Chen drew his yellow-grade mid-tier precious saber. The aura of the man in black was formidable, indicating a cultivation at the early stage of the 2nd Xiantian realm. In Xiang City, he would be considered among the top tier of masters. He could not afford to be careless. Suddenly the man in black moved. Without uttering a word, he swung his long saber, executing an extraordinary Xiantian martial art. Blades of chi surged horizontally as he lunged forward. Showing no weakness, Gu Chen unleashed his 5 consecutive lightning blades, his aura erupting. The powers of earth lightning and gold lightning surged forth, coiling around his precious saber as he met the assassin's strike head-on. Clang, clang, clang. Their precious blades clashed in rapid succession, producing a deafening metallic screech. The man in black was forced back step by Gu Chen's strikes, the web of his hand, holding the saber splitting open and dripping with blood. He could barely hold onto his weapon. Skin-tempering realm consummation. How is this possible? Sensing the terrifying force transmitted through Gu Chen's blade during their clash, a look of sheer disbelief flashed in the assassin's eyes. Had the mission intelligence not stated that Gu Chen was only at the early stage of the 1st Xiantian realm? How had he suddenly become a master at the consummation of the 2nd Xiantian realm? Although his own martial art was of the 2nd grade, which was superior to Gu Chen's, he was only at the early stage of the 2nd Xiantian realm. His strength and reaction speed fell far short of Gu Chen's. After only a few exchanges, he was already struggling to defend himself, forced into a continuous retreat. Putting aside the question of why the intelligence was flawed, he spun around and fled. He wanted to escape. According to the rules of Luelu, there was no penalty for a failed assassination. If he continued to fight, Gu Chen's life might very well end here today. Seeing the man in black turn to flee, Gu Chen let out a cold snort. Trying to run. It won't be that easy. Gu Chen executed his gecko wall slither steps, taking several rapid strides, leaping over the wall and landing directly in front of the assassin. With a mighty swing, the terrifying forces of gold lightning and earth lightning, accompanied by a dazzling blade, chi slashed into the man in black. The strike sent him flying backward, his long saber slipping from his grasp and clattering to the side. A deep, bone-revealing gash appeared across his chest. The man in black had already achieved flesh-refining consummation and undergone 1 round of skin tempering, which was the sole reason he survived Gu Chen's strike. Anyone below the Xiantian realm would have been cleaved in half. Yet even though he survived, he was grievously wounded and utterly incapable of escape. Who are you and why have you come to kill me? Gu Chen demanded, pointing his saber at him. The man in black remained silent, clearly unwilling to answer. Do you think I have no other way of finding out if you remain silent? Gu Chen raised his blade and slashed directly toward the assassin's neck. Wait, I will speak. The man in black gasped, realizing that Gu Chen had only asked once before immediately striking without even giving him a chance to negotiate. He desperately tried to stop him. Too late. Gu Chen did not hesitate for a fraction of a second. His blade cleaved down, splashing blood against the alley wall. The assassin died with his eyes wide open. Originally, the man in black had intended to reveal that he was an assassin from Luelu, hoping Gu Chen would weigh the consequences and spare him. Yet before he could finish his thought, Gu Chen had already slain him. Had he known Gu Chen was so decisive, he would not have hesitated to negotiate. Gu Chen stepped forward and rifled through the man in black. He found nothing. Filthy beggar. Gu Chen cursed. He had killed the poorest man he'd ever met. Besides a blade, there was nothing else on him. Gu Chen picked up the precious blade the man in black dropped and hurried out of the alley. He did not know that a killer from Lu had stepped out to carry out the mission. He carried nothing but his weapon, to avoid exposing his identity if the mission failed and he was slain in turn. Back in his courtyard, Gu Chen drew out a copper bowl. The man in black didn't tell him why he came to kill him. He used silver to exchange information with the copper bowl directly. So when the masked man chose silence, Gu Chen didn't bother with him and sent him to the western heaven. Gu Chen placed silver into the bowl and sent a message to the copper bowl seeking to exchange for information about why that man in black came to kill him tonight and which faction he belonged to. The copper bowl replied that the information would cost 10 taels of silver. Gu Chen promptly placed 10 taels into the copper bowl. The silver vanished and golden characters floated up. The man in black who killed you tonight is a killer from Lu hired by Zhou Guang to kill you. Staring at the message in the copper bowl, Gu Chen narrowed his eyes. Zhou Guang. It was him. He should have foreseen that the man in black wasn't after robbery, but came at him with a kill. Obviously someone else had hired the killer. In this period, he had only offended Zhou Guang over the matter of disposing of Zhou Hong. He had not offended anyone else. A killer from Lu. What a Lu? A Zhou Guang. Gu Chen's murderous intent flashed. The wicked man, while not daring to reveal his intentions openly, secretly had someone strike at him. He already had a way to die. Gu Chen pulled out the burning wood blade method manual and placed it into the copper bowl. Innate third-rank martial art. Burning wood blade method, 30 taels to exchange for beginner's insight. Gu Chen placed 30 taels into the copper bowl and chose to redeem. The silver disappeared, and a beginner's insight into the burning wood blade method flooded his mind. Spending 80 taels of silver could exchange for the small accomplishment insight of the burning wood blade method. The copper bowl prompted. Gu Chen took out 80 taels to continue the exchange. A more expansive insight flowed into Gu Chen's mind. He had enough silver to continue. The great perfection level insight would require 150 taels. Gu Chen placed the silver in. The blade method reached great perfection. A perfection-level insight required 300 taels. Gu Chen produced 300 tael silver notes and deposited them. The silver notes disappeared. This newly acquired innate third-rank blade art, previously hard to master, was brought to perfection. He practiced it in his courtyard. As the blade technique unfolded, each blade move bore flaming power, as if a raging fire burned, one strike faster than the last. The might could stackingly grow. The more stacked blade moves, the greater the power. When perfected, it can chain 36 strikes, its might rivaling innate fourth-rank arts. Gu Chen stood with the blade, sheathed, exhaling slowly. Mastery of this blade method had cost him 560 taels of silver. The silver he had earned earlier from selling 60 chi blood pills to Chung mingling had all been spent. He added another 20 taels. The effects were evident. With his innate second realm perfected, and this art's might rivaling innate fourth-rank martial arts, he could hold his own. And with the peculiarity of the five thunder innate power the earth, and gold thunder forces born of it, even a cultivator in the early innate third realm could stand against him. Revenge cannot wait until tomorrow. Tonight he would settle Zhou Guang, that petty man. Gu Chen returned to his house to rest. At midnight, after everyone had fallen asleep, Gu Chen rose, donned his mask, and wore the black clothes he had worn to the black market today. He left his courtyard, circled around once, then headed straight for Zhou Guang's residence. Outside Zhou Guang's courtyard, Gu Chen used the Xian Gui concealment art to completely hide his aura. This secret technique is extraordinarily profound, capable of concealing cultivation as well as breath. When he activated the technique, his breathing slowed to turtle-like pace, ideal for concealing his form. He stepped into Zhou Guang's courtyard and entered the house toward Zhou Guang's room. Sensing an intruder in his home, Zhou Guang rolled from bed, his gaze tense as he scanned the surroundings. The next moment, his mute acupoint was struck with a single finger. Then a blade flashed, severing his legs in an instant, sending him to collapse to the ground. His throat churned, and he swallowed instinctively, yet no sound came out. His fingers clawed at his own throat, but only a rasping sound escaped. Gu Chen's figure appeared before him. He instantly understood it was Gu Chen. Gu Chen had come to kill him, and the killer who had come to kill Gu Chen had been dispatched. But for some reason the killer could not finish Gu Chen, instead exposing himself. This allowed Gu Chen to come seeking his revenge. How does it feel? Gu Chen looked at him and softly said, daring to hire a killer to kill me, you have guts. If he hadn't been so cautious and hadn't revealed his full cultivation, perhaps he would have truly been only innate first realm. Today he would fall. Zhou Guang's lips kept moving, his eyes wide with fear, despair, and reluctance, yet no word could escape. He truly underestimated Gu Chen. A killer of innate second realm could not kill him. He was innate second realm. Such a prodigy exists in this world. In half a year of cultivation, one could reach innate second realm. He had thought to hire a killer from a higher realm to finish Gu Chen off. He hadn't expected the result to be like this. If he had known Gu Chen was this strong, he would have given up the idea of avenging his brother. But now it's too late to say such things. Gu Chen would not spare him. He snorted coldly, not bothering with more words, and severed Zhou Guang's neck with a single stroke, ending him. Then he searched him and the entire house. They found over 1,300 taels of silver. Gu Chen took the silver and left. He circled back to his own villa as if nothing had happened and went back to sleep. The next morning, Gu Chen was awakened by Bao Yaoji's attendants knocking at his door. Zhou Guang's death was discovered. Bao Yaoji's head, Su Tianing, Su Ming's father, was furious. Who would dare to intrude so brazenly into Bao Yaoji's territory in this Qiyang city? One of Bao Yaoji's attendants who killed him. Zhou Guang's villa was somewhat distant from Gu Chen's and closer to Bao Yaoji's other two attendants. The maids were not allowed to reside in the villa. After serving the master, they would depart and only return the next morning. Today, two maids arrived smelling blood and found Zhou Guang's corpse. Zhou Guang's villa was crowded with Bao Yaoji's elite's attendants and officials. The death of an innate expert, one of Bao Yaoji's attendants, drew officials to come for questioning the two attendants living near Zhou Guang. But last night they felt it was very quiet and heard nothing unusual. Based on the scene, officials judged that the killer's strength was at least innate second realm. Because Zhou Guang left little sign of resistance, this was not the work of innate first realm. After an investigation with little result, the officials left, leaving Bao Yaogu to handle Zhou Guang's corpse. Then wait for the result. As for the outcome, those who understand will understand. The officials' investigation was a show. If Bao Yaogu didn't offer rewards, this case would likely become another unsolved case. In a world where power reigns, killings happen daily. The officials can't manage it, or simply don't. As someone files a report to go through the motions, a symbolic gesture. Bao Yaogu should conduct its own thorough internal inquiry. Have me list carefully whom Zhou Guang recently offended, who might have hired killers to kill him, and all of them. I want to see who dares to be so bold as to come directly to Bao Yaoji's attendants and kill one of us, Su Tianing told Xiang Dezhou. Su Tianing's eyes narrowed. This matter is too vile, a direct affront to Bao Yaogu. Bao Yaogu is under the Dan sect, and an innate grade attendant was murdered on the doorstep. If the killer isn't found, Bao Yaoji's reputation will be ruined. Yes, Pavilion Master, Xiang Dezhou replied. The entire personnel of the Treasure Medicine Pavilion were mobilized to assist in investigating and tracking down the murderer of Zhou Guang. That evening, Gu Chen was summoned alone by Xiang Dezhou for questioning. Brother Gu, I heard that you once had a conflict with Zhou Guang's younger brother Zhou Hong, and that you crippled him. Xiang Dezhou looked toward Gu Chen. Mn. Gu Chen did not deny it. It was the truth. Xiang Dezhou would have discovered it with the slightest inquiry. When I was at the Treasure Medicine Pavilion in Songshan County, Zhou Hong demanded silver tribute from me, which I refused to pay. So he pinned the accidental death of a menial disciple on my head, hoping to use that as grounds to cripple me and cast me out of the pavilion. That was why I crippled him in our duel, answering his schemes with one of my own. Gu Chen explained, making no effort to conceal his feud with Zhou Hong. Since you crippled Zhou Guang's own brother when you arrived at the Treasure Medicine Pavilion here in Qiyang City, did he ever cause you trouble, eh? Xiang Dezhou inquired. No. Gu Chen shook his head. Perhaps Elder Zhou Guang was a man of upright character. Knowing his brother's nature, he felt it served Zhou Hong right to be crippled, so he never came looking for trouble with me. Brother Xiang, do you suspect that I am the one who killed Elder Zhou Guang? Gu Chen looked toward Xiang Dezhou. No, I am merely asking. Xiang Dezhou shook his head. Whoever killed Zhou Guang was at the very least a martial artist of the second realm of innate. Given Gu Chen's current strength, he should not have been capable of it. Perhaps he was simply overthinking it. Mn, I deeply lament Elder Zhou Guang's death. Gu Chen sighed. When I first arrived in Qiyang City, he even attended my advancement banquet. I never imagined he would be slain like this. We must uncover the one who killed him and avenge his death. Gu Chen said with fury. Mn, you may take your leave for now. Xiang Dezhou waved his hand. Gu Chen departed. Xiang Dezhou continued his investigation in other directions. In the days that followed, the greater part of the Treasure Medicine Pavilion's personnel devoted their efforts to hunting down the murderer of Zhou Guang. Another 7 days passed. The time arrived for Gu Chen to deliver the next batch of pills to Chen Mingling, as they had agreed. The quantity previously agreed upon was 300 blood chi pills. However, Gu Chen had been putting in extra hours these past days, refining 3 furnaces in a single day at times, and had refined all 40 remaining portions of blood chi pill medicinal ingredients into pills. Thus, he now held a total of 500 blood chi pills in his possession. Chen Mingling arrived with a steward from the Chen family to collect the goods. These are this batch's blood chi pills. Gu Chen handed over every blood chi pill he had refined during this period to Chen Mingling. 200 extra, she likely would not mind, he thought. Chen Mingling brought them over for the Chen family steward to count. Young mistress, there are 500 in total, the Chen family steward reported. The output exceeded the projected amount somewhat. Gu Chen explained. Chen Mingling said nothing upon hearing this and directly took out 4,500 taels in silver notes and handed them to Gu Chen. She then continued, Brother Gu, these 500 blood chi pills represent the maximum quantity my Chen family can absorb within half a year. If there were any more, my Chen family would be unable to take them all in. However, if the pills you provide in the future can be sold to us at a 15% discount, I can help you sell the entirety at a 10% discount. My Chen family would only take a 500th cut as compensation for our efforts. Chen Mingling said. The Chen family's capacity was indeed limited. Absorbing such a large quantity of blood chi pills in the short term was already their absolute limit. The Chen family had also considered reselling the blood chi pills obtained from Gu Chen at a 5% discount, but the quantity they could move was exceedingly small. After all, at a 5% discount, any clan or faction purchasing in bulk from the Treasure Medicine Pavilion could already obtain that same concession. They held no competitive edge whatsoever, unless they lowered the price and sold at a 10% discount. But at that point, the Chen family would be left with no profit at all. Such thankless labor was something they would never squander their clan's manpower and resources on. A 15% discount. Gu Chen deliberated. The Chen family's capacity was indeed limited, and they were unable to absorb much more. To reap sustained profits, he would need to use the Chen family as a channel to help him sell his pills, distributing them to other great clans. Only in this way could long-term benefits be secured. Naturally, the Chen family needed to have something to gain. After all, no one would undertake such work without profit. Agreed. Gu Chen consented. Then from now on, the pills will be calculated at a 15% discount when you take them. I shall not pay you any channel fees. You receive the pills from me at 15% off, pay me the silver, and afterward you are free to sell them at whatever price you wish. Upon hearing this, Chen Mingling's eyes lit up. Under such an arrangement, the Chen family could divide the pills into two portions. One portion would be transported elsewhere for retail sale at a 5% discount. The other portion would be supplied in bulk to certain partner clans and great families within Xi'an City at a 10% discount, enabling rapid recoupment of funds. The Chen family's earnings would increase considerably. It's a deal. Chen Mingling agreed. Then she spoke. Brother Gu, do you currently only have blood chi pills on hand? Do you have higher grade pills such as the blood chi pill or the skin tempering pill? If so, we can sell some of those for you as well. Higher grade pills yield greater profit. I don't have any at the moment, but I should have some in a while. Gu Chen said. Although he presently only knew how to refine blood chi pills, that was solely because he had yet to master the formulae for the other pills. It had now been just over half a month since he had mastered the formula for blood chi pills. If he were to find Su Kuan now and demonstrate the blood chi pills he had refined, he should be able to persuade him to impart the formula for blood chi pills. The blood chi pill possessed 5 times the medicinal potency of the blood chi pill, required certain rudimentary spirit herbs for its refinement, and was considerably more complex. However, its price was correspondingly higher, a full 50 taels of silver per pill. When refined and sold at a 15% discount, he could earn 12 taels and 5 qian per pill, a full 10 times that of the blood chi pill. Refining blood chi pills was naturally far more profitable. Very well, I shall return in 7 days to collect the next batch of goods. Chen Mingling said. Agreed. Gu Chen consented. After Chen Mingling and the Chen family steward departed, Gu Chen went directly to find Su Kuan. You have already mastered the method for refining blood chi pills proficiently, Su Kuan said upon hearing Gu Chen's account. He was once again astonished by Gu Chen's talent for alchemy. It had only been a little over half a month, yet he had already mastered the method of refining blood chi pills. Such alchemy talent was no less remarkable than that of certain formal disciples of the alchemy sect. Yes, senior brother Su. Gu Chen nodded. He then proceeded to give a demonstration right before Su Kuan, lighting his furnace and refining a batch of blood chi pills yielding 10 completed pills, which thoroughly won the elder over. This is the formula for the blood chi pill. Take it. Su Kuan handed the blood chi pill formula to Gu Chen. I am eager to see how long it will take for your terrifying talent to master it and produce the blood chi pill. Many thanks, senior brother Su. Gu Chen accepted the formula and said, then I shall take my leave for now. I will first fully digest it before attempting any refinement. Su Kuan waved his hand. Gu Chen departed. He found Xiang Dazhou and directly purchased 21 portions of the medicinal ingredients required to refine blood chi pills. One portion of the medicinal ingredients for a blood chi pill cost 300 taels. 21 portions thus came to 6,300 taels, which with a 5% discount amounted to 5,985 taels. Gu Chen had previously had several hundred taels remaining on him, to which was added the 1,300 plus taels he had obtained from Zhou Guang's residence upon slaying him the previous night, as well as the 4,500 taels Chen Mingling had given him that day. This was precisely sufficient to cover the cost of this batch of medicinal ingredients. It even left him with a little over 100 taels remaining. As expected, he still could not seem to keep silver in his hands. No matter how much silver he earned, it would swiftly be spent. After paying the silver, Gu Chen purchased over 20 portions of firewood needed for refining pills. He bundled these together with the medicinal ingredients and brought them back to his own courtyard. Gu Chen took out the bronze bowl and placed the blood chi pill formula inside it. The bronze bowl displayed blood chi pill formula. 50 taels of silver may be exchanged for alchemy enlightenment. Gu Chen placed 50 taels of silver within it. In an instant, the silver vanished and enlightenment regarding the refinement of blood chi pills appeared within his mind. Gu Chen now had 21 portions of medicinal ingredients for refining blood chi pills on hand. The date he had agreed upon with Chen Mingling for his next delivery was 7 days hence. Let the work begin. Refining a single furnace of pills required 2 hours with a rest needed midway through, because pill refinement was exceedingly draining on the spirit. Without rest, the success rate of subsequent refinements would easily decline. Generally, he refined one furnace in the morning, rested for 2 hours, and refined another in the afternoon. 2 furnaces per day. He now resolved to push hard. After refining one furnace in the afternoon and resting for 2 hours, he would refine a third furnace in the evening. 3 furnaces per day. In this manner, after 7 days, he would have refined all the medicinal ingredients on hand and sold them to the Chen family to recoup his funds. The silver obtained should then be enough for him to purchase the bone-forging pill and break through to the third realm of innate. Gu Chen entered a mode of intense pill refinement. Meanwhile, within the Treasure Medicine Pavilion, the investigation into the murderer of Zhou Guang continued. Yet still not a single clue had surfaced. It was as though Zhou Guang had been slain by a martial artist of the second realm of innate who had appeared out of nowhere. The matter left everyone utterly baffled. 7 days later, Gu Chen's expression was haggard, his eyes sunken with heavy dark circles beneath them. 7 consecutive days of mentally exhausting pill refinement had nearly drained him dry. Yet his spirits were soaring with exhilaration, for he had successfully refined all the medicinal ingredients in his hands into pills. From 21 portions of blood chi pill ingredients, he had refined a total of 210 blood chi pills. Chen Mingling arrived punctually with the Chen family steward, and upon seeing the staggering quantity of blood chi pills that Gu Chen produced, she was momentarily struck speechless with astonishment. Blood chi pills were high-grade pills, each one worth 50 taels of silver. For Gu Chen to produce so many at once was simply staggering. If their Chen family were to sell this batch of pills, the profit alone would approach 1,000 taels of silver. At last, I have not failed my mission, Gu Chen said, staring out through his panda-like eyes. Brother Gu has worked hard, Chen Mingling replied, her heart aching at his appearance, yet also finding it somewhat amusing. At 42 taels and 5 qian of silver per blood chi pill, 210 pills amounted to 8,925 taels. Chen Mingling promptly produced 9,000 taels of silver to pay Gu Chen, giving him an extra 75 taels beyond the agreed price. She then said to Gu Chen, Brother Gu, the date agreed upon for the martial exchange between the second-rate aristocratic house and my Chen family is approaching. Only 5 days remain. Let us set our next delivery appointment for 5 days from now. I shall come to collect the pills then and take you along to fight on behalf of my Chen family. No problem, Gu Chen nodded. After Chen Mingling departed, Gu Chen went directly to find Su Ming. Brother Su, I wish to purchase a batch of bone-forging pills. Does our pavilion have them in stock? Gu Chen inquired. Bone-forging pills. Su Ming was somewhat taken aback upon hearing this. Such innate third-grade pills were needed only by powerful cultivators at the bone-forging realm. There were no more than 10 bone-forging realm powerhouses in all of Qiyang City, and ordinarily such high-grade pills were exceedingly difficult to sell. He had not expected Gu Chen to wish to purchase them today. How many do you need? If the quantity is too great, we do not have sufficient stock at present, and would need to transfer goods from the headquarters of the Treasure Medicine Pavilion in Huiyan Prefecture, Su Ming answered. 28 pills. Do you have them? Gu Chen inquired. He estimated that to break through to the bone-forging realm would require a minimum of 280 days of cultivation, which corresponded to 28 bone-forging pills. 28 pills in stock. The Treasure Medicine Pavilion has them, Su Ming replied. Bone-forging pills are 150 taels of silver each. Given your 12% discount, that comes to 3,700 taels of silver. Agreed, Gu Chen nodded. I apologize for the trouble, Brother Su. You are too courteous, Brother Gu, Su Ming said, stepping into the medicine pavilion and retrieving 28 bone-forging pills. Gu Chen paid him 3,700 taels of silver on the spot. He then took the pills and returned to his own courtyard. At last he could break through to the bone-forging realm. Back in his own courtyard, Gu Chen entered his room. He closed the door securely. He took out the 5 thunder innate art and placed it into the bronze bowl. To break through to the third innate realm, the bone-forging realm, he must first comprehend the cultivation method. The third chapter of the 5 thunder innate art is the fire lightning bone forging chapter. The bronze bowl displayed. Fire lightning bone forging chapter, spend 30 taels of silver to exchange for cultivation method insights. Gu Chen placed the silver inside and chose to exchange. Immediately this chapter of the cultivation method was mastered by Gu Chen. The Fire Lightning Bone Forging chapter describes how to transform external medicinal power into innate fire lightning tempering and recasting the bones throughout the entire body. When a cultivator reaches the perfection of the second innate realm, the flesh and skin have already been perfected, and one begins to temper the bones in depth. The bones harbor the heaviest cold and mortal impurities and must be burned with the fierce Puryong power of thunder. Those who break through to the bone forging realm can crush cultivators of the same level. Gu Chen placed the 28 bone forging pills into the bronze bowl. The bronze bowl prompted. 28 innate third-grade bone forging pills can be exchanged for 280 days of pure cultivation. Gu Chen chose to exchange. In an instant, terrifying cultivation surged into Gu Chen's body. Gu Chen immediately circulated his cultivation method, transforming this influx of power into Puryong innate fire lightning. It began to permeate the skin and flesh, penetrating deep into the 300 bone joints and myriad skeletal frames throughout his body, burning away the cold impurities within his bones, recasting his bone structure, reshaping his skeletal form. The transmission of cultivation concluded. Gu Chen's aura changed dramatically. Terrifying energy surged forth from within his body. The explosive power of his bones doubled. Threads of Puryong thunderfire power were generated within his bones. His bones turned black hard as mystical iron. With every gesture, the power of innate thunderfire burst forth. His realm advanced to the initial stage of the bone forging realm, reaching the iron bone tier. The bone forging realm is divided into 4 tiers. Iron bone, bronze bone, silver bone, and gold bone, corresponding to the initial stage through to perfection. Once the gold bone tier is reached, one is considered to have achieved perfection of the bone forging realm and may begin to break through toward the 4th innate realm, the muscle transformation realm. Having reached the initial iron bone tier of the bone forging realm, the bones throughout my body are as hard as mystical iron, enough to effortlessly crush a cultivator at the perfection of the skin tempering realm. Gu Chen clenched his fist, sensing the tremendous explosive power contained within his bones. The sensation of power enhancement brought by such cultivation was utterly intoxicating to him. Purchasing 28 bone forging pills had cost 3,700 taels. Now he still had 5,500 taels remaining on his person. For the moment, he would not spend it on purchasing pills for cultivation. To break through to the 2nd tier of the bone forging realm, the bronze bone tier, would require a minimum of 30 bone forging pills amounting to over 4,000 taels of silver. The silver he now carried must be used to purchase pill refining materials to earn even more silver, and only then would he purchase more bone forging pills to elevate his realm. Gu Chen left his courtyard. He went in search of Su Kuan. The blood chi pills had proven so profitable. If he could learn to refine the innate 2nd-grade skin tempering pills, refining and selling skin tempering pills would surely be even more lucrative. Su Kuan had previously said he wanted to see how long it would take Gu Chen to master the method of refining blood chi pills. Gu Chen had comprehended it in 7 days. He wondered what reaction Su Kuan would have. Gu Chen mused to himself. Upon finding Su Kuan, he demonstrated directly before him, refining a batch of blood chi pills from start to finish. Su Kuan was left utterly dumbfounded. Back when he had first begun learning alchemy, he had spent 4 or 5 years before advancing from refining blood chi pills to being able to refine blood chi pills. Gu Chen had done it in just 7 days. On the path of alchemy, effort truly paled before talent. This is the recipe for skin tempering pills. Su Kuan tossed a recipe directly to Gu Chen. Skin tempering pills are innate 2nd-grade pills. Once you master them, you will naturally be able to refine skin tempering pills as well. This is because the ingredients for refining skin tempering pills merely omit several key spiritual herbs compared to the skin tempering pills. Everything else is the same. Su Kuan explained, if you can master the method of refining skin tempering pills within 10 days as well, then I shall teach you the last pill I know, the innate 3rd-grade bone forging pills. Once that time truly comes, there will be nothing more on me that you can learn. To study higher-grade pills, you would need to go to the alchemy sect. Su Kuan remarked with some emotion. He had not expected that Gu Chen, having only recently begun learning alchemy from him, would already be on the verge of completing his apprenticeship. Truly, the waves behind on the river drive on those before. Age had finally caught up with him. He had spent several decades to reach his current level of attainment. Gu Chen had reached the same in just over a month. Many thanks, senior brother Su. Gu Chen bowed to Su Kuan. Although Su Kuan had not actually taught him anything directly, merely providing him with the recipe. Everything else he had mastered through his own efforts. But Su Kuan had given him the recipe, and with the recipe, he had been able to exchange for insights with the bronze bowl. That alone deserved a bow of gratitude. Gu Chen departed. He went to find Xiang Dezhou. This time Gu Chen planned to purchase directly the materials for refining skin tempering pills. One portion of materials for refining skin tempering pills costs 600 taels of silver. Xiang Dezhou stated, I would like 9 portions, and also 1 portion of materials for refining blood chi pills. Gu Chen said, you have already begun attempting to refine skin tempering pills? Xiang Dezhou inquired. Yes, Gu Chen nodded. Hiss. Xiang Dezhou drew a sharp intake of breath. What kind of monstrous prodigy was Gu Chen exactly? Having only just begun learning alchemy for a month, he was already on the verge of advancing to become an innate second-grade alchemist. His talent for alchemy was likely even more terrifying than his talent for cultivation. Once he broke through to become an innate third-grade alchemist, he would be eligible to participate in the formal disciple examination at the alchemy sect. Upon passing the examination, he could transition from a registered disciple to an official disciple of the alchemy sect. An official disciple of one of the four great sects was an existence that countless people could only gaze upon with longing, but never attain. His future prospects were boundless. Study well, refine well. If in the future you become an official disciple of the alchemy sect, we shall be able to share in your glory, Xiang Dezhou said, patting Gu Chen on the shoulder. Keep it, youngster, Gu Chen replied with a smile. 9 portions of materials for refining skin tempering pills totaled 5,400 taels. 1 portion of materials for refining blood chi pills was 300 taels, bringing the sum to 5,700 taels. After a 5% discount, that came to just over 5,400 taels. After paying the silver, Gu Chen returned to his courtyard with the materials. Gu Chen stepped into the room. He took out the bronze bowl and placed the recipe for the skin tempering pill inside. Innate second-grade skin tempering pill recipe. 100 taels of silver grants comprehension of its essence. Without hesitation, Gu Chen placed a 100 tael silver note into the bowl and chose to redeem. The silver note vanished, and an instant comprehension of the skin tempering pill's refinement blossomed within his mind. The following 5 days were spent relentlessly refining pills. He had only 10 sets of materials remaining. Refining 2 batches per day would allow him a measure of ease. 1 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon. 5 days later, the day of his appointment with Chen Mingling arrived. She came alone this time, without the Chen family steward. Gu Chen handed her the 90 skin tempering pills and 10 chi blood pills he had refined over the past 5 days. These are this batch's pill supply, Gu Chen said. Skin tempering pills. Chen Mingling remarked with visible surprise. From now on there will always be skin tempering pills among them. Gu Chen added. Very well. Chen Mingling counted the items, then settled the payment with Gu Chen. Each skin tempering pill fetched 100 taels. At an 85% discount, that came to 85 taels apiece. 90 pills totaling 7,650 taels, plus 425 taels for the 10 chi blood pills. The grand sum came to 8,075 taels. True to her customary generosity, Chen Mingling handed Gu Chen 8,100 taels. Brother Gu, my Chen family is holding a martial contest against another second-rate clan of Qiyang City, the Tang family, this afternoon at a martial arena in the northern part of the city. We should head there now. Chen Mingling finished. Agreed, Gu Chen replied. He gathered his belongings, taking with him his yellow-grade mid-quality treasured saber, and departed together with Chen Mingling. Meanwhile, within the Chen estate, the family head Chen Sihai had gone to seek another of the Chen family's retained cultivators, Huahuachio. Though Chen Mingling had already enlisted Gu Chen. Gu Chen was after all still young, and Chen Sihai felt it far too risky to entrust the matter to him alone. The Chen family could not afford to lose this contest. Just days prior, Huahuachio, the Chen family's long-time retained cultivator, had achieved a breakthrough on the battlefield, reaching the late stage of the first innate realm. Against the Tang family's own retained cultivator, who was also at the late stage of the first innate realm, victory now seemed far more assured. If they could win this contest, the Chen family would not only retain their original 1/3 share of the trade routes, but would also seize 1/3 of the Tang family's operations, gaining exclusive rights over that entire commercial artery. The benefits to be reaped were beyond estimation. However, no sooner had he stepped into the courtyard provided for Huahuachio's lodging, then the maidservant who normally attended to Huahuachio explained, family head retainer Hua says that having just broken through his realm is unstable. His chi and blood are not flowing smoothly, and he fears he cannot participate in the contest between the Chen family and the Tang family. Hearing this, Chen Sihai started in alarm and hurried inside to inspect Huahuachio's condition. If Huahuachio truly could not fight, the Chen family's peril would be enormous. Entering the room, he found Huahuachio seated in meditation. His breathing was long and powerful, his complexion ruddy. Clearly his realm was firmly stabilized, his chi and blood flowing freely. None of what the maidservant had described was evident. Old Hua, what is the meaning of this? Chen Sihai asked. The maid just told me that after your breakthrough, your realm is unstable, your chi and blood disordered, and you cannot take part in this contest. What is truly going on? Hearing this, Huahuachio slowly opened his eyes, glanced at Chen Sihai, and replied, family head, it is not that this old man is unwilling to aid the Chen family. It is simply that something in my heart will not settle. For years I have guarded the Chen family with utmost diligence, treating it as my very own home, Huahuachio continued. Yet what has the Chen family given me in return? A mere 100 taels of monthly stipend. Meanwhile, I have heard that the young lady casually brought in a new retainer from outside, that young man surnamed Gu. They say he need not even reside at the Chen household, and despite being only at the early stage of the first innate realm, he is paid 200 taels a month. Huahuachio fixed his gaze on Chen Sihai. Could it be that the Chung family believes Hua has grown old, that I have no more room for advancement, that my humble self is worth so little as to not merit such silver? A flush of indignation crossed Hua Huachio's face. If that is the case, then from this day forth, I Hua Huachio shall no longer serve as the Chung family's retainer. Family head, go fetch that young man surnamed Gu to fight on the Chung family's behalf. Hua Huachio rose to his feet. Once Hua has gathered my belongings, I shall leave the Chung household. Seeing this, Chen Sihai hurriedly stepped forward to block him. Old Hua, what are you saying? He pleaded. When have I, Chen Sihai, ever looked down upon you? Chen Sihai explained to Hua Huachio. Gu Chun was someone Linger met outside and privately invited to become the Chung family's retainer. I was not aware beforehand that she had offered him 200 taels a month. If Gu is worth 200 taels, then surely old Hua is as well. In fact, I came today precisely to inform you of this. From now on, your monthly stipend shall be 200 taels, not 100. Chen Sihai declared. Furthermore, if you can secure victory for the Chung family in today's contest, the family will provide an additional 1,000 taels to aid your cultivation. Chen Sihai vowed this with a hand slapped against his chest. Now that's more like it. A smile spread across Hua Huachio's face. He had been nursing a grievance in his heart ever since learning of Gu Chen's arrangement. Both being retained cultivators of the first innate realm, by what right did Gu Chen earn 100 taels more than him? 200 taels a month was the price one paid to retain a second innate realm expert. Today he had intended to use the contest, with the Chung family in desperate need of his assistance, as leverage to extort a windfall from Chen Sihai. He had not expected Chen Sihai to be so accommodating, raising his stipend to 200 taels a month without further bargaining. With such generous treatment, naturally, he would not leave the Chung household. Out in the world, no other clan would pay 200 taels a month to retain a first innate realm cultivator. In the northern part of Chiang City, at one of the martial arenas, the Chung family head Chen Sihai, the Chung family's eldest daughter, Chen Mingling, the two retained cultivators Gu Chun and Hua Huachio, and a host of Chung family experts had all gathered. On the opposing side stood the members of the Tang family, another second-rate clan of Chiang City. The Tang family had brought their two retained cultivators and assembled all their senior members. The two parties faced off against one another. The retainer beside the Tang family head is our main opponent in this contest. Zhong Qinghu, Chen Mingling explained to Gu Chun. He only became the Tang family's retainer half a year ago. Within these 6 months, through martial contests, he defeated a late-stage first innate realm retainer of another second-rate clan, winning that clan's commercial routes. That clan's fortunes collapsed almost overnight, and within mere months, it was swallowed whole by the Tang family. Now the Tang family has set its sights on my Chen family. If we lose this contest, lacking any force capable of resisting the Tang family, we will not only be forced to cede 1/3 of our commercial routes. Within no time at all, we shall follow the same fate as that other second-rate clan devoured by the Tang family through one means or another. Therefore, the very survival of my Chen family now rests entirely upon Brother Gu. Chen Mingling concluded. It should not be a problem, Gu Chun replied, his gaze settling on a burly man beside the Tang family head. That man was none other than the Tang family's most formidable retainer, Zhong Qinghu, whom Chen Mingling had just described. Yet his cultivation was not at the late stage of the first innate realm, but at its peak, the consummate stage. With his current cultivation at the third innate realm, Gu Chun could easily see through the depths of Zhong Qinghu's abilities. It seemed that after helping the Tang family swallow another second-rate clan these past 6 months, Zhong Qinghu had reaped considerable rewards and advanced to the peak of the first innate realm. Arrogant words. At the side, Hua Huachio caught Gu Chen's remark and gave a cold snort. The main force for the Chung family in this contest should have been him, a cultivator who had already broken through to the late stage of the first innate realm. Yet Chen Mingling had not paid him the slightest attention, instead briefing Gu Chun on the Tang family's retainer. What was this, a slight against him? Or perhaps the Chung family had already placed all its faith upon that Gu Chun. If that were the case, why bother bringing him along to the contest at all? They might as well have let that Gu Chun come alone. Sensing Hua Huachio's displeasure, Chen Sihai quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Linga, you may not know this yet. Our family's retainer Hua has broken through to the late stage of the first innate realm. He is no weaker than the Tang family's Zhong Qinghu. For this contest, we must still rely upon retainer Hua. Chen Mingling heard this, but said nothing. She was well aware of Hua Huachio's breakthrough. Yet in her heart, she still inclined more toward placing her hopes in Gu Chun. The quiet confidence that Gu Chun carried was something Hua Huachio simply did not possess. Though Hua Huachio had broken through to the late stage of the first innate realm, the Tang family's retainer, Zhong Qinghu, had already defeated late-stage first innate realm experts before. All the more so against a Hua Huachio who had only just broken through. Even after Chen Sihai stepped forward to mediate, Chen Mingling still held him in low esteem. Hua Huachio could not help but let out a cold snort. Miss Ching, do not be deceived by the sweet words of certain individuals. There is a gap in cultivation realms that cannot be bridged by empty boasting. Once the fight begins, the truth will be laid bare. In his view, Gu Chun was simply relying on his youth and handsome appearance to weave flattering words to deceive Chen Mingling. Convincing Chen Mingling that he could handle Zhong Qinghu of the Tang family, and making her willing to pay him a monthly stipend of 200 taels. But some lies lacking the foundation of Cultivation realm are nothing but castles in the air. Once on the battlefield, they would crumble without a trace. He was waiting to see Gu Chen's face slapped. Supplicant Hui, your breakthrough is indeed welcome news for our Cheng family. But I ask that you choose your words more carefully. Cheng Mingling said with visible dissatisfaction, any decision I make is sound. Do not drag others into your disputes. Humph. Upon hearing this, Huahuachio let out a cold snort and fell silent. This Cheng Mingling did not know what potion Gu Chen had poured into her mind, yet she was defending him so fervently. If that was the case, she would witness with her own eyes how Gu Chen was defeated. Only when Gu Chen was left utterly humiliated would she realize how foolish an error it was to recruit him as a supplicant of the Cheng family for a monthly salary of 200 taels. Gu Chen cast a glance at Huahuachio. He ignored him entirely. He was merely a jumping clown. Once he was defeated, they would know who the real clown was. Over at the Tang family, Zhong Qinghu was not the only formidable opponent. Another supplicant also possessed the strength of the later stage of the innate first realm, though he had also broken through only recently. But his aura was far more profound than Huahuachio's. Huahuachio was no match for him. Both sides' personnel assembled. The Tang family patriarch gestured for the other Tang family supplicant beside Zhong Qinghu to enter the arena first. If he could sweep through the entire Cheng family team single-handedly, Zhong Qinghu would not need to enter the arena. That man nodded and slowly walked forth. He was Wen Jingzhen, the veteran supplicant of the Tang family who had long ago reached the middle stage of the innate first realm. It was unknown whether he had broken through since then. Seeing that Wen Jingzhen would fight first on the Cheng family side, Huahuachio did not wait for Gu Chen to speak. He interjected immediately, family head, this old man, one has been my rival for many years. Let me handle this first round of fist combat. Huahuachio looked at Cheng Sihai. Sorry for the trouble, Cheng Sihai nodded. Huahuachio glanced at Gu Chen and walked straight into the martial arts arena. After he defeated Wen Jingzhen, he would then drop his duties. Let Gu Chen face Zhong Qinghu, and then see how he could save face. Gu Chen showed no concern for this clown's schemes. The man truly believed he could be a match for Wen Jingzhen. You will soon learn what cruelty means. Huahuachio arrived at the center of the arena and directly revealed the aura of the later stage of the innate first realm. Facing Wen Jingzhen ahead, he declared, Old man, when I have already broken through. Admit defeat yourself lest you lose face when you are defeated. How noisy. Wen Jingzhen was too lazy to waste words on him. His aura erupted directly also at the later stage of the innate first realm, and even stronger than Huahuachio's. The experts of the Cheng family were all startled. This veteran supplicant of the Tang family had also broken through to the later stage of the innate first realm, just like their own supplicant Hua. And in terms of aura, it was even stronger than their own supplicant. In the martial arts arena, Huahuachio was equally shocked by the scene before him. This old creature had also broken through. Wen Jingzhen had already charged to his front. Wen Jingzhen's cultivated innate martial art was palm techniques. Fierce wind whistled from his palms, and mighty palm force erupted outward. Each palm strike made the air explode with sonic booms as it attacked toward Huahuachio. Huahuachio's cultivated innate martial art was fist techniques, so he hastily threw punches to counter. Fists and palms collided, and invisible energy waves radiated outward, stirring the hair of the onlookers. Bang, bang, bang. After the two exchanged one move, they continued to exchange more than a dozen moves in rapid succession. In the martial arts arena, afterimages from their rapid movements and clashes were everywhere. Both were at the later stage of the innate first realm, but Huahuachio's aura was slightly weaker, likely because his breakthrough was more recent than Wen Jingzhen's. Moreover, after breaking through, he had not truly experienced combat at this realm. After just a few exchanges, he began to fall behind. Wen Jingzhen had broken through to this realm several months ago, and during this time, he had been continuously sparring with Zhong Qinghu, another supplicant of the Tang family, accumulating considerable combat experience. After dozens more moves, signs of defeat gradually appeared in Huahuachio. Several times he narrowly avoided having his defenses breached and being struck in vital areas. Finally, after several more exchanges, Huahuachio was caught with an opening by Wen Jingzhen, who directly struck several palms into his chest. His chest was torn open, his upper garment exploded on the spot, and flesh was mangled. He spat a mouthful of fresh blood and flew backward more than 10 meters, crashing into the edge of the martial arts arena. Defeated. Wen Jingzhen's palm technique was called the Fierce Steel Palm, which possessed the power to split stone and shatter tablets with bare hands. Striking mortal flesh, its destructive power was terrifying. If it were not for Huahuachio already being at the later stage of the flesh refinement realm, where his flesh and blood had undergone significant tempering, these few palm strikes would have shattered his body into pieces. Elder Hua. Seeing this, the Cheng family members hurried forward to check on Huahuachio's injuries. Lying at the edge of the arena, Huahuachio had blood trickling from his mouth, suffered serious injuries, and could not even crawl to his feet, looking utterly wretched. I am fine. Supported upright by two second-rate experts from the Cheng family, Huahuachio forced himself to speak. But he knew clearly that those few palm strikes from Wen Jingzhen had damaged his internal organs. Without rest for at least a month, recovery was impossible. He no longer had the strength to continue fighting. On the martial arts arena, Wen Jingzhen looked at his condition with disdain and snorted coldly. Old man, with this strength you still dare to come out and embarrass yourself. You just wanted old man to admit defeat voluntarily. I did not expect that at your age you remain this arrogant and ignorant. If I were you after such humiliation, I would have long ago ended my own life. You. Upon hearing this, Huahuachio was so furious that his anger struck his heart, and he spat another mouthful of blood, nearly fainting. The words he had spoken when he first entered the arena, that he had already broken through and told Wen Jingzhen to admit defeat, had come back to pierce him like a boomerang. He had lost face completely. Enduring the humiliation, he was supported to the rear by the Chen family members. After taking some healing pills to stop the bleeding. On the martial arts arena, Wen Jingzhen looked toward the Chen family direction. Who else from the Chen family dares to face me? Seeing Wen Jingzhen's challenge, Chen Mingling looked at Gu Chen. I entrust this to you, Elder Gu. Rest assured. Gu Chen nodded to her. Then he stepped forward and walked out. Huahuachio saw Gu Chen enter the arena, and a look of venomous resentment flashed in his eyes. He himself had been defeated, so why send this waste who had not even reached the later stage of the innate first realm? Could Chen Mingling truly believe that Gu Chen could handle Wen Jingzhen? He gritted his teeth and watched Gu Chen on the stage waiting for the same humiliating defeat. Are you the newly recruited supplicant of the Chen family? Wen Jingzhen noticed that Gu Chen looked unfamiliar and deduced he must be a recent addition. The Chen family actually sent a young man like Gu Chen to fight. He shook his head in contempt and said, it seems the Chen family has truly run out of options. In their desperation, they are sending out someone as young as you. Old man, do not look down on the young, Gu Chen said calmly, or you may end up kneeling before me and losing all face. After speaking, Gu Chen walked steadily toward Wen Jingzhen without releasing any aura. To deal with someone at the later stage of the innate first realm relying solely on his physical strength was sufficient. His current physical strength had already surpassed 40,000 jin, while Wen Jingzhen at the later stage of the innate first realm possessed only around 15,000 jin of strength. He could crush him with his iron fists alone. Young man, do not be so arrogant. Wen Jingzhen's aura erupted. Not underestimating him, he unleashed his palm techniques, with palm shadows filling the sky as he attacked toward Gu Chen. Today I will teach you that young people should respect their elders. Watching the attacking Wen Jingzhen, Gu Chen deployed the gecko wall-crawling step and effortlessly dodged the splitting steel palm strikes. Then he reached out like an iron clamp and firmly seized one of Wen Jingzhen's arms. Restraining him, he swung his fists and bombarded his face and head with thunderous punches. Terrifying iron fists carrying 40,000 jin of power. This old man Wen Jingzhen could not resist at all. The iron fists landed solidly upon his head and face. Wen Jingzhen could not even clearly perceive the punching shadows of Gu Chen's strikes. He took several heavy blows. Gu Chen's strength was so immense it filled him with terror. The hand gripping his arm felt completely locked, and he could not move an inch. Deafening explosions echoed throughout the entire martial arts arena. After more than a dozen punches from Gu Chen, Wen Jingzhen's face was smashed into an unrecognizable bloody mess. His teeth had all fallen out, blood flowed from his mouth and nose, his head spun, and his vision blurred, and he could no longer see Gu Chen's figure before him. Gu Chen then delivered a kick that sent him flying back toward the Tang family side, causing him to fall into a deep coma. Watching Wen Jingzhen land before their side, the Tang family members were stunned. On the other side, the experts of the Chen family were equally frozen in shock. The Tang family supplicant at the later stage of the innate first realm had been punched into a coma by their own Gu supplicant in just a few strikes. The arena fell completely silent. A deathly silence settled over the scene. Behind the Chen family ranks, Huahuachio gazed at Wen Jingzhen, whose face had been beaten beyond recognition, and he was so shocked that words failed him. His heart refused to calm for a long time. Gu Chen was actually this powerful. Wen Jingzhen, who had inflicted severe injuries upon him, had not a single chance to fight back in Gu Chen's presence. Just moments ago, he had looked down on Gu Chen and mocked him. He had waited for Gu Chen to be humiliated on stage, eager to see him fail. Yet in the end, Gu Chen defeated Wen Jingzhen, who had defeated him, delivering vengeance upon the field. The clown was actually himself. Excellent, Elder Gu. You did wonderfully. Chen Mingling exclaimed excitedly outside the arena. No sooner had she spoken than the Chen family experts immediately joined in shouting, Supplicant Gu, well done. Supplicant Gu is extraordinary. In the direction of the Tang family, the assembled high-ranking members wore grim expressions. Gu Chen's strength had somewhat exceeded their expectations. Gu Chen had not unleashed any cultivation aura. They could not discern his true realm. But seeing how youthful he appeared, his cultivation surely could not be too profound. His defeat of Wen Jingzhen had relied on sheer brute force. In other words, Gu Chen might possess innate divine strength. Though his cultivation was inferior to Wen Jingzhen's, his power far surpassed the latter's. Wen Jingzhen, unaware of his opponent's true capabilities, had engaged him in close combat from the start and was seized falling into his trap. The Tang family patriarch turned to Zhong Chenghu and asked, Elder Zhong, are you confident? No major issue, Zhong Chenghu replied. He had already seen through Gu Chen's hand. He possessed tremendous strength, but lacked sufficient cultivation. So long as he avoided being grappled, his cultivation alone would suffice for victory. I leave it to you, the Tang family patriarch nodded. Zhong Qinghu stepped forward slowly, making his way toward the center of the martial arena. Upon witnessing this, the entire martial arena gradually fell silent. The Chung family experts, whose hearts had just been stirred with excitement, calmed themselves and turned their attention to the upcoming battle in the arena. Defeating Wen Wenjingzhen was not enough. To secure victory in the fist duel, one had to defeat the Tang family's most formidable elder, Zhong Qinghu. Boy, you are quite impressive to have bested Elder One. Zhong Qinghu arrived at the center of the arena, confronting Gu Chun. But before me, you are still far from sufficient. As he spoke, Zhong Qinghu unleashed his cultivation aura at the grand perfection of the first innate realm. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure swept across the entire martial arena. Grand perfection of the first innate realm. Sensing Zhong Qinghu's aura, every member of the Chung family present underwent a dramatic change in expression. Cheng Sihai even cried out in shock directly. Cheng Mingling's countenance also turned unsightly. Zhong Qinghu had actually broken through to the grand perfection of the first innate realm. Could Elder Gu still be his match? The gap between the late stage and the grand perfection of the first innate realm was substantial. The Chung family elders began to worry. If Gu Chun was no match for him, the Chung family was likely doomed. Within the Chung family section, only Hua Huachio's eyes gleamed with vicious, frenzied light. He had already been humiliated beyond redemption. Now the Tang family's elder Zhong Qinghu had broken through to the grand perfection of the first innate realm. He was eager to witness how Gu Chun could possibly be a match for this Zhong Qinghu, and he wished for Gu Chun to experience firsthand the agony of being publicly defeated and utterly disgraced. Within the martial arena, Gu Chun did not respond to Zhong Qinghu's words and chose to strike directly. The sooner the fight ended, the better. Gu Chun executed his wall-crawling lizard steps, instantly closing the distance toward Zhong Qinghu. Gu Chun's speed was extraordinary, so swift that those below the caliber of a second-rate expert could not track his movement at all. Only first-rate experts and above could barely discern his trajectory. Zhong Qinghu was somewhat startled to witness Gu Chun erupt with such velocity. Setting aside any remaining contempt, he executed his first-grade innate martial art, the Fierce Tiger Fist. He charged toward Gu Chun with killing intent. Upon seeing this, Gu Chun neither dodged nor evaded, choosing instead to meet force with force in a direct clash of fists. He launched a punch, utterly unremarkable in appearance, against Zhong Qinghu's ferocious and explosively domineering strike. Boom. Crack. Following the thunderous collision came the crisp sound of bone shattering. Zhong Qinghu's figure was sent flying backward instantaneously, his entire arm exploding apart and hanging limp and powerless. His form crashed heavily onto the ground, skidding some 7 or 8 meters before finally coming to a halt. Gu Chun meanwhile stood in place without so much as a tremor. The entire venue fell deathly silent in an instant. Zhong Qinghu, a cultivator at the grand perfection of the first innate realm, had been met head-on by Gu Chun. His arm shattered by a single punch and his body sent flying backward. All those present felt the spectacle was utterly surreal. In the martial arena, seizing the momentum from his devastating punch, Gu Chun pressed the attack. His figure advanced with ghost-like swiftness, and he delivered a vicious kick directly to Zhong Qinghu's chest. The impact caved in Zhong Qinghu's chest instantaneously. He vomited a mouthful of blood mingled with fragments of his internal organs, and his entire body flew outward like a ball. He hurtled several dozen meters through the air before crashing into the spectator stands at the edge of the arena. He lost consciousness on the spot. Whether alive or dead remained unknown. Gu Chun estimated that he was likely still breathing, but even if he survived, he would be left with half a life at best. Even if rescued, he would be ruined. If you lack the strength, don't act so arrogant. I hadn't intended to cripple you, Gu Chun remarked. He then turned and made his way back to the Chung family section. The Chung family members, snapping back to reality, immediately erupted into thunderous cheers. Gu Chun's victory had come so swiftly that they had not yet recovered from their anxiety over Zhong Qinghu's breakthrough to the grand perfection of the first innate realm. Gu Chun had already won. The reversal had transpired so rapidly that it had truly exceeded their expectations. In the Tang family section, the assembled Tang family elders wore unsightly expressions. Two of their elders, Wen Jingzhen and Zhong Qinghu, had been defeated in succession. Zhong Qinghu in particular had been virtually crippled. The Tang family was finished. This time the Tang family had not only lost the sales rights to the trade route, but with Zhong Qinghu, their top combatant, incapacitated, the Tang family would very likely be swallowed up by the Chung family in the future. Elder Gu, you are incredible. Upon Gu Chen's return to the Chung family section, Chen Mingling could not contain her excitement. Elder Gu's strength is truly astonishing and has opened our eyes. The Chung family expresses its deepest gratitude to Elder Gu. Cheng Sihai also spoke up to thank Gu Chun. In this fist duel, the Chung family had not only emerged victorious, but Gu Chun had also crippled the Tang family's strongest elder, Zhong Qinghu. The Chung family had secured the sales rights to that trade route, and the eventual annexation of the Tang family was merely a matter of time. Patriarch Chung is too kind. I only hope my strength has not led Patriarch Chung to feel that he has been deceived. Gu Chun cast a glance toward Huahuachio, who was gravely wounded in the corner. He remembered how that clown had tried to incite Chen Mingling with his words earlier. That clown had just suggested that Chen Mingling might have been deceived by his smooth talk. How could that be? With Elder Gu's strength becoming an honored elder of my Chung family with a monthly stipend of 200 taels of silver, who in the Chung family would dare object? Chung Sihai, understanding that Gu Chun was referring to Huahuachio, declared, Elder Gu is the strongest elder of our Chung family, a title most deservedly earned. In the corner, Huahuachio felt his face burning with shame. Catching the occasional glances the Chung family members cast in his direction, he felt that his earlier words had returned to slap him across the face. Each word a stinging blow. Elder Gu has won this fist duel for our Chung family today and elevated our business to new heights. Rest assured, Elder Gu, the Chung family will surely offer you a generous reward, Chung Sihai said to Gu Chun. That evening, at the Jiuxiang restaurant, Chung Sihai hosted a banquet to celebrate the victory over the Tang family in the fist duel. All the Chung family elders were present except for Huahuachio. Chung Sihai directly produced a banknote for 5,000 taels of silver as a token of gratitude for Gu Chun. The value Gu Chun had brought to the Chung family through today's victory far exceeded 5,000 taels. This was the Chung family's heartfelt gesture. Gu Chun accepted it with great delight. Combined with the 8,100 taels he had earned from selling pills to Chen Mingling during the day, Gu Chun could now directly purchase pills to break through to the second stage of the bone forging realm, the copper bone stage. However, this time Gu Chun did not intend to go directly to the Baoyao Pavilion to purchase bone forging pills. He planned to visit Su Kuan the following day to inform him that he had mastered the method of refining skin tempering pills and to request the recipe for bone forging pills from Su Kuan. Once obtained, he could purchase the materials for refining bone forging pills directly from Baoyao Pavilion and refine them himself. Refining bone forging pills for his own cultivation was naturally far more cost-effective than purchasing them from Baoyao Pavilion. At the same time, in Qingping Town, within the courtyard of the Black Sky Cult stronghold where Gu Chun had single-handedly annihilated the Guardian and a host of experts, several guardians of the Black Sky Cult now stood within the courtyard. Wei Zhong, Lu Xianzhang, and the apprentice who had been involved in the incident alongside Gu Chun had all been beaten half to death. Their bodies bound, they were tossed aside. Several of the Black Sky Cult's black-robed evil cultists had dug a large pit in the center of the courtyard. There they discovered the corpses of the evil cultists whom Gu Chun had slain. What a remarkable Baoyao Hall guard. The several Black Sky Cult guardians' eyes flickered with killing intent. Their years of scheming within Qingping Town had been undone by a mere Baoyao Pavilion guard. He is no longer a guard of Baoyao Hall, but an honored elder of Baoyao Pavilion in Qiang City. One of the Black Sky Cult guardians spoke up. So what if he is an honored elder of Baoyao Pavilion in Qiang City? Anyone who dares to annihilate one of our Black Sky Cult strongholds must die, even if he is an honored elder of Baoyao Pavilion, declared another guardian in a hoarse voice. Yang Wenhua's whereabouts remain unknown, and we cannot reach him. It's time to call upon the Yang family in the prefecture city to do their part. If they refuse, we shall expose their past collaboration with us. The guardian said with narrowed eyes. First, let's strip that fellow of his status as an honored elder of Baoyao Pavilion, then find a way to deal with him. The following day, Gu Chen sought out Su Kuan and directly demonstrated to him that he had successfully mastered the refinement of skin tempering pills. Su Kuan had grown numb to such surprises by now. It had only been 5 days since he last provided Gu Chun with the recipe for skin tempering pills, and Gu Chun had already mastered the refinement method. Su Kuan handed Gu Chun the recipe for bone forging pills, letting him learn it on his own. From now on, there would be little left that he could teach him. Gu Chun, with the recipe for bone forging pills in hand, sought out Xiang Dezhou, intending to purchase the medicinal ingredients for refining bone forging pills. Xiang Dezhou was taken aback. How long had it been since Gu Chun last purchased the ingredients for skin tempering pills? If he recalled correctly, it had only been 5 days. In just 5 days, Gu Chun had mastered the refinement of skin tempering pills, and was now advancing to bone forging pills. What terrifying speed was this? Even the top alchemy prodigies of those legendary pill sects could not achieve such a feat. What heights might Gu Chun ultimately reach in the future? He dared not imagine. Unfortunately, at this level, the precious medicine pavilion of Qiang City could no longer offer Gu Chun much assistance. The precious medicine pavilion of Qiang City possesses only a limited quantity of medicinal ingredients suitable for refining bone tempering pills. Given that the demand for such pills within Qiang City remains modest, old man Su refines merely 1 furnace every 3 months. At present, the pavilion holds stock for only 3 batches. Xiang Dezhou spoke. 3 batches shall suffice, Gu Chun remarked. If possible, might you request additional medicinal ingredients for bone tempering pills from the main pavilion at Firecloud Prefecture? Bone tempering pills not only commanded considerable value when refined for sale, but Gu Chun himself required them in substantial quantities. It would be ideal if a portion could be procured from Firecloud Prefecture. It can be arranged, though some time shall be required, perhaps 10 days. I shall see whether I can procure 10 batches of medicinal ingredients for you, Xiang Dezhou replied. The main pavilion of the Precious Medicine Pavilion at Firecloud Prefecture must supply its subordinate pavilions across more than 10 cities. For medicinal ingredients of pills, such as the bone-tempering pill, a third-grade innate realm pill, stockpiles shall not prove abundant, and a substantial quantity cannot be transferred in a single instance, Xiang Dezhou elucidated. Xiang Dezhou concluded his explanation. 10 batches shall suffice as well. Gu Chen nodded, then continued. Since merely 3 batches remain, please provide me with 20 batches of medicinal ingredients for skin-tempering pills. The previous day's sale of pills had yielded him 8,100 taels, coupled with the 5,000 taels presented by Cheng Sihai as thanks for his victory in the sparring match alongside the mere 100-plus taels he had carried previously. His coffers now brimmed with remarkable abundance. Possessing a sum exceeding 14,200 taels, he could finally procure ample medicinal ingredients to undertake a grand endeavor. Once this batch of pills was refined and sold, the profits obtained would enable him to break through to the Copperbone realm. Simultaneously, he could commence cultivation of the Supreme Body Sect, physique-refining divine art he had previously acquired, the Xiantai Qitong Jingang, T Dark Iron Red Bronze Vajra Body. Cultivating an additional physique-refining divine art was utterly essential. Such practice would substantially augment his defensive capabilities and combat prowess. It can be arranged. Xiang Dezhou nodded, then continued. However, the medicinal ingredients for skin-tempering pills currently number but 20-odd batches remaining. Once you purchase them all today, any future acquisitions shall likewise require procurement from Firecloud Prefecture. I shall purchase these for now. We shall address future needs once the Precious Medicine Pavilion has procured additional stock from Firecloud Prefecture headquarters, Gu Chen remarked. Very well. Xiang Dezhou calculated for a moment. 20 batches of skin-tempering pill ingredients amount to 12,000 taels, 3 batches of bone-tempering pill ingredients amount to 2,700 taels. Combined with a 5% discount applied, the total sums to 13,965 taels. Gu Chen settled the payment. He then departed with 23 batches of medicinal ingredients, returning to his private courtyard. Upon arrival, Gu Chen entered his chambers. Retrieving the bone-tempering pill formula, Gu Chen resolved to comprehend its intricacies, then refined the 3 batches of ingredients into pills to break through his cultivation realm. At all times, one's personal cultivation realm remained paramount. All else served merely to elevate one's cultivation realm. To advance from the iron bone tier to the copper bone tier, approximately 300 days of purified cultivation would be required, equivalent to 30 bone-tempering pills. 3 batches of bone-tempering pill ingredients would yield precisely 30 pills. The formula was placed into the bronze bowl. Innate third-grade bone-tempering pill formula. Expend 150 taels of silver to exchange for alchemy comprehension. Gu Chen deposited 150 taels of silver within and elected to proceed with the exchange. The silver vanished, and within Gu Chen's mind emerged the comprehension requisite for refining bone-tempering pills. He set to work without delay. Meanwhile, in Firecloud Prefecture, at the uppermost floor of an opulent tavern within an elegant private chamber, 2 middle-aged men partook of tea. From the elegant chamber atop the building, the windows afforded a sweeping vista encompassing much of Firecloud Prefecture. Senior brother, back when we still studied martial arts beneath master's tutelage, it was you who instructed me in boxing techniques. One middle-aged man remarked as he refilled his companion's tea. Indeed, I scarcely imagined that in the blink of an eye so many years would have elapsed. Time awaits no man. Master has departed this world, and we too have passed the threshold of 50. The other middle-aged man raised his tea, sipping it gently. Both men occupied positions of extraordinary distinction within Firecloud Prefecture. One was Nyaku, the master of the main pavilion of the Precious Medicine Pavilion at Firecloud Prefecture. The other was Yang Yuanshao, the patriarch of the Yang family, one of the 3 foremost noble houses of Firecloud Prefecture. To speak candidly, senior brother, the purpose of inviting you to partake of tea today is twofold. First, to reminisce. Second, to request a favor. Yang Yuanshao spoke. Speak freely. Nyaku set down his teacup. Within the Precious Medicine Pavilion of Qiyang City, under your jurisdiction, senior brother, there exists a retainer who, whilst in Songshan County, secretly colluded with the Night Watch Bureau and brought harm to members of my Yang family. This individual's character is utterly reprehensible. I wish to ask you a small favor, to expel him from the Precious Medicine Pavilion of Qiyang City. Yang Yuanshao revealed his purpose. Oh, such a matter indeed. Nyaku expressed mild astonishment. The Yang family being one of the foremost noble houses of Firecloud Prefecture, with their strongest cultivator attaining the 5th innate realm, the viscera sacrificial stage. How could a member of their lineage have been victimized by the combined schemes of a retainer from his Precious Medicine Pavilion and agents of the Night Watch Bureau? The Yang family possessed a powerhouse at the 5th stage of the innate realm, the viscera sacrificial stage. Yet a scion had fallen prey to the collusion of a retainer from his pavilion and the Night Watch Bureau. What is this retainer's name? Nyaku inquired. Gu Chen. He became a retainer of the Precious Medicine Pavilion of Qiyang City merely a month ago. His cultivation stands at the 1st stage of the innate realm. Previously, he served as a guard at a subordinate Precious Medicine Hall. He possesses some aptitude for cultivation and alchemy, and has now passed the examination for a registered disciple of the alchemy sect through the precious medicine pavilion of Qiang City. Yang Yuanxiao elucidated. What would you have me do? Nieku regarded his junior brother and inquired. Fabricate a charge against him and validate his results from the alchemy sect registered disciple examination and simultaneously expel him from the precious medicine pavilion of Qiang City. Yang Yuanxiao concluded. It shall be done, Nieku consented. To strip a retainer from one of his pavilion's branches across his subordinate cities was within his authority as master of the main pavilion of the precious medicine pavilion at Firecloud Prefecture. The two concluded their gathering. Upon returning to the main pavilion of the precious medicine pavilion at Firecloud Prefecture, Nieku instructed his aide Liu Biao to attend to the matter. As for Yang Yuanxiao, upon returning to the Yang family estate, he summoned the envoy from the Black Heaven cult. The task you requested has been accomplished. Within a short span, Gu Chen shall no longer serve as a retainer of the precious medicine pavilion of Qiang City. Return and convey to your elder that this shall be both the first and final instance, Yang Yuanxiao declared coldly to the Black Heaven cult envoy. Otherwise we shall all perish together. Due to Yang Wenhua's prior collaboration with the Black Heaven cult in a certain matter, the Yang family had become entangled with these rats lurking in the shadows. Now they dared issue threats demanding the Yang family devise means to revoke Gu Chen's status as both a retainer of the precious medicine pavilion and a registered disciple of the alchemy sect. Were it not for concerns that prior matters might invite reckoning, he would have delighted in striking down the Black Heaven cult envoy before him with a single blow. There is no need for anger, Patriarch Yang. Yang Wenhua of your family has vanished, and in all likelihood this is inextricably linked to Gu Chen. Our actions against him shall prove beneficial to the Yang family. The Black Heaven cult envoy spoke. All that the Yang family must do is ensure that Lad loses his position as a retainer of the precious medicine pavilion, and that his identity as a registered disciple of the alchemy sect is revoked. The remainder shall be left to our Black Heaven cult. The Black Heaven cult envoy smiled with an eerie charm, then departed the Yang family estate. As for Gu Chen, the following 2 days were devoted entirely to pill refinement. By dusk of the second day, Gu Chen had finally refined all 3 batches of bone-tempering pill ingredients into pills. In total 30 pills were produced, 10 from each furnace. Gu Chen placed them directly into the bronze bowl, exchanging them for cultivation in preparation for breakthrough. 30 bone-tempering pills may be exchanged for 300 days of purified cultivation. Gu Chen hesitated, not electing to proceed with the exchange. The heroic soul's cultivation was channeled into Gu Chen's body, then transformed by his cultivated art, the Fire Thunder Bone Tempering chapter, into innate thunderfire, which began to forge every bone within his frame. The frigid impurities lurking deep within his bones were tempered, forged, and incinerated into oblivion. Upon completion of the cultivation transfer, every bone throughout Gu Chen's body radiated a copper-red thunderous brilliance, while faint tendrils of thunderfire flickered intermittently around him. The mid-stage of the bone-tempering realm, the copper bone tier, had been achieved. Gu Chen took stock beneath his flesh. His bones had transmuted into copper bone, not only extraordinarily resilient, but capable of unleashing power far more terrifying than that of his former iron bone state. His combat prowess had been elevated dramatically. Gu Chen was well pleased. Once the next batch of bone-tempering pill ingredients arrived from Firecloud Prefecture, 10 batches would suffice for him to surge directly from mid-stage to the consummate stage of the bone-tempering realm. He would then commence preparations to break through to the 4th stage of the innate realm. Gu Chen's spirit soared. As for the Chen family, following their victory in the sparring match, they had begun managing that trade route. Gu Chen's pills sold remarkably well along that trade route at a 5% discount, generating substantial profit for the Chen family. The sole regret was that supply fell short of demand. The minor noble houses and martial halls along this trade route seldom purchased pills in bulk. Typically they bought merely several pills at a time, never exceeding 10. Purchases of fewer than 50 pills from the precious medicine pavilion rendered them ineligible for discounts. Thus they were naturally inclined to purchase from the Chen family, where they could obtain a 5% discount. 3 days later, an envoy from the main pavilion of the precious medicine pavilion at Firecloud Prefecture arrived at the precious medicine pavilion of Qiang City, demanding Gu Chen to present himself for an audience. Xiang Daizhou proceeded directly to the private courtyard where Gu Chen resided to inform him. Brother Gu, have you somehow offended a figure of great importance from the Firecloud Prefecture headquarters? Xiang Daizhou inquired upon arriving at Gu Chen's courtyard. Gu Chen was taken aback. Offend a figure of great importance from the Firecloud Prefecture headquarters? He had not. Has something happened? Why do you say that, Brother Xiang? Gu Chen inquired. Today the main headquarters of the Huiyun Mansion dispatched an envoy specifically demanding your presence. Xiang Daizhou hesitated for a moment before adding, I fear this envoy comes with ill intent. An envoy from the Huiyun Mansion's main headquarters specifically demanding to see me. Gu Chen was somewhat bewildered. He had never even stepped foot out of Qiang City. It was impossible for him to know anyone from the Huiyun Mansion, let alone offend them. Let us go and take a look first, Brother Xiang, Gu Chen said. Regardless of the situation, it was best to see for himself. Very well. Xiang Daizhou led Gu Chen toward the council hall of the Baoyao Pavilion. Meanwhile, inside the council hall of the Baoyao Pavilion, Pavilion Master Su Tianing, the presiding alchemist Su Kuan, the remaining enshrined elders of the Xiantian realm, and Su Ming had all gathered. They were waiting for Gu Chen's arrival. Seated upon the main throne of the council hall was Lu Biao, the envoy from the Huiyun Mansion's main headquarters. As Gu Chen and Xiang Dazhou arrived, Xiang Dazhou bowed to Lu Biao on the throne and said, "Envoy Lu, this is enshrined Elder Gu." Xiang Dazhou introduced Gu Chen to Lu Biao. Seeing this, Gu Chen bowed to Lu Biao. "Greetings, Envoy Lu." Lu Biao cast a cold glance at Gu Chen. Instead of telling him to rise, he barked harshly, "Gu Chen, do you plead guilty?" Gu Chen was taken aback by the words and looked at Lu Biao. "I do not understand what you mean by this, Envoy Lu. During your tenure as a guard at the Tsongshan County Baoyao Pavilion, in order to vie for the slot to become a guard at the Chiang City Baoyao Pavilion, you ruthlessly crippled the other guard Zhou Hong during your duel. Do you plead guilty?" Lu Biao's gaze was razor-sharp, staring intently at Gu Chen like a hawk. Nieka had instructed him to find a way to strip Gu Chen of his status as an enshrined elder of the Baoyao Pavilion and expel him. Upon investigation, he discovered that Gu Chen had previously crippled Zhou Hong and decided to use this incident as his leverage. "I had prior conflicts with Zhou Hong. During our duel, he was the one who first threatened to cripple me. I was left with no choice but to defend myself and accidentally crippled him in the process." Gu Chen defended himself. Absurd. What kind of helpless defense accidentally severs a man's hand and foot tendons all at once? Lu Biao barked sternly. "As fellow guards of the Baoyao Pavilion, you should have supported each other and resolved your conflicts amicably. A devious and ruthless character like you has no right to be an enshrined elder of our Baoyao Pavilion, let alone a registered disciple of the alchemic sect." The alchemic sect delegated the assessment authority to the Baoyao Pavilion so that we could select disciples of pure character for the sect, not vile and low-life individuals like you. By the decree of the Huiyun Mansion's main headquarters, you do not meet the requirements to serve as our enshrined elder, nor do you meet the criteria to be a registered disciple of the alchemic sect. Effective today, the results of your alchemic sect assessment at the Chiang City Baoyao Pavilion are invalidated. You are no longer a registered disciple of the alchemic sect, nor are you an enshrined elder of the Chiang City Baoyao Pavilion. From this day forth, sever your ties and leave the Baoyao Pavilion," Lu Biao announced. Standing to the side, Xiang Dazhou hastily spoke up in defense of Gu Chen. "Envoy Lu, when enshrined elder Gu dueled guard Zhou Hong of Tsongshan County back, then crippling him, was truly an unintentional act. Enshrined elder Gu possesses extraordinary talent. He is not even 20 years old, yet is already a Xiantian master. Furthermore, he is exceptionally gifted in the path of alchemy. I implore the main headquarters to reconsider." Xiang Dazhou could not bear to see the Baoyao Pavilion lose such a genius as Gu Chen. Fearing that the envoy from the main headquarters was unaware of Gu Chen's talent, he pleaded earnestly. "Indeed, Envoy Lu. Enshrined Elder Gu's talent in alchemy is something this old man has rarely seen in his life. Given some time to grow, he will surely pass the alchemic sect's official disciple examination and become an official disciple. It would be an absolute tragedy to expel such a genius over a trivial matter." Su Kuan also spoke up for Gu Chen. With Gu Chen's immense talent, the minor incident of crippling Zhou Hong, a mere guard from a small locale, should easily have been overlooked. Su Kuan could not comprehend why the Huiyun Mansion's main headquarters would use this as a pretext to expel Gu Chen. Does being exceptionally gifted mean one can treat the rules of our Baoyao Pavilion as nothing? Does it mean one can disregard the alchemic sect's recruitment regulations, act completely lawlessly, and cripple whoever they please? Lu Biao furiously barked at the two who had spoken in Gu Chen's defense. When he was a mere guard, he already dared to be so arrogant. If he becomes an official disciple, or even a high-ranking member of the alchemic sect in the future, wouldn't he kill whoever he pleases? Nurturing such an immoral person is a threat to the alchemic sect and a menace to the divine dynasty. Lu Biao directly pinned these heinous accusations on Gu Chen. By now, Gu Chen finally understood the situation. Lu Biao was deliberately targeting him. Some powerful figure at the Huiyun Mansion's main headquarters did not want him to remain in the Baoyao Pavilion. Any further words would be utterly pointless. If the main headquarters wishes to expel me, they could have just said so directly. Why use such a pretext to insult my character? Gu Chen stood up and stared at him, his previous politeness completely gone. "In everything I do, I, Gu Chen, have a clear conscience. Spare me your baseless accusations. Today, as a high-ranking member of the Baoyao Pavilion, you wish to use this to expel me, and I shall not argue with you." Gu Chen looked him straight in the eye. "The Baoyao Pavilion is a fine place, but it is a pity that pests like you exist within it. I can leave today, but in the future I hope you pests do not live to regret today's actions." Having spoken, Gu Chen turned and walked away without looking back. Since things had come to this, even if he shamelessly begged Lu Biao, it would be of no avail. His only option was to leave for now. If this place would not have him, there would surely be others that would. He only hoped that the high-ranking members of the Baoyao Pavilion's headquarters who ordered this targeting would not regret it in the future. Seeing Gu Chen forced to leave, Xiang Dazhou, Su Kuan, and the others hesitated, wanting to stop him, but found themselves unable to speak up. Their status and authority were simply too limited. The decision of the Huiyun Mansion's main headquarters was not something they could change. It was a tragic loss for the Baoyao Pavilion to let a monstrous genius like Gu Chen slip through their fingers. With Gu Chen's talent, they had no doubt that he would reach heights unimaginable to ordinary people in the future. The words Gu Chen had just spoken were by no means an exaggeration. The Huiyun Mansion's main headquarters, and even the alchemic sect would surely regret today's actions. Humph. Seeing Gu Chen depart, Liu Biao snorted coldly and looked at the surrounding crowd. Do you see? This is the person you all thought so highly of. The moment we mention expelling him, he immediately turns hostile. If we were to nurture such a person, he would eventually become a menace. So what if he has some talent in alchemy and cultivation? Liu Biao sneered disdainfully. Effective today, all Baoyao Pavilion shops within the Huiyun Mansion's jurisdiction are forbidden from selling pills and alchemical ingredients to him. Without our Baoyao Pavilion's distribution channels, let us see how arrogant he can remain. He issued the command directly. Standing to the side, Su Ming watched this scene unfold, silently lamenting the sheer foolishness of the main headquarters. In less than 3 months, once Gu Chen finished participating in the divine examination, the Huiyun Mansion's main headquarters would undoubtedly regret today's decision. Meanwhile, after leaving the council hall, Gu Chen returned to the courtyard assigned to him by the Baoyao Pavilion and packed up his belongings. He then picked up the alchemical cauldron and the firewood in the courtyard, departing immediately. Since he had been stripped of his status as an enshrined elder of the Baoyao Pavilion and a registered disciple of the alchemic sect, he naturally could no longer reside in the courtyard provided by them. Carrying his pile of belongings, he headed straight for the Chen family residence. Without his status as an enshrined elder of the Baoyao Pavilion, he could easily serve as an enshrined elder for the Chen family instead. Once he completed the divine examination of the divine dynasty 2 months later and entered officialdom as a government official, it would be 100 times more comfortable than staying at the Baoyao Pavilion. When Chen Mingling saw Gu Chen arriving at the Chen family residence with a massive pile of belongings, she was completely stunned. Failing to grasp the situation for a moment, she inquired, "Brother Gu, what is all this?" "I have resigned from my position as an enshrined elder at the Baoyao Pavilion. From now on I will solely serve as the exclusive enshrined elder of the Chen family," Gu Chen replied. "Really?" Chen Mingling was overjoyed upon hearing this. Gu Chen's strength was obvious to all the high-ranking members of the Chen family. Even Zhong Qinghu, the Tang family's enshrined elder, who was at the peak of the first realm of Xintian, had been crippled by Gu Chen in just 2 moves. Having an exclusive enshrined elder like Gu Chen directly stationed within the Chen family carried far greater significance than him merely serving as a freelance enshrined elder. Although both were positions of enshrined elders, being stationed at the Chen residence versus not being stationed there were 2 entirely different concepts. Indeed, Gu Chen nodded. "I will arrange an excellent courtyard for you right away, Brother Gu," Chen Mingling said excitedly. Soon Chen Mingling had settled Gu Chen into the Chen family estate. The courtyard assigned to him was even larger than the one he had occupied at the Baoyao Pavilion. The Chen family showed immense sincerity. That very evening, upon learning that Gu Chen was no longer serving as an enshrined elder of the Baoyao Pavilion, Chen Sihai personally invited Gu Chen to join him for a banquet. He raised Gu Chen's monthly allowance to 300 taels of silver and additionally provided him with 2 qi and blood pills every month for his cultivation. To have enshrined elder Gu become an exclusive enshrined elder of our Chen family is truly a blessing for us, Chen Sihai said during the banquet, raising his cup to drink with Gu Chen. With Gu Chen serving as their exclusive enshrined elder, the Chen family's plans to annex the Tang family could finally be accelerated. The returns would far exceed the Chen family's wildest imaginations. "Patriarch Chen, you are too kind," Gu Chen said, clinking his cup with him. An allowance of 300 taels of silver per month, plus 2 qi and blood pills, was much higher than what he had received at the Baoyao Pavilion. In truth, the people he had encountered at the Baoyao Pavilion previously had treated him very well. The Baoyao Pavilion had provided immense help in allowing him to achieve his current strength. However, someone at the main headquarters was determined to target him. Even if he chose to compromise and swallow his pride, it would be futile. He possessed great talent in both cultivation and alchemy, but so what? A higher official's rank could crush a subordinate. With someone powerful intent on suppressing him, there was little he could do. For now, he could only settle down with the Chen family and pin his hopes on the divine examination. As long as he could pass the divine examination and shine brilliantly, he would surely make those high and mighty figures of the Huiyun Mansion's Baoyao Pavilion main headquarters regret their actions. After the banquet concluded that evening, Chen Mingling escorted Gu Chen back to his newly prepared courtyard. She handed him the remaining 100 taels per month from his increased allowance. Since they paid Gu Chen a year's sum in advance, the increase amounted to an additional 1,200 taels. She had already given Gu Chen 2,400 taels previously, so only the newly added portion remained to be paid. "Brother Gu, if you have any needs, you can call on me directly," Chen Mingling said as they arrived outside Gu Chen's courtyard. "Any needs at all?" Gu Chen looked at her with a half-smile. Chen Mingling was already exceptionally beautiful, coupled with her voluptuous figure and remarkably ample chest. Moreover, having gained experience managing the Chung family's trade caravans, she possessed the mature charm of an elegant lady despite her young age. It was easy to let one's imagination run wild. Hearing his words, Chen Mingling also realized the ambiguity in what she had just said, and her face instantly flushed crimson. This only added to her allure. Yes. Knowing that her words had led Gu Chen's mind astray, Chen Mingling nevertheless did not offer any explanation or denial, merely replying with a soft murmur. Alright, you should head back first. Seeing that he had succeeded in teasing her, Gu Chen waved his hand with a smile. Come back tomorrow morning. I have some matters to discuss with you, but it is too late tonight. Tomorrow morning. Chen Mingling was taken aback. Shouldn't it be tonight? It wasn't that late yet, there was still time. But seeing that Gu Chen had already entered the courtyard, she could only say, very well, I will come find you first thing tomorrow morning, brother Gu. Alright, Gu Chen responded before stepping inside. After tidying up, he entered his room and began to ponder the events of the day as well as his future plans. Today the envoy from the Huiyun Mansion's Baoyao Pavilion main headquarters came directly to target me and expel me from the pavilion. This is highly unusual, Gu Chen mused. He retrieved the bronze bowl and placed silver inside. I wish to exchange this for the underlying reason behind my expulsion from the Baoyao Pavilion today. Who is targeting me? Gu Chen transmitted his intent to the bronze bowl. If there was no one targeting him at the main headquarters, then given his talent, the trivial matter of crippling Zhou Hong would never have resulted in his direct expulsion, let alone the revocation of his status as a registered disciple of the alchemic sect. The bronze bowl indicated that exchanging this information would require 50 taels of silver. Gu Chen directly deposited the silver and chose to proceed with the exchange. Your slaying of the Haitian sect's Dharma protector envoy and cultists in Qingping town has been discovered by the Haitian sect. The Haitian sect once collaborated with the Yang family of the prefectural city, the family behind Yang Wenhua. Using this as leverage, the Haitian sect threatened the Yang family, prompting them to use their connections to have the Huiyun Mansion's Baoyao Pavilion main headquarters strip you of your status as an enshrined elder and a registered disciple of the alchemic sect. Yang Yuanxiao, the patriarch of the Yang family, and Niaku, the pavilion master of the Huiyun Mansion's Baoyao Pavilion main headquarters, were once fellow disciples. This matter was carried out by the Baoyao Pavilion at the request of the Yang family. Now that you no longer possess the protection of being an enshrined elder and a registered disciple of the alchemic sect, the Haitian sect is preparing to strike at you. Gu Chen was startled upon learning this. So that was how it was. What a Haitian sect, what a Yang family, and what a Baoyao Pavilion main headquarters. They had secretly woven a massive web preparing to deal with him. Did they truly think he was made of clay, easily crushed? I must find a way to increase my strength, Gu Chen resolved, forming a plan. Ever since he had annihilated one of their minor outposts previously, he had been investigating information regarding this cult, the Haitian sect. This cult operated across several prefectures adjacent to the Huiyun prefecture. While not a major power, they were by no means to be underestimated. He needed to bolster his strength first to prepare for the inevitable retribution they would direct toward him. The strength he had revealed to the outside world was only the first stage of the Xiantian realm. Should they dispatch powerhouses of the second or third stage of the Xiantian realm to deal with him, he would still possess the means to fight back. This was the exact advantage of concealing one's true capabilities. Furthermore, as an illicit cult, the Haitian sect would not dare to openly storm Qiyang City to assassinate or target him. Those rats in the gutters. Should they dare to appear in Qiyang City in any significant number, neither the Night Watch Bureau nor the City Guard would show them any mercy. From their scheming to have him expelled from the Baoyao Pavilion, one could deduce that there must be a powerhouse of the third stage of the Xiantian realm guarding the pavilion. The cult harbored wariness. Lost in thought, Gu Chen placed some silver into the bronze bowl. I wish to know the strength of the Haitian sect's most powerful figure and what level of experts they will dispatch to deal with me this time. To ensure absolute safety, Gu Chen decided to continue exchanging for relevant information. The bronze bowl provided feedback. Exchanging for this information required 200 taels of silver. Without hesitation, Gu Chen placed 200 tael silver banknotes into the bowl and chose to initiate the exchange. The banknotes vanished, and the bronze bowl yielded the information he sought. The Haitian sect is a minor cult operating under the grand cult known as the Metian sect. Their strongest expert, the sect leader, possesses a cultivation at the peak of the 5th stage of the Xiantian realm. They are already aware of your assistance to the Chen family in the martial contest. Because you defeated Zhong Qinghu, who was at the peak of the 1st stage of the Xiantian realm, they have assessed your strength to be at the 2nd stage of the Xiantian realm. Consequently, they will dispatch one elder of the 3rd stage, 2 protectors of the 2nd stage, and several experts of the 1st stage of the Xiantian realm to deal with you. Is that all? Gu Chen sneered. Merely 1 3rd stage, 2 2nd stage, and several 1st stage Xiantian experts. With his current cultivation, as long as no powerhouse of the 4th stage of the Xiantian realm interfered, he had nothing to fear. Gu Chen retrieved the mystic iron red copper Vajra body, a body tempering divine art of the body sect, that he had previously plundered from that Haitian sect protector. Gu Chen had previously tested it with the bronze bowl, Comprehending just the first volume, the mystic iron body would require 1,000 taels of silver. Previously, he had prioritized his silver to purchase resources to elevate his cultivation realm, leaving this technique unlearned. Now that he possessed ample silver banknotes, yet lacked immediate channels to purchase pills to boost his cultivation, things were different. Gu Chen prepared to comprehend the technique and begin his cultivation. The first volume of this divine art, the mystic iron body, was reputed to render one's defense completely impenetrable to any expert within the 5 stages of the Xiantian realm once mastered. It was an incredibly formidable defense. Once mastered, his combat prowess would ascend to a whole new level. Gu Chen placed the manual and 1,000 taels in silver banknotes into the bronze bowl, choosing to exchange them for the insights of the first volume, the mystic iron body. Expended 1,000 taels in silver banknotes to obtain the cultivation insights for the mystic iron body. Instantly, the profound insights of cultivating the mystic iron body flooded Gu Chen's mind. According to the insights that manifested in his mind, cultivating this mystic iron body required the consumption of a pill called the mystic iron pill. The insights conveniently included the formula and refinement method for this pill, allowing Gu Chen to master them simultaneously. The mystic iron body required one to consume this pill and relentlessly temper their physical form day and night to transform their constitution into that of mystic iron. This pill belonged to the 3rd rank of the Xiantian grade, and its value was comparable to that of the bone-tempering pill. Gu Chen estimated that to fully master the mystic iron body, he would need at least 100 of these pills. Fortunately, with the bronze bowl, he could bypass the tedious process of gradually tempering his body with pills. As long as he gathered 100 mystic iron pills and placed them into the bronze bowl, the bowl would allow him to master the mystic iron body instantly. For now, he only needed to have the Chen family gather 10 sets of medicinal ingredients to refine the mystic iron pill, as well as 7 sets of ingredients for the bone-tempering pill. His subsequent breakthrough to the 3rd stage of the bone-tempering realm, silver bone, and the 4th stage, golden bone, would both require the assistance of bone-tempering pills. Gu Chen estimated that he would need at least 66 more bone-tempering pills to break through to the golden bone stage and reach the peak of the bone-tempering realm. Now that he was no longer an enshrined apothecary of the Baoyao Pavilion, he had lost his steady channel of resources. He could only rely on the Chen family to help him gather these ingredients. The following day, Chen Mingling arrived at Gu Chen's courtyard, and he handed her a list of 4 types of medicinal ingredients. 1 for refining qi and blood pills, 1 for skin-tempering pills, 1 for bone-tempering pills, and 1 for mystic iron pills. Take this list of 4 types of ingredients and purchase them for me. Apart from the 4th type, of which I only need 10 sets, procure as many of the other 3 types as you can, Gu Chen instructed Chen Mingling. Our previous pill trade will continue. Although I have left the Baoyao Pavilion, the pills I sold to the Chen family in our prior transactions were entirely refined by myself. As long as the Chen family can acquire the raw ingredients for me, I can keep refining pills, Gu Chen revealed, laying his cards on the table. When trading with Gu Chen previously, Chen Mingling had already suspected that the pills he sold to the Chen family were of his own making. That was why Gu Chen could offer them at a 15% discount. Glancing at the list, Chen Mingling replied, "No problem. I will have the Chen family's merchant caravans purchase the ingredients on this list from the cities they pass through. The Chen family also has shops in the Huayun prefecture that can assist. However, the spiritual herbs required for the latter 2 types, which refined 3rd-rank Xiantian pills, are quite precious. We might not be able to acquire many in a short period," Chen Mingling explained. "For the first 2 types, normal purchases are fine," Gu Chen said. "But for the latter 2 types of ingredients used for the 3rd-rank Xiantian pills, you may acquire them at a premium." The qi and blood pills and skin-tempering pills were primarily refined for sale to earn silver, so purchasing them at market price was sufficient. He would refine as many as they could gather. On the other hand, the bone-tempering pills and mystic iron pills were meant to elevate his cultivation and combat power, so they could be purchased at a higher price to prioritize his strength. Understood, Chen Mingling agreed. Over the following days, Gu Chen focused on refining pills within the Chen family estate. He still had 20 sets of skin-tempering pill ingredients that he had previously purchased from the Baoyao Pavilion, but had not yet refined. Taking 7 days, Gu Chen refined all 20 sets of ingredients into 200 skin-tempering pills. Selling them to the Chen family at a 15% discount yielded him 17,000 taels in silver banknotes. During these 7 days, the Chen family managed to procure the first batch of ingredients for him: 20 sets for qi and blood pills, 10 sets for skin-tempering pills, and only 2 sets each for bone-tempering pills and mystic iron pills. The ingredients for the latter 2 3rd-rank Xiantian pills were exceedingly rare, with most supply channels tightly controlled by the Baoyao Pavilion. Only a minuscule portion remained scattered in independent medicine shops. Furthermore, upon learning that Gu Chen had aligned with the Chen family, and that they had begun selling pills everywhere, the Baoyao Pavilion immediately blockaded all trade with the Chen family. This severed any possibility of the Chen family purchasing refining ingredients through the Baoyao Pavilion or its subordinate apothecary shops. The 20 sets of qi and blood pill ingredients and 10 sets of skin-tempering pill ingredients had cost the Chen family 12,000 taels of silver at market price. The 2 sets of mystic iron pill ingredients and 2 sets of bone-tempering pill ingredients had cost 3,800 taels of silver due to the premium price. Gu Chen directly handed the Chung family 16,000 taels of silver, with the extra 200 taels serving as compensation for their hard work. Continue purchasing these 4 types of ingredients for me. For the 2 third-rank Xiantian ingredients, you may still acquire them at a premium, Gu Chen instructed. He had now obtained 2 sets of bone-tempering pill ingredients. With just 2 more, he could directly break through to the late stage of the bone-tempering realm, the silver bone level. He was still short of 8 sets of ingredients for the mystic iron pill. By the time the Chung family returned with the next batch of ingredients, the 20 sets of qi and blood pill ingredients and 10 sets of skin-tempering pill ingredients in his possession would undoubtedly be fully refined. Selling them to the Chung family then would yield enough profit to cover the expenses of the 2 third-rank Xiantian ingredients. After Chung Mingling departed, Gu Chen took all the ingredients she had brought back and first refined the 2 sets of mystic iron pill ingredients and 2 sets of bone-tempering pill ingredients. Spending a full day and an entire morning, he successfully refined the 4 sets of ingredients into pills, obtaining a total of 20 mystic iron pills and 20 bone-tempering pills. Next, Gu Chen prepared to resume refining the skin-tempering pills and qi and blood pills. Just then a servant from the Chung family rushed in carrying 2 boxes with a look of sheer terror on his face as he entered Gu Chen's courtyard. Venerable Apothecary Gu S. Someone left 2 boxes at the Chung family's main gate. There is a note on them saying they are meant for you. The servant stammered, his voice trembling. The 2 boxes he held were continuously dripping fresh blood, giving him an ominous premonition that they might contain severed heads. This was a blatant provocation against their venerable apothecary Gu. Frowning deeply, Gu Chen stared at the 2 boxes in the servant's arms and instructed him to place them on the ground. Since someone had specifically delivered them to the Chung family for him, Gu Chen stepped forward and opened them. Inside were indeed 2 severed heads. They belonged to none other than Lu Xianzhong and his apprentice, who had previously joined Gu Chen in wiping out the Haitian sect members at their outpost in Qingping town. Their eyes remained wide open in death, their distorted faces frozen in agonizing pain, indicating they had suffered inhumane torture before they died. You may leave. I will handle this matter, Gu Chen said, waving his hand to dismiss the servant. The servant swallowed hard and departed in fear. Once he was gone, Gu Chen carefully removed the 2 heads. In the box containing Lu Xianzhong's head, there was also a letter. Gu Chen opened it and scanned the contents. The gist of the letter was that the Haitian sect demanded he leave Qiyang City tonight and head to Mount Xiaohe 30 miles away to settle their score. Wei Zhong was in their hands. If Gu Chen failed to show up, they would immediately execute Wei Zhong, the last remaining person who had participated in the incident. The letter also warned him not to think of informing the Night Watch Bureau or the prefecture magistrate. They had informants in the city, and if he dared to report them, he would find nothing but an empty trap outside the city. Furthermore, Wei Zhong would suffer a horrific death. Threatening me. Gu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. They dare not strike at me directly within Qiyang City, so they want to lure me out instead. Wei Zhong was the one who had received him when he first arrived in Qingping town, bringing him into the Baoyao Hall, and was the person he was most familiar with. They believe I am a man bound by loyalty and affection, Gu Chen sneered, that I would risk my life for Wei Zhong. He crumpled the letter into a ball and tossed it into the refining furnace. Acting as if nothing had happened, he resumed refining pills. In the afternoon, he refined a batch of skin-tempering pills, but throughout the process his mind remained restless. He felt profoundly unsettled. A barrage of inexplicable memories and thoughts disrupted his concentration. With Boss Gu serving as the guard of our Baoyao Hall, our safety is assured. We look forward to your guidance in the future, Boss Gu. Boss Gu, this residence used to belong to Boss Su. Since it is vacant now, you can live here. I live in the courtyard right next door. If you need anything, Boss Gu, just let me know. No more fighting, no more. Boss Gu, your movement technique is far too formidable. We cannot even touch you, so how can we possibly fight? These random thoughts kept echoing in his mind, disrupting his focus. Damn it! Gu Chen cursed under his breath. He felt incredibly uncomfortable. Entering his room, Gu Chen retrieved his yellow-grade, mid-rank treasured saber. He then produced the bronze bowl and placed the 20 bone-tempering pills he had refined just yesterday into it. 23rd rank Xiantian bone-tempering pills can be exchanged for 200 days of pure cultivation. Gu Chen immediately chose to exchange them. Instantly, a massive surge of cultivation energy was channeled into his body, which he circulated using the Fire Thunder Bone Tempering chapter to absorb and temper his entire skeletal structure. As the transmission of cultivation concluded, Gu Chen's aura surged dramatically, with his strength, vision, and hearing all significantly enhanced. He was now merely a step away from the silver bone stage. Gu Chen then placed the 20 mystic iron pills into the bronze bowl. 23rd rank Xiantian mystic iron pills can be exchanged for the minor mastery stage of the mystic iron body. Exchange, Gu Chen confirmed without hesitation. Instantly, the 20 mystic iron pills in the bronze bowl vanished, transforming into a peculiar energy that surged into his body to reconstruct his constitution. Gu Chen's aura soared continuously as his physical strength rapidly intensified. A moment later, a terrifying aura erupted from him. Beneath his skin, intricate runes were engraved, and his flesh faintly took on the hue of mystic iron. The mystic iron body had reached minor mastery. A mystic iron body at the minor mastery stage could completely ignore the attacks of a powerhouse at the third stage of the Xiantian realm, and it also possessed a formidable resistance against the might of a fourth stage Xiantian expert. Gripping his treasured saber, Gu Chen walked straight out of the Cheng family estate and headed toward the outskirts of Qiang City. He had indeed fallen for their trap. The Haitian sect read him all too well. But the outcome would bring nothing but absolute death to them all. Outside Qiang City, in the small black mountain 30 li away, Wei Zhong was hanging upside down from a tree. Surrounding him were 7 or 8 cultists of the Black Heaven sect clad in black. In front were 5 guardians at the first heavenly condition realm and 2 at the second heavenly condition realm of the Black Heaven sect, along with 1 elder at the third heavenly condition realm. This elder at the third heavenly condition realm, like Gu Chen, was a powerhouse at the Copperbone stage. Elder Ning, will that lad really come out to settle scores with us, just for a guard from the Treasure Medicine Hall? A guardian at the second heavenly condition realm of the Black Heaven sect asked. That kid has already been expelled from the Treasure Medicine Pavilion. He has now taken up a position as a retainer at the Cheng residence. Capturing this young man to threaten him. It would be better to apprehend the Cheng family eldest miss instead. Perhaps he would yield then. One matter is separate from another. Elder Ning of the third heavenly condition realm spoke. He will come watch. At that moment, a dove flew in from afar and landed on Elder Ning's shoulder. Elder Ning removed the message tied to its leg and glanced at it. A smile spread across his face. See, he is already here. The message bore intelligence relayed by the Black Heaven sect's spy network within Qiang City. Gu Chen had left the city and was making his way toward Black Mountain. He had come alone without reporting to the Night Watch Division or the local authorities. Prepare yourselves, Elder Ning declared. That lad dares to come at us single-handedly. Clearly he has full confidence in his own strength. We must not underestimate him. Today we shall make certain he never leaves this Black Mountain alive. His eyes narrowed slightly. Meanwhile, Gu Chen, after leaving the city, he activated the gecko wall-crawling step. He headed straight for Black Mountain. He had chosen not to report to the Night Watch Division or the Magistrate's office. First, Gu Chen did not trust them and had no idea whether there were Black Heaven sect informants among them. Second, Gu Chen wished to claim all the experience gains for himself. If he could annihilate these cultists on his own today, he might earn a considerable sum. He would spare himself the trouble of sharing the spoils with the Magistrate's office and the Night Watch Division. Dusk, just as twilight was settling in, Gu Chen arrived outside Black Mountain. Then he surged up the slopes of Black Mountain. Before long, he spotted the location of the Black Heaven sect cultists and Wei Zhong. At this time, Wei Zhong had already fallen unconscious. Whether he lived or died was unknown. The cultists of the Black Heaven sect watched Gu Chen approach. Soon some of them flanked around behind him and surrounded him. Young man, I admire your courage, Elder Ning Jibwa said to Gu Chen. Coming at us all by yourself. Just here to reap some trash. What reason would I have to fear? Gu Chen snorted coldly. You brat so arrogant. Upon hearing this, the cultists erupted in curses. A guardian at the second heavenly condition realm stepped forward, sword in hand. So cocky. Let me see what you're actually made of. According to the intelligence they had gathered, Gu Chen's cultivation was estimated to be at the second heavenly condition realm. Therefore they had dispatched an elder at the third heavenly condition realm to deal with him, ensuring nothing went wrong. Now Gu Chen was completely encircled, a turtle caught in a jar. Before the elder made his move, they wanted to test Gu Chen's depth first. He charged straight at Gu Chen with his sword drawn. Gu Chen sneered, and facing his sword strike, activated the gecko wall-crawling step to evade it with ease. Then Gu Chen unleashed the burning wood sword technique, delivering a single slash wreathed in flaming chi that bisected his opponent at the waist. Gu Chen's movements were so fast that among all the cultists present, only Ning Jibwa could barely trace the trajectory of his blade. The others merely saw a flash of fire-laced blade light streak across the air, and the next instant their guardians' upper and lower bodies separated, crashing to either side, with entrails spilling everywhere. That second heavenly condition guardian did not die immediately upon landing, but writhed and screamed in agony. His voice trembled with terror. You are not at the second heavenly condition at all. You are a master at the third heavenly condition. The cultists surrounding them also looked at Gu Chen with fear. The third heavenly condition realm. Did that mean he was on par with their elder Ning? The gap between each stage of the 5 heavenly conditions was enormous. Only someone at the third heavenly condition could possess such strength and casually eliminate their second heavenly condition guardian in an instant. You guessed correctly, but there's no reward for that, Gu Chen said indifferently. Upon hearing this, that second heavenly condition guardian of the Black Heaven sect was so enraged that he breathed his last. Young man, we truly underestimated you. Seeing Gu Chen dispatch a second heavenly condition guardian right before his eyes in an instant, Ning Jibwa's expression darkened. Killing intent boiled within his gaze as he turned toward Gu Chen. Then his Duangu realm aura erupted and thick, frigid energy radiated from his body as he charged at Gu Chen. Give me your life. He practiced an eagle claw technique. When unleashed, his hands transformed into razor-sharp talons, and since his bones had already hardened to copper bone stage, they could withstand swords and blades. He charged directly at Gu Chen. Gu Chen surged forward and unleashed the burning wood sword technique, delivering one strike after another, cleaving down upon him relentlessly. At the same time, Gu Chen channeled the earth lightning, metal lightning, and fire lightning, the three lightning attributes born from his cultivation of the five thunders primordial art, into his blade attacks. He drove Ning Jibua back step by step. His dark eagle claws striking against Gu Chen's blade were like ice meeting a glowing red branding iron. His sinister energy disintegrated on contact, naturally countered. Clang, clang, clang. After several exchanges, Ning Jibua consistently found himself at a disadvantage. On the final strike, Gu Chen's blade connected squarely with Ning Jibua's body. Gu Chen's long blade carved a deep, bone-revealing gash across his shoulder. Had Ning Jibua not yet reached the Duan Gu realm, that single blow would have severed his entire shoulder. Wounded and forced back by a single strike, Ning Jibua retreated. All of you attack together. This kid's techniques are lightning attribute. They naturally counter ours, he ordered. Immediately the pack of cultists swarmed toward Gu Chen all at once. Humph. Gu Chen showed no fear. Cultists below the third heavenly condition realm. He would kill one with each stroke. None of them could resist him. As for Ning Jibua, while the cultists engaged Gu Chen, he turned and fled. Having just exchanged blows with Gu Chen, he sensed that Gu Chen was close to breaking through to the silver bone stage and had mastered a powerful third-rank heaven-grade martial art. He was no match for him. Continuing to fight meant certain death. Seizing the moment while the other cultists held Gu Chen at bay, he made his getaway. Gu Chen himself was beyond his reach, and only the Black Heaven sect's stronger experts at the fourth or fifth heavenly condition realm could deal with him. Thinking of running, upon seeing this, Gu Chen immediately abandoned his entanglement with the other cultists, broke free from the battle circle, and gave chase after Ning Jibua. It hardly mattered if he killed a few of the lesser minions, but this third heavenly condition elder of the Black Heaven sect had to die. Gu Chen activated the gecko wall-crawling step and the fully attained dark iron body to their fullest extent. The fully attained dark iron body granted him a boost in speed, which combined with the Jek Zero wall-crawling steps enhancement, made his speed far surpass Ning Jibua's in an instant. With Ning Jibua already injured within a few breaths, Gu Chen caught up with him and dealt a decisive slash across his back. Ning Jibua staggered forward after being struck on the back. Gu Chen pressed his advantage and thrust his blade forward in a lightning-fast killing strike. A blade through the heart. Gu Chen withdrew his blade, droplets of blood spraying in its wake. Ning Jibua turned his head and glanced at Gu Chen one final time before collapsing and dying. The remaining cultists witnessed this scene. Elder Ning is dead, someone shouted. Upon hearing this, the rest of the cultists scattered in every direction. If even Ning Jibua could not stand against Gu Chen, there was no point in staying to fight to the death. Not a single one of you escapes. Gu Chen barked coldly and activated the gecko wall-crawling step, charging toward the remaining cultists. He specifically targeted the 5 or 6 Black Heaven Guardians who had reached the heavenly condition realm, eliminating the fastest runners first. The rest would prove equally easy to catch. Mother of gods. That second heavenly condition guardian, seeing Gu Chen pursuing him first, was so terrified his soul nearly left his body. He ran for his life, but unfortunately managed only a few steps before Gu Chen's blade severed his head. Then came the next guardian at the first heavenly condition realm. Before long, several first heavenly condition realm guardians were also caught and slain by Gu Chen. Then came those top-tier cult emissaries. In the end, not a single one escaped. All were slaughtered by Gu Chen. Gu Chen approached the tree where Wei Zhong was suspended and rescued him. Finding that he still had a pulse, Gu Chen had him lie down nearby. He then went about looting the bodies of the slain cultists. After searching through them, Gu Chen acquired quite a few pills, including no fewer than 6 third-rank heaven-grade bone-forging pills. He found 9 skin-tempering pills, more than 30 chi and blood pills, over 60 chi and blood pills in pellet form. As for silver notes, the total amount scavenged from all of them added up to over 16,000 taels. I've struck it rich, haha, Gu Chen exclaimed excitedly. The only slight disappointment was that he failed to find any secret manuals on those cultists. Still, the haul was quite plentiful. Gu Chen hoisted the unconscious Wei Zhong onto his back soft tune as he left Xiao and returned to the Cheng family, where he was seen bloodied, all Wei Zhong still unconscious on his back. The gate guard stepped forward to take Wei Zhong from Gu Chen and asked, Gu Gongfeng, what happened to you? From a band of enemies, I rescued a brother. You should take him down to have the Cheng family fetch a physician to treat him. I'm fine. The blood on me is all from the enemies. Gu Chen explained. Yes. The gate guard hurriedly nodded. They handed Wei Zhong to the Cheng treatment by a physician. When he wakes, tell him that I have left Bao Yao Gu. He asked him whether he wished to return to Bao Yao Gu to continue serving as a guard or to follow Gu Chen at the Cheng family. Gu Chen then returned to his own courtyard. He shed his clothes, took a bath, and changed into clean garments. Then he prepared to resume alchemy, for it was tied to his plan to earn silver. Not a day could be wasted. Before long, Cheng Mingling arrived at his courtyard. When she reached the gate, she saw Gu Chun freshly washed with a clear, resolute face diligently refining pills. She couldn't help but be spellbound. So handsome, so manly. That was her first impression of Gu Chun. Gu Chun's looks were not lacking, and his aura as a powerful cultivator easily drew in a formidable woman like Chen Mingling. Chen Mingling's face reddened with a blush as she realized she was attracted to Gu Chun and entertained improper thoughts. This won't do, she must keep her composure. She steadied herself and walked directly into Gu Chen's courtyard. Gu brother, I've heard today that 2 heads were sent to the Chen family aimed at you. Are you alright? Chen Mingling upon entering the courtyard asked Gu Chun with concern. Don't worry, I'm fine. Gu Chun, seeing her approach, explained, that group is the He Tian Jiao. Oh, I had some friction with them before, and I've already resolved the conflict with them. He Tian Jiao. Chen Mingling was startled. That cult was a major evil sect active in nearby provinces, a headache for the authorities and the night watch across Huiyanfu and surrounding regions. This group is ruthless and cruel, using any means. Their evil arts feed on the blood and energy of young children, and they have caused several massacres and village sacrifices. Yet their movements are mysterious, and they have evaded pursuit by Huiyanfu and nearby prefectures' authorities and the night watch many times. It was shocking that the head delivered to Gu Chen today came from them. Chen Mingling grew worried. Gu Chen's feud with such powers could invite He Tian Jiao's revenge on the Chen family, and she wondered how they would cope. Against this level of power, the Chen family had no real resistance. When Chen Mingling heard that his enemy was He Tian Jiao, she began to fear. Gu Chun immediately said, relax, I've settled my conflict with them. They won't affect the Chen family for the time being. Has it truly been settled? Hearing this, Chen Mingling's worry eased somewhat. That's good. This cult acts without mercy. If you oppose them, either don't act or drive them to extinction, or you'll face endless trouble. Gu Chun nodded. In the following days, he focused on alchemy at the Chen family. Wei Zhong woke up the day after he was rescued. Learning that Gu Chun had saved him, Wei Zhong chose to leave Baoyao Tang and throw in with Gu Chun at the Chen family. But his strength was too weak to do more than guard the place. Gu Chun simply brought him close to his side, making him the younger brother who helps add fuel to the furnace while Gu Chun refines pills. 10 days passed in a blink. Gu Chun turned all the medicinal materials at hand into pills. Chen Mingling also supplied all the materials the Chen family had acquired during this period. This time the Chen family went farther to procure materials, crossing to the cities of the 2 neighboring prefectures. The harvest was bountiful. They brought Gu Chun 4 Xiantai Dan and 4 Duangu Dan materials, as well as more than 20 Tsuapi Dan and over 40 Qishua Dan materials. Gu Chun also packaged and sold the pills refined during this period along with those seized from the cult to Chen Mingling. In total there were 109 Tsuapi Dan. There were 231 Qishua Dan. That earned him 19100 taels. He did not sell the Duangu Dan or the Qishua pills seized from the cult to her. The Duangu Dan were kept for his own use. There were more than 60 Qishua Dan, which he gave all to Wei Zhong. Wei Zhong thus became Gu Chen's dedicated fire-forging underling, effectively his henchman. His own strength was still too weak, at only the level of a third-rate master. He must climb higher. The haul this time is good. Keep at it. Gu Chun praised Chen Mingling. The materials for 3 Duangu Dan and 4 Xiantai Dan were a bit overpriced and cost 760 taels. The materials for 41 Qishua Dan and 21 Sipi Dan were purchased at standard price, totaling 24900 taels. Gu Chun paid Chen Mingling 300 taels, giving a little extra as a feasibility bonus for the Chen family caravan. From the cultists, Gu Chun had seized more than 1600 taels, plus the 1910 taels he had just earned from selling pills to Chen Mingling. In an instant, only a little over 200 taels remained. Yet, Gu Chun was not discouraged. With this many materials, once he refined them into pills and sold them again, he would earn even more silver. With these 3 Duangu Dan and Xiantai Dan, his Xiantai physique would reach a great completion, and his realm could break through to the silverbone tier. I didn't do anything but all the Chen family caravan's credit. Gu Chen's praise made Chen Mingling blush faintly as she replied. But Gu Chen didn't notice his mind was still on refining pills to earn silver. For future acquisitions of herbs and Xiantai Dan materials, 4 more will suffice. The rest are unlimited. Good, Gu Chen ordered. Chen Mingling noted it and nodded obediently, saying, then I'll go arrange it first. Go ahead. Gu Chen waved a hand. After she left, Wei Zhong stepped forward and said, Gu Lauda, I feel Miss Cheng might like you. Oh. Gu Chan was startled, then laughed. I'm this handsome and charming, isn't it natural she would like me? Haha. Work, Gu Chun said with a smile. Oh sure. Wei Zhong nodded and went to gather some wood, placing it under the furnace to start a fire. His injuries were now fully recovered, and he had more than 60 Qi Shui pills from Gu Chun. He took 1 pill a day to cultivate. He had now reached the level of a second-rate expert. His strength had grown a little. With Wei Zhong helping to tend the flames, Gu Chen's pill refining speed could improve further. 1 batch could be finished in half an hour. With effort, Gu Chun could refine 4 batches of pills in a day. At the door, Chen Mingling hadn't gone far. Upon hearing Gu Chun and Wei Zhong speak, her lips curled into a pout as she muttered, Who would like you? Certainly not me. She thought so, and blushing quickly fled Gu Chen's courtyard. In Huiyuanfu, at the Bao Yao Ji's main pavilion, Nye Ke looked over the monthly financial reports brought by his subordinate steward. What is happening? Over this past month, the sales of Bao Yao Ji's pills across 11 cities in Huiyuanfu have fallen so much. Nye Ke spoke to Fu Zongguan. Especially in Qiyang City, the sales of Qi Shui Dan and Suipi Dan are less than half of before. Are these aristocratic families no longer cultivating with pills? Nye Ke's voice turned cold. If sales keep dropping, he would be punished by the Dan Sec's envoy. With competition so fierce, if the sales don't rebound, the position of Huiyuanfu's general pavilion chief might be replaced. I've already conducted the investigation. Fu Tongkue, the chief steward of the main branch of the Treasure Medicine Pavilion, said, over the past month and a half, within the 11 cities of Firecloud Prefecture and the counties under their jurisdiction, a certain family force has been secretly selling two types of pills, the blood qi pill and the skin tempering pill. Moreover, their prices are lower than ours. Even the retail price is only 95% of what we charge, and bulk purchases can be made at a 10% discount. Fu Tongkue stated, how dare someone compete with our Treasure Medicine Pavilion for business? They must have a death wish. Nye Ke narrowed his eyes and commanded, go investigate what background this family has and where their pills are coming from. If their backing falls short of ours and their strength is lacking, go directly to warn them to stop selling. If they refuse, eliminate them in secret for me. Yes. Fu Tongkue nodded and turned to leave. Meanwhile, elsewhere, beyond Firecloud Prefecture lay a stretch of undulating mountains. Within them, hidden in a secluded valley, caves dotted the cliffsides on all sides, their passages stretching in every direction. Inside a frigid cavern, a group of black-clad figures had gathered here. The cave was fully equipped with every amenity needed for daily life. This place had been developed into a stronghold by these figures in black. It was the largest stronghold of the Black Heaven cult within Firecloud Prefecture. Ning Zhibua is dead, and everyone who had gone with him to deal with that boy is dead as well. An elderly man in black robes with white hair spoke in a hoarse, icy voice. What kind of intelligence gathering were you doing? That boy was only at the second realm of the innate stage. How could he possibly have killed Ning Zhibua? It's possible that someone was secretly aiding him. Perhaps that boy is bait released by the Night Watch Division, meant to lure us out of our den. An elder with red hair, also dressed in black, responded from the side. Then, elders, should we continue to make a move against that boy? A guardian at the second realm of the innate stage inquired. Let's wait. If he truly is bait set by the Night Watch Division, then acting rashly against him would only mean walking right into their trap. We should observe him a while longer. If that boy merely had good fortune and had been concealing his cultivation all along, which is how he managed to kill Yu Zhibua and the others, then once the deputy cult leader returns, we will strike together, storm straight into Crimson Sun City, and destroy that boy. The white-haired elder declared in an icy tone. Their deputy cult leader possessed cultivation at the early stage of the fifth realm of the innate stage. If that boy had no backing from the Night Watch Division, even if he were to hide within Crimson Sun City and never emerge, he would still perish. As for Gu Chen, he chose to begin by refining the bone-forging pills. He had previously exchanged for 120 days' worth of pure cultivation. With another 120 days, he would be able to break through directly to the silver bone level. Within a single day, Gu Chen refined all 3 portions of bone-forging pill ingredients in his hands into completed pills. Combined with the 6 he had seized from Yu Zhibua, he now possessed a total of 36 bone-forging pills. At night, Wei Zhong would not stay in Gu Chen's courtyard. He had his own smaller courtyard right next to Gu Chen's, though its scale was far less grand than Gu Chen's. This arrangement had been made by the Cheng family, so that he could come over at any time to help Gu Chen tend the furnace and refine pills. Otherwise, he would have had to live alongside the other Cheng family guards. Gu Chen placed 12 bone-forging pills into the bronze bowl. 12 innate third-grade bone-forging pills, exchangeable for 120 days of pure cultivation. The bronze bowl responded. Exchange. Gu Chen chose to redeem without hesitation. In an instant, a surge of cultivation was poured into his body. He channeled it through the Fire Thunder Bone forging chapter to forge every bone in his body. Soon the silver bones, one step away from completion, were successfully forged. Beneath his flesh, Gu Chen's bones radiated a faint silver glow. The silver bone level had been reached. The next step was golden bone. Once he broke through to the golden bone level, his bone forging stage would be complete, and he would need to find a way to obtain the sinew-changing pills of the 4th realm of the innate stage. To charge toward the 4th realm of the innate stage, he still had 24 bone forging pills remaining in his possession. Once the Cheng family delivered another batch of ingredients for him to refine 10 more pills, he could step directly into the golden bone realm. The next day, in a single day, Gu Chen refined 4 portions of dark iron pill ingredients, obtaining 40 dark iron pills. He spent 30 of them exchanging with the bronze bowl, bringing his dark iron body cultivation to the great completion stage. With the dark iron body at great completion, he could now completely ignore any attack from within the 4th realm of the innate stage. Even against attacks from the 5th realm, he could withstand the majority of the damage. His combat prowess had risen dramatically. Dark iron body at great completion. 40 pills more were required for exchange to reach perfection. He was still 40 pills short, and once the Chen family brought him 4 more portions of ingredients, he would achieve that realm. When that time came, he would fear no attack from any realm within the 5th stage of the innate. Half a month later, Fire Cloud Prefecture, main branch of the Treasure Medicine Pavilion. Everything has been thoroughly investigated. Fu Tongkue reported, the family that has been selling pills at low prices during this period, causing our sales across various regions to decline, is the Chen family of Crimson Sun City. They have no backing whatsoever. The reason they have so many pills to sell is entirely due to a newly recruited offering. Fu Tongkue cast a glance at Nyeko. Speaking of which, this offering actually has some connection to our Treasure Medicine Pavilion. A connection to our Treasure Medicine Pavilion. Nyeko frowned in confusion. What do you mean? He is that offering named Gu Chun who was expelled from the Crimson Sun City branch of the Treasure Medicine Pavilion a month ago. Fu Tongkue explained, this man possesses extraordinary talent in alchemy. In just 1 month after passing the registered disciple examination of the alchemy sect at our Crimson Sun City branch, he learned the refining methods for 3 innate grade pills, the blood chi pill through the bone forging pill, from our alchemist Sukuin. The low-priced pills the Chen family has been selling throughout the region were all refined by him. Fu Tongkue remarked with some astonishment. Given this man's talent, our Treasure Medicine Pavilion should have been cultivating him vigorously and recommending him to the alchemy sect. I still don't understand why he was expelled from the Crimson Sun City branch in the first place. Fu Tongkue said with a hint of regret. Had this man not left our Treasure Medicine Pavilion, we could have recommended him to the alchemy sect. Once he passed the formal disciple examination, our Fire Cloud Prefecture branch would have gained another powerful backer within the sect. He was unaware that Gu Chun had in fact been expelled directly on Nyeko's orders through Lu Biao. Thus he sighed. The discussion between Nyeko and Yang Yuanxiao was known only to the two of them. No one else in the main branch of the Treasure Medicine Pavilion was aware of it. Oomph. Nyeko let out a cold snort upon hearing this. This boy has a corrupt heart. The moment he left our Treasure Medicine Pavilion, he began working against us and sabotaging our business. How could someone like him ever be worthy of being recommended to the alchemy sect? That Chen family and this boy dare to disrupt the market with their low-priced pills. They have broken the rules. Send someone to warn that Chen family. Nyaku commanded. Tell them they are forbidden from selling pills at low prices from now on, and expel that Gu Chen from the Chen family. If they refuse, have them secretly eliminated. Yes. Fu Tongkue accepted the order. He turned and departed to carry it out. Crimson Sun City, the Chen family. Over the past half-month, the Chen family had completely absorbed the Tang family, their assets more than doubling in scale. Zheng Qinghu, one of the Tang family's original 2 offerings, had been crippled. When Zhengzhen chose to submit to the Chen family, becoming their new offering. At the same time, the Chen family recruited another offering from within Crimson Sun City, a loose cultivator at the mid-stage of the first realm of the innate stage. Furthermore, during this period, the Chen family had significantly increased the resources devoted to cultivating their original experts. One of their top-tier guards broke through to the first realm of the innate stage, becoming an offering. With this, the Chen family now possessed 5 innate stage offerings in total. Their strength had surged dramatically. They could now extend their trade routes to more distant regions, and there were already signs of their ascension toward becoming a first-rate family. Half a month had passed for Gu Chen. Refining 4 furnaces of pills each day, he had already converted all the medicinal herbs in his possession into elixirs. Chen Mingling arrived at his courtyard and delivered the herbs the Chen family had acquired over the past fortnight. During this half-month, the Chen family's overall strength had risen considerably. Their assets swelled dramatically, and their trade routes now extended to several surrounding prefecture cities, bringing in an even greater supply of medicinal herbs. They had acquired 4 portions of ingredients for the dark iron pill, 7 portions for the bone tempering pill, 36 portions for the skin tempering pill, 73 portions for the blood chi pill. Gu Chun handed her the pills he had refined over this period. 410 blood chi pills in total, 210 skin tempering pills. He received 35,300 taels. Gu Chen spent 5,000 taels to purchase from Chen Mingling 1 portion of bone tempering pill ingredients and 4 portions of dark iron pill ingredients. He said to Chen Mingling, from now on, when we conduct business, let us settle it through a refining fee. For instance, if I refine 1 blood chi pill for the Chen family, I charge 120 taels as my fee. For 1 skin tempering pill, 240 taels. For 1 bone tempering pill, 360 taels. I will earn a little less, but worry far less as well. Whatever quantity of herbs the Chen family provides, I shall refine that same quantity. What do you think? Gu Chen proposed. Though he earned slightly less this way, 5 taels fewer per pill refined, it spared him the burden of advancing capital. He no longer needed to pay an enormous sum each time the Chen family procured herbs. For instance, with the Chen family having acquired over 80 portions of herbs this time, he simply could not afford to pay for them up front. By transacting through refining fees in the future, he could transfer the risk entirely. He would no longer need to advance funds, only contribute his expertise. This arrangement was far more favorable. Agreed, Chen Mingling accepted. This method held no disadvantage for the Chung family either, though it did carry some risk. Should the pills fail to sell quickly, there was a danger of their capital chain snapping. But no endeavor was without risk. Earning greater profit justified a measure of danger. Gu Chun took out 20,000 taels in banknotes and handed them to Chen Mingling. These 20,000 taels are for you. When the Chung family trade caravan enters other prefecture cities, purchase for me some innate 4th-rank sinew transformation pills, as many as you can find. I have need of them. Within Firecloud Prefecture, he and the Chung family had already been blacklisted by the prefecture's Treasure Medicine Pavilion because of his matter. It was impossible to purchase innate 4th-rank sinew transformation pills within Firecloud Prefecture. They could only seek solutions in other more distant prefectures. He was currently at the late stage of the bone-tempering realm, the Silver Bone tier. Once he refined the portion of bone-tempering pill ingredients in his hands, he would be able to break through to the Golden Bone tier. When that time came, he could begin his breakthrough to the 4th innate realm. He had to first prepare a sufficient supply of sinew transformation pills. No problem. Chen Mingling agreed and said, then I shall leave the herbs acquired this time with Brother Gu. From now on, I will have the Chung family steward come by every 3 days to collect the pills and settle the refining fees with Brother Gu every 3 days. How does that sound? Agreed, Gu Chen replied. I can refine 4 furnaces of pills in a day, so in 3 days I can provide a quantity of 120. 120 is more than enough to sell, Chen Mingling said. Just then, a servant from the Chung family arrived at Gu Chen's residence to report. Miss Elder Gu, this is bad. An envoy from the main branch of Firecloud Prefecture's Treasure Medicine Pavilion has come and specifically requests to see you and Elder Gu. Chen Mingling was startled by the news. An envoy from the main branch of Firecloud Prefecture's Treasure Medicine Pavilion. What was the meaning of this? She had no dealings whatsoever with the main branch of Firecloud Prefecture's Treasure Medicine Pavilion. Although all the Treasure Medicine Pavilions within Firecloud Prefecture had stopped selling pills and herbs to the Chung family because of Gu Chen's matter. She had kept the Chung family caravan well in check, never allowing conflict with them. So why would an envoy from the main branch of Firecloud Prefecture suddenly appear at their door? Chen Mingling exchanged a glance with Gu Chen. He too was uncertain of the main branch's intentions. Let us go see, Chen Mingling said, bringing Gu Chen directly to the Chung family's reception hall. Meanwhile, the envoy sent by the main branch of Firecloud Prefecture's Treasure Medicine Pavilion, Lu Biao, sat in the seat of honor at the Chung family's reception hall, his face dark and sullen. The Chung family patriarch, Cheng Sihai, attended to him carefully from the side. The Chung family was merely a faction within Xiyang City. Aside from Gu Chen, they did not even possess a single innate 2nd realm expert. Yet the main branch of Firecloud Prefecture's Treasure Medicine Pavilion had an innate 5th realm expert seated within, backed by the power of the alchemy sect. Destroying the Chung family would be the work of a moment. Cheng Sihai had a vague inkling of why Lu Biao had come. It was likely because the Chung family had taken in Gu Chen and was selling the pills obtained from him everywhere, encroaching upon the Treasure Medicine Pavilion's interests. This had drawn the wrath of the pavilion's main branch. Now the matter had become truly troublesome. At first, when Chen Mingling had just begun selling Gu Chen's pills, he had thought it a trivial small-scale matter. He had not expected sales to grow ever larger and the Chung family's profits to swell ever greater. The Treasure Medicine Pavilion had said nothing for a time, and so he tacitly allowed it. He had not anticipated that the Treasure Medicine Pavilion would finally come calling. Gu Chen and Chen Mingling arrived at the Chung family's reception hall. The moment Lu Biao laid eyes on Gu Chen, a cold, venomous curse sprang from his lips. Gu Chen, you've grown quite bold. Lu Biao. Gu Chen's gaze turned cold at the sight of him. It had been this very Lu Biao who had come to the Xiyang City branch of the Treasure Medicine Pavilion last time to announce his expulsion. I am no longer a provisioner of the Xiyang City Treasure Medicine Pavilion, Gu Chen said with a cold snort. So you would do well to mind your words. Gu Chen, you obtained pill formulas through my Treasure Medicine Pavilion, used them to refine pills, then had the Chung family sell them at low prices on your behalf, maliciously disrupting the market and harming my pavilion's interests. What crime do you think you should answer for? Lu Biao demanded directly. The pill formulas were learned through my own ability. The pills I refine, I may sell however I wish. The Treasure Medicine Pavilion surely overreaches in its concern. Gu Chen replied with a cold snort. Boy, I warn you. From this day forth you are forbidden from using pill formulas obtained from my Treasure Medicine Pavilion to refine pills and harm my pavilion's interests. Otherwise we will not be courteous with you, Lu Biao declared coldly. I'll tell you plainly. Before I came, my pavilion's main branch had already reported to the Firecloud Prefecture Magistrate. If you remain obstinate, any action my pavilion takes against you will be considered purging a traitor, and even the magistrate will not intervene. Lu Biao threatened. Gu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly at these words. A threat? The main branch of the Treasure Medicine Pavilion in Firecloud Prefecture possessed an innate 5th realm expert. He was not yet a match for such a foe. To confront the Treasure Medicine Pavilion head-on at this moment would be far from wise. Patriarch Chung, this man is a traitor of my Treasure Medicine Pavilion. The matter of your family colluding with him to maliciously sell pills at low prices and harm my pavilion's interests. If the Chung family simply expels this man, my pavilion can let bygones be bygones. Lu Biao said, turning his gaze upon Cheng Sihai. If not when my pavilion investigates the wrath of the Treasure Medicine Pavilion is something your Cheng family cannot bear. What awaits the Cheng family is nothing but annihilation. Lu Biao issued the threat of clan extermination directly to Cheng Sihai. Cheng Sihai was instantly caught in an impossible dilemma upon hearing these words. The Cheng family's frenzied expansion over this period, their doubled scale of industry, all of it rested upon Gu Chun. Expelling Gu Chun from the Cheng family, stripping him of his position as provisioner, would be a catastrophic loss for the family. But if Gu Chun were not expelled, the Treasure Medicine Pavilion could destroy the Cheng family with the greatest of ease. A single innate Third Realm expert dispatched by them would be enough to annihilate the entire Cheng family. The Treasure Medicine Pavilion held tremendous influence in Firecloud Prefecture and was backed by the alchemy sect. Should they use this pretext and grease the palms of the magistrate a little, they could wipe out the Cheng family entirely. And the authorities would say nothing. How truly fearsome is the Treasure Medicine Pavilion? Gu Chun said coldly, looking at Lu Biao. Why make things difficult for the Cheng family? I shall withdraw from the Cheng family of my own accord. What a fine Treasure Medicine Pavilion. What a fine Lu Biao. Very well indeed. This was an attempt to sever every avenue of wealth he possessed, then close in on him step by step until he was crushed. He would endure for now. This debt would be settled with them in full one day. It is best you know your place, Lu Biao said with a cold snort, then rose and departed the Cheng family residence. After Lu Biao departed, Gu Chen returned to his courtyard. Cheng Sihai and Cheng Mingling followed him over. Big brother Gu. Cheng Mingling hesitated, wanting to speak, but holding back. Esteemed Gu, our Cheng family has wronged you. Cheng Sihai lamented with sorrow. On one side stood the threat of annihilation from the Treasure Medicine Pavilion, and on the other stood Gu Chun, their capable and valued retainer. Without Gu Chun as their retainer, the trade routes the Cheng family had expanded into other prefectures would have to be partially retracted. Otherwise, they would easily become targets of other powers. But the Treasure Medicine Pavilion held too great an influence. If they did not sever ties with Gu Chun, should the pavilion move against the Cheng family, they would surely face an utterly devastating catastrophe. This matter has nothing to do with the Cheng family. It is my doing. The Treasure Medicine Pavilion targeted me, and that is what implicated you. Gu Chen shook his head. His departure from the Cheng family now might in fact be a blessing for them. Currently, he had drawn the attention of both the Treasure Medicine Pavilion and the Black Heaven sect. The Cheng family had too many trade caravans traveling abroad, and their entanglement with him ran too deep. If they were dragged down and destroyed by the Black Heaven sect or the Treasure Medicine Pavilion, that was not an outcome he wished to witness. First, he would sever ties with the Cheng family. Then he would go to take the divine examination. Frankly speaking, the reason the Treasure Medicine Pavilion dared to so brazenly target him was because he lacked a powerful patron and his strength was insufficient. If he were to pass the divine examination and enter the divine dynasty as an official, growing stronger in the process, and with the great bow of the divine dynasty sheltering him from above, with the Cheng family handling affairs on his behalf, how would the Treasure Medicine Pavilion still dare to move against him? No matter how formidable the alchemy sect behind the Treasure Medicine Pavilion might be, they would not dare directly oppose the divine dynasty and its officials. He truly had to hurry to the divine examination and secure himself an official title. Gu Chun looked toward Cheng Mingling. For this period, I shall first separate from the Cheng family, so as to spare you from being targeted by the Treasure Medicine Pavilion and other hostile forces against me. The divine examination is only a month away. When the time comes, I shall go to sit for it. Once I rank highly and take up some minor post within the divine dynasty, I will bring the Cheng family under the protection of my sphere of influence, and the Treasure Medicine Pavilion will no longer dare to openly move against the family. Understood. Cheng Mingling nodded, then added with some worry. Then where will you be heading during this time, big brother Gu? Will there be danger? Will the Treasure Medicine Pavilion strike at you from the shadows? There might be, but I shall be careful on my own. Gu Chun said, the medicinal ingredients you purchased back this time that have not yet been refined into pills, keep them for now. I shall return in the future to refine them. After my departure, during the period before I go to take the divine examination, the Cheng family should refrain from selling pills to outsiders for the time being. Very well, we shall follow your instructions. Cheng Mingling nodded, then handed back to Gu Chen the 2,000 tael banknote he had just given her. Gu Chen was about to leave the Cheng family, his destination unknown. For now, she would return the silver to him. Gu Chen accepted the banknote. Once I have packed my belongings today and tomorrow, I shall remain here to refine 5 more furnaces of pills. I will depart at dawn tomorrow. Very well. Cheng Sihai spoke from the side. During this time, esteemed Gu, please take good care of yourself. Gu Chen waved his hand dismissively. Cheng Sihai and Cheng Mingling departed. Wei Zhong light the fire for refining. Gu Chen instructed Wei Zhong. Right away, boss Gu. Wei Zhong nodded. Gu Chen intended to refine all the ingredients for the bone-forging pills and the 4 portions of dark iron pills in his possession into pills. Only then would he leave the Cheng family. When the time came, the pill furnace would be left here at the Cheng family. Carrying it on his person would be inconvenient. Boss Gu, may I leave with you? Once you're gone, there's no point in me staying on at the Chen family. Wei Zhong spoke up. Gu Chen shook his head. This journey out, I may well be targeted by the Treasure Medicine Pavilion. Following me would put you in danger. I've recently obtained a great quantity of blood chi pills to advance my cultivation. I'm not far from the rank of a first-rate master now. Following you, I could be of help to you. Wei Zhong said. No need. Stay peacefully at the Chen family as a guard. Once I've passed the divine examination and entered the court as an official, depending on where I'm assigned, I shall take you along then. Gu Chen said. Very well. Wei Zhong nodded. In Firecloud Prefecture at the main headquarters of the Treasure Medicine Pavilion, Fu Tongkue had already received Lu Biao's carrier pigeon message. The matter had been settled. Gu Chen had been forced to leave the Chen family and was now a lone wolf with no one to rely on. Fu Tongkue sought out Nyaku to report to him. According to Lu Biao's letter that Gu Chen has already been warned. He dares not refine pills using the pill formulas obtained from the Treasure Medicine Pavilion any longer, and he has already departed from the Chen family, no longer serving as their retainer. Fu Tongkue reported. Excellent. Nyaku sneered, then continued. Tell Lu Biao to keep a constant watch on that Gu Chen. The moment he leaves Qiyang City alone, seize the opportunity to kill him directly. A man who has mastered our Treasure Medicine Pavilion's pill formulas must not live. If he were to rise to power in the future, he would surely seek revenge against our pavilion. He must be eliminated once and for all. Nyaku ordered. Gu Chen's talent was far too terrifying. Now that he had already forged enmity with the Treasure Medicine Pavilion, he had to be killed. Otherwise, once he passed the divine examination in the future and grew powerful, he would surely take revenge against the pavilion. Moreover, even should he choose not to seek revenge, should he pass the divine examination in the future and display his gifts, shining brilliantly within the divine dynasty, should the alchemy sect come calling with blame, blaming them for having a prodigy of this caliber within the Treasure Medicine Pavilion and never recommending him to the alchemy sect, they too would not escape accountability. Thus, after Gu Chen was cast out by the Chen family, he absolutely had to die. Fu Tongkue hesitated for a moment, then replied, understood. He sighed within his heart. He could not fathom why the pavilion master insisted on targeting that Gu Chen so relentlessly. Had they not expelled him from the Treasure Medicine Pavilion back, then this youth once grown could have been recommended by them to the alchemy sect. Surely a feat worthy of merit. Not only would they have earned the alchemy sect's reward, but they would also have gained an additional patron within the sect for the future. Who could have foreseen that the situation would have spiraled into such a state? He could only feel it was a great pity. Having left the main headquarters of the Treasure Medicine Pavilion, Fu Tongkue immediately sent a carrier pigeon message to Lu Biao instructing Lu Biao to find an opportunity to eliminate Gu Chen now that he had separated from the Chen family. Lu Biao possessed cultivation at the third realm of innate. Gu Chen was at most at the second realm of innate, not a match for Lu Biao. A prodigy who had held hope of rising to greatness was about to be cut down at their hands. Truly a pity. Meanwhile, over in Qiyang City, upon receiving the carrier pigeon message, a flash of icy coldness passed through Lu Biao's eyes. Within the next day or two, Gu Chen's death would come. The second day at noon, Gu Chen had finished refining 6 furnaces of pills. He set out to depart at once. Big brother Gu. Cheng Mingling came to the gate to see him off, her voice heavy with reluctance and worry. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Gu Chen gestured for her not to see him off, then rose and departed. Take care. The young maiden's voice drifted from behind. Gu Chen waved his hand. Leaving the Cheng family behind, Gu Chen made directly for the outskirts of Qiyang City. Upon exiting Qiyang City, he sought out a secluded place in the wilderness. First, he would break through to the Golden Bone tier. Once he had broken through to that tier, he could head straight for the prefecture city and find a way to purchase marrow-changing pills. When that time came, he could surge forth in a single bound to the 4th realm of innate. Facing the main headquarters of the Treasure Medicine Pavilion, he would then possess some measure of power to resist. Back in Qiyang City, Lu Biao, who had been secretly monitoring Gu Chen's every move, watched as Gu Chen exited the Cheng family compound and made straight for the outskirts of Qiyang City. A cold sneer rose within his heart. Leaving the city was even better. Killing him outside Qiyang City in the wilds would make it all the easier to escape notice. He would not even need to conceal his identity. The moment Gu Chen had stepped out of Qiyang City, he had sensed someone pursuing him from behind. A cold sneer stirred within his heart. There was no need to think about it. It had to be someone from the main headquarters of the Treasure Medicine Pavilion. Since they were so desperate for him to die, then he would oblige them. Gu Chen made his way out of Qiyang City, heading toward the desolate wilds where few human traces could be found. He walked for more than 2 hours. By evening, he arrived at a deep mountain range. You've followed me long enough. It's time to show yourself. Gu Chen turned and spoke coldly toward the rear. So you noticed me after all? Lu Biao stepped forward with a cold laugh. Quite alert, but it matters little. This desolate mountain wilderness shall make a fine burial ground for you. Watching Lu Biao stride forth with sinister intent, Gu Chen regarded him with an indifferent gaze. Do you truly believe that on your own you possess the means to slay me? Brat, what brazen nonsense. Lu Biao continued. You have been cultivating for merely half a year, whereas I have attained the copper bone stage of the 3rd innate realm. How could you possibly be beyond my reach to kill? Gu Chen was well aware of his own monstrous talent. Yet however prodigious it might be, breaking through to the second innate realm would already represent the absolute zenith of possibility. The third innate realm, the forging of the bones, was an exceedingly prolonged process. Even with the uninterrupted consumption of bone-forging pills, several months of accumulation would be required before one could hope to advance through even a single minor stage. Some cultivators of the third innate realm might find themselves unable to break through a single minor stage even after years of dedicated effort. Lu Biao had already exceeded 5 years within the third innate realm, yet he had only reached the copper bone stage. The distance to the silver bone stage remained considerable. He refused to believe that Gu Chen could violate the established laws of cultivation. Gu Chen replied with serene detachment, "There were once others who shared your way of thinking. By now the grass upon their graves has likely grown quite tall." Yu Zhibua of the Black Heaven sect had once harbored precisely the same notion as the Lu Biao standing before him now. When death claimed him, he wore an expression of utter bewilderment. He himself was a being capable of defying the established laws of cultivation. So long as sufficient resources were at his disposal, advancement would surely follow. "Enough with your sorcery and deception. Today death shall be your lot." Lu Biao snorted coldly and launched himself directly at Gu Chen. What he employed was a martial art of the third innate grade, Tiger Grappling Hand. This martial art was exceedingly treacherous and ruthless in its techniques, belonging to the category of grappling arts. When facing an opponent, the slightest lapse in caution could result in having one's tendons torn and bones dislocated. Gu Chen erupted with his full momentum, engaging the enemy directly with the burning with saber technique. A single slash descended, and the scorching blade energy instantly forced Lu Biao to retreat in defeat. "Silverbone stage." Lu Biao exclaimed in profound astonishment upon sensing the cultivation aura emanating from Gu Chen. How could this possibly be? Gu Chen had cultivated for merely half a year, yet his realm had already caught up with what others had spent decades to achieve. Was such a thing even remotely reasonable? Gu Chen paid no heed to his opponent's shock. The essence of the burning wood saber technique lay in the relentless succession of slashes, where each consecutive strike flowed seamlessly into the next, allowing its power to accumulate with terrifying rapidity. Having forced his adversary back with the initial slash, the follow-up strike descended with the swiftness of lightning, severing one of Lu Biao's hands clean off, while the latter remained paralyzed with astonishment. "Arg!" Lu Biao shrieked in agony. He immediately employed a movement technique to retreat, with haste clasping the bleeding stump where his palm had once been. This is merely the beginning. Gu Chen advanced with a cold smile, activating the gecko wall-crawling steps. His figure transformed into a ghostly apparition, closing the distance with preternatural swiftness. Having lost one palm, and now thoroughly disoriented, Lu Biao could only desperately employ the dragon grappling hand with his remaining hand in a frantic attempt to parry the relentless assault closing upon him. Yet barely 2 exchanges had passed before Gu Chen severed his remaining palm as well. This was entirely deliberate on Gu Chen's part. Had he wished, he could have slain him outright with a single slash. Such an end, however, would have been far too merciful. This wretch had appeared before him twice before, each time adopting an insufferably arrogant bearing. On one occasion, he had driven Gu Chen to flee in disgrace from the Treasure Medicine Pavilion, and on another he had forced Gu Chen to abandon the Cheng family entirely, thereby shattering his carefully laid plans for earning wealth through alchemy. Now he had returned, once more stalking him with murderous intent to silence him permanently. Such a man could not be permitted to escape so lightly. Lu Biao, now stripped of both palms at Gu Chen's hands, was seized by absolute terror. He gazed with boundless dread at Gu Chen, who advanced upon him step by inexorable step. Though blood continued to pour ceaselessly from his severed wrists, he could spare no attention for such wounds as he staggered backward in retreat. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" All trace of the lofty superiority Lu Biao had once displayed before Gu Chen had utterly vanished. "Weren't you being rather overbearing, Enforcer Lu?" Gu Chen paid no heed to his pleas for mercy, continuing in his own measured cadence. "A single command sufficed to expel me from the Treasure Medicine Pavilion. A single threat proved enough to render my continued stay at the Cheng family untenable. And yet now you cease your scheming. I confess I preferred the defiant, untamed bearing you displayed before." Lu Biao, retreating step by faltering step, now beheld Gu Chen's approaching figure as though gazing upon a demon incarnate. It was Niaku, the pavilion master of the Treasure Medicine Pavilion, who sought to expel you from the pavilion. Not I. Not I. And it was likewise he who plotted to force you from the Cheng family and have you assassinated along the way. It had nothing to do with me. I was merely carrying out his orders. Please, I beg you, spare me." Lu Biao continued his desperate entreaties. Gu Chen declared him, "I shall deal with in due course. As for you, now is the hour of your demise." So saying, he delivered a single decisive slash. No! Lu Biao's anguished cry had barely given voice to that single syllable before his head was sundered from his body. A fountain of blood erupted forth. His head tumbled to the ground, while his torso crumpled slowly backward. Gu Chen searched his belongings and retrieved 2 bone-forging pills along with a little over 1,100 taels of silver. No martial arts manuals were to be found. Miserable wretch! Gu Chen cursed inwardly. over 1,000 taels of silver, and yet this fellow proved poorer than Zhou Guang had been. Gu Chen turned and departed without further ceremony. This place was a desolate stretch of wilderness. The corpse would likely be devoured by wild beasts before long. Digging a grave or gathering firewood to cremate the body would consume no small amount of time. Who knew whether the main branch of the Treasure Medicine Pavilion might have dispatched other experts alongside Liu Biao to hunt him down? Considerable time had already been squandered. Prudence dictated that immediate flight was the wiser course. The following period saw Gu Chen put considerable distance between himself and the territory of Qiang City. Once certain of his safety, he caught several fish at a small stream in the wilderness and roasted them for his evening meal. He then produced the bronze bowl, took out 34 bone-forging pills, and placed them within. 34 third innate grade bone-forging pills may be exchanged for 340 days of pure cultivation. The bronze bowl displayed its notification. Exchange, Gu Chen commanded without hesitation. In an instant, a surge of cultivation was channeled into his body. He promptly activated the Fire Lightning Bone Forging chapter to transmute it into the forging of his skeletal frame. The vast cultivation transformed into pure yang innate fire lightning, which permeated his skin and flesh, penetrating deep into the 300 joints and myriad bones throughout his body, seeking to incinerate the most deeply embedded traces of cold impurities within his skeletal structure. It smelted and cast anew his osseous vessel, reshaping the very constitution of his bones. Upon the completion of the cultivation transfer, a faint golden radiance began to bloom from within his skeleton, gleaming beneath his flesh. Silver bone transmuted to gold, golden bone melted into fire, bone embraced pure yang. The golden bone stage had been attained. From this moment forth, he had reached the consummation of the bone forging realm. The next step was the sinew transformation realm. Gu Chen then produced 50 black iron pills and deposited them into the bronze bowl. 50 black iron pills may be exchanged for the consummate black iron body. Gu Chen chose to exchange without delay. A terrifying surge of black iron pill essence flooded into his body, proceeding to reshape his physical constitution. His entire musculature was reforged in a process as mysterious as it was wondrous, beyond the reach of words to adequately describe. His skin gradually assumed the hue of black iron. His aura climbed ceaselessly higher. Though his realm remained at the consummation of the bone-forging realm, his presence had grown more than twofold compared to before. Once all the medicinal potency of the black iron pills had been absorbed, his black iron body had reached consummation in a single bound. His physical strength, speed, and defensive capabilities had all doubled outright. A consummate-level black iron body could render him entirely impervious to any attack from within the fifth innate realm. Even assaults from the fourth wandering realm could be partially withstood. At last, consummation! Gu Chen exclaimed with excitement as he rose to his feet to take stock of his transformation. He had never crossed blades with a cultivator of the fourth innate realm, the sinew transformation realm, and thus remained uncertain of the combat prowess such a cultivator might possess. Nevertheless, he estimated that his current combat capabilities would certainly differ little from those at the initial stage of that realm. This body-tempering divine art was known as the Black Iron Red Copper and Adamantine Body. The second chapter bore the name Red Copper Body. Gu Chen communicated with the bronze bowl, seeking to exchange for the cultivation insights of this art. Red Copper Body. 10,000 taels of silver may be exchanged for its cultivation insights. Upon beholding this, Gu Chen elected to abandon the notion without further ado. 10,000 taels was hardly a worthwhile expenditure. That sum of silver would merely purchase the cultivation insights, nothing more than enabling him to learn this chapter of the art. To actually cultivate the red copper body to fruition would likely require the same approach as with the black iron body, employing other special pills to exchange with the bronze bowl. He currently possessed only a little over 32,000 taels of silver upon his person, which needed to be preserved for the purchase of resources to advance his cultivation. Gu Chen then transmitted another request to the bronze bowl. He sought to exchange for the cultivation insights of the fourth chapter of the Five Thunder Innate Art, the fourth innate realm chapter. His next undertaking was to prepare for the breakthrough to the fourth innate realm, so exchanging for the cultivation insights first was the logical step. Wood Lightning Sinew Transformation Chapter. 40 taels of silver may be exchanged for the cultivation insights. Gu Chen deposited 40 taels of silver and proceeded directly with the exchange. Wood governs vitality, generation, flexibility, interconnection, and the network of sinews and meridians. Upon reaching the fourth innate realm, the skeletal framework has been completed, and one commences the tempering of the sinews, tendons, and fascia throughout the body. The sinews serve as the bridges of the flesh, connecting bone to muscle. The Wood Lightning Sinew Transformation chapter employed external medicinal power, transmuted through the art, into innate blue-green, wood lightning, which coursed throughout the sinews and meridians of the entire body, stretching, nourishing, reshaping, and extending them. This sinew transformation realm, like the bone forging realm before it, comprised 4 stages: iron sinew, copper sinew, silver sinew, and gold sinew, corresponding to the initial stage through to consummation. Upon reaching the gold sinew, stage 1 would have achieved the consummation of the sinew transformation realm, and could commence the assault upon the fifth innate realm, the viscera sacrificing realm. 3 days later, Gu Chen arrived at Taishan City, the closest city to Chiang City. To reach Huiyuan Prefecture, one had to pass through Taishan City. Traveling from Taishan City to Huiyuan Prefecture on foot would take half a month. If riding a swift horse, however, it would only take 3 days. Gu Chen stayed in Taishan City for a day, where he procured a human skin mask and altered his attire. He then purchased a swift horse and galloped directly toward Huiyuan Prefecture. On this journey, his primary objective was to participate in the divine examination. His secondary goal was to purchase some Yi pills or spiritual herbs that could facilitate his breakthrough to the fourth realm of the innate realm, allowing him to elevate his cultivation to this new height first. Had he not disguised himself and gone in his true appearance, the main headquarters of the Baoyao Pavilion in Huiyuan Prefecture would certainly refuse to sell him the Yi pills or the spiritual herbs required for the fourth realm of the innate realm. He had to disguise himself first. Moreover, as time passed, the main headquarters of the Baoyao Pavilion would inevitably discover that he had killed Lu Biao, and suspicion would surely fall upon him. If he were to purchase medicinal pills and resources at the Baoyao Pavilion's headquarters in his true form, he would likely walk straight into a trap. Meanwhile, at the Baoyao Pavilion headquarters in Huiyuan Prefecture, Lu Biao has not contacted us for several days. I wonder what the situation is in Chiang City right now, Fu Tongkue reported to Nyeko. Ever since he received the order that day to hunt down Gu Chen, who had left Chiang City, we have received no further messages from him. We do not even know if he succeeded. Nyeko frowned deeply upon hearing this. Lu Biao is at the third realm of the innate realm, while that boy is at most in the second realm. There should not have been any complications. Had Lu Biao succeeded in his pursuit of Gu Chen, he would have reported back to them immediately rather than delaying until now without a word. An ominous premonition stirred in Nyako's heart. Could something have gone wrong? He spoke. Have Su Tianing of the Chiang City Baoyao Pavilion investigate Lu Biao's whereabouts and find out why there has been no news from him for days. Fu Tongkue nodded and departed. He too felt a subtle sense of unease. Lu Biao had been ordered to hunt down Gu Chen, who, whether he succeeded or failed, he should have reported back to the main headquarters. Even if he had failed, he would have explained the reasons instead of vanishing entirely like this. Could some unexpected variable have occurred? Upon receiving the command from the headquarters, Su Tianing of the Chiang City Baoyao Pavilion immediately mobilized his forces to search for Lu Biao. Half a day later, in the desolate mountains outside Chiang City, where Gu Chen had slain Lu Biao, members of the Chiang City Baoyao Pavilion and local government officials gathered. Ahead lay Lu Biao's body, half devoured by wild beasts and beginning to rot. Beasts rarely consumed the head of a human, so Lu Biao's head remained intact, allowing his identity to be faintly recognized. A chill ran through the hearts of Su Tianing, Xiang Dezhou, and the others. Lu Biao's corpse had been discovered earlier that day by an herb gatherer. After reporting it to the government, the officials identified him as a member of the Baoyao Pavilion by his clothing. They then notified the Baoyao Pavilion. Su Tianing and Xiang Dezhou rushed over and confirmed his identity. Neither of them expected that the emissary Lu Biao, whom the headquarters had ordered them to find just this morning, would be found dead in these deep mountains by the afternoon. Judging by the decomposition of the corpse, Lu Biao had already been dead for quite some time. Furthermore, his palms were severed from his head and torso. He had clearly undergone a fierce battle before his demise, having been tortured to death. Unaware that Lu Biao had been ordered to hunt down Gu Chen, the members of the Chiang City Baoyao Pavilion could only report the matter upward. Meanwhile, at the Baoyao Pavilion headquarters in Huiyuan Prefecture. Damn it! Upon learning of Lu Biao's death, Nyaku smashed a wooden table before him to splinters. Lu Biao had actually been killed. Even without thinking, he knew this had to be connected to Gu Chen. According to the information reported by Su Tianing and the others, Lu Biao had been dead for several days, likely slain on the very day he went to hunt down Gu Chen. Who on earth could have killed him? Lu Biao possessed a cultivation at the bronze bone level of the third realm of the innate realm, a level that was absolutely unmatched in a place like Chiang City. Who could possibly defeat him? Was it Gu Chen? They could not be certain, but how could Gu Chen, who had only cultivated for half a year, possess the strength to slay Lu Biao? Investigate. We must find the culprit who murdered Lu Biao. Nyaku roared. At the same time, he turned to Fu Tongkue. Issue a bounty for that boy across the entire Huiyuan Prefecture and mobilize every single branch of the Baoyao Pavilion within our territory. Once the boy is spotted, do not alert him. Report to the main headquarters immediately. Lu Biao's death is undoubtedly linked to that boy. Even if he did not strike the blow, he must know the identity of the true killer. There might be an unknown entity backing him, a powerhouse whose strength is at least beyond the third realm of the innate realm. To dare to lay hands on an emissary of our Baoyao Pavilion. Even if he is a powerhouse beyond the third realm of the innate realm, I will drag him out and bring him to justice. I will not have anyone thinking they can slaughter our emissaries at whim. Nyeka's voice was ice cold. Receiving the command, Fu Tongkue went to dispatch the notice. Meanwhile, Gu Chen had spent 3 days traveling and had finally arrived at the Baoyao Pavilion in Huiyuan Prefecture. Naturally unaware that he was secretly wanted by the Baoyao Pavilion, he found an inn in Huiyuan Prefecture to settle down first. As a prefectural city, Huiyuan Prefecture was several times larger than Qiang City. The caliber of powerhouses here was also significantly higher, while the third realm of the innate realm might be considered the absolute peak in Qiang City. In Huiyuan Prefecture, it was merely the level of a top expert far from the pinnacle. After all, Nye, the head of the Baoyao Pavilion headquarters in Huiyuan Prefecture, was himself at the fifth realm of the innate realm. Other figures such as the heads of the major clans in Huiyuan Prefecture were also at the fifth realm of the innate realm. As for the more formidable institutions like the prefectural government and the Night Watch division, the strongest experts presiding over them were likely powerhouses of the first realm of the four realms of the traveler. The divine examination was to be held in Huiyuan Prefecture. Gu Chen had already registered while in Qiang City, and there were still about 20 days left before the examination commenced. After settling in at the inn, Gu Chen made his way to the Baoyao Pavilion headquarters in Huiyuan Prefecture, intending to purchase medicinal pills. Wearing the human skin mask, Gu Chen's appearance and temperament had completely transformed. Clad in a simple gray robe, the cultivation aura he chose to project was at the iron bone level of the third realm of the innate realm. Dressed as a middle-aged rogue cultivator, it was virtually impossible for anyone to associate him with the genius Gu Chen from Qiang City. I wish to purchase Yijin pills, or any spiritual herbs that can enhance the cultivation of a powerhouse in the fourth realm of the innate realm, Gu Chen requested of the shopkeeper at the counter as soon as he entered the Baoyao Pavilion. The shopkeeper at the headquarters counter was an expert of the first realm of the innate realm. Sensing Gu Chen's extraordinary cultivation, he did not dare to be negligent. He replied directly, "Honored guest, the Yijin pill is a fourth-grade innate pill and is highly expensive. At our headquarters, only the elder fifth-grade alchemist dispatched by the alchemy sect is capable of refining it, and he only produces 4 batches of this pill each month. Our current inventory is limited, so I must ask how many you require." The shopkeeper inquired, looking at Gu Chen. Rogue cultivators like Gu Chen who traveled from place to place typically had a massive demand for high-grade pills whenever they visited a prefectural city. They might purchase dozens of pills at once, and since the Baoyao Pavilion stock of Yijin pills was low, he had to ask in advance. "How many do you currently have in stock?" Gu Chen asked in return. "If it is within 150 pills, I will take them all." Hearing this, the shopkeeper forced a bitter smile. "How could we possibly have so many? Fourth-grade innate pills are exceedingly precious. As soon as our alchemist refines a batch, they are almost entirely pre-ordered by the major factions within the prefectural city. The 20-odd pills currently in our inventory were accumulated slowly 1 or 2 at a time," the shopkeeper explained. Of course, this was merely a marketing tactic employed by the Baoyao Pavilion headquarters. By having the presiding alchemist restrict the production of Yijin pills, they created an illusion of scarcity. This allowed them to inflate prices and control the market. "If you desire more Yijin pills, you may request our alchemist to refine additional batches specifically for you," the shopkeeper suggested. Naturally, the price for a custom refinement is slightly higher than the regularly scheduled ones, 300 taels of silver per pill. Hearing this, Gu Chen shook his head. The alchemists of the Baoyao Pavilion headquarters were truly rapacious. A standard Yijin pill only cost 200 taels of silver on the market. Yet requesting an expedited refinement would cost 300 taels of silver per pill, an immediate markup of 100 taels. He decided to purchase all the Yijin pills currently in the Baoyao Pavilion's inventory first, and then buy some spiritual herbs that could aid in breaking through to the Yijin realm. He would use them together to exchange for cultivation and see how much he could obtain. If it was insufficient, he would worry about it then. In any case, with his bronze bowl, the effects of pills and spiritual herbs were identical. As long as they could be exchanged for cultivation, it was enough. "I will take all the Yijin pills in your inventory, and give me all the spiritual herbs that can help someone break through to the Yijin realm as well," Gu Chen said. "Very well, please wait a moment, honored guest." The shopkeeper nodded and went to make the preparations. The shopkeeper saw that Gu Chen could not afford Yijin and proposed substituting them with spiritual herbs. He did not say much else. Herbs, though effective, were far inferior to pills, and buying them individually was more expensive than pills. Pills are cheaper because they incorporate various ordinary herbs to produce a stronger, and the larger yield after refining makes them cheaper. Spiritual herbs are different. They often possess unique powers and traits that pills cannot rival. After a moment, the shopkeeper produced 21 Yijin Dan and 5 innate 4-grade spiritual herbs. "Sir, in our Baoyao Gu, we have 21 Yijin Dan in and 5 innate 4-grade spiritual herbs that aid breakthroughs of the Yijin realm or boost cultivation for innate 4th realm cultivators." The shopkeeper began explaining to Gu Chen. "This plant is the innate 4-grade spirit herb Qingyugua. It blooms once every 10 years and bears fruit once every 10 years. After maturing, it yields a single spirit fruit and must wait another 30 years for it to mature again. For a powerful cultivator at innate 4th realm, it helps temper the tendons and meridians. Price, 3,000 silver taels. This plant is Chiwen Luoxin Chao, innate 4-grade spirit herb. It takes 20 years to root, 20 years to sprout leaves, and only then does it mature into medicine. Its stems and leaves carry the power of crimson fire, rich in pure spiritual energy, specialized in unblocking congested meridians and strengthening the tendons, it is suitable for innate fourth realm cultivators tempering of meridians. Price, 3,500 silver taels. Ningxi Yutengguo innate 4-grade spirit fruit. The vine blossoms for 15 years, bears fruit after 15 years, the flesh is as white as silk jade. Its medicinal potency is gentle and lasting, capable of nourishing meridian tissues, repairing damaged meridians, and strengthening meridian carrying capacity. Price, 4,000 silver taels. Xianmai Ziji innate 4-grade Lingji grows in the moist spiritual vein region. It takes 30 years to mature, and its cap bears pale purple vein markings. It can cleanse the meridians of turbid qi, widen meridian channels, stabilize the foundation for tempering, and prevent the risk of meridian cracks. Price, 4,300 silver taels. Qinglan Shugua innate 4-grade spirit fruit, born by a deep mountain spirit tree, absorbs mist energy through all 4 seasons, and fully ripens only after 28 years. Its potency is concentrated, tightening and fortifying the whole body's meridians, increasing their durability and permeability, suitable for arduous tempering. Price, 4,800 silver taels. Gu Chen looked at the 5 spirit herbs the shopkeeper offered, all precious. These herbs may not individually boost a cultivator of innate fourth realm as much as Yi Jin Dan. Yet they each have other effects that Yi Jin Dan cannot replace, so the prices are very high. The most expensive one has already surpassed the price of 21 Yi Jin Dan. 21 Yi Jin Dan plus the 5 herbs total price is 2,300 silver taels. The shopkeeper spoke. Shopkeeper, buying so much at once from Bao Yaoge, won't you offer a discount? Gu Chen asked. 23,800 taels, that would take 2/3 of the silver on him. Sir, these herbs and pills are high-grade goods. When Bao Yaoge bought them, they paid high prices and did not leave much profit. The shopkeeper thought for a moment. We can offer at most a 5% discount. Very well, Gu Chen nodded. Please wrap them up. And a 5% discount was still a discount. He did not entirely trust the shopkeeper's words, but for now these were what he urgently needed. In this capital city, both the Yang family and Bao Yaoji's main pavilion resided here. He must quickly raise his cultivation to innate fourth realm, even if it costs him his life. With the 5% discount, 2,200 and 600 taels will do. The shopkeeper agreed, then had a servant pack everything for Gu Chen. Gu Chen paid the silver and left, returning to his residence at the inn. Entering the room, Gu Chen could hardly wait to take out the copper bowl. He first placed the 21 innate 4-grade Yi Jin Dan inside. The bowl issued a prompt. 21 innate 4-grade Yi Jin Dan can be exchanged for 210 days of pure cultivation. Gu Chen chose to exchange. The mighty cultivation energy flowed from the bowl into his body, and he used the Mu Lei Yi Jin Pian to convert it into innate Qingmu Lei to refine and reshape his meridians. Innate Qingmu Lei within destruction contains vitality. Roaming through his body's fascia and meridians, it continually damages and repairs his meridians. It caused him pain and pleasure at once. Oh. Strange sounds echoed faintly in his room. On the corridor outside the inn, the attendant heard the noises from the room, his brows furrowing. In broad daylight, without avoiding people, and it's a man making those sounds. The attendant shivered with a chill full of disgust and hurried away, afraid his ears would be sullied. In the room, Gu Chen's meridians underwent a process of destruction and nourishment reconstruction. Some blocked meridians were opened and stretched, beginning to evolve toward iron tendons. But the cultivation was not enough. It only progressed to 2/3 and halted. To break through to the iron tendon realm, at least 140 more days of cultivation were needed. Gu Chen placed all 5 herbs into the bowl together, preparing to continue exchanging for cultivation. The copper bowl issued 5 prompts. Qingyu Gua can be exchanged for 30 days of pure cultivation while increasing the resilience of the reshaped meridians. Chiwen Luoxin Chao can be exchanged for 35 days of pure cultivation, can grant crimson fire power to the meridians and dispel meridian cold toxins. Ningxi Yutengguo can be exchanged for 40 days of pure cultivation, can repair damaged meridians. Xianmai Ziji can be exchanged for 35 days of pure cultivation, can widen meridian channels. Qinglan Shugua can be exchanged for 40 days of pure cultivation, can enhance the meridian's self-repairability. The 5 spirit herbs in total can exchange for 180 days of pure cultivation. Gu Chen calculated and felt somewhat shortchanged. These 5 herbs cost the most in silver, but the cultivation they yield is less than Yi Jin Dan. However, they grant certain meridian traits as they exchange for cultivation. These traits would make his meridian stronger. Once he reaches the completion of the Yi Jin realm, the various characteristics of his meridians would far surpass those of peers. They can also carry the destruction and growth power of wood thunder. It is hard to judge good or bad. If one simply wants to raise cultivation, it would be better to buy Yi Jin Dan with silver in the future. If one wants the meridians to gain other traits, go and buy these special effects spiritual herbs. When exchanging for cultivation, they can also enchant the meridians. Gu Chen chose to exchange. The 5 herbs disappeared. 5 completely different trait powers along with a torrent of cultivation surged into his body. He used his cultivation methods to refine them into the power of Qingmu Lei to continue tempering his meridians. After a moment, his realm advanced, successfully breaking through the early stage of innate fourth realm toward the iron tendon level. The meridians strengthened their connection to his bones and blood, gaining several traits. Especially one herb bestowed crimson fire power on his meridians, so he would not fear the intrusion of cold attributes. Finally reached innate fourth realm, there are about 20 days left until the divine test. In the remaining time, he would wait calmly for the divine test. At the same time, he still had a bit over 10,000 silver on him. In a few days, he planned to go to Bao Yao Ji's main pavilion and hire the alchemist to forge a batch of Jin Dan at high price. 300 taels would suffice. He planned to first push to the mid-stage innate fourth realm. The copper tendon stage could come later. The silver on him would be enough, though he had not revealed his true identity in the capital yet. But the danger in the capital remained. The stronger he was, the safer he would be. To break through the copper tendon level, Gu Chen estimated he still needed about 340 days of pure cultivation. That would be 34 Jin Dan. The silver on him should be enough. In Bao Yao Ji's main pavilion. In these days, we have mobilized manpower to search every city, county, and town within the Huiyuan prefecture, but we found no trace of that youth. It seems that day he left Qiyang City and killed Lu Biao, then vanished into thin air. That boy must have changed his appearance, hidden himself, or left Huiyuan prefecture. Fu Tongkue reported to Nyeko. In the Huiyuan prefecture, Bao Yao Ge has been scouring Gu Chen's trail, but Gu Chen seems to have evaporated. That kid enrolled for the divine test. When the divine test arrives, he will surely appear in Huiyuan prefecture. We will wait here, keeping watch for him. No matter how well he hides now, when the divine test appears, he will not escape our grasp. Nyeko's voice was icy. The Dan sect elder would also descend upon the capital to recruit outstanding divine test candidates. If Gu Chen caused trouble and showed extraordinary talent, he might attract attention. If contested by powers within the Shun dynasty, the Dan sect elder would learn that Gu Chen originally belonged to Bao Yao Ge and was driven away only because of him. He was sure to run into trouble. Outside Qiyang City, at the branch stronghold of the Black Heaven cult nestled within a mountain valley cave. We have thoroughly investigated the matter. That boy has no backing from the Night Watch Bureau whatsoever. He killed Yujibwa solely through his own strength, a guardian reported to the elder stationed at this stronghold. Now that boy has been driven out of the Chung family by the Treasure Medicine Pavilion, and he subsequently killed their envoy Lu Biao in retaliation. He is currently being hunted throughout the entire Huiyuan prefecture by the pavilion. The guardian spoke. Now may well be the perfect opportunity for us to strike him down. The vice cult leader has already returned and is presently in the prefectural city of Huiyuan. Send word to the Yang family in the city and have them join forces with the Treasure Medicine Pavilion. First we uncover that boy's hiding place, then together we eliminate him, the elder commanded. That boy killed Yujibwa, and we cannot be certain whether he learned our secrets from Yujibwa's lips before he died. He cannot be allowed to remain at large for long. Inform the Yang family that one of our elders has already been slain by that boy. If they fail to track him down and destroy him swiftly, the secrets of our past collaboration with them may well leak from his tongue. The Yang family shall know what must be done. Huiyuan Prefecture. Gu Chen departed from the inn. He arrived at the main hall of the Treasure Medicine Pavilion. The shopkeeper who had attended him before was once again the one to receive him. Seeing Gu Chen appear at his door once more, the shopkeeper smiled and asked, "What else might this honored guest require?" "I require 34 additional marrow tempering pills. I wish to commission your pavilion's alchemist to fire up the furnace and refine them for me. Can you complete the task within 20 days? Gu Chen inquired. To fire up the furnace and refine 34 marrow tempering pills. 20 days is no problem. The price is 300 taels per pill, totaling 10,200 taels. We can round it down for you. 10,000 taels shall suffice, the shopkeeper replied. However, the guest must first pay 5,000 taels in silver. Once the pills are complete, you may settle the remaining half when you come to collect them, the shopkeeper said, his gaze settling upon Gu Chen. Agreed. Gu Chen produced a banknote worth 5,000 taels and handed it to the shopkeeper before taking his leave. 20 days would suffice for the refinement. This would allow him to break through to the mid-stage of the marrow tempering realm before the divine examination commenced. However, the silver on his person was now utterly depleted. Less than 1,000 taels remained. Marrow tempering pills were not inherently expensive in themselves. It was simply that the pill trade in Huiyuan Prefecture had been monopolized by the Treasure Medicine Pavilion, who employed scarcity tactics to inflate their prices. Were he able to obtain the pill formula for the marrow tempering pill with a maximum expenditure of 10,000 taels in silver, he could refine enough pills to advance all the way to the perfection of the marrow tempering realm. Meanwhile, within the Yang family, one of the three foremost great clans of Huiyuan Prefecture, Beggar, now that you have broken through to the late stage of the second realm of the innate, the upcoming divine examination shall surely see you claim an A-class divine laureateship. The future of our Yang family shall flourish and prosper through you, Yang Yuanshao remarked with a smile. His son Yang Wenbin was but 20 years of age, yet his cultivation had already reached the late stage of the second realm of the innate. With such innate talent, he stood a promising chance of one day stepping into the fourth realm of the Wanderer in the future. Once the Yang family produced a being of the fourth realm of the Wanderer, they would no longer be confined to crouching within Huiyuan Prefecture, but could expand their reach into the greater commandery cities beyond. All thanks to the blood marrow pill Father previously bestowed upon me, which elevated my aptitude to an entirely new level. Otherwise I could never have reached my present cultivation, Yang Wenbin said with a smile. The blood marrow pill could only be taken once in a person's lifetime. Its consumption could purge the marrow and cleanse the meridians, transforming one's constitution and elevating one's innate aptitude. However, this pill belonged to the category of forbidden elixirs requiring the blood and marrow of young children for its refinement, an act of the most sinister and depraved nature. The very reason the Yang family had previously collaborated with the Black Heaven cult was for the purpose of refining these blood marrow pills. Yang Yuanshao smiled and nodded, saying, "Now focus on your preparations and ready yourself to meet the divine examination." "Yes, Father." Yang Wenbin nodded. At that moment, a guard of the Yang family arrived to make his report. "Patriarch, another guardian from the Black Heaven cult has come. He says he has matters to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, Yang Yuanshao's countenance darkened. Now that the blood marrow pills were already in hand, he had not the slightest desire to continue dealings with these rats that crawled in the gutters of the Black Heaven cult. Yet these rats had come seeking out the Yang family time and time again. They clung to them like glue, impossible to shake off no matter how hard one tried. Yang Yuanshao waved his hand, signaling Yang Wenbin to withdraw for the moment. He himself went forth to meet the guardian of the Black Heaven cult. Yang Wenbin knew nothing of the Yang family's dealings with the Black Heaven cult. Yang Yuanshao had kept the secret well. He understood that the fewer people within the Yang family who knew of such matters, the safer it would be. Arriving at a secluded side courtyard. "What exactly do you want?" "I have already made myself perfectly clear. Our Yang family's collaboration with your Black Heaven cult has come to an end." The moment Yang Yuanshao stepped into the courtyard and laid eyes upon the Black Heaven cult guardian, he spoke bluntly. "If you continue to entangle yourselves with us, try me, and see if I will not join forces with the Night Watch Bureau of Huiyun Prefecture to eradicate every last one of you." Upon hearing these words, the Black Heaven cult guardian's gaze turned icy. A flicker of murderous intent passed through his eyes, and he sneered coldly, "Would you dare? Go ahead and report us to the Night Watch Bureau if you wish. We may not necessarily be wiped out, but your Yang family's collaboration with us in refining blood marrow pills would see your entire household confiscated and your clan annihilated. What have you come for this time?" Yang Yuanshao had no wish to waste words with these gutter rats. He simply wanted to send them packing as swiftly as possible. "That boy whom we previously asked you to approach the Treasure Medicine Pavilion about having expelled, his strength is far from simple. We have all gravely underestimated him," the Black Heaven cult guardian said. "Our previous attempt to surround and kill him ended in failure. That boy slew one of our elders and over a dozen innate realm experts. It is possible that he has already learned of the secret collaboration between your Yang family and us in refining the blood marrow pills," the Black Heaven cult guardian explained. "At the same time, he may have also discovered that it was your Yang family who secretly approached the Treasure Medicine Pavilion and had them expel him from the Chen family." "What?" Yang Yuanshao's expression shifted dramatically at these words. The matter of his family's collaboration with the Black Heaven cult in refining blood marrow pills might have been learned by that boy. The refinement of blood marrow pills, these most sinister and forbidden of elixirs, required the slaughter of countless children to extract their blood essence and marrow, and had been classified as taboo by the Divine Dynasty. Should any force be discovered to dare refine such pills, it would inevitably incur the Divine Dynasty's cleansing through the most ruthless of iron-fisted measures. This was now a grave matter indeed. How could you be so utterly incompetent? You cannot even deal with a mere boy at the first realm of the innate. Yang Yuanshao thought, his heart blazing with fury. That boy's cultivation is far beyond the first realm of the innate. He has likely already reached the level of the third realm of the innate, either the copper bone or silver bone tier. The Black Heaven cult envoy shook his head as he spoke. An envoy of the Treasure Medicine Pavilion's main hall, a cultivator of the third realm of the innate, perished at his hands not long ago. He is presently being hunted across the entirety of Huiyun Prefecture by the pavilion, the Black Heaven cult guardian elaborated. "Then what does your Black Heaven cult want my Yang family to do?" Yang Yuanshao asked, fixing his gaze upon him. "Cooperate with the Treasure Medicine Pavilion in a full-scale manhunt across all of Huiyun Prefecture. My Black Heaven cult will also be keeping watch in the shadows," the Black Heaven cult guardian replied, his eyes narrowing to slits. "How can you be so certain that he remains within Huiyun Prefecture and has not already departed for somewhere else?" Yang Yuanshao countered. "If he were Chen wanted by a force as formidable as the Treasure Medicine Pavilion, he would most likely have long since fled Huiyun Prefecture. Why would he foolishly remain here? He will not leave. He has registered to participate in the Divine Examination. For a talent such as him, the Divine Examination represents his sole opportunity to enter the service of the Divine Dynasty as an official and acquire the backing of a Divine Dynasty identity. He will not relinquish it," the Black Heaven cult guardian declared. The Divine Dynasty conducted extraordinarily thorough identity investigations upon those who registered for the Divine Examination. Chen had registered for the Divine Examination 2 months prior when he had first arrived at Xiang City. At that time, the authorities had required a full month to verify his identity. Only those who were natives of Huiyun Prefecture whose lineage and background were beyond reproach were permitted to participate in the prefecture's divine examination. Were Gu Chen to abandon his participation in the Huiyun Prefecture divine examination and attempt to register elsewhere, he would find himself entirely unable to do so. Understood. My Yang family shall cooperate with the Treasure Medicine Pavilion in hunting him down, Yang Yuanxiao said. But what if he does not show himself throughout this period and only emerges when the divine examination commences? What then can we possibly do? When that day comes, the full might of Huiyun Prefecture's governmental forces will be concentrated upon the divine examination grounds. Could we possibly strike him down under the very noses of the Night Watch Bureau and the authorities? Your Yang family need only carry out the pursuit of him as matters currently stand. The Black Heaven Cult Guardian spoke. If by the start of the divine examination we still cannot locate him, then once he reveals himself at the examination, we shall naturally find a way to deal with him. That is acceptable. Yang Yuanxiao felt a measure of relief within his heart. So long as these madmen of the Black Heaven cult were willing to take action at that time, all would be well. The Yang family stood too tall a tree in Huiyun Prefecture, drawing every wind. They could act in the shadows, but in the light of day they could not so easily strike. If the Black Heaven cult attempted to assassinate Gu Chen and failed, they could escape. But if the Yang family were to fail in assassinating a candidate of the divine examination, the entire clan would likely be implicated. To strike at a divine examination participant during the examination itself would be to defy the very authority of the divine dynasty. The divine dynasty would never treat lightly those who orchestrated such an act from behind the scenes. Only these mad and depraved cultists of the Black Heaven cult would dare perpetrate such a thing. Meanwhile, Gu Chen was completely unaware that he had already become the target of multiple factions. Time flew by, and 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 20 days, Gu Chen remained quietly in the inn, utilizing the bronze bowl to exchange for intelligence to evade risks at all times, making it utterly impossible for the Baoyao Pavilion and the Yang family to discover his whereabouts. On this day, the agreed-upon date to collect the pills from Baoyao Pavilion had arrived. Gu Chen headed to the pavilion and paid the remaining 5,000 taels of silver. He retrieved the 34 tin transforming pills he had previously ordered. Upon returning to the inn, he took out the bronze bowl and placed all 34 pills inside at once. 34 4th-grade Xiantian tin transforming pills can be exchanged for 340 days of pure cultivation. Gu Chen chose to proceed with the exchange. Instantly, a terrifying surge of cultivation was poured into his body. It was then converted by his cultivation method into Xiantian green with lightning, which began to temper and reshape his meridians. The iron tendons he had previously forged were shattered and broken inch by inch, only to be rebuilt anew. The intense mixture of pain and pleasure during the process made Gu Chen unable to hold back his groans. Oh. Once all the cultivation was completely transferred, Gu Chen's iron tendons were entirely tempered and reshaped into bronze tendons, allowing him to successfully step into the mid-stage of the 4th Xiantian realm, the bronze tendon level. His meridians had previously been altered by several types of spiritual herbs. Now that they were reshaped into bronze tendons, the unique properties bestowed upon his meridians by those herbs did not weaken, instead they grew even stronger. With his current strength, even without relying on his profound iron body, he could contend with experts at the late stage or even the perfection stage of the 4th Xiantian realm. If he activated his profound iron body, he would even have the power to fight against an expert at the early stage of the 5th Xiantian realm. Tomorrow was the day of the divine exam. He had managed to break through just the day before. The appointment system for officials in the divine dynasty was based on non-local postings. In other words, talents selected through the divine dynasty's divine selection, who chose to serve in imperial institutions, could only take up office in a different region and were forbidden from serving in their hometowns. For instance, as a native of Huiyun Prefecture, Gu Chen could only participate in the divine exam within Huiyun Prefecture, but he would have to go to another prefecture to assume office. Having broken through on the eve of the divine exam, once the exam concluded and he passed with high marks, he would be able to leave Huiyun Prefecture immediately to take up office elsewhere. As the divine exam drew near, numerous candidates from the 11 cities and over 100 counties within Huiyun Prefecture flooded into the prefectural capital. Within the divine dynasty, many top-tier factions had also dispatched special envoys. The divine selection was the divine dynasty's system for recruiting talents. Those who stood out in the selection were not obligated to become officials in the dynasty. They could also choose to join other factions. Consequently, during the annual divine selection, every prefectural capital hosting the examination would be packed to the brim. Various factions and aristocratic families within the divine dynasty would come to scout and select promising talents to join their ranks. The 4 great sects, the alchemy sect, the body sect, the weapon sect, and the sword sect, had dispatched elders this time to see if they could recruit some outstanding disciples for their respective sects. At this moment, inside the main headquarters of Baoyao Pavilion, Nyaku and Fu Tongkue were carefully attending to an elder sent by the alchemy sect. His name was Xiao Lai, one of the outer sect elders of the alchemy sect responsible for recruiting disciples. In this term's divine exam in Huiyuan Prefecture, are there any talents with outstanding potential in the Tao of alchemy? Xiao Lai asked, looking at Nyako. No, within the territory of Huiyuan Prefecture, anyone with even a modicum of talent in alchemy has already been scouted by our Baoyao Pavilion. We have had them pass the assessment for registered disciples of the alchemy sect. As long as they can become a third-grade Xiantian alchemist by the age of 25, we will recommend them directly to the alchemy sect, so they would never end up in the outside world. Nyeku replied cautiously. Hearing this, Xiao Lai nodded and then asked, what about geniuses with extraordinary talent in cultivation? Are there any? The alchemy sect recruited disciples in two categories. One category consisted of those with a talent for alchemy. For these individuals, it did not matter if their cultivation talent was somewhat lacking as long as they possessed extraordinary talent in alchemy. The other category comprised those with outstanding talent in cultivation. Once specially recruited into the alchemy sect, they would receive the sect's full-scale cultivation, eventually becoming the backbone of the alchemy sect in the future. Yang Wenbin, the son of the head of the Yang family, one of the three first-rate aristocratic families in Huiyuan Prefecture, is only 20 years old, but already possesses a cultivation at the late stage of the second Xiantian realm. Stepping into the four realms of the practitioner in the future will not be an issue for him. In this divine selection, he should be able to rank in the first class. Nyeku said, a late stage of the second Xiantian realm at 20 years old. Xiao Lai remarked, his talent is indeed decent. We can keep an eye on him. Yes, his father is my senior brother. When the time comes, I can try to win him over for the alchemy sect, Nyeku explained. Very well. The next day, in the largest central square at the heart of Huiyuan Prefecture's capital, various factions gathered. The 5 great aristocratic families and the 4 great sects of the divine dynasty had all dispatched personnel to watch the upcoming divine exam. Aside from the government organizers, influential figures from various departments of the divine dynasty, such as the Night Watch Division, the Inspectorate Division, the Divine Robe Division, and the Divine Guard Army, had arrived to attend. Their sole purpose was to recruit fresh blood for their respective institutions. Those responsible for organizing the divine exam were Feng Diluan, a special envoy from the commandery city, and Tong Chuan, the governor of Huiyuan Prefecture, and a 6th-grade official. The two were currently seated in the main examiner seats. Seated beside them was a eunuch from the Heavenly Bureau, who had come from the imperial court. He represented the one on the dragon throne to ensure that the divine exam was conducted in a fair, just, and open manner. The divine exam consisted of 3 trials. The first trial was the trial of the heart. The second trial was the trial of strength. The third trial was the trial of talent. Generally, those wishing to enter the martial institutions of the divine dynasty only needed to take the first 2 trials. Only those aiming to become court officials and govern a locality, such as a town warden or a county magistrate, would take the third trial, the trial of talent. The trial of talent assessed knowledge in civil administration, testing how to govern, manage, and develop a territory. This fell under the domain of civil officials. Chen had no interest in this area. He planned to take only the first and second trials. His goal was to join the Night Watch Division. The Night Watch Division was one of the highest-ranking authorities in the divine dynasty. Its status was by no means inferior to that of officials of the same rank in the dynasty, and its authority was even higher than that of the Inspectorate Division and the Divine Robe Division. The first trial of the divine exam, the trial of the heart, tested loyalty. Although the divine dynasty was powerful, it was surrounded by formidable enemies. To the east of the divine dynasty lay the endless ocean, where the 36 island nations of the east sea constantly watched with covetous eyes, lusting after the fertile lands of the dynasty. To the west were numerous nomadic tribes that frequently raided the dynasty's borders. To the south and north lay the 100,000 great mountains, home to countless demons and monsters. Every few decades they would launch a beast tide to invade the divine dynasty, devouring countless humans. To the far north lay the barbarians, who were perpetually at war with the divine dynasty. Although they suffered more defeats than victories, they remained highly ambitious and had to be guarded against. Within the borders of the divine dynasty, cults frequently emerged, and evil spirits and demons constantly arose to cause chaos. Due to these various factors, spies and moles would occasionally infiltrate and lurk within the divine dynasty. The first trial, the trial of the heart, was designed to check if a candidate was a mole dispatched by these hostile forces. This year there were over 300 candidates participating in the divine exam of Huiyuan Prefecture. All participants had to pass the trial of the heart before they could proceed to the subsequent 2 trials. The procedure for the trial of the heart was as follows. The examiner would place a heart interrogating stone in your hand and then ask you questions. By monitoring the stone and sensing your soul fluctuations, they would determine the truth of your answers. If you lied, the heart interrogating stone would react and your soul fluctuations would show anomalies, which would be instantly detected. The 300+ candidates were divided into 10 groups to undergo the assessment simultaneously. 10 examiners, each holding a heart interrogating stone, were responsible for evaluating 1 group each. The assessment proceeded rapidly, averaging about 3 candidates per 15 minutes. In Gu Chen's group, it was soon his turn. By now he had already discarded his disguise, attending the assessment in his true appearance. The Divine Dynasty's examination was strictly scrutinized. If one arrived wearing a human skin mask, it could easily backfire. The examiner handed the hard interrogating stone to Gu Chen. You are candidate number 64, Gu Chen, correct? The examiner looked at Gu Chen. Yes, Gu Chen replied. I will now begin asking you questions. The examiner's gaze locked onto his eyes. Are you a native of Huiyun Prefecture in the Divine Dynasty? The examiner inquired. Yes, Gu Chen replied. Although he was a transmigrator, his original body was a native of Tsangshan County in Huiyun Prefecture, so he indeed qualified as one. The hard interrogating stone in his hand did not light up. His soul fluctuations were also normal, so he was considered to have passed. The examiner proceeded to the next question. Are you a spy or mole for any cult within the borders of the Divine Dynasty? No. The hard interrogating stone did not react. Passed. Are you a spy or mole for the barbarians, the demon race, the 36 island nations, or the Western nomadic royal courts? Have you been turned by them? No, I have not. I have never had any contact with those factions, Gu Chen answered. The hard interrogating stone did not react. Passed. The final question. What is your purpose in participating in the divine exam? To gain access to higher-level cultivation methods, find a powerful backing, and step into higher realms in the future. Gu Chen replied. The hard interrogating stone did not react. Passed. You have passed the trial of the heart. Go wait to the side. The second trial will begin shortly. The examiner took back the hard interrogating stone from Gu Chen's hand. More than 2 hours later, the trial of the heart concluded. Over a dozen participants had given vague and ambiguous answers, causing the mind inquiry stone to react abnormally. They were taken away by the inspectorate for investigation and failed to pass. The second stage was the trial of strength, which tested their actual martial prowess. The 10 examiners were all formidable experts of the fifth realm of the Xiantian stage. The candidates had to challenge these examiners. The examiners would assess their strength and deliver a final evaluation. As before, 10 groups proceeded simultaneously. Gu Chen's group consisted of 34 people, and he was ranked 12th in the sequence. The first candidate to step forward possessed only top-tier mortal strength. The examiner determined this after trading a mere 2 blows, leaving him with no hope of making the list. The second candidate possessing strength at the early phase of the first realm of the Xiantian stage was assessed after fighting 2 rounds with the examiner. He successfully achieved the divine selection and was placed on the ding board. He was ranked at the very bottom of the ding board. Up on the spectator stands Feng Diluan, the special envoy from the commandery city, turned to Tong Chuan, the palace master of Huiyun Palace, and asked, Lord Tong, do you think anyone in this divine examination can achieve the Tianyuan divine selection? Hearing this, Tong Chuan shook his head. There are a few promising talents who will likely achieve the Jiagrade divine selection, but to achieve Tianyuan is exceedingly difficult. Tong Chuan remarked. Tianyuan referred to the top scholar of the divine examination in each palace. To be evaluated as Tianyuan, one had to break through to the third realm of the Xiantian stage before the age of 20. This condition was incredibly harsh, making it nearly impossible to fulfill. Huiyun Palace was one of the underdeveloped cities under the jurisdiction of Jinshi Commandery on the southern border of the Divine Dynasty. In previous divine examinations, a Tianyuan had never emerged. The last time Huiyun Palace produced a Tianyuan was a decade ago. That genius had since joined the Divine Guard, and his current achievements had likely already broken through to the 4 realms of the practitioner stage. Beside them, Eunuch Li, who hailed from the Imperial Court's Tian factory, spoke up. This servant believes that a Tianyuan will indeed emerge from Huiyun Palace this time. As he spoke, his gaze drifted seemingly inadvertently toward Gu Chen's direction. Gu Chen did not release his cultivation realm to the outside world, making it difficult for outsiders to perceive his true strength through his breathing patterns. However, the cultivation technique Eunuch Li practiced was unique, allowing him to sense the intense yang energy emanating from others. The scorching yang energy radiating from Gu Chen was exceptionally dense. Such scorching yang energy was typically possessed only by formidable experts at or above the 5th realm of the Xiantian stage. For Gu Chen to possess it made the eunuch feel that the youth was extraordinary. Perhaps he could achieve the Tianyuan divine selection. Hearing this, the other 2 could not help but look at him. They had not expected that among this batch of examinees there would be someone Eunuch Li thought highly of. I wonder which candidate has caught your esteemed eye, Eunuch, Tong Chuan said, looking at Eunuch Li. This servant merely has a hunch and cannot say for certain. As for who it is, you 2 lords only need to watch. They will appear before long. Eunuch Li replied. Tong Chuan smiled and stopped questioning, turning his gaze back to the plaza. Although Eunuch Li came from the Tian factory, Tong Chuan knew that this man likely belonged to the second prince's faction. Among the several princes, the second prince had the highest chance of winning the struggle for the throne, even eclipsing the crown prince. Many factions in the imperial court had already chosen their sides. Having made no choice, Tong Chuan remained neutral. Seeing that Eunuch Li's attitude toward him was lukewarm, he did not bother to seek further conversation. Just then, in the plaza, an examiner announced, Zhong Hao, late phase of the second realm of the Xiantian stage, achieves the Jiagrade divine selection. In front of him, an honest-looking youth scratched his head with a smile, bowed to the examiner, and stepped aside. The first Jia-grade divine selection of this year has appeared. A stir arose among the many major factions present. Anyone capable of achieving a Jia-grade divine selection was almost guaranteed to enter the 4 realms of the practitioner stage in the future, and with a bit of fortune. Becoming a grandmaster was within reach. Numerous factions immediately began to extend olive branches to him. Zhong, how are you willing to join our Night Watch division? If you agree, I can directly promote you to an ironclad Night Watcher. Furthermore, the cultivation techniques required for your future breakthrough to the 4 realms of the practitioner stage will be fully provided by our ironclad division. Zhong Hao, as long as you join our Divine Robe division, you will immediately receive a first-grade practitioner martial art. What say you? Zhong Hao, if you enter our body sect, all the resources needed for you to break through to the 5th realm of the Xiantian stage will be covered by us. Are you willing? Zhong Hao, if you join our alchemy sect, we can supply you with the resources to break through to the 4 realms of the practitioner stage, and we will also provide you with a first-grade practitioner martial art. Xiao Lai, an elder of the alchemy sect, also spoke up to recruit him. Leading figures from the body sect, the weapon sect, and the divine guard who were present joined in the bidding as well. Faced with this barrage of invitations, Zhong Hao looked at the prominent figure from the Night Watch division and said, I am willing to join the Night Watch division and become a Night Watcher. Seeing this, the other factions could only back down in disappointment. In the plaza, Gu Chen watched the scene, his mind made up. Achieving only the late phase of the 2nd realm of the Xiantian stage was enough to secure a Jia-grade divine selection. In that case, he only needed to reveal his strength at the early phase of the 3rd realm of the Xiantian stage, and he should easily achieve the Tianyuan, which ranked above the Jia-grade divine selection. If a mere Jia-grade could attract so many top-tier factions, then achieving the Tianyuan divine selection would make his position even more secure. Following that, many more candidates passed the selection. However, most only achieved the Ding-grade or Bing-grade divine selections, with only a few securing the Yi-grade. Currently, Zhong Hao remained the only one to have achieved a Jia-grade. Having observed the process, Gu Chen now understood those from the early to mid phases of the 1st realm of the Xiantian stage could achieve the Ding-grade divine selection. The late phase to perfection of the 1st realm of the Xiantian stage could achieve the Bing-grade. The early to mid phases of the 2nd realm of the Xiantian stage could achieve the Yi-grade. The late phase to perfection of the 2nd realm of the Xiantian stage could achieve the Jia-grade. And stepping into the 3rd realm of the Xiantian stage would grant the Tianyuan divine selection. Gu Chen spotted an acquaintance, Su Ming, who had achieved a Ding-grade divine selection. Only talents who achieved Jia-grade or E-grade divine selections would receive invitations from various factions. Those who achieved Ding-grade or Bing-grade would not, and had to seek out factions to join on their own. At that moment, another wave of gasps erupted from the plaza. Duan Xingchen, perfection of the 2nd realm of the Xiantian stage, achieves the Jia-grade divine selection, the examiner announced. A single stone stirred 1,000 ripples. Achieving a Jia-grade divine selection at the perfection of the 2nd realm of the Xiantian stage meant his talent was even more monstrous than Zhong Hao's. The various factions immediately began extending olive branches to him. Duan Xingchen, as long as you join our Night Watch division, we will grant you a tiger bone pill to aid your breakthrough to the 3rd realm of the Xiantian stage. We will also promote you directly to an ironclad Night Watcher and provide the cultivation techniques for your breakthrough to the 4 realms of the practitioner stage. Duan Xingchen, as long as you join our sword sect, we will also grant you a tiger bone pill to help you break through your realm, and you can directly become an inner sect disciple of our sword sect. Duan Xingchen, if you join the alchemy sect, we will fully cover your resources to break through to the practitioner stage and additionally gift you 2 first-grade practitioner martial arts. Duan Xingchen, if you join our divine guard, we can directly appoint you as a centurion and bestow a tiger bone pill upon you. Faced with the invitations of the various factions, Duan Xingchen glanced at the sword sect, a flash of hatred flickering across his eyes and vanishing instantly. He then spoke, I choose to join the Night Watch division. The alchemy sect had no future. The sword sect was his enemy. The divine guard lacked freedom. He would rather become a Night Watcher where he could enjoy more liberty. The Night Watch division welcomes you. Tai Yangtian, the prominent figure from the Night Watch division responsible for recruitment, smiled warmly. To have recruited both of today's Jia-grade divine selection talents into the Night Watch division was truly a magnificent harvest. Xiao Lai, the elder of the alchemy sect, felt a pang of regret as he watched Duan Xingchen choose the Night Watch division. He turned to Nyeko beside him and asked, what about Yang Wenbin of the Yang family you mentioned? Is it his turn for the examination yet? If Yang Wenbin could achieve a Jia-grade, given the relationship between his father and Nyaku, they should be able to recruit him into the alchemy sect, saving this trip from being a complete waste. Very soon, Nyaku answered. At this moment, it was finally Yang Wenbin's turn in the plaza. After trading a few blows with the examiner, he was evaluated to have the strength of the late phase of the 2nd realm of the Xiantian stage, achieving a Jia-grade divine selection. The various factions began extending olive branches to him. Yang Wenbin, are you willing to enter our alchemy sect? If you agree, you can immediately become an official disciple of the alchemy sect, and our sect will also provide the resources for your future breakthrough to the 4 realms of the practitioner stage. Yang Wenbin, are you willing to join our inspectorate? If you join us, you can immediately become an inspector, and we will bestow upon you the cultivation techniques to break through to the 4 realms of the practitioner stage. A prominent figure from the inspectorate also extended an invitation to Yang Wenbin. I am willing to join the inspectorate, Yang Wenbin said, looking toward their direction. He then walked toward them. Xiao Lai's invitation hung awkwardly in midair. His face darkened as he turned to Nyaku, his heart filled with deep dissatisfaction. Didn't you say his father was your fellow disciple? Why didn't you recruit him to the alchemy sect? Faced with Xiao Lai's dark glare, Nyaku was speechless with misery. Although he shared a brotherly bond with Yang Yuanxiao, he could not interfere with another man's son's choice. Everyone had their own ambitions, he could not hold him back from seeking a better faction. At this moment, it was finally Gu Chen's turn for the examination. He directly unleashed his strength at the early phase of the 3rd realm of the Xiantian stage and traded several blows with the examiner. Sensing the power erupting from Gu Chen, the examiner announced in astonishment, Gu Chen's strength at the early phase of the 3rd realm of the Xiantian stage achieves the Tianyuan divine selection. He was in disbelief. Huiyun Palace had not produced a Tianyuan divine selection in 10 years, yet one had actually emerged today. Almost the instant he made the announcement at the main seats of the spectator stands where the examination was being hosted, both Feng, Diluan, and Tong Chuan stood up abruptly. A Tianyuan divine selection had truly appeared. After a decade-long drought, another one had emerged this year. The two of them stared intently at the spot where Gu Chun stood in the plaza. On site, the representatives of the Night Watch Division, the Inspectorate, the Divine Guard, the Divine Robe Division, the Alchemy Sect, the Sword Sect, the Weapons Sect, the Body Sect, and the 5 great aristocratic families all turned their eyes toward Gu Chun. They wanted to see what kind of genius had achieved the divine selection after 10 years. At this moment, Gu Chun was the focus of all eyes. Missing the previous ones is fine, but this genius who achieved the Tianyuan divine selection. No matter what method you use, you must recruit him into our alchemy sect. Otherwise, I will hold you solely responsible. Xiao Lai commanded Nyaku beside him. Meanwhile, Nyaku was also staring into the plaza, eager to see what kind of extraordinary figure this Tianyuan genius was. However, when he clearly saw Gu Chen's face, he felt as if the sky had collapsed. He had never met Gu Chen in person, but he had seen his portrait. How could it be this brat? He was the one who achieved the Tianyuan divine selection. Seeing the burning, eager look Xiao Lai directed at Gu Chen, Nyaku felt completely overwhelmed with dread. Now that this boy had achieved the Tianyuan divine selection, he would undoubtedly become the center of attention and be contested by all factions. Assassinating him was now out of the question. Given his grievances with the Precious Herb Pavilion, he would absolutely refuse to join the alchemy sect. Furthermore, he might use this opportunity to expose the fact that he was wanted by the Precious Herb Pavilion. If Xiao Lai found out that this boy was originally a member of the Precious Herb Pavilion and could have been directly recommended to the alchemy sect, but had been expelled by Nyaku himself, causing the sect to miss out on such a genius. Even if Xiao Lai did not cripple him in a fit of rage, his position as the head of the Precious Herb Pavilion's main branch would come to an end. He was finished. In the direction of the Yang family, Yang Yuanxiao, the head of the family, turned pale with dismay upon clearly recognizing that the one who had achieved the Tianyuan divine selection was none other than Gu Chun. It is actually him. If this youth were to be recruited into the Night Watch office and report the past collusion between the Yang family and the Dark Heaven sect, what awaited the Yang family would be utter annihilation. Gu Chun, as long as you join our Night Watch office, you will be promoted directly to an ironclad Night Watcher. At the same time, you can head to a county under the Divine Dynasty's jurisdiction to immediately serve as the director of the Night Watch office. We will also provide all the cultivation methods required for you to break through to the 4th realm of the practitioner, and at this stage our Night Watch office will directly grant you 2 first-grade practitioner martial arts. Tai Yangtian, a prominent figure of the Night Watch office, spoke directly. Many examinees present gasped in shock. To directly serve as the director of the Night Watch office in a county meant that recruiting Gu Chun would grant him immediate real authority. The director of the Night Watch office in a county was an 8th grade official equal in rank to a magistrate. This was in addition to the promotion to an ironclad Night Watcher, the cultivation methods to break through to the 4th realm of the practitioner, and 2 first-grade practitioner martial arts. To recruit this recipient of the Tianyuan divine selection, the Night Watch office was truly willing to pay an immense price. Gu Chun, if you join our Divine Guard army, you can directly serve as a centurion. Similarly, we will cover the cultivation methods for your breakthrough to the 4th realm of the practitioner along with 2 first-grade practitioner martial arts as an extra. The grand figure of the Divine Guard army spoke. Gu Chun, as long as you choose to join our inspectorate office, you can directly serve as a county inspector in addition to receiving the cultivation methods to advance to the 4th realm of the practitioner and 2 first-grade practitioner martial arts. The prominent figure of the inspectorate office spoke. Following that, the Divine Robe office, the Sword Sect, the Body Sect, the Artifact Sect, and the 5 great noble families spoke up one after another. Not a single one was left behind. All offered incredibly generous terms wishing to recruit Gu Chen into their respective factions. Unfortunately, Gu Chen did not give any direct response, which began to make the various factions somewhat anxious. At this moment, Xiao Lai of the alchemy sect looked at Gu Chen and invited him. Gu Chen, if you are willing to join our alchemy sect, you can directly become an inner disciple. Furthermore, the resources and cultivation methods for your future breakthrough to the fourth realm of the practitioner will be fully covered by our alchemy sect. In addition, we will gift you a profound grade precious weapon and 2 first-grade practitioner martial arts. Upon receiving the invitation from the alchemy sect, Gu Chen finally shifted his gaze toward them, locking his eyes on Xiao Lai, as well as Nyaku and Fu Tongkue, who stood beside him. Gu Chen let out a cold sneer, sending shivers down the spines of Nyaku and Fu Tongkue. Meanwhile, the people from the other divine dynasty institutions and factions around them noticed Gu Chen's reaction to the alchemy sect's recruitment. Everyone grew tense and looked in the direction of the alchemy sect. Could it be that the recipient of the Tianyuan divine selection intended to join the alchemy sect? Seeing that Gu Chen showed interest in his invitation, Xiao Lai was overjoyed. Was he going to successfully win over this Tianyuan divine selection today? Securing this Tianyuan divine selection would be worth more than 10 first-class divine selections. I was once an enshrined protector of the precious herb pavilion under the alchemy sect, and I used to yearn for the alchemy sect immensely, Gu Chen began. I had previously thought that after the divine examination ended, I would ask the Huiyun Mansion's main branch of the precious herb pavilion for a recommendation letter to proceed to the alchemy sect. Hearing Gu Chen's words, Xiao Lai was startled. Gu Chen was actually once part of the precious herb pavilion under the alchemy sect. What was going on here? If the precious herb pavilion had such a genius before, why had they not recommended him to the alchemy sect? Instead, they had allowed such a talent to participate in the divine selection. What if he were poached by other factions? Xiao Lai's face darkened as he glared at Nyaku, the head of the Huiyun Mansion's main branch of the precious herb pavilion. Didn't you say before that there were no monstrous talents under the precious herb pavilion? Nyaku hastily explained. Elder, this matter cannot be explained in a few words. Your subordinate will explain it to you shortly. No need. Fortunately, it is not too late, and we can still salvage this. Since Gu Chen was once an enshrined protector of his precious herb pavilion, it would be much easier to recruit him. Meanwhile, in the square, Gu Chen continued. Regrettably, Nyaku, the head of the main branch of the precious herb pavilion, personally ordered my expulsion. After leaving the precious herb pavilion, I went to the Cheng family of Qiyang City to serve as an enshrined protector. However, messengers from the precious herb pavilion came to threaten them, forbidding the Cheng family from keeping me. After I left the Cheng family, the precious herb pavilion and the provincial capital's Yang family put out a bounty on me throughout the entire Huiyun Mansion territory, attempting to assassinate me. Gu Chen's words stirred up a massive wave of shock. To think such a thing actually happened. Who would have thought that the journey of this Tianyuan divine selection recipient was so fraught with hardships? Nyaku, the head of the Huiyun Mansion's precious herb pavilion, is truly brainless. To think he expelled such a genius instead of recommending him to his superiors. Since this Tianyuan divine selection recipient was treated this way by the precious herb pavilion, he likely won't choose to join the alchemy sect. We still have a chance. The prominent figures of the various divine dynasty institutions looked at Xiao Lai with gloating expressions. Having heard Gu Chen's words, Xiao Lai's eyes seemed to spit fire. He glared at Nyaku beside him and said in an icy tone, "What on earth have you done, you absolute fool?" With a swift strike, he slapped Nyaku so hard that the man spat blood and flew backward, losing several teeth in the process. Elder, I. Nyaku wanted to explain, but did not know how. Originally, he had only wanted to do a small favor for his senior brother Yang Wenhua. He never expected Gu Chen to be such a monstrous talent, leading to today's disastrous situation. In the square, the prominent figures of the other institutions watched this spectacle with great amusement. They did not speak to stop it, as Gu Chen's story was clearly not yet finished. Gu Chen continued. Everyone must be curious as to why I, who was once merely an enshrined protector of a minor branch of the precious herb pavilion in Qiyang City under the Huiyun Mansion, would be targeted by the head of the main branch. There is a hidden story behind this. The reason I was targeted is that when I was still a guard at the Precious Herb Hall in Qingping Town under Tsongshan County, I discovered that Yang Wenhua, the town governor of Qingping Town, was practicing evil cultivation and colluding with the evil Dark Heaven sect. Consequently, the Tsongshan County Night Watch office dispatched forces to wipe out the stronghold of Yang Wenhua and the Dark Heaven sect in Qingping Town. Harboring a grudge, the Dark Heaven sect approached the provincial capital's Yang family, who then used their connections with Nyaku, the head of the Precious Herb Pavilion, to have me directly expelled. Yang Yuanxiao, the head of the Yang family, and Nyaku, the head of the main branch of the Precious Herb Pavilion, are fellow disciple brothers. To do his junior brother a favor, Nyaku expelled me from the Precious Herb Pavilion without checking any facts. Later, seeing my extraordinary talent, they teamed up with the Yang family to hunt me down throughout the Huiyun Mansion. They feared that I would shine brilliantly in the divine examination and expose their conspiracy. They feared that I would be recruited by various factions and that the alchemy sect elders would discover they had failed to recommend a genius to the headquarters, resulting in punishment. Thus they sought to assassinate me. And the reason the Yang family helped the Dark Heaven sect deal with me is that they had previously collaborated. The Dark Heaven sect helped the Yang family refine a blood marrow pill, which allowed Yang Wenbin, the son of the Yang family's head, to transform his talent, enabling him to achieve a first-class divine selection in this divine examination. Gu Chen directly exposed the Yang family's collaboration with the Dark Heaven sect, as well as the real reason the Precious Herb Pavilion had dismissed him and subsequently joined forces with the Yang family to capture him. The specific details of the cooperation between the Yang family and the Dark Heaven sect were intelligence that Gu Chen had exchanged last night using silver and a copper bowl. This had revealed to him that the Yang family had once sought the Dark Heaven sect's help to refine a blood marrow pill to transform Yang Wenbin's talent. Gu Chen's words completely unsettled the surrounding factions and the various institutions of the Divine Dynasty, colluding with the evil Dark Heaven sect and refining the forbidden blood marrow pill. Either charge was enough to have the Yang family thoroughly wiped out. Gu Chen, you are talking nonsense. My Yang family did not. Yang Yuanxiao, the head of the Yang family, hastily denied. If this matter were proven true, his Yang family would be finished. However, at this moment on the viewing platform, Tong Chuan, the governor of Huiyun Mansion, Feng Diluan, the special envoy from the county city, and Tai Yangtian, the lord of the Night Watch office, all had their faces darkened completely. The Dark Heaven sect had always been the most troublesome evil cult active in Huiyun Mansion and several neighboring provinces. They had committed several major crimes in the past, yet unfortunately neither the provincial capital nor the Night Watch office had been able to capture them. To think that this Yang family had actually colluded with the Dark Heaven sect right under their noses. They were simply courting death. Arrest them, Tai Yangtian ordered directly. In an instant, several ironclad Night Watchers of the 5th stage of the Xiantian realm moved. They quickly apprehended Yang Yuanxiao. At the same time, the prominent figure from the inspectorate office who had just offered to recruit Yang Wenbin spoke up. Yang Wenbin used the blood marrow pill for his cultivation, which violates the regulations of the divine examination. His results are annulled, and he is barred from entering our inspectorate office. He shall be arrested by the local government, and once the evidence against the Yang family is solidified, he will be sentenced along with them. In the square, Yang Wenbin felt as though the sky had collapsed upon hearing this. How could things have developed to this point? Why did their Yang family have to get involved in the feud between the Dark Heaven sect and Gu Chen? He had clearly obtained the blood marrow pill beforehand. As long as it wasn't exposed, he could have leaped over the Dragon Gate, entered the inspectorate office, and enjoyed a bright future. Now everything was gone. The Yang family was also facing complete destruction. Next, everyone turned their eyes toward the Precious Herb Pavilion. Although Nyaku of the Precious Herb Pavilion had not directly colluded with the Dark Heaven sect, he had helped the Yang family expel Gu Chen, causing the alchemy sect to lose a monstrous genius. Furthermore, he had unauthorizedly used the power of the Precious Herb Pavilion to put a bounty on Gu Chen within the Huiyun Mansion territory, which was also a crime. Nyaku, from this day forth you are no longer the head of the Huiyun Mansion's main branch of the Precious Herb Pavilion, Xiaolai announced. Xiaolai was currently extremely furious. Had it not been for the large crowd present, he would have marched straight forward and slapped Nyaku to death. This fool had not only allowed a monstrous genius like Gu Chen to leave the Baoyao Pavilion, but had also nearly implicated the pavilion in the crime of colluding with demonic cults. He truly deserved to die. I will report your transgressions truthfully to the Dan sect, and the sect's Hall of Law Enforcement will decide your punishment, Xiaolai declared. Nyaku scrambled to his feet in panic and cried, Elder Xiao, this Gu Chen is of wicked character. Back at the Tsongshan County branch of the Baoyao Pavilion, he crippled another courtyard guard during a duel. When he left Xiyang City, he even murdered an emissary from our main headquarters. His crimes are unforgivable. My decision to expel him from the Baoyao Pavilion and issue a warrant for his arrest within Huiyun Prefecture was entirely justified. Such a deceitful and depraved person must never be recommended to the Dan sect, let alone recruited into our ranks. Nyaku desperately slandered Gu Chen, hoping to diminish his own culpability. Nyaku, when did you ever see me kill Lu Biao? Cease your baseless slander. Gu Chen immediately retorted. Lu Biao followed you out of the city that day. If you didn't kill him, who else could it have been? Nyaku barked back at Gu Chen. Meanwhile, up on the spectator stands, the gazes of all the prominent figures fell upon Nyaku. Several of those looks carried a lethal intent, as if wishing to obliterate him on the spot. These gazes came from the Night Watch Division, the Inspectorate Division, and the Shini Division. Even Tong Chuan, the prefect of Huiyun Prefecture, looked at him, with eyes brimming with murderous intent. Nyaku instantly realized he had spoken out of turn. Gu Chen had just achieved the Tianyuan divine selection. Every single imperial institution was eager to recruit him under their banner. At this moment, they absolutely refused to hear of any blemishes on Gu Chen's reputation. Or rather, such blemishes could not be aired in public like this. And he had just committed that precise blunder. Now, not only was Gu Chen targeting him, but these powerful institutions were also turning against him. Enough! Xiaolai barked, sensing that things were taking a turn for the worse. If Nyaku continued to babble, the reputation of the entire Baoyao Pavilion might be compromised. If the Night Watch Division were to arbitrarily frame the Huiyun Prefecture branch of the Baoyao Pavilion with a crime, the losses would be devastating. With a thunderous roar, Xiao Lai stepped forward and struck Niaku with a direct palm strike, sending him flying backward as his true essence shattered every meridian in Niaku's body. His cultivation was completely crippled. Niaku is wicked of heart and envious of talent. Furthermore, he has committed a grave offense by colluding with the Yang family. Today, as an elder of the Dan sect, I declare that Niaku is hereby stripped of his cultivation and expelled from the Baoyao Pavilion. His prior actions have nothing to do with the Baoyao Pavilion. Fu Tongkue, the chief manager of the Baoyao Pavilion, assisted Niaku in his misdeeds. Though not the mastermind, he is an accomplice and is hereby dismissed from his post to face investigation. Xiao Lai bellowed. Nearby, Fu Tongkue's face turned deathly pale. He was ruined as well. He had been completely dragged down by Niaku. Had he known earlier, he would never have helped Niaku carry out this scheme. With the matter resolved, Xiao Lai turned to Gu Chen. Young friend Gu Chen, I wonder if you are satisfied with this resolution. Gu Chen made no reply. Xiao Lai continued. As long as you are willing, young friend Gu Chen, the gates of our Dan sect will always remain open to you. We will also compensate you with an additional bounty of resources. What do you say? Seeing that Xiao Lai still intended to recruit Gu Chen into the Dan sect and had even raised the stakes, Tai Yangtian of the Night Watch Division spoke up. Young friend Gu Chen, that Dan sect is blind to talent and failed to recognize your genius. Even if you go there, you will only be targeted by others. Why not join our Night Watch Division? On top of the terms offered earlier, we are willing to bestow upon you a tiger tendon pill to aid your future breakthrough. Gu Chen, come to my inspectorate division. We are also willing to offer you another tiger tendon pill on top of our previous offer to help you break through in the future. The other institutions also raised their offers one after another. Gu Chen looked toward Tai Yantian of the Night Watch Division and said, I am deeply honored by your favor, my lord. I am willing to join the Night Watch Division. Having gone through the ordeal with the Baoyao Pavilion, Gu Chen finally understood. Sects like the Dan sect were unreliable. In the Divine Dynasty, one had to possess an official government background to be truly secure. As for the third stage of the examination, he did not intend to participate. He had no interest in administrative roles like town warden or county magistrate, which required governing a city peacefully, nor did he have the energy for it. Joining the Night Watch Division was the best path. The Shin'i Division was akin to the Imperial Secret Police working directly for the Emperor, which did not interest him. The Divine Guards were the military faction. The Inspectorate Division was responsible for monitoring the various factions of the Divine Dynasty and overseeing the officials of all government institutions, while also serving as the premier intelligence network. The Night Watch Division, however, was established independently of these bodies wielding the highest authority. It was also the most liberating, tasked with suppressing evil spirits, demons, and heretical cults throughout the world and protecting the citizens of the Divine Dynasty. It possessed a high degree of autonomy. Furthermore, upon entering the Night Watch Division, he would immediately be dispatched to assume the office of Chief of the Night Watch Division for a county, holding an official rank of the 8th grade, which was on par with a county magistrate. This was more than enough to satisfy him. What was more, he would also obtain 2 martial techniques of the 1st grade ascetic realm, as well as a cultivation method to break through into the 4 ascetic realms in the future. Seeing Gu Chen secured by the Night Watch Division, the other institutions of the Divine Dynasty could not help but feel a pang of regret. They had not expected this once-in-a-decade divine selection genius to be claimed by the Night Watch Division as well. Along with the 2 previous Grade A divine selection candidates, the Night Watch Division had reaped a bountiful harvest this time. In the subsequent divine examination, another Grade A candidate emerged and was recruited by the Divine Guards, and thus the event drew to a close. The Yang family of the prefectural capital was brought under control by the local authorities and the Night Watch Division, marking their complete ruin. With the divine examination concluded, Tai Yantian escorted Gu Chen directly to the Huiyun Prefecture headquarters of the Night Watch Division. Escorted along with Gu Chen were a dozen or so others who had also chosen to join the Night Watch Division during this divine examination. However, Gu Chen, Zhong Hao, and Duan Xingchen were led by Tai Yantian into a private chamber. These 3, 2 Grade A divine selection candidates and 1 Tianyuan divine selection genius, were specially recruited by Tai Yantian, setting them apart from the others who had actively applied to join. Upon joining our Night Watch Division, you will be dispatched to external territories to assume your posts. However, since the divine examination has only just concluded, your assignments have not yet been finalized. It may take about a month, Tai Yantian said. Tai Yantian then tossed a booklet listing the names of various cultivation methods to the 3 of them. This booklet contains all the 4 ascetic realms cultivation methods recorded by the Night Watch Division. Make your selections, and they will be delivered to you alongside your official appointment details in a month's time, Tai Yantian said. When inviting the 3 of them, he had promised to provide each with a cultivation method to break through to the 4 ascetic realms. This booklet merely detailed the names and characteristics of all the cultivation methods collected by the Night Watch Division. The original manuals were kept at the main headquarters, not here. Once Gu Chun and the others selected their desired cultivation methods, he would request the headquarters to transcribe a copy for them. The three of them curiously flipped open the booklet. The booklet listed a vast array of 4 ascetic realms cultivation methods numbering over 1,000. This was a testament to the immense heritage of the Night Watch division. Before long, the three of them had chosen their desired techniques. Gu Chun chose an exceptionally powerful technique, one of the most devastating recorded in the archives of the Night Watch division, known as the Four Beasts Celestial Phenomenon Art. The drawback of this technique lay in its extreme difficulty to comprehend and practice, making breakthroughs incredibly arduous. However, once mastered, it would allow him to sweep through opponents of the same realm. Possessing the bronze bowl, comprehending and practicing this technique would pose no issue for him. As for the difficulty of cultivation and breaking through, as long as he had sufficient resources to pour in massive amounts of cultivation, wouldn't breaking through be as simple as eating or drinking. The Four Beasts Celestial Phenomenon Art. Seeing Gu Chen's choice, Tai Yangtian was somewhat astonished. He cautioned, Gu Chun, are you certain you want to choose this technique? Yes, my lord. Is there an issue? Gu Chen looked at Tai Yangtian and asked, is this one not allowed? No, that is not it. Tai Yangtian shook his head. It is just that this technique happens to be the very one practiced in his youth by our current chief commander of the Night Watch division. The chief commander of the Night Watch division was the absolute pinnacle of combat power, the foremost expert of the division, and one of the grand masters standing at the peak of the divine dynasty. Over the years, several Tianyuan divine selection geniuses have chosen this technique only to abandon it eventually because it was too difficult to comprehend and cultivate. Are you absolutely certain you want to choose it? Tai Yangtian explained. It was not that this technique lacked strength, indeed, it was extraordinarily powerful. However, achieving success in its cultivation was monumentally difficult. Over the years, several Tianyuan divine selection geniuses recruited into the Night Watch division had chosen this technique to cultivate, but due to its sheer difficulty, they were ultimately forced to settle for other methods. Fearing that Gu Chun would repeat the mistakes of his predecessors, he wanted to urge him to reconsider. Hearing this, Gu Chun replied, if it is merely because of its difficulty rather than it being forbidden, then I would like to try. Seeing Gu Chen's persistence, Tai Yangtian pressed no further. If you find yourself unable to cultivate it in the future, I can arrange for someone to swap it for another technique. Thank you, my lord, Gu Chen nodded. Now that you have selected your techniques, you may depart. Leave your residential address for the coming month. Once your official appointment details arrive, I will send someone to notify you, and the items promised to you will be delivered together at that time, Tai Yangtian instructed. Yes, sir. The three of them acknowledged the command. The three left the Night Watch office. They had just reached the doorway when a night guard suddenly rushed out and called to Gu Chun, Gu Chun, wait a moment. Zheng Hao and Duan Xingchen, seeing the newcomer, told Gu Chun to wait and did not call the others, then they left first. Is there anything else? Just now a high-ranking figure arrived at the Night Watch office and wanted to see you. The night guard answered, come with me. There is a senior who wants to see me. Gu Chun, puzzled, followed the guard back into the Night Watch office. They arrived at a living room. Tai Yangtian and a middle-aged man in red robes with a pale face sat inside waiting for Gu Chun. When Gu Chun arrived, Tai Yangtian introduced, Gu Chun, this is Li Gonggong, a grand figure from the Tianchong in the court. Please meet Li Gonggong. Li Gonggong bowed and said, young brother, there is no need for ceremony. You are so young, yet have already achieved Tianyuan. Your future is limitless. Li Gonggong then drew a long blade and placed it before Gu Chun. I just learned that you are skilled with a blade. This Fire Xian blade is a top-grade treasure weapon of the Xian level suitable for use by those below the Sage realm. Li Gonggong looked at Gu Chun and said, the current second prince cherishes talented people. He values heroes like you. We are merely delivering something on his behalf. Gu Chun watched the top-grade Fire Xian blade handed to him by Li Gonggong. The second prince sent this to me. The Li Gonggong before me is the second prince's man. Gu Chun instantly understood. He had only recently attained Tianyuan. How could the second prince in the palace possibly know? Probably the second prince had long since arranged this task for him. For this divine examination at Huiyun Gu, no matter who achieves Tianyuan, this Li Gonggong would deliver something in the second prince's name. This was a gesture of goodwill and a ploy to win him over. He hoped the other party would join his camp for the throne struggle. If Gu Chun accepted the Fire Xian blade, it would signal that he leaned toward the second prince. If he accepted, it would mark him as siding with the second prince in the future, likely offending other princes, and even the crown prince. Whether he accepted or refused, he would offend the second prince and Li Gonggong. At this moment, Tai Yangtian spoke. The second prince is loyal and virtuous, loves the people, and has close ties with many elders in the Night Watch office. Gu Chun glanced at Tai Yangtian. It seemed he had chosen a side. Thank you, second prince, and thank you, Li Gonggong. Gu Chun accepted the Fire Xian blade. His yellow-tier mid-grade treasure blade could no longer match his current power. That weapon was used by a powerhouse of the innate second realm. He urgently needed a good blade, and the Fire Xian blade perfectly fit his heart's desire. As for accepting it would mean joining the second prince's camp, he did not mind. With his copper bowl accessory, his awakening would come very quickly. By then he would inevitably offend some powers within the divine dynasty and clash with others. Having a backing would be nice. As for who would ultimately seize the throne, the emperor of the divine dynasty is in his prime, and living for several hundred more years is not impossible. Seeing Gu Chen accept the fire Xian blade, Li Gongong's face lit with a smile. The divine examination is over, we should return now. Young brother Master Tai, farewell. Li Gongong stood up to bid them farewell, and left directly. Farewell. Gu Chen and Taiyang Tian bowed to Li Gongong. After Li Gongong left, Taiyang Tian looked at Gu Chen and said, you were expelled from Bao Yao Gu and cut off from the Chen family. Do you have nowhere to go now? If you have nowhere to go, you can stay at the Huiyun Mansion's Night Watch office. When your appointment information comes, you can depart from Huiyun Mansion to your posting. Gu Chen shook his head and said, thank you for the kindness. Now Nyaku has been ruined by Bao Yao Gu. I, as Tianyuan, am not targeted by Bao Yao Gu. I want to return to the Chung family. During the period until your appointment arrives, I plan to stay at the Chung family, and then go from there to take up my post. Gu Chen stated his plan. Staying at the Night Watch office in Huiyun Mansion would accomplish little. Returning to the Chung family would allow him to continue his alchemy project. Now at the Chung family there are more than 100 batches of medicinal materials. When he goes back, he will refine them all into pills. He will also gain a lot of silver. Then he would go on to buy more Jin Dan to break through the realm. The assignment information had not yet come out. He did not know where he would be posted. So in this month, he would earn a batch of silver to boost his strength further. That works too. Seeing Gu Chen had his own plans, Taiyang Tian did not press further. After Gu Chen left the Night Watch office, he left Huiyun Mansion and returned to Chiang City. Outside Huiyun Mansion, in a rubbish pile, a figure lay half dead, dumped here. The body was covered in injuries, meridians broken, cultivation ruined, a complete waste. It was Nyaku whose cultivation had been ruined by Xiao Lai's palm and expelled from Bao Yao Ji's headquarters. Bao Yao Gu, to distance itself, feared that they would be purged by the Night Watch office like the Yang family. They dumped him outside the city. Nyaku stared at the sky in hopelessness, the stench around him, waiting for death. Two people approached him, hoisted him up, and headed away from Huiyun Mansion City. He stinks. This man is ruined. I wonder what the deputy leader wants with him now. The man carrying Nyaku muttered in dissatisfaction. Take him back first, and be careful not to drop him. The deputy leader just wants him alive, not dead. The other black-clad man answered. The two carried Nyaku away, and Gu Chen rushed on with all his might. In just 5 days he returned to Chiang City. The matter of his Tianyuan ascent in the Tianyuan examination had already been whispered back to Chiang City. This Huiyun Mansion divine examination had triggered a chain of events. Gu Chen achieved Tianyuan. Earlier Yang family had been exposed for collaborating with the Black Heaven cult to refine blood marrow pills. The Yang family was eradicated by the Night Watch office and the mansion soldiers within 3 days, and their assets seized. Nyaku, who had colluded with the Yang family, had used his power to expel Gu Chen and was directly deposed by the Dan sect elders and expelled from Bao Yao Gu. Bao Yao Ji's Grand Chief Fu Tongkue was also implicated and removed from duty. In Chiang City, people like Xiang Daijo, Su Kuan, Su Ming, and others felt relief, yet also regret. They also felt a pang of regret. They had long known Gu Chen's talents. Bao Yao Ji's actions were a loss to Bao Yao Gu. Unfortunately, Lu Biao and Nyaku's obstinacy led to today's predicament. If Gu Chen were still at Bao Yao Gu, he might have been recommended to the Dan sect as an inner disciple. They could have had a backer in the Dan sect. Now it was all gone. Gu Chen joined the Night Watch office, and a senior official there promised him to directly become the head of a county Night Watch office, with a future far surpassing an inner disciple of the Dan sect. From now on, Gu Chen would be the figure they looked up to. Gu Chen returned to the Chung family, and Chung Mingling and Chung Sihai were deeply excited to see him back. Gu Chen had won Tianyuan and was noticed by a grand figure in the Night Watch office. They already knew. In these days, Bao Yao Gu no longer dares to block the Chung family. Other rivals in the Chung family's commercial sphere, upon learning of this connection, withdrew from competition with the Chung family. They understood that Gu Chen and the Chung family had not fallen out. They only chose a temporary retreat. Now Gu Chen has reached Tianyuan, or it won't be long before he returns to the Chung family. The Chung family will rise by aligning with a grand figure like Gu Chen. Gu Chen's future will see him ascend high in the divine dynasty. The Chung family will be brought under his wing and soar from there. For the next month, you all will give me all the alchemy materials you previously harvested. I will restart refining. Gu Chen said to Chung Mingling. Okay, Gu Deji. Chung Mingling nodded. Do you want to rest for a day or two? You just returned to Chiang City. Is it exhausting to start refining pills now? It's nothing. Next, have the merchant's caravan continue outward, go to several nearby prefectural cities where Jin Dan can be bought, and harvest Jin Dan for me with full effort. I need 82 pills, or I can pay a premium. You should get as much as possible within this month before I take up my post. Roger, no problem. I'll have the caravan keep an eye out. Chung Mingling nodded. Gu Chen has already planned if the Chung family can gather 84 Jin Dan within a month. Then he would be able to break through to the Jin realm's pinnacle before taking up his post. As for the silver used to purchase Jin Dan, he would refine the batch of medicinal materials the Chung family currently has into pills. That should be enough. This batch of materials includes 6 portions for bone forging pills, 36 for leather toughening pills, and 73 for chi blood pills. According to the previously agreed terms, he would only be responsible for refining pills. For 1 chi blood pill, 120 taels, for 1 leather toughening pill, 240 taels, for 1 bone forging pill, 360 taels. Thus refining all these materials would yield over 19500 taels of silver, enough to buy Eugene Dan. Firecloud Prefecture, a stronghold of the Black Heaven sect. The half-dead Nyeko was brought here. Vice sect leader, we have brought the person. The 2 black-robed cultists reported. Zhuahuan, the vice sect leader of the Black Heaven sect, nodded. You may leave. He waved his hand, and the 2 black-robed cultists retreated. Zhuahuan led Nyeko deep into the mountain cave to a place before a blood pool. Thick white smoke billowed from the blood pool as the blood boiled within. One could not fathom how many children the Black Heaven sect had slaughtered to accumulate such a pool of blood. Around the blood pool stood 4 iron pillars densely inscribed with runes. At this time 4 elders of the Black Heaven sect at the 4th realm of innate cultivation sat cross-legged beside the 4 iron pillars, eyes closed in meditation. Upon noticing Zhuahuan's arrival, the 4 opened their eyes and said, Vice sect leader. Zhuahuan nodded, then hurled Nyeko, whom he had brought along, straight into the blood pool. Vice sect leader, what is the meaning of this? The 4 elders were perplexed. To refine a wraith of the 5th realm of innate. Zhuahuan said, that boy carries something suspicious. On the day of the divine trial, I had no opportunity to strike against him. I intend to refine a wraith of the 5th realm of innate to deal with him. Zhuahuan explained. On the day of the divine trial, he had already infiltrated Firecloud Prefecture, intending to strike against Gu Chen the moment the trial concluded. But Gu Chen's displayed talent was extraordinarily monstrous, achieving the highest rank of Tianyuan divine selection in the imperial examination, drawing the attention of all major figures. To strike forcibly, he feared he would be unable to escape Firecloud Prefecture. Thus he prepared to seek other methods to deal with Gu Chen. There was something strange about Gu Chen, he vaguely sensed. Logically speaking, Gu Chen should have been utterly unaware of their collaboration with the Yang family in refining blood marrow pills. How could Gu Chen have come to know of this? None of those involved in this matter had ever made contact with Gu Chen. Within the Black Heaven sect, only a portion of people knew of it. Even Yu Zhibua, whom Gu Chen had slain, was not aware. Yet on that day, Gu Chen had managed to expose this matter in broad daylight, leading to the complete annihilation of the Yang family. Could this Gu Chen truly possess the ability to divine and calculate? He sensed something deeply suspicious about this matter. Either Gu Chen could divine fortunes, or there was a spy of Gu Chen within the Black Heaven sect. Therefore, regarding his plans to deal with Gu Chen this time, he intended to let only the elders before him, who guarded the blood pool, know of it. The remaining Black Heaven sect elders and guardians were to be kept in complete secrecy. Once this wraith was refined, it would be deployed against Gu Chen. Dispatching a wraith rather than going personally was also a consideration for safety. This Gu Chen was far too unfathomable, having repeatedly evaded their ambushes, harboring some great secret. Moreover, he had now become an ironclad night watchman of the Night Watch Division, about to assume the position of a local division commander. He wondered whether the Night Watch Division had secretly arranged experts to protect him. To be cautious, he decided not to go personally, but rather send a wraith first to probe the depths. This Nyaku possessed cultivation of the 5th realm of innate. Throwing him into this blood pool for sacrificial refinement, transforming him into a wraith, his strength would not fall below the 5th realm of innate. If a wraith of this caliber proved unable to deal with Gu Chen, then they would be better off not provoking him again henceforth, lest they drag the whole sect down with them. They could report upward to see whether the Heaven Covering sect had any envoys interested in Gu Chen. If so, they could simply let the Heaven Covering sect's envoy handle the matter directly. Nyeka, cast into the blood pool, immediately let out piercing screams as he thrashed about. The blood within the pool was like scalding magma, as though it would scald him to death alive. As he writhed and struggled, the runes inscribed upon the 4 iron pillars surrounding the blood pool blazed with sinister and malevolent light, firmly suppressing him. Moments later, Nyeka perished. His corpse slowly floated above the blood pool. Wisps of black chi emanated from his body, while the blood light from the surrounding pool began to be slowly drawn into his corpse. A terrifying wraith of the 5th realm of innate began to be slowly gestated. Meanwhile, on Gu Chen's side, after settling into the Chung family residence, he began steadily refining pills, earning silver, and awaiting news of his appointment with the Night Watch Division. He refined 4 batches of pills each day, and before he knew it, 10 days had passed. During these 10 days, he had refined a total of 6 batches of bone forging pills and 34 batches of skin tempering pills. He refined bone forging pills for the Chung family at a price of 360 taels of silver per batch, amounting to 2,160 taels for 6 batches. 34 batches of skin tempering pills at 240 taels per batch came to 8,160 taels. In total, this came to 10,320 taels. During these 10 days, the Chung family merchant caravan made 1 outbound trip and returned, having purchased 40 muscle transformation pills for Gu Chen. The Chung family had visited several prefectures' treasure medicine pavilions before acquiring them at a premium. At a price of 220 taels per pill, the total came to 8,800 taels. Chen Mingling paid Gu Chen the fees for the 40 batches of pills he had refined over these 10 days. 10,320 taels. Gu Chen took out 9,000 taels to give to her, covering the costs of the Chung family's help in acquiring the pills, with the extra 200 taels as compensation for their trouble. Brother Gu, during these 10 days my Chung family has acquired another 8 portions of bone-forging pill materials, 48 portions of skin-tempering pill materials, and 94 portions of chi blood pill materials, Chen Mingling said. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen considered for a moment and said, "For now, let's only acquire these. My appointment information should arrive in about a month. Before it arrives, I will first refine the medicinal materials you've acquired. Whatever I cannot finish, I will find a way to handle after reaching my post. If you acquire too many, I won't be able to refine them all in a short time, which could easily cause the Chung family's cash flow to break down." "All right." Chen Mingling nodded. Gu Chen continued, "During this period ahead, continue to find ways to purchase muscle transformation pills for me. I still need 42 more. Additionally, start thinking about acquiring some of the 5th grade innate organ cleansing pills for me as well." Having now obtained 40 muscle transformation pills, he could elevate his cultivation to the late stage of the muscle transformation realm, the silver tendon level. Breaking through from silver tendon to the golden tendon level would require 42 muscle transformation pills. Therefore, he only needed the Chung family to acquire another 42 muscle transformation pills. Once he reached the golden tendon level, he would have achieved perfect completion of the muscle transformation realm and could prepare to break through to the 5th realm of innate, the organ cleansing realm. He could begin preparations for the organ cleansing pills. "No problem," Chen Mingling acknowledged. After she departed, Gu Chen took out 40 muscle transformation pills. He placed them into a copper bowl. 44th grade innate muscle transformation pills may be exchanged for 400 days of pure cultivation. Exchange. Gu Chen chose to exchange. Instantly, surging cultivation flooded into his body. He then circulated his cultivation technique, transforming it into innate azure with thunder to temper and reshape his meridians. His meridians were torn apart and reshaped by the azure with thunder and experienced both agonizing and ecstatic. He would occasionally moan aloud. Fortunately, it was now nighttime. Wei Zhong was no longer at his courtyard, having returned to his own. Otherwise, if Wei Zhong had heard him, it would undoubtedly have given rise to more fanciful speculations. Once the cultivation transfer was complete, Gu Chen's copper tendons were torn down and reshaped into silver tendons. His overall aura elevated once more. All his attributes surged dramatically. His realm advanced to the late stage of the muscle transformation realm. Gu Chen rose to his feet in satisfaction. The next step was the perfect completion of the muscle transformation realm. He still had over 1,000 taels of silver on him. In the days ahead, he would continue refining pills to earn silver, waiting for news of his appointment with the Night Watch division. The silver he had accumulated and earned should suffice to cover the cost of purchasing the remaining muscle transformation pills he needed, as well as enough to buy an initial portion of the organ cleansing pills. At this moment, Gu Chen suddenly sensed a cold, sinister aura emanating from within his courtyard. Having now reached the silver tendon level, he was highly sensitive to such unholy presences. It was the aura of a wraith. Gu Chen picked up the Fire Xian blade, a top-grade earth-tier treasured weapon he had obtained from Eunuch Li. He stepped out of his room directly. Upon seeing the wraith that had manifested, he was immediately startled. "Nyako." Gu Chen was somewhat incredulous. The wraith that had appeared in his courtyard was actually Nyako. Gu Chen had seen him on that day, his cultivation abolished by Elder Xiao Lai, who had come from the alchemy sect, reduced to a cripple, and had not troubled himself with him thereafter. He had not expected that Nyako had now become a wraith and come seeking him out. The wraith that Nyako had become was unlike the one Deng Xian had transformed into that day. Besides the unholy aura characteristic of a wraith, it also carried a thick, bloody presence. His entire body emanated black qi, yet crimson light glowed from his eyes. Upon seeing Gu Chen emerge, his visage twisted into a horrific snarl. Most of his memories were gone. He only vaguely remembered that Gu Chen was his enemy. His transformation into this ghostly state was entirely thanks to Gu Chen. "Die!" He let out a roar and lunged at Gu Chen. Gu Chen's aura erupted in full force. The wraith that Nyaku had become actually possessed the strength of the 5th realm of innate. This was going to be a vicious battle. Gu Chen unleashed his cultivation, executing the gecko wall climbing step in concert with the burning wood blade technique, slashing toward Nyaku in a single strike. The fiery blade light illuminated the entire courtyard. As it struck, Nyaku roared and swatted at it with a claw. The jet-black razor-sharp claw laden with thick, bloody aura slapped Gu Chen's blade aside directly. Then his other claw lunged toward Gu Chen's abdomen, tearing viciously. Gu Chen's outer garment was easily shredded, and he was slapped back 2 steps. However, with Gu Chen's dark iron body having reached perfect completion, even cultivators of the 5th realm of innate could not breach his defenses, let alone a wraith. Nyaka's claw could only leave a few pale white marks on his chest, causing no significant harm. "Oomph." Gu Chen snorted coldly. Although his realm had not yet reached the 5th realm of innate, his defensive capabilities had been honed to the absolute limit. Even a wraith of the 5th realm of innate would not be able to breach his defense. Gu Chen then drew forth the 4 types of power birth from cultivating the 5 thunder, innate art, earth, thunder power, metal, thunder power, fire, thunder power, and with thunder power, which surged forth directly. The 4 kinds of thunderbolts coiled around his entire body, greatly enhancing his damage against wraiths. He then executed the burning wood blade technique. Flames of blade chi instantly enveloped the fire Xian blade as he slashed toward Nyaku again and again. Now at the late stage of the muscle transformation realm, with the augmentation of his 4 thunder powers fused with the exclusive fire cloud blade chi of the burning wood blade technique, he was perfectly suited to countering wraiths. The damage he could inflict upon wraiths was no less than that of a late-stage 5th realm of innate cultivator. And the wraith Nyaku had become possessed strength of roughly the same range. As Gu Chen's fire Xian blade struck him again and again, each time the fire cloud blade chi and thunderbolts struck his body, the bloody aura and unholy presence upon him would fade a fraction. Nyaku was enraged, attacking Gu Chen with desperate fury. Yet his claws, which could easily tear apart a 4th realm of innate powerhouse, were utterly ineffective against Gu Chen's dark iron body. It was like merely tickling Gu Chen. Moreover, the burning wood blade technique accumulated damage with each successive strike. When Gu Chen had slashed him several dozen times, his form had already grown exceedingly dim. His black chi had mostly dissipated, and his bloody aura was nearly depleted. In no more than 5 strikes, he would be utterly obliterated by Gu Chen. He turned to flee. He had never imagined Gu Chen to be such a physically monstrous opponent with defenses absurdly strong. He simply could not deal any damage. Meanwhile, Gu Chen's cultivation techniques and martial arts were a perfect counter to wraiths capable of inflicting tremendous harm upon him. This was a fight he could not win. Forget slaying Gu Chen in vengeance. If he did not flee now, he might be slain by Gu Chen, never getting the chance to be a wraith at all. How could Gu Chen give him the chance to escape? He gave chase, directly pursuing his advantage. A fierce 5-strike combination descended upon him, striking him into utter oblivion, reducing him to a blood soul pearl that clattered to the ground. Gu Chen stepped forward and picked it up. He had obtained another soul pearl. Now he could exchange it through the bronze bowl for divine soul cultivation. Right at that moment, Wei Zhong from the neighboring courtyard, along with the consecrated experts from other courtyards of the Cheng family, rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Before long, Cheng Mingling and Cheng Sihai arrived as well. Brother Gu, we sensed the fluctuations of a battle just now. What happened? Cheng Mingling inquired. Gu Chen replied, a malevolent specter came seeking revenge, but I have already dealt with it. A specter? What rank was it? Hearing this, Cheng Mingling stepped forward, scanning Gu Chen carefully, and asked, Brother Gu, are you injured? I am fine. It has already been taken care of. Gu Chen said. You should all head back and rest. The fact that Nyaku had transformed into a malevolent specter was highly unusual. He needed to dismiss everyone first. Once he exchanged information through the bronze bowl to uncover the truth behind this, he would decide his next move. It was unwise to jump to conclusions now. Are you truly alright? Cheng Mingling looked at Gu Chen with suspicion. I am truly fine. Go back quickly, Gu Chen reassured her. Very well. Seeing his insistence, Cheng Mingling had no choice but to lead the others away. After everyone left, Gu Chen returned to his room. Once he was certain no one was spying on his courtyard, he took out the bronze bowl. Sending a thought to the bowl, he requested, I want to exchange for information regarding Nyaku's transformation into a specter. Exchanging for information on Nyaku's transformation into a specter requires 100 taels of silver. Gu Chen placed 100 taels of silver into the bowl and chose to proceed. Instantly, the silver vanished. A line of text surfaced on the bronze bowl. Nyaku was refined into a malevolent specter by Zhua Huan, the vice leader of the Haitian sect. Fearing that you were secretly protected by experts dispatched by the Night Watcher Division, Zhua Huan dared not come to assassinate you in person. Thus he refined and sent a specter of the 5th innate realm instead. The Haitian sect again. Gu Chen's eyes narrowed. Most of the recent troubles he had encountered were caused by this very sect. Had it not been for the Haitian sect pressuring the Yang family, he would never have been expelled from the Baoyao Pavilion in the first place. Do they truly believe I dare not move against them? Killing intent surged in Gu Chen's eyes. Previously, he had hesitated to report them to the Night Watcher Division out of fear that the division might harbor moles and spies from the Haitian sect. Now he had become an ironclad Night Watcher and was about to assume the position of Night Watcher Commander in a county, with an official status. And having made the acquaintance of an influential figure like Tai Yangtian, who hailed from the Commandery's Night Watcher Division, things were different. If he reported directly to Tai Yangtian and used the bronze bowl to pinpoint all of the Haitian sect's hideouts, he could undoubtedly wipe out these rats of the gutter in one fell swoop. However, before doing so, he had to confirm whether there were any Haitian sect moles within the Chiang City Night Watcher Division or even the Huayun Prefecture Night Watcher Division. If there were, he needed to know their identities to bypass them beforehand. Otherwise, the moment he filed the report, the Haitian sect would receive the tip-off and flee immediately. I want to know if there are any Haitian sect moles inside the Chiang City and Huayun Prefecture Night Watcher Divisions, and if so, who they are. Gu Chen sent the inquiry to the bronze bowl. The bowl responded, instantly indicating that obtaining this information would cost 200 taels of silver. Without hesitation, Chen placed 200 taels inside. The silver vanished, and the bronze bowl displayed its prompt. Li Pingjiang, an ironclad night watcher of the Qiyang City Night Watcher Division, is a mole planted by the Haitian sect. Lung Ningyi, the vice commander of the Huayun Prefecture Night Watcher Division, is one of the 4 guardian elders of the Haitian sect. Are you kidding me? Chen was utterly speechless. The Night Watcher Division was practically a sieve, thoroughly infiltrated by the Haitian sect. How could they have spies everywhere? No wonder every single suppression campaign launched by the Night Watcher Division against the Haitian sect ended in failure. With moles scattered everywhere, how could they not fail? The moment the troops set off, the enemy would receive the news and flee in advance. He certainly could not report this directly to the Qiyang City or Huayun Prefecture Night Watcher divisions. Doing so would not only expose the fact that he knew the locations of the Haitian sect strongholds, prompting them to relocate, but it might also drive those desperate outlaws of the Haitian sect to target him at all costs. Is Tai Yangtian from the Commandery's Night Watcher division a mole for the Haitian sect? Chen sent another inquiry to the bronze bowl. The bowl prompted that verifying Tai Yangtian's identity would cost 500 taels of silver, the highest price he had encountered for information so far. Gritting his teeth, Chen placed 500 taels inside. 500 it is. He had to be absolutely certain about this piece of information. He planned to report the Haitian sect directly to Tai Yangtian in the Commandery. If Tai Yangtian turned out to be a mole, as well, wouldn't he be walking straight into a trap? Once the banknotes were placed into the bronze bowl, the prompt appeared no. Tai Yangtian is the personal disciple of Shangguan Wuqing, the Grand Commander of the Huang Province Night Watcher headquarters in the Divine Dynasty. He is also one of the 4 chief directors of the Jinshi Commandery Night Watcher Division, a high-ranking official of impeccable pedigree. Receiving the feedback from the bronze bowl, Chen was somewhat astonished. I didn't expect Brother Tai to have such an extraordinary background. The Divine Dynasty divided the realm into 4 regions, 9 provinces, 36 commanderies, and 144 prefectures. Qiyang City, where he currently resided, was under the jurisdiction of Huayun Prefecture. Huayun Prefecture belonged to Jinshi Commandery, which in turn was governed by Huang Province, one of the 9 great provinces of the Divine Dynasty. Tai Yangtian was actually the personal disciple of the Grand Commander of the Huang Province Night Watcher headquarters. As long as he clung tightly to this influential figure and provided him with intelligence to eradicate the Haitian sect within Jinshi Commandery, it would surely secure a significant achievement for Tai Yangtian, bringing the 2 of them closer while leveraging his power to purge those gutter rats of the Haitian sect. However, Tai Yangtian had likely already returned to Jinshi Commandery. To report to him, Chen would have to travel there in person. There was no rush. The strongest figure in the Haitian sect, their cult leader, was merely at the peak of the 5th innate realm. Even if Chen could not defeat him, the leader could not kill him either. He would wait for his official appointment to arrive. Then he would report to Tai Yangtian in person. For now, he would remain with the Chung family, focusing on refining pills and earning silver. Chen placed the Blood Soul Pearl into the bronze bowl. Instantly, a prompt emerged from the bronze bowl. A 5th grade innate Blood Soul Pearl can be exchanged for 50 years of divine soul cultivation. To think it was worth 50 years of divine soul cultivation. Without a shred of hesitation, Chen chose to exchange it. In an instant, a terrifying surge of divine soul cultivation flooded into his body, dramatically enhancing the strength of his soul. Boom. The sensation of something swelling within him, as if about to burst, was instantly shattered. A wave of profound comfort washed over him, leaving his mind exceptionally clear. A new power had manifested within him. This force could extend from his body to a distance of about 40 meters. Within this range, even with his eyes closed, every detail of his surroundings was vividly projected into his mind. This is spiritual force. Chen gasped. Or rather, it was the power of the divine soul. It was a power born after he repeatedly used soul pearls to exchange for divine soul cultivation. Chen found it miraculous. The birth of this power made him feel as though he had acquired a full map vision. Even with his eyes closed, he could perceive everything in his environment with greater clarity than with his eyes wide open. Furthermore, the birth of this power forged a new connection between him and the bronze bowl. Previously, he could only control and communicate with the bowl using his thoughts. Now he could manipulate the bronze bowl using his spiritual force. Controlling the bowl with spiritual force not only allowed him to alter its size at will, but also enabled him to use it for storage. Before developing spiritual force, when Chen used his thoughts to enlarge the bronze bowl to store items inside, he discovered that the bowl could no longer shrink once it contained objects. Now with spiritual force, he realized that as long as he used it to enlarge the bowl and store items, he could shrink it back down and retrieve it into his body using that same spiritual force. From now on, he could use the bronze bowl as a storage bag. This was indeed marvelous. In the days that followed, Chen remained with the Chung family, dedicating himself fully to refining pills. Inside the Haitian sect stronghold, upon learning that Chen was completely unharmed, Zhua Huan, the vice leader of the Haitian sect, was now absolutely certain. There was definitely a powerful expert secretly dispatched by the Night Watcher division protecting Chen. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to slay Nye, whom he had refined into a specter of the fifth innate realm. Realizing he could no longer deal with Gu Chen himself, he could only report Gu Chen's information to the Metian sect to see if they wished to pursue him further. If they wanted to continue targeting him, they would have to dispatch their own experts. Before long, 20 days swept by, and Gu Chen's official appointment finally arrived. He was assigned to serve as the Night Watcher commander of Luoan County, which was under the jurisdiction of Linbian City, within Tianguan Prefecture, another of the 4 prefectures governed by Jinshi Commandery. According to the appointment, he only needed to report for duty within 2 months. At the same time, all the rewards Tai Yangtian had promised when recruiting him had been delivered. These included the uniform of an ironclad Night Watcher, the identity token of a Night Watcher commander, and a cultivation manual, the 4 Beasts Celestial Phenomenon art. There were also 2 first-grade traveler martial arts, the Suppressing Evil Saber technique, and a movement technique, called Flying Serpent Steps, along with a Tiger Tendon pill used for breaking through cultivation realms. Knowing that Gu Chen practiced saber techniques, Tai Yangtian had likely chosen this specific saber art for him. Over the past 20 days, Gu Chen had refined a total of 80 batches of pills for the Chen family. These consisted of 8 batches of bone-forging pills, 50 batches of skin-tempering pills, and 22 batches of blood-chi pills. The compensation for a single batch of bone-forging pills was 360 taels, making it 2,880 taels for 8 batches. Combined with 12,000 taels for the 50 batches of skin-tempering pills, and 2,640 taels for the 22 batches of blood-chi pills, the total came to 17,520 taels of silver. During these 20 days, the Chen family had successfully procured 42 tendon-altering pills for him at a cost of 9,240 taels, as well as 15 fifth-grade innate viscera-nourishing pills, which cost him 4,500 taels. After paying Chen Mingling 13,800 taels, he now had over 4,000 taels of silver remaining on him. My official appointment has arrived. I am posted to Luoan County under Linbian City in Tianguan Prefecture. Your Chen family can expand your trade routes there and establish a stronghold, so we can conduct our transactions in that region from now on. Gu Chen said to Chen Mingling. I will pack my things and set off tomorrow. That works. I will personally go there to oversee operations when the time comes. Chen Mingling replied. In fact, our Chen family's merchant caravan has already secured a route to Tianguan Prefecture over the past few months. Some of the pills I bought for you, Brother Gu, were actually sourced from there. I will immediately dispatch a group of our family's experts to establish a stronghold in that area. Excellent. Gu Chen nodded. Tomorrow I need to visit another place first, and won't head there directly. Wei Zhong will travel with the Chen family caravan first, and you can transport the cauldrons from this courtyard along with him. Understood, Chen Mingling agreed. By now Wei Zhong possessed the strength of a first-class expert, and was fully capable of escorting and protecting the Chen family caravan. After Chen Mingling departed, Gu Chen took out the 42 tendon-altering pills, preparing to first break through to the perfection of the tendon-altering realm. Afterward, before heading to Luoan County to assume his post, he would make a trip to Jinshi Commandery to report the Haitian sect's details to Tai Yangtian. He wanted Tai Yangtian to lead a force and wipe out the Haitian sect, completely saving himself from any future annoyances they might cause. He took out the bronze bowl and placed 42 Yijin pills inside. 42 fourth-grade Xiantian Yijin pills can be exchanged for 420 days of pure cultivation. Gu Chen chose to exchange them. Instantly the pills in the bowl vanished. A massive surge of cultivation poured into Gu Chen's body, channeled by his cultivation technique to reconstruct the meridians throughout his entire body. Inch by inch his silver tendons were shattered and rebuilt, transforming into golden tendons. As his cultivation was continuously consumed, his meridians were incessantly reconstructed. By the time all the cultivation was exhausted, Gu Chen's body was enveloped in fine blue-green threads of lightning, with thunderous runes on his tendons coursing through his limbs and bones. Mortal tendons give rise to wood connecting to all bones and harboring endless vitality. The completion of the Yijin realm, achieved. Sensing his own power coupled with his black iron physique, he now possessed the strength to contend even with a mid-stage cultivator of the 5th realm of Xiantian. Currently, he possessed 15 5th-grade Xiantian Jizong pills. To break through to the 5th realm of Xiantian, the Jizong realm, he would need at least 44 Jizong pills. Still short by 29 pills, he decided to hold off. He would wait until he gathered the remaining 29 Jizong pills before using them all together. In addition, he had a unique 4th-grade Xiantian pill, the Tiger Tendon pill. The Tiger Tendon pill was a realm-breaking pill, making it exceedingly precious, dozens of times more valuable than a 4th-grade Xiantian Yijin pill. Not all cultivators were like Gu Chen, who upon reaching the peak of the 3rd realm of Xiantian could break through to the 4th realm without any bottleneck, as long as they had pills. Many would encounter bottlenecks. For those with lesser talent, such a bottleneck could prevent them from ever breaking through to the 4th realm of Xiantian for the rest of their lives. In such moments, realm-breaking pills became extraordinarily precious. A single 4th-grade Xiantian Tiger Tendon pill could allow a powerhouse at the peak of the 3rd realm of Xiantian to shatter their bottleneck and step directly into the 4th realm. Thus its value was astronomical to those in need. Yet to him it was useless as he had already reached the peak of the fourth realm of Xiantian. Since this pill was of no use to him, and could not be exchanged for any cultivation when placed in the bronze bowl, Gu Chen planned to sell it. Before leaving tomorrow, he would find Cheng Mingling and sell it to her. A fourth-grade Xiantian realm-breaking Yijing pill was worth around 200 taels of silver. As for this tiger tendon pill, he would sell it to her for 10,000 taels of silver. She would likely be more than willing to purchase it. Next, Gu Chen took out the two first-grade Xingzhe martial arts. These were Xingzhe-level martial arts which surpassed Xiantian-level martial arts. Their power far exceeded the burning wood saber technique he currently mastered, making them perfect replacements for his burning wood saber technique and gecko wall walking steps. Gu Chen then placed the demon-suppressing saber technique manual into the bronze bowl. The bronze bowl prompted first-grade Xingzhe martial art, demon-suppressing saber technique, can be learned at the novice level for 500 taels of silver. First-grade Xingzhe martial arts were indeed incredibly costly. Had he not possessed a substantial amount of silver on him, he truly wouldn't have been able to afford it. Gu Chen placed 500 taels of silver into the bowl, and the silver vanished. The insights of this saber technique instantly flooded Gu Chen's mind. Spend 800 taels of silver to exchange for the minor mastery insights of the demon-suppressing saber technique. The bronze bowl prompted. Gu Chen took out 800 taels of silver to continue the exchange. An even more massive wave of insights poured into Gu Chen's mind. Continue. Mastery-level insights required 1,500 taels of silver. Gu Chen placed the silver inside, achieving grand mastery of the saber technique. Filled with excitement, he stepped into the courtyard and immediately began to execute the technique. As he executed the saber technique, golden demon-suppressing runes manifested upon his fiery black saber. These runes could unleash a powerful evil-suppressing force capable of inflicting devastating damage upon demons and evil spirits. Gu Chen sheathed his saber and stood still. If grand mastery of the saber technique already required 1,500 taels of silver, then reaching perfection would surely cost at least 3,000. Gu Chen sent a thought to the bronze bowl expressing his desire to exchange for the perfection-level insights of the saber technique. The bronze bowl responded, spend 3,000 taels of silver to exchange for the perfection-level insights of the demon-suppressing saber technique. As expected, he no longer had enough silver and could only give up. Out of his 4,000 plus taels of silver, he had already spent 2,800 to take this saber technique from novice level to grand mastery. Now he had only a little over 1,400 taels left. He hadn't even exchanged for that movement and light body martial art yet. Gu Chen placed the first-grade Xingzhe martial art manual Flying Snake Steps into the bronze bowl. Golden characters emerged within the bronze bowl. Spend 500 taels of silver to exchange for the novice-level insights of Flying Snake Steps. Just like the demon-suppressing saber technique, the novice level alone cost 500 taels of silver. Gu Chen placed 500 taels of silver into the bronze bowl and chose to exchange. The silver vanished, and the novice-level insights of this supreme light body technique flooded Gu Chen's mind. Spend 800 taels of silver to exchange for the minor mastery insights of Flying Snake Steps. The bronze bowl prompted. Gu Chen took out another 800 taels of silver to continue the exchange. An even more massive wave of insights entered Gu Chen's mind. The bronze bowl then prompted that grand master level insights would require 1,500 taels of silver. Gu Chen chose to give up directly. Now he had only a little over 100 taels of silver left on him. He had mastered the Flying Snake Steps to the level of minor mastery. Before he reached the first realm of Xingzhe, this should be sufficient. The four realms of Xingzhe, also known as the middle four realms, had already transcended the scope of the lower five realms. There was a world of difference between them and the Xiantian realms. This was because powerhouses of the four Xingzhe realms had already birthed true essence. Externally, true essence could ferociously slay enemies. Internally, it could rapidly heal bodily injuries. As long as one's internal organs were not instantly crushed, utilizing true essence could quickly repair them. Furthermore, consuming true essence allowed one to fly through the air. If Gu Chen were to face a powerhouse of the true essence realm right now, he would have no chance of victory whatsoever. The opponent could utilize true essence to easily shatter his black iron physique and beat him to death. The four realms of Xingzhe were the true essence realm, the aperture-breaking realm, the sea-transforming realm, and the core formation realm. These four realms involved refining the five viscera, cultivating to birth true essence, breaking through the body's acupoints, opening the Dantian's spiritual sea, filling the spiritual sea with true essence, and condensing the core. First-grade Xingzhe martial arts, even at the novice level, required true essence to execute. Otherwise, their power could only rival that of peak fifth-grade Xiantian martial arts. They could not reach the level of a true essence realm powerhouse. Although Gu Chen did not currently possess true essence in his body, he cultivated the five thunders Xiantian art, which had birthed four types of power within him: earth thunder, gold thunder, fire thunder, and wood thunder. Utilizing these four elemental powers to execute first-grade Xingzhe martial arts could still unleash a fraction of a true essence realm powerhouse's might, though it would not be sustainable. Once he broke through to the fifth realm of Xiantian and further developed his wood thunder power, he might be able to sustain it longer. The next day, Gu Chen sought out Chen mingling early in the morning. This tiger tendon pill was given to me by the Night Watch Bureau. It is of no use to me anymore, so I want to sell it to you. It will be useful for your future breakthrough. Gu Chen took out the tiger tendon pill and handed it to her. The tiger tendon pill. This is a 4th grade Xiantian realm breaking pill. Chen Mingling was shocked upon seeing it. She was aware of the conditions the Night Watch Bureau had promised Gu Chen, and this realm breaking pill was one of them. She never expected that Gu Chen would no longer need it and would want to resell it to her. Could it be that Big Brother Gu had already broken through to the 4th realm of Xiantian? An absurd thought crossed her mind. Surely that was impossible. But if not, why wouldn't he keep this pill for his own future use instead of selling it to her? Indeed. Now for just 10,000 taels of silver it is yours, Gu Chen said. 10,000 taels. Chen Mingling said, very well, I will buy it. Since Gu Chen truly wanted to sell it, she would buy it. During this period, the Cheng family's business had expanded significantly, granting her a sufficient supply of blood-chi pills for her cultivation. Her cultivation had now reached the peak tier level, making her ready to prepare for a breakthrough to the Xiantian realm. Although she could not use this 4th grade Xiantian realm breaking pill directly, she could use it to trade for realm breaking pills that would help her break through to the 1st and 2nd realms of Xiantian. A single 4th grade Xiantian realm breaking pill in exchange for a 1st grade and a 2nd grade Xiantian realm breaking pill could surely be obtained through some channels. When the time came, she would be able to break through to the 1st realm of Xiantian, becoming a Xiantian master just like Gu Chen. 10,000 taels of silver to secure the opportunity to break through 2 realm bottlenecks might be expensive for loose cultivators, but to her it was not. The Cheng family now possessed the financial strength to purchase it for her. After paying Gu Chen 10,000 taels of silver, Gu Chen bid her farewell and departed, instructing her to meet him at their next stop, Luoyang County. After leaving the Cheng family residence, Gu Chen departed directly from Chiang City. Upon reaching the wilderness, he retrieved a human skin mask and a new set of clothes from the bronze bowl to change into. Disguising himself as a middle-aged loose cultivator, he secretly made his way to the commandery seat of Jinshe County. On this trip to the Jinshe County commandery seat, he had only 2 tasks to accomplish. The first task was to report all of the Black Heaven sect strongholds and hiding spots within Jinshe commandery to Tai Yangtian, along with a list of all the moles they had planted within the Night Watch Bureau. Just after putting on the human skin mask and changing his clothes, Gu Chen had already spent 1,500 taels of silver to exchange for all the intelligence regarding the Black Heaven sect from the Bronze Bowl. This included all of their strongholds and member details within Jinshe commandery, as well as the moles they had placed in the Night Watch Bureau. As for why he possessed this information, Gu Chen had already devised an explanation. He would disclose how the Black Heaven sect had previously threatened Wei Zhong's life to force him outside Chiang City, and explain that the Black Heaven sect had underestimated his strength, allowing him to kill Elder Yu Zhibua in a counterattack. He would claim that all this intelligence was extracted from Yu Zhibua's mouth. The second task was to purchase Jizong pills. The commandery city was even grander in scale than Huayun Prefecture. The organizations selling pills were not limited to the alchemy sect. There were several others. With 8,600 taels of silver notes remaining in his hands, he should be able to purchase the remaining 29 Jizong pills to break through to the 5th realm of Xiantian. 10 days later at the Night Watch Bureau in Jinshe Town, Gu Chen sought out Tai Yangtian and disclosed all the information he had gathered regarding the Black Heaven sect. After listening, Tai Yangtian could not calm his heart for a long time. This was because the intelligence reported by Gu Chen was far too detailed and utterly shocking. The Black Heaven sect had actually penetrated the Night Watch bureaus of several prefectures within Jinshe commandery, planting so many moles. With this many damn moles inside, it would be a miracle if the Night Watch Bureau could ever catch them. He had never expected that through a twist of fate, Gu Chen would interrogate such information out of an elder. It wasn't that they had never captured Black Heaven sect elders before, but their mouths were always too tight, and no useful information could ever be pried from them. Even when they did manage to extract some useful details regarding 1 or 2 strongholds, the Black Heaven sect would have already evacuated by the time their forces arrived. Now he finally understood where the problem lay. If this intelligence of yours is genuine, our Night Watch Bureau in Jinshe commandery is due for a massive purge, Tai Yangtian said. I obtained this from the mouth of that Black Heaven sect elder. It was pried from him right before his death, so it shouldn't be false. Gu Chen replied. I will personally verify this in secret. Once confirmed, I will deploy forces from the Night Watch Bureau of Jinshe Commandery City to directly wipe out all active Black Heaven sect strongholds across the 4 prefectures of Jinshe, thoroughly purging every single mole they have planted within our ranks. Tai Yangtian declared. If we succeed, you will certainly be handsomely rewarded for your contribution. My lord. Gu Chen looked at Tai Yangtian. This operation must be conducted in absolute secrecy. Those gutter rats of the Black Heaven sect have incredibly sharp detection capabilities. At the slightest sign of trouble, they will easily abandon their strongholds and flee. Rest assured, Tai Yangtian said with absolute confidence. I will not utilize any local personnel. I will directly mobilize men from the Commandery City's Night Watch Bureau. As long as the intelligence is accurate, not a single one of those rats will escape. That is for the best. In that case, this junior shall wish my lord a swift and resounding victory in advance, Chen said. For your appointment to Luoan County, this time, you must accomplish 2 tasks. First, reorganize the Luoan County Night Watch Division and completely eradicate all demon forces within the county's borders. Second, investigate and uncover the mastermind behind the murders of the previous Night Watch Division commander and his 2 deputy commanders, Tian said. Luoan County happens to be located on the border of Huangzhou, right, where our divine dynasty adjoins the demon race in the 100,000 Mountains. In recent years, because the barbarians in the north and the 36 island nations in the east have mobilized their armies against our borders, our divine dynasty has had to commit most of its forces to those 2 fronts. Consequently, the demons within the 100,000 Mountains have begun to stir restlessly. Tian snorted coldly. Those beasts. Once you assume your post, do not have any lingering worries. Whichever demons you uncover within Luoan County, slay them. If you encounter those you cannot handle, report it up. If we do not show them some strength, these demons will only grow more insatiable. Understood. Chen accepted the order. The southern region of the divine dynasty bordered the 100,000 Mountains, which served as the lair for countless demons and monsters. Among them were no shortage of demon sovereigns and demon emperors capable of contending with the supreme powerhouses of the divine dynasty. Luoan County, where he was to assume office, was the outermost county of Jinshi Prefecture, situated right on the border of the divine dynasty. It directly bordered the 100,000 Mountains where the demons dwelled, which carried a certain degree of danger. From Tian's words, just now the previous commander of Luoan County and his 2 deputy commanders were all dead. Assuming office meant he not only had to resolve the demon forces within the county's borders, but also uncover the cause of death for those 3. Before heading out, he had to raise his cultivation base to the 5th Xiantian realm to ensure his safety. Chen pondered silently. If you can outstandingly complete these 2 tasks combined with your contribution from reporting the Haitian sect this time, I will directly promote you to serve as the commander of the Night Watch Division in a higher tier city. Tian said. Yes, my lord, Chen agreed. Regarding the Haitian sect that you reported, mobilizing manpower to execute the operation will take some time. Go to your post first, and I will notify you once there are results. Tian waved his hand, signaling Chen that he could leave. Then this junior shall depart for Luoan County first to assume office. Chen took his leave and departed. After leaving the Night Watch Division of the Commandery City, Chen browsed 3 medicine shops that sold medicinal pills in the city. He bought about 10 viscera-refining pills from each shop, purchasing 29 in total. On average, each pill cost 280 taels, which was cheaper than the 15 pills Cheng Mingling had acquired at a premium in the prefectural city. Those 15 had cost an average of 300 taels per pill. However, this was the Commandery City, where 2 other pill-selling establishments competed with the Baoyao Pavilion, so it was only natural for the price to be cheaper. The backgrounds of these 2 establishments were far from simple. One was backed by the Buddhist sect, and the other by the Taoist sect. Both the Buddhist and Taoist sects had specialized departments proficient in alchemy. The rankings of these 2 major factions were even higher than that of the Dan sect. Naturally, the Baoyao Pavilion under the Dan sect did not dare to challenge them. However, these 2 major factions only opened their pill-selling establishments in the Commandery City, and none could be found in the smaller prefectural cities or ordinary towns below them. Therefore, if he wished to purchase high-grade pills in the future, he would still have to come to the Commandery City. Those 29 pills had cost Chen a total of 8,120 taels. With this, the silver remaining on him was once again reduced to just over 500 taels. After leaving Jinshi Commandery, Chen found a secluded spot in the wilderness. He took out the copper bowl. He placed the final chapter of the 5 Thunders Xiantian art, the Water Thunder Viscera-Refining chapter, into the copper bowl. Water Thunder Viscera-Refining chapter can be exchanged for cultivation insights for 50 taels of silver. Chen put in 50 taels of silver and directly chose to exchange. The insights of this cultivation art instantly flooded into his mind. Now that his outer 4 layers, skin, flesh, tendons, and bones, were all perfected, the final step was to go deep into the internal organs within his body. This cultivation art detailed how to use the Xiantian cold water thunder to penetrate deep into the chest cavity's internal organs, wash away the turbid chi of the 5 viscera, and refine the origin of the viscera and bowels. It allowed the thunder force to nourish the organs, stabilizing the foundation of the 5 viscera. Upon reaching perfection, the 5 viscera would be spotless and the 6 bowels would be serene. His blood and chi would flow endlessly, and his body would naturally generate the power of water thunder, rendering his internal organs impervious to evil, poison, cold, and the erosion of inner demons. Once his internal organs were refined to perfection, the 5 types of thunder forces within his body, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, would manifest, circulate among each other, and transform into true essence. This kind of true essence was known as the 5 elements thunder true essence. Its power was several times stronger than the true essence born from reaching perfection in other Xiantian cultivation arts. Furthermore, it was naturally the bane of evil spirits and demons. As long as he reached the perfection of the viscera-refining realm, he would be able to generate true essence and manipulate lightning with his bare hands. He placed 44 viscera-refining pills inside. The copper bowl prompted 44 fifth-grade Sciention viscera-refining pills can be exchanged for 440 days of pure cultivation. Gu Chen chose to exchange. Instantly, a majestic cultivation surge poured out from the bowl and flooded into his body. He circulated the water thunder viscera-refining chapter to convert it into Sciention cold water thunder to temper his internal organs and wash away their impurities. His cultivation resource was rapidly consumed, and Gu Chen's aura steadily climbed. When all the medicinal power exchanged from the pills was completely depleted, a terrifying aura erupted and spread from within Gu Chen's body. Within his internal organs, strands of cold water thunder force emerged, and a faint blue light blossomed on the surface of his body. His strength, speed, reflexes, eyesight, and hearing were all enhanced. The fifth realm of the Sciention realm, the early stage of the viscera-refining realm, had been reached. Having broken through to the early stage of the fifth Sciention realm, a small amount of water thunder force had already been born within his body. It could already fuse with the other four thunder forces to convert into a portion of the five elements thunder true essence. Although the quantity was small at critical moments, it could withstand attacks from the early stage of the true essence realm. This was the benefit of practicing such a top-tier cultivation art. If he utilized this five elements thunder true essence to perform the demon-suppressing saber technique, he was confident he could slay an expert at the perfection of the fifth Sciention realm. Even without using the five elements thunder true essence, relying on his profound iron body and the five thunder forces, he could still defeat a late-stage expert of the fifth Sciention realm. With this level of strength, heading to Luoyang County to assume office should give him a certain degree of self-preservation. Gu Chen then hurried on his way with all his might. 10 days later, he arrived at the border of Luoyang County. He had traveled alone in secret without any grand fanfare, taking the side paths. His intention was to observe the actual situation of Luoyang County along the way and determine where to begin in order to resolve the demon forces within its borders. Gu Chen arrived outside a village. This village likely belonged to a town under the jurisdiction of Luoyang County. Luoyang County was close to the range of the 100,000 mountains. He had been traveling along mountain paths for a long time without encountering any streams, and he was extremely thirsty. Now that there was a village, he could just find a household to ask for a bowl of water. Arriving at a farmhouse at the edge of the village, Gu Chen knocked on the wooden door made of simple planks and said, "Is anyone home? I'm passing by and would like to ask for a bowl of water." Hearing the commotion outside, a little girl playing in the small courtyard prepared to open the door. She was immediately stopped by an elderly woman nearby who inquired cautiously, "Are you just passing by? You're not from the Black Wolf Gang, coming to seize people?" Confused by her words, Gu Chen replied, "I am indeed just passing by. I've walked a very long mountain path and am extremely thirsty. I would like to ask you for a bowl of water, Andy. And go open the door." The elderly woman glanced outside the wooden plank door. Seeing that Gu Chen had handsome features and possessed an elegant temperament unlike ordinary people, vastly different from the ruffians of the town's Black Wolf Gang, she signaled the little girl to open the door. Gu Chen had already shed his disguise, showing his original face. Having arrived within the borders of Luoyang County, there was no longer any need for him to remain disguised. Gu Chen entered the courtyard. The little girl immediately went to scoop a large ladle of water. "Sir, here is some water for you," she said, handing him a ladle fashioned from a gourd. She then sized up Gu Chen curiously. She was not very tall, likely only 6 or 7 years old, with her hair tied in pigtails, looking very adorable and well-behaved. Looking at the ladle of clean water before him, Gu Chen took it and drank in large gulps. "Sir, drink slowly, there's more." Seeing Gu Chen drinking so eagerly, the little girl spoke up quickly, worried he might choke. After finishing, Gu Chen handed the ladle back to her. "Could I have another ladle, please?" "Yes, sir, please wait a moment." Taking the wooden ladle, the little girl trotted back into the house to fetch more water for him. Gu Chen looked at the elderly woman and asked, "Annie, what did you mean by the Black Wolf Gang just now? In broad daylight, is there actually a gang that dares to casually break into homes and seize people?" The elderly woman sighed upon hearing this and said, "Sir, you do not know, but our Luoyang County is different from other counties. Alas, if it weren't for the fact that I cannot bear to leave these few acres of land, and because I am old and cannot escape, while carrying my granddaughter, this old woman would have fled long ago." With tears welling in her eyes, the elderly woman began to narrate. This Luoyang County borders the 100,000 mountains of the demon race, and demons frequently come down the mountains to devour people. In the past, the masters from the county's Night Watch division would come to subdue the demons. But ever since the division commander and the 2 deputy commanders died, no masters have come to vanquish them. The constables and guards sent by the town office were no match for the demons at all. After a few of them died, no one came anymore. To prevent the demons from recklessly raiding the mountains to eat people, the town's Black Wolf Gang reached an agreement with the various demon forces within Luoyang County. Every once in a while, they deliver a portion of the population to the demons as food, so the demons won't raid the villages on their own. Now the agreed time with the demons is fast approaching, so the Black Wolf gang will likely start seizing people everywhere again. So that's how it is. Gu Chen understood. He felt that the demons in this border county were truly arrogant, blatantly coming down the mountains to feed on the subjects of the divine dynasty. Sir, here is your water. By this time the little girl had brought the second ladle of water. Gu Chen took it and drank. Gulp gulp. After finishing the second ladle of water, Gu Chen asked, "Auntie, when is the next scheduled time for the Black Wolf gang to hand over people to those demons?" 3 days from now, the elderly woman replied. Understood. Gu Chen took out a tael of silver from his pouch and handed it to the little girl. What is your name? This is for the water. Seeing the tael of silver Gu Chen produced, the little girl was stunned. Was this really a whole tael of silver? From childhood until now she had never seen so much money. Sir, my name is Dia. It's just 2 ladles of water, it's not worth anything at all. No need to give money, the little girl said, shaking her head. Seeing this, the elderly woman sensed from Gu Chen's tone that he might be some extraordinary prominent figure. Sir, there is no need to give us silver. As long as you can rid Luoan County of the demons, my granddaughter, and I will represent all the commoners of the entire county to thank you for your great kindness. The elderly woman pulled Dia over and knelt directly before Gu Chen. Seeing this, Gu Chen helped them both up and forced the silver into the elderly woman's hands. He then turned and left the courtyard. Stay safely at home these next few days. Rest assured you will never again be forcibly dragged away to be fed to the demons. Gu Chen spoke. Furthermore, before long there will no longer be any demons left in Luoan County, having drunk those 2 ladles of water from the grandmother and granddaughter. This was his promise to them. Gu Chen departed from the small village. That very afternoon he arrived at Luoan County and headed straight for the Luoan County Night Watch Department. At the main gate of the Luoan County Night Watch Department, 2 guards watched Gu Chen approach. They did not recognize him. Halt. This is the restricted grounds of the Night Watch Department. No unauthorized personnel may enter. The 2 guards barred his way. I am the newly appointed chief of the Night Watch Department, Gu Chen, he declared, presenting his token of identity. Upon seeing the identity token, the 2 guards were startled. To their shock, this was indeed the newly appointed chief of the Night Watch Department. My lord, please come inside. They hastily ushered Gu Chen inside. They had been eagerly anticipating his arrival, yearning for this day. The previous chief and his 2 deputy chiefs had been completely wiped out by the demon forces. As a result, the Night Watch Department had been leaderless for the past 2 months. Throughout Luoan County, demons ran rampant, spreading chaos and disaster everywhere. Dozens of incidents of demons descending from the mountains to devour humans had already occurred. The local government offices of the dozen or so towns under their jurisdiction possessed limited strength and were utterly powerless against the demons. The situation had deteriorated to the point where local gangs in the county actively made pacts with the demons, offering them human sacrifices at regular intervals to plead with them not to engage in mass slaughter. The other newly appointed deputy chief of the Night Watch Department had arrived a few days ago. Now that the chief had also arrived today, they could finally reorganize the Night Watch Department and march out to confront those demons. Gu Chen entered the Night Watch Department and instructed the 2 guards, "Go and assemble both deputy chiefs and all the night watchers here immediately." "Yes, my lord," the 2 guards replied and withdrew. The forces of the Night Watch Department were divided into 2 categories: guards and night watchers. The night watchers were official officers who could only be recruited through the divine examination. The guards, on the other hand, were recruited and appointed directly from the outside by the chief and deputy chiefs. The Luoan County Night Watch Department consisted of 1 chief of the standard 8th rank and 2 deputy chiefs of the standard 9th rank. There were 10 night watchers of the junior 9th rank, with the rest being guards. Before long, the 10 night watchers and the 2 deputy chiefs were assembled. Among these 12 individuals, Gu Chen spotted 2 familiar faces. Zhonghao, Duan Xingchen. To his surprise, both Zhonghao and Duan Xingchen were among them. Duan Xingchen was even one of the 2 deputy chiefs. When Tai Yangtian had recruited him into the Night Watch Department, one of the promised conditions was a tiger bone pill. The tiger bone pill was a 3rd-grade Xiantian realm-breaking pill. His cultivation had previously reached the peak of the 2nd stage of the Xiantian realm. After obtaining that realm-breaking pill, he made a breakthrough to the 3rd stage of the Xiantian realm in one fell swoop and was subsequently assigned to Luoan County as a deputy chief of the Night Watch Department. Gu Chen. The 2 were equally astonished to see him. They had never expected that the newly appointed chief of the Night Watch Department would be Gu Chen. However, they recalled that one of the conditions Tai Yangtian had offered to recruit Gu Chen was a promise that once he entered the Night Watch Department, he would be appointed as the chief of a county-level branch. Now that the position of chief in Luoan County was vacant, it was only natural for Gu Chen to be dispatched here. Yes, Gu Chen nodded in acknowledgement to the 2. The other deputy chief of the Luoan County Night Watch Department was named Chen. He was a veteran of the department, ranking 1st in strength among the 10 local night watchers, possessing the power of the early phase of the 2nd stage of the Xiantian realm. 2 months ago, after the previous chief and the 2 deputy chiefs were killed by the demons, the prefectural Night Watch Department promoted him to deputy chief. Zheng Hao was transferred in to fill his former position as the top night watcher, while Duan Xingchen was brought in to serve as the other deputy chief, and Gu Chen was appointed as the chief. Everyone, I am Gu Chen, the newly appointed chief of our night watch department. Gu Chen introduced himself, presenting his identity token. Qian Shun and the other 9 night watchers who did not know Gu Chen stared at the token. Once Gu Chen's identity was verified, they along with Duan Xingchen and Zheng Hao bowed to him in salute. Greetings, Lord Gu. No need for such formalities. Gu Chen waved his hand and continued. I have just arrived to take charge of the Night Watch Department and am not yet clear on the current situation in Luoyang County. Please enlighten me. Hearing this, the Night Watchers turned their gaze toward Qian Shun. Zheng Hao and Duan Xingchen, like Gu Chen, were outside transfers and did not understand the current situation in Luoyang County either. They too looked toward Qian Shun. As a veteran of the Luoyang County Night Watch Department, Qian Shun was the most knowledgeable about the current situation. Stepping forward, Qian Shun said, My lord, the state of affairs within Luoyang County is currently extremely grim. Within the borders of Luoyang County, multiple demon factions are wreaking havoc. Most of these factions possess demons of the 2nd and 3rd stages of the Xiantian realm, and some even have demons of the 4th or 5th stages. Qian Shun explained, the previous chief and the 2 deputy chiefs lost their lives to a pack of dog demons. Following the deaths of the 3 lords, we had no choice but to deal with the demons at a desperate cost just to prevent them from harming more people. Qian Shun explained. And what is this desperate cost? Gu Chen looked at him. It is providing a number of humans to these demon factions every half-month for their consumption. Qian Shun spoke with a sense of utter helplessness. Hearing this, Gu Chen's eyes narrowed. The other night watchers also felt deeply humiliated. They drew salaries from the divine dynasty and were supposed to protect the peace of the realm. Yet Luoyang County bordered the Shirwan Mountains. The strength of the Night Watch Department was severely mismatched against these demon factions. They had requested reinforcements from the Linbian City Night Watch Department. But each time the reply was that the Linbian City Night Watch Department was also short-staffed, as they had to deal with even stronger demon forces from the Shirwan Mountains that threatened Linbian City itself. Occasionally they could spare 1 or 2 experts above the 3rd stage of the Xiantian realm to wipe out a wave of demon factions in Luoyang County, but the demon tribes in the Shirwan Mountains were far too numerous. Even if they eliminated one wave today, it wouldn't be long before another came to cause trouble. The experts from the Linbian City Night Watch Department could not remain stationed in Luoyang County indefinitely. Thus the current situation was formed. The deaths of the 3 high-ranking officials of the Night Watch Department 2 months ago had only worsened this plight. Once every half-month. How many people do you provide each time? Gu Chen asked in a low voice. 1 dozen or so each time, Qian Shun replied. There are 9 main demon factions known as the 9 King Mountains. The rest are scattered demons, none of whom have reached the 2nd stage of the Xiantian realm. Qian Shun continued. We primarily deliver human tribute to the 9 demon factions of the 9 King Mountains, presenting them to different demon kings at different times. When is the next tribute due, and to which faction? And are these people captured by the local government? Gu Chen looked at Qian Shun. No, it is carried out by the Black Wolf Gang, a local gang in the county. The government simply turns a blind eye, Qian Shun explained. The next tribute is due in 3 days to be delivered to Chingo Ridge of the 9 King Mountains. The local government of Luoyang County would naturally not capture people themselves to deliver to the demons. The pact was made between the Black Wolf Gang and the demons. This deal prevented the demons of the 9 King Mountains from roaming and devouring people at will, which would cause panic and chaos. The government could only acquiesce. I see, Gu Chen murmured. Understanding the situation, Gu Chen looked at Qian Shun and said, send someone to notify the Black Wolf Gang. From this day forth, they are to stop capturing people immediately. Any captive who has not yet been delivered to the demons must be released at once. Yes, my lord. Qian Shun received the order, but after a moment of hesitation, he spoke up. My lord, if we forbid the Black Wolf Gang from capturing people when the appointed time arrives, and they fail to deliver, the negotiation with the demons will fall through. How shall we handle it if the demons descend the mountain to slaughter and devour people indiscriminately? Just do as you are told. When the time comes, I will personally negotiate with those demons, Gu Chen replied calmly. Yes, my lord. Qian Shun bowed and withdrew, selecting 2 night watchers to accompany him out of the department. They headed toward the Black Wolf Gang to deliver the decree. Gu Chen turned his gaze to Duan Xingchen. Go and compile a report on the demon forces of the 9 King Mountains within Luoyang County. I want it to be highly detailed. Yes, chief, Duan Xingchen replied, accepting the command. The rest of you follow Zheng Hao. Go and deal with the scattered demon forces outside of the 9 King Mountains. Eradicate those you can, and for those you cannot, ensure they can no longer harm anyone within Luoyang County. By your command, my lord, the crowd responded, departing alongside Zheng Hao. Of the 10 night watchers, all except Zheng Hao possessed only the cultivation of the 1st stage of the Xiantian realm. The strongest among them, who now ranked 2nd among the 10 night watchers, was only at the peak of the 1st stage of the Xiantian realm. In the past, they would never have dared to confront these demon forces on their own, even if they were not the formidable demons of the 9 King Mountains. But with Zheng Hao, an expert of the late phase of the second stage of the Xiantian realm, leading them, they finally had some confidence. Otherwise going would be futile, and they might easily be slain by the demons instead. After everyone departed, Gu Chun had a guard lead him to settle into his quarters within the Night Watch Department. As the chief of the Night Watch Department, his residence was not far from the office located in a courtyard just behind it. The courtyard was spacious, no smaller than his residence at the Cheng family estate in Qiang City. Once his quarters were settled, Gu Chun instructed 2 guards to search Luoyang County to locate where the Cheng family had established their branch outpost. Once found, they were to have the head of the Cheng family branch come to see him. Now that he had settled into the Luoyang County Night Watch Department, he only had 3 tasks to accomplish for the time being. First, eradicate all demon forces within Luoyang County. Second, uncover the true culprit behind the deaths of the previous chief and 2 deputy chiefs of the Luoyang County Night Watch Department to see if they truly fell to the demons or if there lay a hidden conspiracy. If they indeed died at the hands of demons, he needed to find out which faction those demons belonged to, why they targeted the 3, and if there was a powerful demon entity backing them. Third, continue his cooperation with the Cheng family. The path of refining pills to earn silver must not be disrupted. Gu Chun produced a copper bowl and placed silver coins inside. I wish to exchange for intelligence regarding the true culprit who killed the previous chief and 2 deputy chiefs of the Luoyang County Night Watch Department. Gu Chun communicated with the copper bowl. The copper bowl prompted that exchanging for this intelligence would cost 500 taels of silver. Gu Chun was somewhat surprised by the high price. Could the culprit involved in this intelligence be complex with wide-reaching implications? Having exchanged information with the copper bowl multiple times, Gu Chun had come to understand that the more factions and the stronger the forces involved in the intelligence, the more silver it would require. Furthermore, if the intelligence had absolutely no connection or causal link to him, the amount of silver consumed to exchange for it would be exceptionally high. Gu Chun placed 500 taels of silver into the bowl and chose to proceed with the exchange. The silver vanished, and the copper bowl instantly provided the prompt: the culprit who killed the 3 was Gong Yi, the deputy chief of the Linbian City Night Watch Department. The demons of the 9 King Mountains were merely accomplices. Gong Yi's cultivation is at the peak of the 5th stage of the Xiantian realm, and he is on the verge of breaking through to the true essence realm. He requires the spiritual herb, the essence condensation flower, to make his breakthrough. The essence condensation flower must be nourished with human blood essence to increase its age and medicinal potency, thereby raising the probability of a successful breakthrough. Only half of the people captured by the Black Wolf gang were sent to the demons, the other half were delivered to Gong Yi. The chief and 2 deputy chiefs of the Luoyang County Night Watch Department stood in his way, and thus they were eliminated. Gu Chun had not anticipated this. The truth behind the scenes was exactly like this. Demons and monsters were indeed detestable, but more venomous than demons, humans themselves proved to be. Who would have guessed that the deputy director of the Linbian City Night Watch Division, who was supposed to protect the common people from demonic havoc, was actually one of the masterminds behind the demon-plagued abductions? No wonder the Night Watch Division in Luoxian County had never received any response when they dispatched envoys to seek assistance from Linbian City. It all made sense now. They simply had no intention of sending help. This would allow the demonic chaos to spread unchecked, giving him the opportunity to covertly abduct people for cultivating condensation flowers. He had even gone so far as to eliminate the former director and deputy director of the Luoxian County Night Watch Division, all 3 of them. Only with those 3 dead could the Black Wolf gang legitimately forge agreements with the demons, fabricating an illusion of balance where they periodically surrendered captives to keep the demonic forces at bay and prevent widespread destruction. Given all this, ordering Chen Shun to warn the Black Wolf gang to cease their abductions would inevitably obstruct this person's plans. Would he turn against me as well? Never mind. Let him come if he dares. My cultivation has already reached the early stage of the innate 5th realm. I fear nothing. Gu Chun knew he wasn't a virtuous man, but having risen to this position, he owed it to himself to contribute what he could for Luoxian County. Gu Chun put away the bronze bowl. His silver reserves had run dry, and there were still other details he needed to gather, particularly regarding the 9 Demon King factions operating across Zhuang Mountain in Luoxian County. He needed to understand whether these factions had powerful backers, how formidable their strength truly was, and whether he could realistically confront them. More critically, if he managed to eliminate them, would that provoke even more powerful demons from the 10,000 mountain range to seek vengeance? All of this intelligence was something he needed to acquire through the Bronze Bowl. Only by gaining deeper knowledge of these demons could he gain the upper hand in their impending conflict. Lord. Just then the 2 guards Gu Chun had sent to locate the Cheng family stronghold in Luoxian County returned, bringing 1 person with them. It was Cheng Mingling. Gu Chun stepped out of the house. "Brother Gu," she called out with visible excitement upon seeing him arrive in person. Gu Chun nodded and said to the 2 guards, "You may retire for now." "Yes, my lord." The 2 guards withdrew. Gu Chun looked at Cheng Mingling and asked, "Has your Cheng family established their stronghold?" "It's ready. I will personally oversee operations here moving forward, establishing a new Cheng family business division." Cheng Mingling continued, "Brother Gu, we have already transported your alchemy furnace. It is currently at the Chung family stronghold. Would you prefer to conduct your refining there, or should we bring the furnace to the Night Watch division for you to use here? Bring it over to this courtyard, Chen said. It's more convenient for me here. From now on, send someone daily to collect the pills and handle the payment. Understood. I'll have the furnace transported here right away. Chung Mingling nodded. An hour later, the alchemy furnace arrived. Along with the furnace came 145 sets of medicinal herbs for the blood chi pills. These were remnants from the Chung family's previous stockpile, all prepared specifically for the blood chi pills. After Chen had instructed them to halt herb procurement last time, they had complied, without further purchases. At that moment, Duan Xingchen arrived. Seeing Duan Xingchen had business with Chen, Chung Mingling set down the furnace and herbs before departing with her household staff. Only Wei Zhong remained behind to tend the fires for alchemy. Lord, Duan Xingchen said. This contains detailed intelligence on the 9 demonic factions across Jiuwang Mountain. He handed the dossier to Chen. Chen took the intelligence and began reviewing it. Noticing Duan Xingchen waiting nearby, he said, "Go assist Zhong Hao and the others in eliminating all scattered demonic forces throughout Luoxian County apart from those 9 factions on Jiuwang Mountain. Locate them and eradicate every last one without exception." "Yes, my lord." Duan Xingchen departed upon receiving the order. With his innate third realm cultivation combined with Zhong Hao's innate second realm expertise at the later stage, and the assembled Night Watch guards, all at the innate first realm, handling these scattered demonic threats would pose no problem. The strongest among these scattered demonic forces would not exceed the innate second realm. With Duan Xingchen leading the effort, complete eradication seemed achievable. The former Night Watch division had been powerless against these demonic factions. Their strength was insufficient, and the presence of 9 major forces on Jiuwang Mountain forced them into inaction. Iron Yantian had deployed Duan Xingchen and Zhong Hao alongside him, likely recognizing they would be essential to his success. With 2 grade A divine champions joining his celestial grade status, resolving the crisis in Luoxian County would prove considerably more manageable. Once Duan Xingchen departed, Chen reviewed the intelligence he had provided. He then gained a comprehensive understanding of the 9 demonic factions operating on Jiuwang Mountain. First was Qinggo Ridge, the territory of the Dog Demon King. His strongest commander was a century-old dog demon at the innate third realm. Under his command were 3 innate second realm dog demons, 8 innate first realm specimens, and dozens of lower-tier canines below the innate threshold. These canine demons were ruthless and bloodthirsty, excelling at pack hunting and ambush tactics. Their innate demonic ability, mountain-wide bark, disturbed the mind and spirit, making coordinated attacks even dangerous for innate fourth realm experts to confront. In 3 days' time, the Black Wolf Gang would deliver their human tribute to Qinggo Ridge. The second major force operated from Hafeng Cliff under the Black Bear Demon King, whose cultivation had reached the innate fourth realm. His forces included 2 innate third realm black bear generals, 6 innate second realm bear demons, over a dozen innate first realm specimens, and more than 40 lesser bear clan members below the innate threshold. The third faction was located in Dukhang Valley, ruled by the Green Snake King at the peak of innate third realm cultivation. His command comprised 3 innate second realm poison snake demons, 9 innate first realm specimens, and nearly 100 low-ranking lesser snake demons below the innate threshold. The fourth faction dominated Feiyun Peak under the Pale Eagle King. The Pale Eagle King had also reached the peak of innate third realm cultivation. His forces consisted of 4 innate second realm eagle demons, 9 innate first realm specimens, and over 50 lesser eagle demons below the innate threshold. The fifth faction was led by the massive Tiger King of Wanshur Slope. He possessed innate fifth realm cultivation at its peak, making him the strongest among the 9 demon kings of Jiuwang Mountain. His command included 4 innate fourth realm tiger generals, over a dozen innate third realm tiger demons, dozens spanning the innate second and first realms, and more than 100 lesser demons below the innate threshold. The sixth faction was situated at Yinhua Hollow, the territory of the Fox Demon King. He had innate fourth realm cultivation. His forces comprised 2 innate third realm fox demons, 5 at the innate second realm, over a dozen at the innate first realm, and more than 70 lesser fox demons below the innate threshold. The seventh faction was located at Hanshui Pool, ruled by the Iron Turtle King. His cultivation stood at the early stage of the innate fifth realm. His command included 2 innate fourth realm turtle demons, 5 at the innate third realm, over 20 spanning the innate second and first realms, and more than 100 lesser turtle demons below the innate threshold. The eighth faction was based at Kumu Mountain, the territory of the ancient ape king. His cultivation had reached the peak of innate fourth realm. His forces consisted of 3 innate third realm ape demons, 6 at the innate second realm, 9 at the innate first realm, and over 90 lesser ape demons below the innate threshold. The ninth and final faction was positioned at Kaiyan Peak, the territory of the Flame Lion King, commanded by a blazing lion demon at the later stage of innate fourth realm cultivation. His command included 2 innate third realm lion demons, 4 at the innate second realm, 9 at the innate first realm, and over 70 lesser lion demons below the innate threshold. Studying the intelligence on these 9 demon kings, Chen fell into deep thought. These demonic factions were not weak. To defeat them, he would need to find a way to eliminate them one by one. The intelligence emphasized that each demon race held the others in contempt. This was a crucial vulnerability, but should they face an existential crisis, they might unite against a common enemy. He could not allow them to unite. Meanwhile, within the Black Wolf Gang's headquarters, Chen turned to gang leader Ding Wei and declared, "From now on we must stop abducting people at random." Why? Ding Wei frowned in confusion. "If we stop capturing people, how will we satisfy Qinggo Ridge? And what explanation can I give Lord Gong?" "A new Night Watch director has arrived in Luoxian County," Chen said, his eyes narrowing slightly. "He may be planning to strike at the Demon Kings on Jiawang Mountain." "Hep," Ding Wei scoffed. "Does he think the current Night Watch forces in Luoxian County are sufficient for such a task? Is he trying to get himself killed?" "New officials burn 3 fires upon taking office," Chen warned. "Regardless of whether he has the capability, keep a low profile for now to avoid drawing attention to yourself. I'll handle explaining the situation to Lord Gong, but you need to be more restrained. Don't leave any traces that could implicate him, or we'll both suffer the consequences." "Understood. I'll keep the gang members in check from here on," Ding Wei acknowledged. "Release anyone you've captured recently as well. Don't provoke him," Chen cautioned. "Yes," Ding Wei replied, though his tone carried obvious impatience. He did not believe this newly appointed Night Watch director could realistically eliminate all the demonic forces in Luoxian County with the limited resources at his disposal. It was pure fantasy. He suspected the director would soon discover his inadequacy against these demons and be forced to rely on the Black Wolf Gang to negotiate, a costly arrangement to appease their wrath. At the Luoxian County Night Watch division within Gu Chen's residence, he said to Wei Zhong, "Wei Zhong, stoke the fire and prepare for alchemy." "Yes, Lord Gu," Wei Zhong responded, immediately tending to the flames. Over the coming days, he would refine pills to generate income from the Chung family, then exchange for additional intelligence before confronting the dog demons at Qinggo Ridge, ensuring he was fully prepared and would not suffer any setbacks. As Luoxian County's Night Watch director, he received 300 taels of silver monthly, plus a grade 3 innate bone forging pill for cultivation. But this salary had lost its appeal to him. Advancing through cultivation solely on his official income would take an eternity to reach the true essence realm. His primary motivation for joining the Night Watch division was the protection this position offered, allowing the Chung family to handle his affairs without facing persecution from powerful organizations like the Precious Medicine Pavilion. 2 days later, Gu Chen had refined 9 batches of blood chi pills for the Chung family, earning 1,080 taels of silver in compensation. The following day marked the deadline for delivering tribute to the Qinggo Ridge dog demons. During this period, the Black Wolf Gang had ceased all abductions within Luoxian County and released everyone they had previously captured, though the gang members harbored considerable resentment toward Gu Chen's interference. They dared not voice their complaints openly. They merely waited to see how Gu Chen would handle the dog demons. Gu Chen had spent 100 taels of silver through the bronze bowl to obtain intelligence on the Qinggo Ridge dog demons. The information was identical to what Duan Xingchen had provided. Gu Chen felt relieved. The strongest opponent was merely at the innate third realm. Once he arrived tomorrow, every last one of those dog demons would die. Though demons were detestable for consuming humans as food, many materials from their bodies held considerable value. Eliminating the dog demons would yield him substantial profit. Or rather, once he processed those materials from the dog demons, he could exchange them for pills sufficient to break through to the mid-stage of the innate fifth realm. The following day, Qinggo Ridge. Beneath Qinggo Ridge lay Sai Village under the jurisdiction of Luoan County. Today, every household in the village had their doors tightly shut, for a very particular reason. It was the day the Black Wolf Gang of the county town had agreed with the dog demons of Qinggo Ridge, the appointed day for delivering the tribute of human lives owed to them. Gu Chen did not make a grand display of bringing the entire Night Watch Bureau along. Not even Duan Xingchen, who was at the early stage of the third innate realm, was taken. He brought only Qian Xinzhong Hao and 2 Night Watch guards of the first innate realm. "My lord, is it truly wise to come without bringing a single person for the tribute?" Ding Wei, the leader of the Black Wolf Gang, and several of his ruffians led the way for Gu Chen up ahead. "Rest assured, I shall give those dog demons a proper reckoning when I arrive, one that will ensure they never again demand your people as tribute." Gu Chen spoke in a measured tone. "What manner of reckoning do you intend to give them, my lord?" Ding Wei pressed. "You shall see," Gu Chen replied indifferently. Before long, the party arrived outside Sai Village. At the foot of Qinggo Ridge, a group of dog demons had already gathered there waiting. The dog demons were a grotesque sight. Humanoid in body with the heads of dogs clad in crude beast-hide vests, now creating a raucous commotion up ahead. They caught sight of Ding Wei arriving with Gu Chen and his men. The dog demon at the forefront, one of the second innate realm, began counting the number of people in Gu Chen's party. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 5. It counted for quite some time, growing increasingly confused before snapping in fury. "What's the meaning of this? Why does this batch of tribute appear smaller than the ones before? Don't try to fool me. I'm sharp as a tack. If even one is missing, I'll come down the mountain myself and take one by force." The second innate realm dog demon fixed its gaze upon Ding Wei. Ding Wei, at a loss for words, glanced toward Gu Chen. Gu Chen approached the dog demon with a genial smile. No one is missing. In fact, there are more than before. No sooner had he spoken, Gu Chen's fire Xian blade was drawn in a flash of lightning. Pooh! A single thrust pierced clean through the heart. The speed was beyond all limits. So swift that neither the onlookers nor the gathered demons had time to register what had occurred. The blade tip emerged from the back of the dog demon's heart. Fresh blood welled endlessly at the corner of its mouth. A moment later it collapsed backward, drained of all strength. How dare you? Have you grown tired of living? You dare strike at a demon? You're finished. No matter how many people you bring today, it won't matter. We've spoken. The dog demons erupted in fury. Gu Chen saw no point in trading words with them. The dog demons who had descended the mountain to collect the tribute were not particularly powerful. The strongest among them had been a single second innate realm dog demon, now already dealt with. What remained were two first innate realm dog demons along with lesser demons beneath the innate realm. Gu Chen activated his flying serpent step, his form moving like a soaring spirit serpent. In a mere few flickers, he had already swept past the two first innate realm dog demons. The blade entered white, emerged red. By the time the two first innate realm dog demons registered what had happened, their bodies had already been pierced through. They crumpled softly backward. The lesser dog demons beneath the innate realm, witnessing the sight, were so terrified that their fur stood on end, and their tails clamped tightly between their legs. Tough customers. Run for it. Go back and fetch the old ancestor to deal with him. The pack of dog demons turned to flee. Gu Chen swept his blade in a single stroke. The surging blade, Qi, surged forth, slicing toward the dog demons beneath the innate realm. Not a single one could resist. Lesser demons whose flesh, skin, tendons, and bones had never been tempered when faced with the sweeping blade, Qi, were minced into fragments, as easily as blocks of tofu. In the span of a single breath, the entire pack of dog demons had been reduced to a carpet of corpses sprawled across the ground. Ding Wei and the Black Wolf Gang ruffians felt their scalps prickle with dread. This is the reckoning I promised them. What say you? Any objections? Gu Chen turned to Ding Wei. Ding Wei swallowed hard, suppressing the wave of nausea at the stench of blood. In no objections at all, my lord. A most thorough reckoning. Then arrange for your men to skin these dog demons here, and collect whatever useful materials from their bodies. Have everything properly prepared. Gu Chen fixed his gaze upon him. Dog teeth are precious things. They ward off evil. Men who walk dark paths as you do are prone to encounters with ghosts. It would be wise to carry a couple on your person. Why, yes. Ding Wei failed to grasp the meaning hidden within Gu Chen's words. He assumed Gu Chen was unaware that the Black Wolf Gang had been secretly helping Gong Yi capture a portion of the people. He could only nod repeatedly. I am going up Qinggo Ridge now to have a further discussion with those dog demons, perhaps to borrow a few more of their teeth. Zhonghao, you'll accompany me. Gu Chen looked toward Zhonghao. Yes, my lord. Zhonghao nodded. From the display he had just witnessed, he could not fathom the depths of Gu Chen's strength. He knew only that Gu Chen was immensely powerful, likely far beyond the early stage of the third innate realm. But exactly how strong he could not tell. Gu Chen had not unleashed his full cultivation in the earlier battle, leaving no clues to discern. Qian Xinyu and the other two Night Watch guards will remain here to assist gang leader Ding. Once Zhonghao and I have finished our negotiations up the mountain, you can handle the aftermath. Gu Chen turned to Qian Shen. Qian Shen slowly came to his senses from the shock. He knew that anyone directly assigned by the Prefecture Night Watch Bureau headquarters to serve as director must possess extraordinary strength. But he had not expected Gu Chen to be this powerful. No wonder he had dared upon his very arrival to deploy the entire Luoan County Night Watch Bureau against the demon forces within the county's borders. He truly intended to conduct a great purge of these demon forces. But could he succeed? The demon forces of Luoan County were entangled with far too many interests. Countless officials of the Divine Dynasty's institutions had their fingers in the pie. This was no simple matter of exterminating a band of demons. To encroach upon the interests of such powerful figures. How would Gu Chen ultimately extricate himself? And where would the Luoan County Night Watch Bureau be led from here? They who had already strayed onto a treacherous path. Could they still find their way back? Could Gu Chen truly restore a clear sky over Luoan County? Once he would not have believed it possible. But now he sensed a glimmer of hope. When that day came, he himself might face Gu Chen's reckoning. If Gu Chen truly succeeded. My lord, go ahead. We'll handle things here. Qian Shen looked at Gu Chen. Gu Chen nodded, preparing to ascend Qinggo Ridge alongside Zhonghao. After a moment's thought, Gu Chen proceeded to sever the heads of the second innate realm dog demon and the two first innate realm dog demons. Wrap these up. We're taking them up the mountain with us. Gu Chen spoke to Zhonghao. Understood. Zhonghao did not ask further, simply complying. He was not one to deliberate. He preferred to execute. He was the sort of man who disdained racking his brain. Gu Chen was the director. He was the Night Watch guard. To expect him to scheme or devise tactics against the dog demons, that was beyond him. He much preferred Gu Chen simply telling him who to cut down, which demon faction to slaughter. Throughout the ascent up Qinggo Ridge, Gu Chen remained utterly silent, and Zhonghao offered no words either. The two thus arrived in silence before the lair of the dog demon pack. Their den was a foul, stench-ridden dog cave. The reek of musk and rot seemed to coalesce into a tangible yellowish miasma spreading in all directions. Flanking the cave entrance were 2 rows of human skulls, arranged in meticulous order, as if the dog demons believed such a display would further accentuate their majesty. The arrival of Gu Chen and Zhong Hao immediately drew the attention of 2 dog demons standing guard at the entrance. Word was quickly sent inside and a swarm of dog demons poured forth from the cave. An old adult dog demon, noticeably larger in stature than the others, emerged last from the depths of the cave, clearly the demon king of Chingo Ridge. 2 lesser dog demons carried his weapon for him, an immensely heavy spiked mace. Before he could even open his mouth to inquire as to the purpose of Gu Chen's visit, why had the dog demons sent down the mountain to collect the tribute not returned? Gu Chen had Zhong Hao toss the 3 dog heads before him, a modest token of regard. "'Tis but a trifle, hardly worthy of your notice." Gu Chen regarded the old dog demon, his gaze brimming with provocation. Upon seeing this, the old dog demon's countenance darkened. "These are my second son's head and the heads of 2 of my grandsons." The old dog demon was hardly known for his intellect. His current strength at the mid-stage of the 3rd innate realm was owed entirely to his longevity. He had 3 sons of the 2nd innate realm and 8 grandsons of the 1st innate realm. "I once had many more sons, but as the years passed most were slain by enemies or perished in mishaps of one kind or another. To nurture one to the 2nd innate realm is no easy feat." The old dog demon fixed his gaze upon Gu Chen. "My hope was simple, that of my 3 remaining sons 1 or 2 might live to my years and ascend to the 3rd innate realm. Then I could content myself knowing they would succeed me. But why must you deny me even that? Let me think. You must be that new expert the Luoan County Night Watch Bureau has brought in. You fellows are all alike, you know. Every so often 1 or 2 capable fighters show up, slay a son or grandson of mine, and then get themselves killed by me in return. I truly loathe this endless cycle." The old dog demon glared at Gu Chen, gnashing his fangs. And then, "Oi." Gu Chen met his gaze. "Should I offer you an apology? Do you not delight in feasting upon human flesh, periodically descending the mountain to devour a few of our kind? I find your ways equally loathsome." Gu Chen drew the fire shin blade. "You shall die today, and no one can save you." The old dog demon declared, "Bring me my mace. I shall use it to crush this human into minced meat to avenge my son, my grandson, and my great-grandsons." He had already made his decision. Since Gu Chen had slain his 2nd son, his 2 first innate realm grandsons, and the rest of his great-grandsons beneath the innate realm. Then once he had killed Gu Chen, he would lead his remaining sons and grandsons down the mountain to devour every last human inside village. Only then could he vent the hatred festering in his heart. It was the human before him who had broken the rules first. He bore no fault. Pooh! The instant the old dog demon's words ceased, Gu Chen's fire shin blade had already pierced clean through his body. He had not even registered when Gu Chen had closed the distance and struck. Nor was he alone in his incomprehension. All the other dog demons, and Zhong Hao himself, had failed to react in time. The old dog demon could no longer discern what realm Gu Chen belonged to. He knew only that the man was immensely powerful, at the very least the 4th innate realm, perhaps even the 5th. "I am more merciful than you. I shall not mince you into paste. I shall simply kill you, and that shall suffice." Gu Chen addressed him. Then the fire shin blade was withdrawn. The old dog demon's body staggered and crashed to the ground, a gurgling sound rattling in his throat. He had likely wished to speak, but could no longer form the words. "Old ancestor. He's killed the old ancestor." The pack of dog demons recoiled in horror. A group of dog demons beneath the innate realm whose intellect had only just begun to awaken believed themselves no fools. Yet even they could not fathom what had transpired. Their old ancestor had stood so imposing a moment ago. How could he have perished in the span of a blink? Only the 2 remaining sons of the old dog demon, both of the 2nd innate realm, could grasp the gravity of the situation. They had encountered a truly fearsome adversary this time, one who had even slain their own father. The man before them was playing for keeps. "Spare us. We can leave Chingo Ridge and never emerge again. We shall remain in the 100,000 mountains. Truly we can abstain from eating humans. Though the taste of human flesh is exquisite, our willpower shall suffice to resist." It sought to explain itself, to plead for mercy. "Is that so?" In the next instant Gu Chen appeared before it. A flash of blade light. Its dog head soared into the air. "But I rather fancy a taste of dog meat," Gu Chen remarked. The old dog demon's son remained wide-eyed in death. He found it somewhat incomprehensible. "Very well, I lied. You bear a face too much like man's. I find I lack the heart to eat you," Gu Chen said lightly. "He means business. We cannot remain at Chingo Ridge any longer. We must retreat to the 10,000 great mountains." A dog demon of the 1st stage of the innate realm spoke thus, having just witnessed Gu Chen casually slay its patriarch and sire. Terrified, witless, it collapsed onto the ground, its weapon clattering from its numb fingers. "I shall slaughter every one of you shortly, and we shall arrange your severed heads along both sides of this cave mouth, as you demons seem to find such displays so pleasing." Gu Chen uttered those words. Gripping the Huoshuan blade, he surged forward into the pack of dog demons and unleashed a devastating slaughter. Severed heads bounded across the stone floor, while rivers of blood splashed and pooled in every direction. Gu Chen moved like a reaper of heads. With every arc of his blade, a demon's skull hit the ground. The surrounding dog demons were utterly terrified. Enough! Cease this slaughter. I have no taste for human flesh. I am leaving this very instant. But moments later, despite their pleas and surrender of dignity, they perished. Every last dog demon fell beneath Gu Chen's relentless blade, their crimson blood saturating the cave floor. Make haste and tidy this place. Arrange the severed heads along both flanks of the den, Gu Chen commanded, casting a glance toward Zhong Hao waiting in the rear. I have labored long enough. The next chore shall fall to you, boy. Why, yes, my lord. Zhong Hao stammered, snapping from his stupor. He immediately bent to gather the scattered demon skulls from the blood-soaked earth, though he had remained silent throughout the carnage. But inwardly he marveled. The way Gu Chen had fought back there, damn near flawless. I wonder if I could ever match such skill. Meanwhile, Gu Chen stepped into the depths of the canine burrow. He wondered whether the den might harbor anything of value among the filth these demons called home. Pinching his nose against the overwhelming stench, he ventured inside. It was atrocious. He harbored no doubt that these creatures had never once washed themselves in their wretched lives. After a thorough search of the burrow, Gu Chen found only disappointment. He uncovered absolutely nothing, and instead returned reeking of offal and refuse. Emerging back into the daylight, Gu Chen watched Zhong Hao laboriously arranging the demonic heads. Remain here and wait. I shall descend the mountain to fetch assistance for you. Gu Chen descended the slope. By the time he reached the mountain's base, Qian Shin and two night watchmen had already joined Ding Wei and several Black Wolf Gang thugs in disposing of the demon corpses scattered below. Every valuable component harvested from the beasts had been carefully stripped away and stacked in orderly piles. You move with commendable swiftness, Gu Chen remarked, a hint of surprise crossing his features. Since you are so efficient with your blades, proceed to the den and continue the harvest. I have already negotiated with those remaining demons. Simply approach and collect their offerings. They will not utter a single complaint. With those words, Gu Chen turned and departed. Only a few paces from the group did he pause and call back. Once you have gathered the materials, sell them and bring me the proceeds. I secured this truce after all. Ding Wei stood bewildered, murmuring to himself, those dog demons truly yielded so easily. They will simply allow us to harvest their bodies without resistance. Meanwhile, Qian Shen's mind churned with unease. Had it truly been concluded so effortlessly? The entire Qinggo Ridge faction eradicated in a single morning. When the two night watchmen Ding Wei and the Black Wolf Gang thugs finally ascended to the den's entrance, they were met with a sight far more visceral and gruesome than what lay at the mountain's base. A deep chill ran down their spines. Every last one of those Qinggo Ridge demons had been ruthlessly butchered by Gu Chen's own hand. There was no resistance precisely because there was no one left to resist. The balance of power in Luoxian County is shifting. Ding Wei finally grasped his earlier confusion, melting into sober realization. Word of today's massacre would undoubtedly ripple outward with terrible speed. It would reach every demonic faction within Luoxian County, spill across neighboring jurisdictions, and eventually echo all the way to the Night Watch Division station in Linbian City. The very fabric of Luoxian County would be irrevocably altered by the arrival of its new director. Gu Chen, however, returned to the Night Watch headquarters and immediately resumed his alchemy. Other matters held little appeal for him. The steady accumulation of silver through pill refinement remained his true priority. Elder Gu, I scarcely believed you would conclude negotiations with those beasts so swiftly. I feared you might have to endure considerable back and forth. Wei Zhong remarked with genuine astonishment. He was well aware of Gu Chen's morning mission, particularly after the recent decision to halt the tribute of human captives to the local demons. Had they received no satisfactory answer, the demons would have erupted in chaos, dragging the entire county into turmoil. Yet he never imagined Gu Chen's parley would unfold with such startling ease. The entire matter had been resolved in less than half a day. They proved remarkably cooperative. I merely applied a touch of persuasion, and they submitted to every word I spoke without objection. Gu Chen stated calmly. As expected of you, Elder Gu. Your methods are truly formidable. Wei Zhong sighed in admiration. None of the previous Night Watch directors appointed to Luoxian County had ever possessed such capability. That very evening, Ding Wei delivered a substantial payment to Gu Chen. It amounted to over 2,000 taels of silver revenue generated from selling the beast materials harvested that day. Luoxian County maintained an official bureau dedicated to purchasing demonic materials. Gu Chen accepted the pouches of silver with quiet satisfaction. Though the sum fell considerably short of his projections, any gain was preferable to none. Hunting demons at least was never a losing venture. The silver amassed that single morning exceeded his alchemical earnings by more than tenfold. Excellent. He would certainly hunt demons again in the future. When is the next tribute scheduled, and which faction from the Nine Kings Mountains are you bound to deliver them to? Gu Chen inquired, fixing his gaze upon Ding Wei. In 15 days' time, Ding Wei replied. To the Black Bear King's faction, which controls the Black Wind Cliff. You mean the Black Bear King himself, a powerhouse of the 4th stage of the innate realm. His command includes 2 3rd-stage bear generals, 6 2nd-stage demon bears, more than a dozen 1st-stage black bears, and over 40 lesser bearkin. Gu Chen pressed for confirmation. Precisely, Ding Wei affirmed with a nod. So my lord, shall we simply cease all captures and wait until the deadline arrives, trusting you to personally negotiate with those bear demons again? Ding Wei ventured the question. Do you perhaps harbor a superior alternative? Gu Chen asked, his eyes sharp. Human captives cannot be sourced anymore. This is our only remaining path. Very well, Ding Wei murmured, though he seemed reluctant to withdraw. You may leave, Gu Chen commanded coldly. I am ignorant of what sins you committed in the past, but know this: cross that line again, and I shall show you no mercy. A violent shiver racked Ding Wei's frame at the warning. This humble one comprehends, my lord, he stammered, backing away from the headquarters with trembling legs. Any lingering presumption he held regarding Gu Chen had been utterly extinguished. Gu Chen likely already knew of his long-standing collaboration with Master Gong in procuring human lives. He would not dare repeat such atrocities. Gu Chen's warning was unequivocal: one misstep would see him dragged down alongside the master. As for failing to deliver the tribute, they would simply refuse to excuse themselves to Master Gong. If Gong demanded accountability, let him come and seek it directly from Gu Chen. It was Gu Chen who had enforced this new order, and his overwhelming dominance brooked no defiance. Days drifted by in quiet routine, and 3 days vanished like breath upon glass. Word of the Chingo Ridge massacre failed to stir any considerable uproar within Luoxian County. Among the 8 remaining demonic factions of the 9 Kings Mountains, showed virtually no agitation. It seemed as though the eradication of the aging dog demon patriarch held no real consequence for them. In truth, the Chingo Ridge faction had always been the weakest link. To the assembled demon kings, the senile canine patriarch was hardly worthy of sharing their esteemed title as one of the 9 Kings Mountain sovereigns. His presence had only ever served to diminish their collective stature. They were fully aware that a new director had arrived at the Luoxian County Night Watch Division. A new magistrate invariably burns 3 fires upon taking office. Over recent days, he had not merely annihilated the Chingo Ridge pack, but systematically uprooted numerous minor demonic enclaves throughout the county. The flames of his campaign had burned somewhat too hot. But what of it? They would not intervene. Should they mobilize their forces collectively now to extinguish Gu Chen? Would be an act of staggering folly. Their predecessor, the previous director of Luoxian County, had only recently been destroyed under their covert sponsorship. Such an overt provocation would inevitably ignite the fury of the human divine dynasty. Even Gong, either co-conspirator within the Lianbian City Night Watch Division, had not been notified of the upcoming appointment. The higher authorities had simply inserted Gu Chen as the new director without consulting their underground allies. Vice Director Gong of the Lianbian City Division had previously conspired with the 9 Kings Mountain factions to eliminate the former Luoxian director. Through that dark pact, they had established the gruesome routine of delivering human tributes every 15 days, a symbiosis built upon mutual benefit. Yet this time, not even a whisper of intelligence reached Gong. Gu Chen had been parachuted into office with full imperial authority. It was glaringly obvious that the Divine Dynasty Court had grown deeply discontented with the Lianbian City Division's corruption. Its subjects had been reduced to mere cattle destined for slaughter, and the court now wished to station a firm hand within Luoxian County to curb the arrogance of the demonic factions. By permitting Gu Chen to exterminate the Chingo Ridge Patriarch and purge the scattered demonic outposts, the 9 Kings believed they were paying sufficient deference to the Divine Dynasty's grievances. With mutual understanding and averted gazes, the profitable arrangement could persist. But should Gu Chen continue his blatant defiance, then they would bear no obligation to restrain themselves. During these 3 days, Gu Chen processed 12 additional batches of qi-nourishing pills for the Chung household, accumulating 1,440 taels of silver in profit. His personal hoard had swelled to over 4,500 taels. He entrusted 4,000 of them to Chung Mingling, instructing her to organize a merchant caravan bound for the capital of Jinshi Commandery to conduct trade on his behalf. In exchange, he requested she acquire 46 Jizong pills. The funds he currently possessed fell short of the required sum. The deficit would be settled upon his return. The Chung family caravan made its journey to Jinshi Commandery, a round trip that demanded a minimum of 10 days. During those 10 days, earnings from his pill refining would accumulate, though even that would scarcely cover the full cost of 46 Jizong pills. Yet given his established rapport with the Chung clan, a modest debt of several thousand taels posed no difficulty. He could settle the account gradually through continued alchemical production. Meanwhile, over with Chen, he had already dispatched a missive detailing the recent developments in Luoxian County to Gong. Unable to accurately gauge Gu Chen's true cultivation, he could only report an estimated strength of the 4th stage of the innate realm. His own ascent to deputy director of the Luoxian County Night Watch was entirely orchestrated by Gong. He had also partaken in the foul operations that the Black Wolf Gang carried out under Gong's command. There was no turning back for him now. He could only march forward on this dark path. He reported the matter to Gong Yi, leaving the resolution entirely in his superior's hands. Gong Yi's response was straightforward. Simply await the arrival of the next tribute deadline and observe how Gu Chen would proceed. Would he genuinely attempt another negotiation with the bear demons, or would he strike them down outright? Should Gu Chen have the audacity to slaughter the bear demon faction in his usual reckless manner, seeking to fundamentally transform the status quo of Luoxian County? Gong Yi would personally descend upon him to offer a rather forceful persuasion. 10 days later, the Cheng family caravan returned from Jinshi Commandery. They delivered 46 Jizong pills. Priced at 280 taels apiece, the total came to 12,880 taels, a sum Gu Chen readily agreed to pay at 13,000 taels. However, his current reserves totaled merely 5,300 and some taels. During those 10 days, 40 additional batches of pills refined on behalf of the Cheng family had yielded nearly 5,000 taels in profit. Combined with his prior surplus, Gu Chen promptly remitted 5,000 taels to the Cheng family upon receiving the pills. The remaining 4,000 taels would be settled at a later date. 2 days hence, the appointed date for the human tribute to the bear demons would arrive. He would extract the necessary materials from their bodies and sell them for silver. It should suffice to cover the debt. That night, within his quarters, Gu Chen retrieved a bronze bowl. He deposited the 46 Jizong pills inside. The artifact emitted a resonant chime. 46 grade 5 and 8 Jizong pills. Exchangeable for 460 days of pristine cultivation base. Gu Chen mentally selected the exchange. An overwhelming torrent of cultivation energy surged from the bronze vessel, flooding into his meridians. His foundational techniques immediately activated, guiding the pure essence to sacrifice and temper his 5 viscera and 6 song organs. A luminous azure aura shimmering with the hue of storm clouds slowly encircled his physique. Moments later, a formidable pressure radiated outward from his core, and the reservoir of his water thunder power surged exponentially. The accumulated power now harmonized seamlessly with the other 4 elemental thunders, catalyzing the generation of even greater quintessential 5 elements thunder essence. Mid-stage of the viscera sacrificing realm achieved. That night, Gu Chen arrived at the Cheng family's headquarters in Luoan County. The next time you travel to Jinshi Commandery, purchase 48 grade 5 celestial pills for me. 48 pills would cost approximately 13,500 taels of silver, plus the 4,000 taels I owe the Cheng family from my previous order. I will pay you a portion in 3 days. Gu Chen said to Cheng, mingling with some embarrassment. It's fine, elder brother Gu. If it's inconvenient for you, you can owe it for now. Cheng, mingling, said dismissively. The Cheng family's development had now gotten back on track. As long as they had Gu Chen, the Tianyuan clan, under their protection, their business could expand step by step and more trade routes could be opened up. The Cheng family had built their fortune through caravans buying and selling goods across regions, profiting from price differences. Caravans needed to travel to various places. Gu Chen purchasing pills to improve himself was actually a good thing for them. The stronger Gu Chen became, the larger the Cheng family's business would grow in the future. Helping Gu Chen with this small favor was naturally no problem. 2 days later, the day for the Black Wolf Gang and the demon forces of Nine King Mountain to hand over their tribute arrived. That day, Gu Chen led all the personnel of the Luoan County Night Watch Department into action. Additionally, all members of the Black Wolf Gang were mobilized by Gu Chen. Ding Wei's cultivation was only at the 2nd stage of the Celestial Realm. Besides him, the Black Wolf Gang had 2 vice gang leaders at the 1st stage of the Celestial Realm. The rest were all below the Celestial stage. Under Gu Chen's orders, Ding Wei had no choice but to bring all the Black Wolf Gang members to act together with Gu Chen. If he dared not cooperate, he wouldn't be able to survive in Luoan County anymore. Ding Wei suffered in silence. Today, seeing Gu Chen mobilize such a large force, he realized they were preparing to fight to the death against that group of bear demons. The force that was supposed to hand over tribute today was the 2nd faction in Nine King Mountain, Black Wind Cliff, the territory of the Black Bear King. The Black Bear King's cultivation was at the early stage of the Celestial 4th Realm. Under his command were 2 Black Bear generals at the Celestial 3rd Realm, 6 bear demons at the 2nd Realm, over a dozen at the 1st Realm, and more than 40 lower-tier bear clan members below the Celestial stage. Gu Chen had mobilized all members of the Luoan County Night Watch Department and all personnel under the Black Wolf Gang. Clearly, this wasn't about negotiating with those bear demons. Black Wind Cliff was located to the west of Luoan County, its entrance a mountain gully. When Gu Chen and his men arrived at the gully, a group of bear demons was already waiting there. These bear demons were noticeably larger than the dog demons Gu Chen had slaughtered half a month prior. Each one was broad-shouldered and muscular, with black bear heads rubbing their claws in anticipation. At their head was a black bear general at the late stage of the Celestial 3rd Realm, clad in leather armor, with 2 other bear demons at the 2nd Realm. There were also 5 bear demons at the 1st Realm, and over a dozen smaller bear clan members below the Celestial stage. They weren't certain whether Gu Chen would hand over the tribute today, so they had come prepared. If he didn't comply, they were ready to fight. 1, 2, 3, 2, 4. Their intelligence wasn't much better than those dog demons from before. They couldn't even count properly. But seeing so many people with Gu Chen, they assumed he was going to compromise and hand over the tribute. After all, they were far more powerful than those dog demons. They had sent 2 celestial Third Realm generals to destroy the entire pack. I'm too lazy to count, the Black Bear general said to Ding Wei. Just leave the tribute people aside, and you can go back. Among these human forces of the Divine Dynasty, it only knew Ding Wei. In the past, Ding Wei had been the one negotiating with them, ensuring regular tribute of people. In exchange, the demons agreed not to descend the mountain and devour people indiscriminately. While this placed restrictions on them, there were benefits. The Divine Dynasty's overall strength was no joke, and large-scale attacks would provoke severe retaliation. The Divine Dynasty would certainly send experts beyond the 5th celestial realm to deal with them. Their fate would be complete annihilation, reduced to materials for demons. Such negotiated tribute, though reduced in quantity, allowed them occasional taste of human flesh and blood, which was worth it. Ding Wei didn't respond, instead looking at Gu Chen. Everyone stand back and watch. I'll handle this negotiation, Gu Chen said to Ding Wei and the Night Watch Department members. The others were confused by this. Director Gu had brought them all here. Was he not planning to attack these bear demons? Was he simply using their presence as intimidation while still intending to negotiate? Before they could process this, Gu Chen drew his fire mystic blade and unleashed the burning wood sword technique. Against demons weaker than the 4th celestial realm, he didn't even need the demon subduing sword method. The burning wood technique was more than enough. Gu Chen had no patience for wasted words. He struck without warning, a horizontal slash of flame tearing through the air. The Third Realm Black Bear general never even had time to react before Gu Chen's blade severed its head. It died bewildered, unable to comprehend why the human attacked without warning. Then came the second bear demon, a second realm one, also dispatched with a single effortless stroke. To Ding Wei, Qian Shun, and the others, these bear demons had seemed invincible. Against Gu Chen, they fell like clay chickens and tiled dogs, worthless and fragile. Flames from the burning wood technique swept across the battlefield as Gu Chen moved with the wall-crawling gecko step. His speed left only afterimages for the onlookers to track. Bear heads tumbled one after another. In an instant, 7 or 8 demons lay dead. Run! We can't defeat him. Let the king handle this. The remaining bear demons fled in terror up the mountain gorge. Their courage had deserted them. This human was too terrifying. Without hesitation, he killed every bear he encountered. None could match him. He hadn't come to negotiate at all. He had come to slaughter them. Gu Chen sneered and gave chase. Not a single bear demon would escape today. He intended to feast on bear paws. The wall-crawling gecko step activated, and he scaled the cliff face like a great gecko. Cutting off the remaining dozen or so bear demons ahead, another massacre began. Moments later, all the bear demons lay dead where they fell. They became a pile of demonic corpses. Gu Chen stood atop the heap. Ding Wei, the negotiation is over. Come clean up the scene, he said calmly. Behind Ding Wei, Qian Shun and the others stood dumbfounded. Gu Chen had single-handedly slaughtered all these bear demons. Coming. Ding Wei snapped back to reality and led the Black Wolf gang members forward. As per the old rules, you're responsible for extracting all the useful materials from these bear demons and stacking them aside, Gu Chen instructed. Yes, Ding Wei nodded repeatedly. The rest of the Night Watch personnel follow me up Black Wind Cliff. Gu Chen ordered the Night Watch members. Yes, sir. The 12 Night Watch members present obeyed the order and followed Gu Chen up Black Wind Cliff. On Black Wind Cliff, the bear demons were still waiting for their counterparts below to bring up the tribute. But the humans had arrived, without any bears. The Black Bear King saw Gu Chen's group approaching with fierce intent and sensed impending disaster. They wore the uniforms of the Luoan County Night Watch Department. These were Night Watch members, not the usual tribute. Their arrival meant the bear demons he'd sent to the mountain foot had been eliminated. Do you really intend to declare war on all the remaining demonic forces of Nine King Mountain? The Black Bear King rumbled, his voice deep and cold. Standing over 2 meters tall, it towered above ordinary bear demons. Its black fur and skin were hard as iron, its claws sharp as steel blades, and its muscular frame radiated menace. Fierce light flashed from its eyes as it fixed its gaze on Gu Chen. The human shook his head. No, not war, Gu Chen replied, drawing his fire mystic blade. I've simply come to slaughter you. Before the Bear King could respond, Gu Chen blurred into an afterimage and charged. Though the Black Bear King possessed cultivation at the 4th celestial realm, just enough to barely track his movements. Seeing him was one thing, but dodging was impossible. Gu Chen unleashed a ferocious strike, the flame-infused blade carving through the air like a dragon's sweeping tail. A crescent-shaped blade light flashed, and the Black Bear King was sliced diagonally from right shoulder to left waist, its massive body splitting in two. Its internal organs spilled across the ground as blood sprayed outward. Despite having undergone 4 transformations to forge a body capable of withstanding ordinary weapons, it possessed no resistance against Gu Chen's blade. The dying Black Bear King stared in terror at Gu Chen. The 5th celestial realm. You possess power at that level. No wonder you dared to strike us directly. But do you truly believe that mid-stage 5th realm power is enough to wipe us all out? You're delusional. The White Tiger King carries mixed bloodline and has reached the peak of the 5th celestial realm. It will kill you. You stand no chance against it. The bear demon collapsed dead after uttering these few words. The White Tiger King. It won't be long before it joins you, Chen remarked coldly. His true power had stunned not only the fallen Bear King, but also the Night Watch members watching. They had previously reasoned that since Chen could effortlessly slay the Elder Dog Demon at Chingo Ridge, his cultivation must be at least 4th celestial realm. But they had underestimated their director. Their director Chen had actually reached the 5th celestial realm. No wonder he had the audacity to order the Black Wolf Gang to cease delivering tribute to the demons. With such power, who would still tolerate being treated as livestock by these demons? Chen ignored their astonishment, raised his blade, and turned his gaze toward the remaining bear demons. Your turn, he announced, charging forward to begin the next slaughter. Not a single bear demon on Blackwind Cliff would escape today. They would all die. Run. He's a 5th celestial realm expert, cried the strongest remaining bear demon, a black bear general at the 3rd realm. Before it could finish speaking, it was sliced in two by Chen's diagonal strike, following the Black Bear King's fate. The remaining bear demons attempted to flee. Chen immediately ordered all Night Watch members, block the downhill path. Let none escape. Duan Xingchen and Xianshen quickly led 10 watchers to seal off the route. The strongest remaining bear demon was merely at the 2nd celestial realm, no match for Duan Xingchen, a 3rd realm expert. They couldn't break through the blockade. Chen waged slaughter across Blackwind Cliff. One by one bear demons fell, their blood painting the cliff crimson. Before long, every last bear demon lay dead at his blade. Demons devour humans and humans slay demons. It was the natural cycle, karma, unwavering. Done. Dismissed, Chen said, brushing off his hands. Next target. The Night Watch members froze at his words. Next target. What did he mean? Had destroying the bear demon forces on Blackwind Cliff not been enough? Was he planning to eliminate all the demonic factions across Nine King Mountain? They were unaware of Chen's plans. But as subordinates, they simply needed to obey whatever orders Chen gave. If Chen did not possess the strength of the 5th realm of the innate stage, they would never dare to go up against the demon forces of the Nine Kings Mountain. They would not have dared. But now things were different. With their boss leading the charge from the front, what was there to fear? They would simply charge in and slaughter their way through. Chen was directly dispatched by the Night Watch Division of Jinshi Commandery, bypassing Lingbian City via an airborne deployment. Perhaps he had obtained the approval of some important figure from that side, coming here to resolve the demon threat in Luan County. They just needed to follow his lead. They arrived at the mountain stream below the peak. The members of the Black Wolf Gang had already stripped all the valuable materials from the bear demon corpses scattered throughout the mountain stream. Chen looked toward Ding Wei, shouting sorry for the trouble. Send the brothers up the mountain to strip the materials from the bear demons up there as well. I've already negotiated with them. We are heading to the Miasma Valley now. Once you've finished at Blackwind Cliff, come over and assist. I plan to negotiate with the snake demons there today as well. Chen said calmly. Yes, sir. Ding Wei nodded hastily. A tidal wave of shock surged through his heart. Seeing Chen speak with such casual ease, he estimated that the Black Bear King of Blackwind Cliff had already fallen to Chen's hand. And now he wanted to go to Miasma Valley. Did Chen intend to annihilate 2 of the 9 Kings Mountain's demon forces in a single day? Chen did not bother to explain. He gave a slight nod, then led the Night Watchman away. The 3rd demon force of the 9 Kings Mountain, the Miasma Valley. It was the domain of the Green Snake King, whose strength had reached the consummation of the 3rd realm of the innate stage. Under its command were 3 snake demons at the 2nd realm of the innate stage, 9 snake demons at the 1st realm of the innate stage, and nearly 100 lesser snake demons at the bottom of the hierarchy. Its overall strength exceeded that of the Old Dog Demon's Green Dog Ridge, yet fell slightly short of the Black Bear King's Blackwind Cliff. But to him, however, it mattered little. With his current strength, beneath the true origin realm, he feared no demon force whatsoever. Even against demon forces backed by a true origin realm initial stage cultivator. If they failed to handle their encounter with him carefully, they might still fall prey to his schemes. Now employing the 5 types of Thunder Force transformed into the 5-element Thunder True Origin, combined with the execution of the demon-slaying saber art, his power was already no less than that of an initial stage True Origin realm powerhouse. To say that he planned to annihilate 2 demon forces today was far too conservative. His plan called for 3. The materials harvested from these demons could all be exchanged for silver. He now owed a sum of silver to the Chung family, although the Chung family would say nothing about it, as the shadowy figure backing the Chung family, constantly diminishing himself by borrowing money from his subordinates, was no proper way to go about things. He could only acquire some silver from these demons first. The valuable materials on the dog demons from Green Dog Ridge were few, but the bear demons of Blackwind Cliff, their pelts, gallbladders, claws, paws, and flesh, were all extraordinarily valuable materials. The snake demons of Miasma Valley were the same. Their venom fangs, venom sacs, snake skin, snake meat, snake gallbladders, and snake bones. These would certainly fetch more silver than the dog demons of Green Dog Ridge. Once the snake demons of Miasma Valley were destroyed, The next target would be the Eagle Demons of Flying Cloud Peak. Today, eradicating 3 demon forces would suffice. If everything was carried out to perfection combined with the dog demons he had already destroyed before, then Nine Kings Mountain would be left with only 5 demon forces remaining. At that point, based on their reactions, he would decide which demon force to strike next. At the speed of Gu Chen and his innate stage experts, it took little time to travel from Blackwind Cliff to Miasma Valley. When dealing with the snake demons of Miasma Valley, one had to be cautious of their venom, especially that of their Green Snake King. Although its cultivation was only at the consummation of the 3rd realm of the innate stage, its venom was potent enough to poison even those of the 4th realm of the innate stage. But regrettably, before Gu Chen, this was still far from enough. Gu Chen's iron body had already reached consummation. He feared no venom from any demon within the innate stage realm. It could be said that he was immune to all poison techniques within the innate stage. The Green Snake King's venom could not even corrode his skin, let alone penetrate into his body. However, while he feared no poison, the other members of the Night Watch division were not so fortunate. They did not possess the iron body and had no way to resist the snake demon's venom. Among the 9 demon forces of Nine Kings Mountain, the group the Night Watch division's members least wished to engage was precisely these snake demons of Miasma Valley. You all stay outside the valley and intercept any snake demons that attempt to flee later. I will go in alone, Gu Chen instructed Duan Xingchen and the other Night Watchmen. Yes, sir. The Night Watchmen rejoiced inwardly. They had no objections to merely standing guard outside rather than engaging in fierce combat with these snake demons within the valley. Facing other demons, they would have no worries. But to venture into the mist-filled Miasma Valley to fight these snake demons that spat venomous arrows was something they deeply feared. These creatures were far too treacherous and vexing to deal with. One careless mistake, and they could be poisoned, leading to an easy death. Naturally, not having to enter was the best outcome. Gu Chen turned and stepped into the Miasma Valley. Within the Miasma Valley, dark green poisonous mists permeated everywhere, thick as paste. The deeper one advanced, the more the piercing stench of decay assailed the senses. Deep within, the toxic mists blotted out the sky. Before he had gone far, over a dozen snake demons blocked his path. Their leader was a snake demon at the 2nd realm of the innate stage. Its body stretched over 10 meters long, its scales tough as iron, reflecting a greenish light. Outside the Miasma Valley, there were scout snake demons that gathered intelligence for the Green Snake King. The moment Gu Chen and the others arrived, they were spotted and the information was reported back to the Green Snake King. Today was not the scheduled day for the Black Wolf Gang of Lewin County to come and deliver human offerings to them. Yet so many members of the Night Watch division had shown up at their doorstep. Clearly nothing good would come of this. The 2nd realm innate stage snake demon immediately opened its maw at Gu Chen and sprayed forth venomous mist arrows, the corrosive power sizzling as it burned through the very air. Since Gu Chen had come uninvited, it naturally had no intention of being polite to him. Gu Chen snorted coldly. His gecko wall-crawling step activated his speed, instantly surging to its absolute limit, his form darting like a phantom to evade every venomous arrow. In the span of a breath, he closed the distance to its front. Then his fire Xian saber rose high, and the burning wood saber art was unleashed. A blazing saber aura several meters long descended. Crack! The tough scales of this 2nd realm innate stage snake demon shattered at the impact. The flaming saber chi instantly tore apart the serpent's body. Its frame crumbled inch by inch, and it perished on the spot. The remaining dozen or so snake demons were utterly terrified by the sight. Their 2nd realm innate stage general had been killed by Gu Chen with such effortless ease. Altogether now gang up on him. A 1st realm innate stage snake demon transmitted its command to the others. In single combat, they were certainly no match for Gu Chen. Only by swarming him did they stand any chance of victory. All the snake demons surged toward Gu Chen in a coordinated assault, some spraying venom, others lashing out with their tails. A chaotic barrage of attacks. Gu Chen did not bother to evade. He stood his ground firmly. The 5 thunder innate art circulated at full power, 5 types of thunder force endlessly swirling around his body, annihilating all the poisonous mist that drew near him. Then he unleashed the burning wood saber art in a frenzy. The snake demons had no time to resist before being cleaved in 2 by his blade. Within mere moments, 4 or 5 snake demons had already perished beneath Gu Chen's saber. The remaining snake demons were scared out of their wits and immediately turned to flee. Gu Chen's foot stamped down as he instantly closed the distance. His fire Xian saber slashed repeatedly, the flaming saber aura crisscrossing through the air. Before long, all of the dozen-plus snake demons had been annihilated. The battle's tremors soon drew out the Green Snake King from deep within the valley. It led the snake demons of the valley charging out to attack. Its massive demon body surged forward, wreathed in terrifying demonic chi, part of the poisonous mist being shaken apart by its advance. Its serpentine frame stretched over a dozen meters long and was as thick as a water barrel. Its scales gleamed with light, and its slit pupils burned a blood-red crimson. Seeing over a dozen of its snake demons slaughtered by Gu Chen, its fury blazed like a raging inferno. What is the meaning of this Night Watch division? Do you truly intend to make a move against every demon force of the Nine Kings Mountain? It parted its serpentine jaws, speaking in human tongue as it fixed its gaze upon Chen. What if we do? Chen replied calmly. Do you truly believe that just because you could slay that old dog demon you are a match for me? The Green Snake King glared at Chen with killing intent boiling over. For slaughtering so many of my snake demons today, you shall pay with your life as atonement. It suddenly opened its maw, a blast of poisonous mist filled with countless tiny venomous arrows shooting toward Chen. Chen neither dodged nor evaded. His iron body erupted, silver runes flickering across his form to shield him, while simultaneously the 5 types of thunder force transformed into the 5-element thunder true origin to protect his body. The moment the poisonous mist and venom arrows touched Chen's silver protective runes and true origin, they were utterly annihilated. Your poison mist cannot harm me. Chen spoke in a flat tone. Then his foot stamped down, and he leveraged his gecko wall-crawling step to launch himself into the air. The burning wood saber art activated. Flames surged violently along the blade of his fire Xian saber, ferocious saber, chi coiling around the weapon as he moved with blinding speed. Die! With a thunderous roar, the blazing saber aura tore through the dim mist-shrouded valley as it slashed toward the Green Snake King. The Green Snake King was greatly alarmed. It mustered all its demonic power to condense a barrier of deadly poison to resist, but before that saber aura the barrier crumbled like paper, shattering instantly. The saber aura struck its serpentine body with a thunderous crash. The Green Snake King let out a wretched shriek as its massive frame was cleaved in two, tumbling across the ground. Seeing this, Chen continued with 2 more consecutive strikes from his fire Xian saber, cutting its body into 4 segments. Then he drove a blade straight down into its snake head, putting a final end to it. With the Green Snake King dead, the snake demons within the valley scattered in all directions, desperate to flee. Chen's burning wood saber art erupted, saber chi sweeping out toward the surrounding snake demons. Those snake demons beneath the innate stage realm had no power to resist at all, being easily cleaved into pieces. Those innate stage snake demons, while barely able to resist, found Chen's successive saber strikes arriving with pinpoint precision to execute them. Today not a single snake demon would be allowed to escape. After the slaughter, snake demon corpses lay scattered all around Chen. Segments of flesh lay strewn haphazardly across the ground. Chen sheathed his fire Xian saber. Arriving outside the valley, Chen addressed the night watchman. Come in and collect the materials from the snake demons' bodies. Yes, sir. The night watchman hurriedly entered. They had felt the sounds of battle from outside earlier, but due to the troublesome nature of the snake demon's venom, they had chosen to continue waiting outside. They had not expected Chen to finish so quickly. The group entered and began collecting the valuable materials from the snake demons' bodies for Chen. Since the Black Wolf Gang's personnel had not yet arrived, they would take over this work for the time being. They suspected that Chen had brought them along precisely for the purpose of collecting materials from the snake demons. Chen had killed the demons without letting them participate, so the precious materials obtained from the kills could all belong to Chen alone. Of course, Chen possessed the strength to do so, so there was nothing improper about it. Given the situation earlier, even if Chen had promised them the materials from any snake demons they personally killed in exchange for them coming inside to fight, they would not have dared. The Miasma Valley has been eradicated. The next demon force will be the Eagle Demons of Flying Cloud Peak. Chen said to the night watchmen, who were helping him collect the snake demon materials, I'll head over first. Once you've gathered the materials, wait for the Black Wolf Gang personnel to arrive, hand the materials over to them to transport back, and then follow me to Flying Cloud Peak. Yes, sir, the night watchman nodded. They had not expected that Chen's annihilation of 2 major demon forces today, Black Wind Cliff and Miasma Valley, would still not be enough. He intended to move against the Eagle Demons of Flying Cloud Peak as well. Was their division commander planning to eradicate every single demon force on Nine Kings Mountain within just these few days? Chen paid no heed to their thoughts and departed the Miasma Valley directly. Flying Cloud Peak, the domain of the Eagle King, whose strength had reached the consummation of the 3rd realm of the innate stage. Under its command were 4 Eagle Demons at the 2nd realm of the innate stage, 9 Eagle Demons at the 1st realm of the innate stage, and more than 50 lesser Eagle Demons beneath the innate stage realm. Their strength was roughly on par with that of Miasma Valley. However, these Eagle Demons could fly. Should the situation turn against them, they might take to the skies and flee. Bringing too many people along could easily startle them. Therefore, it was better for him to sneak in alone and cut down as many as he could. Fei Yunfeng perched at the edge of the range of peaks surrounding Jiuwangshan. Chen arrived only at dusk, and the sky gradually grew dark. At night, if this flock of hawk demons swirled and flew, their vision would be obstructed. Oh, as long as his speed is swift enough, he should be able to slaughter them all. Fei Yunfeng is ringed by sheer cliffs. The hawk fiend's lair sits at the summit. Ordinary people cannot reach it. Even cultivators, unless they have reached the true Yuan realm, must rely on agile methods to climb up. Chen's gecko wall walking step is adept at climbing as well. His footfalls land, the technique unfurls, and he rises with the ease of a giant gecko landing on the cliff. With both hands he grips the cliff tightly, then climbs upward swiftly. Fei Yunfeng's summit is a vast platform hundreds of meters above the ground. In less than a quarter of an hour, Gu Chen reaches the summit. Around the peak in various directions hawk fiends are keeping watch. On the side he was climbing two blood-refining realm, perfected hawk fiends stand guard. Gu Chen climbs cautiously, every movement quiet. The two hawk fiends fail to notice him for a moment as he nears the cliff top. Gu Chen uses both hands and feet in unison, leaping toward the summit and landing between the two hawk fiends. The distance between them is about 10 meters. Gu Chen stands roughly 5 meters from each. Seeing a human suddenly vault up from below, the two hawk fiends are taken aback. Who are you to dare intrude upon Fei Yunfeng? One hawk fiend roars at Gu Chen, then lashes out with its talons toward him. They are eagle-headed humanoids with feathered wings on their backs and talons for hands and feet razor sharp. Gu Chen does not answer. He unsheaths the Huoshuan Dao and slashes at the hawk fiend rushing him. A crescent blade of flame erupts from the Huoshuan Dao, instantly cleaving the hawk fiend in two, blood spraying. You audacious rogue, daring to force your way up the peak and kill fiends. Are you courting death? Behind him the other hawk fiend on guard shouts in anger. Gu Chen pays it no heed, delivering another stroke. Blade energy bursts forth, slicing it in two as well. Creatures below the innate realm are like clay chickens or tile dogs under his blade chi. Only great demons at the innate realm, tempered in flesh and bone, can resist his blade chi. Although he instantaneously slew two fiends, the commotion still drew the attention of hawk fiends elsewhere on Feiyan Peak. Soon a second realm innate hawk fiend led more than 10 hawk fiends this way. The leader, a hawk fiend of the innate realm second stage, eyes Gu Chen and the bodies of the hawk fiends lying on either side with cold precision. From his attire, Gu Chen appears to be from the Luan County Shui Si. He roars, "What do you mean Luan County Shui Si, climbing Fei Yunfeng uninvited and killing my hawk fiends? Do you intend to start a war with Feiyan Peak?" "You guessed correctly." Gu Chen looks at it coolly. "Here is your reward." As the words fall, his footwork shifts and his figure vanishes to appear in front of it. With one stroke he pierces it. "Luan County Shui Si not only deals with you, but the other demons of Zhou Wangshan. We will not spare them either." Gu Chen speaks calmly before it, then pushes it over. The hawk fiend dies with unseeing eyes. Its only thought is that Gu Chen is very strong, at least a 4th realm innate expert. Now silently, he climbs Feiyan Peak, and all the hawk fiends on the summit are likely to be finished. After killing this innate 2nd realm hawk fiend, Gu Chen stops talking and moves with his footwork. He begins a frenzy of slaughter against the surrounding hawk fiends, aiming to cut them all down while they are stunned and unable to react or take flight. Gu Chen unleashes burning wood blade technique, the violent flame blade chi sweeping outward in waves. Blade chi rips through the surroundings like a storm, and those below the innate realm are cleaved into pieces. Even innate realm hawk fiends that are not instantly slain are struck, their wings singed by the flame blade chi, losing their ability to fly. Not far away, Gu Chen catches up and slays them. More than a dozen hawk fiends are slain within a few breaths. Just as he finishes, more hawk fiends arrive from a distance. Where did this fierce rogue come from? How dare you rampage on Fei Yunfeng? A roar interrupts the fray. A dark figure sweeps in from afar, wings spread 7 to 8 meters wide, cutting wind toward Gu Chen. Its talons flash black as they surge toward Gu Chen's body. 30-centimeter long eagle talons seem to grip Gu Chen's chest as if to tear his heart out. This is Feiyan Peak's strongest hawk fiend, the Tsang Ying Wang. Seeing the Tsang Ying Wang arrive, Gu Chen snorts fearless. He leaps into the air, both hands gripping the sword, and delivers a vertical slash. In an instant, a flame blade bursts from Gu Chen's Huoshuan Dao several meters long. He targets the Tsang Ying Wang, which is swooping toward him, and descends toward its head. Not good. The Tsang Ying Wang reels in alarm, wings and claws crossing to shield its head, trying to resist. Swish! A blade falls, blood staining the sky. The formidable Tsang Ying Wang is cleaved in two by Gu Chen's strike, its blood organs, and has rending through the air and splattering to both sides. Gu Chen lands steadily. A murderous aura sweeps over the hawk fiends now rushing in. The Eagle King is dead. The hawk fiends, seeing the corpse of the Tsang Ying Wang, tremble in fear and shake. Looking at Gu Chen, they recoil and retreat. Even their Eagle King was no match for him. If they advance again, it would be suicidal. Run! The hawk fiends scatter. Yet night has fallen completely. They lack night vision, and taking off blindly could send them plummeting from the cliff. This is the end, crushed to bits. Gu Chen sneers and moves to cut down the panicked hawk fiends. Among the hawk fiends, several rise into the air and fly toward the dark sky beyond Feiyan Peak. The leading hawk fiend that rises to the air is not strong, only late blood refining realm, yet they differ in build from the others with a pair of long ears atop their head. They are owl demons. They have night vision. Gu Chen sees a few escaping owls and is somewhat speechless. He hadn't expected a few night owls among these hawk fiends. But letting them escape is not a great loss. Eliminating the rest of the hawk fiends that can't take flight will suffice. The remaining hawk fiends flee in all directions. Many hesitate whether to take off and gamble. If they fall from the cliff, they may not die. If they stay here, Gu-chun may kill them all. Gu-chun, while they hesitate, launches a frenzy of killings against other hawk fiends. Before long, Feiyun Peak's hawk fiends are reduced to less than 1/10. A few hawk fiends driven to the cliff edge launch into flight, spreading their wings to escape into the distance, gambling on a chance. Death or life, they'd rather gamble. Gu-chun cuts more than a dozen blade chi toward the directions they are taking off, and the sounds of blade chi slicing into flesh ring out. Whether they fall, Gu-chun cannot tell. Looking at the hawk fiends' corpses around him, Gu-chun feels satisfied. The materials from their bodies, once stripped, will become fuel for his cultivation. Eagle claws, wings, and beaks are all valuable. After resting atop the cliff for a while, Gu-chun uses the gecko wall walking step again and slowly descends from Feiyun Peak. His realm has reached the mid-stage of innate fifth realm, his eyesight has grown, and he has a certain degree of night vision. Under the faint starlight, Gu-chun successfully lands at the cliff's base. At this moment, a group of guards from Luan County Shui arrives at the base of the cliff. Master, seeing Gu-chun sliding down from the cliff, they bow to him. Gu-chun nods and says to them, the hawk fiends above have been dealt with. Go up and collect the materials, then take them to the county town to sell. Bring the silver to me. Yes. The guards obey. They could not participate in the demon slaying, so they perform the final cleanup work. Although the silver from these monsters isn't theirs, they do the job. But facing demons, the danger is not theirs. One could say danger and reward are proportional. Gu-chun returns to the Luan County Shui. Wei Zhong has not slept yet. He remains in Gu-chun's courtyard waiting for his return. If Gu-chun plans to refine pills, he can light the fire in time. Master Gu, you're back. Wei Zhong by the furnace yawns and salutes Gu-chun. Gu-chun nods. Was today's negotiation smooth? Did that group of bear fiends give you trouble? Wei Zhong asks. No, they were easy to talk to. From now on, they won't let Luan County hand over people anymore. That's wonderful, though it takes Master Gu to handle them after all. Wei Zhong sighs. Master Gu truly is all round. Not only powerful, but also skilled in negotiation. Being able to follow Gu-chun is the greatest fortune of his life. During these days of following Gu-chun, he has had no worries about food and drink. His cultivation has risen steadily, and he is not far from surpassing a top-tier realm. During this period, after Gu-chun refines each batch of pills during rest, he explains the essence of the Lightning 5-strike blade to him. Having Gu-chun, who has already mastered the Lightning 5-strike blade, explain the blade method is a rare gift. He advances rapidly in this blade method. He estimates that in less than a month he will master it. At the same time, he does not lack pills for cultivation during this period. Every day, he can take a chi and blood pill. In at most a month, he will break through the blood refining realm to perfection, and then stride into the super first-class level to challenge innate realm. Before following Gu-chun, his plan was to reach a first-class expert level, if luck allowed. After following Gu-chun, he believes his innate potential might be awakened. That is the benefit of following the right boss. Only when he reaches innate realm can he better stay by Gu-chun's side to help him. Otherwise, with Gu-chun's prodigious talent, it wouldn't be long before he reached even higher realms, and he might not have the chance to stay by Gu-chun's side. Go rest now, no more pills refining today. Gu-chun tells him. Yes, Master Gu, you should also rest after tidying up. Withdrawn. Wei Zhong backs away. Gu-chun nods. During this time, he has guided Wei Zhong in blade techniques, preparing to cultivate him. As his strength rises and his ties with the Chung family run deep, letting the Chung family buy pills for him would easily expose his cultivation. As long as someone with intent investigates, they will find out. He plans to train Wei Zhong's abilities and hand the task of buying pills to Wei Zhong in the future. Of course, the prerequisite is that Wei Zhong's talent is strong enough, at least reaching innate realm, and that he learns some of Gu-chun's arts, such as gecko wall walking, step burning, wood blade technique, and Xiangui hidden art. Only in this way can there be sufficient capability to handle the matter. When his money is enough, the Xiantai body can also let Wei Zhong practice. The prerequisite is Wei Zhong's aptitude to comprehend these arts. Those martial arts are the insights he gained from exchanging copper bowls for techniques and cultivations. Wei Zhong cannot do this yet. He can only teach himself, slowly explaining things to him. With his own already perfected understanding of these arts, explaining them is simple. How much he ultimately comprehends will depend on his own effort. Over the next few days, Gu-chun desisted from launching further attacks against the remaining demon forces of Jiwang Mountain. To annihilate them, he had to proceed step by step. Striking too fiercely all at once would easily provoke a collective backlash. If they were startled into fleeing Jiwang Mountain and retreating into the depths of the 100,000 mountains, he would no longer be able to hunt them for their demonic materials to exchange for silver. The demonic materials obtained from eradicating the three major demon factions, Black Wind Cliff, Poisonous Fog Valley, and Feiyun Peak, had already been entirely liquidated into silver by the Black Wolf Gang and the Night Watchers under his command and delivered to him. The bear paws, hides, and gallbladders harvested from the bear demons of Black Wind Cliff sold for over 5,000 taels of silver, more than double the proceeds from the dog demons of Chingo Ridge. The snake skins, venom sacs, and gallbladders obtained from the serpent demons of Poisonous Fog Valley brought in over 4,000 taels of silver, while the talons, beaks, and wings gathered from the eagle demons of Feiyun Peak fetched more than 3,000. In total it amounted to over 13,000 taels, a bountiful harvest. Once the Chung family returned with the next batch of pills they purchased for him combined with his earnings from alchemy during this period, he would amass over 17,000 taels, enough to repay his debt to them. During these past few days, news of his eradication of Black Wind Cliff, Poisonous Fog Valley, and Feiyun Peak had reached the ears of the 5 remaining demon factions on Jiuwang Mountain. For now, these demonic forces made no moves, though they ceased demanding that Luowan County continue surrendering human tributes to them. They were likely deterred by his actions, wary of his strength and afraid to act rashly. Chen was in no hurry either. Since the demons had temporarily quieted down, he paused his operations for a while. Once his strength increased further, he would sweep through and wipe them out completely. When that time came, he would not only eliminate these demons, but also deal with Gong Yi, the deputy commander of the Linbian City Nightwatcher Division, who had previously colluded with them. One of the 2 missions Tai Yangtian had entrusted to him was to uncover the mastermind behind the murders of the former commander and 2 deputy commanders of the Luowan County Nightwatcher Division. Since Gong Yi was the culprit, Chen could not let him off. When the time came, he would take Gong Yi's head back to Tai Yangtian to complete his mission. More than half a month had passed since he delivered the intelligence on the Black Heaven sect to Tai Yangtian. He wondered if Tai Yangtian had made good use of the information to completely eradicate those sewer rats of the Black Heaven sect. If they were taking care of, a share of that merit would surely belong to him. Combining these 2 achievements, and given Tai Yangtian's promise, he would likely be promoted and directly reassigned to serve as commander of a city-level Nightwatcher division. Meanwhile, in Jiuwang Mountain, the demon kings of the 5 remaining demon factions had gathered at the territory of the strongest among them, the Great Tiger King of Rocky Slope, to hold a council. The newly appointed Nightwatcher commander Chen is far too arrogant. He has already wiped out 4 of our demon factions on Jiuwang Mountain. If this continues, won't he target all of us remaining demon kings next? Said the Fox Demon King of Yinhuai Hollow, its face etched with worry. Its strength was barely superior to that of the Black Bear King, whom Chen had slain. According to the intelligence they gathered, Chen likely possessed the strength of the mid-5th stage of the Xiantian realm. If he were to strike again, obliterating Yinhuai Hollow would be effortless for him. We cannot simply sit and await our doom. Otherwise, when he strikes again, except for Rocky Slope and Coldwater Pool, our other 3 remaining factions will likely be picked off one by one, urged the Flame Lion King of Qian Peak. Its cultivation was at the late 4th stage of the Xiantian realm, making it no match for Chen either. The 5 factions still remaining in Jiuwang Mountain were the Fox Demon Kings Yinhuai Hollow, the Flame Lion Kings Qian Peak, the Ancient Ape Kings Kumu Mountain, the Iron Turtle Kings Coldwater Pool, and the Great Tiger Kings Rocky Slope. The Ancient Ape King possessed peak 4th stage Xiantian strength, yet before Chen, who had already reached the 5th stage of the Xiantian realm, it was still far from enough. The Iron Turtle King of Coldwater Pool was at the early 5th stage of the Xiantian realm, although it was a minor realm weaker than Chen, the new commander of the Luowan County Nightwatcher Division. Turtle demons possessed naturally formidable defensive capabilities. Once retracted into its shell, unless a true Essence Realm expert intervened, no Xiantian realm combatant could breach its defense. Furthermore, if the situation turned dire, it could simply retreat into the Coldwater Pool. As long as it remained submerged, it would be difficult for Chen to dive into the deep pool to wage aquatic combat. Thus it had little to fear. On the other hand, the Great Tiger King possessed peak 5th stage Xiantian strength and was born with the rare lineage of the exotic White Tiger. Its combat prowess allowed it to clash directly with weaker early-stage true Essence Realm experts, making it the only one among the 5 Demon Kings capable of confronting Chen. This was precisely why the other 4 Demon Kings had gathered at Rocky Slope today. They wanted the Great Tiger King to deal with Chen. We killed the previous commander of the Luowan County Nightwatcher Division. This new commander must have been sent by the high-ranking officials of the Divine Dynasty's Nightwatchers to seek vengeance. He will certainly not spare us, said the Ancient Ape King, looking toward the master of Rocky Slope, the Great Tiger King, to gauge its thoughts. If the Great Tiger King refused to act and allowed Chen to continue targeting them, it would prepare to abandon Kumu Mountain and retreat into the depths of the 100,000 Mountains. At worst, it could migrate to another county bordering the 100,000 Mountains and the Divine Dynasty to continue its nefarious deeds. With its peak 4th stage Xiantian strength, it could thrive in any other border county of the Divine Dynasty. Typically, the Nightwatcher forces stationed in a standard county of the Divine Dynasty, even at the level of their strongest commander, only possessed the strength of the 3rd stage of the Xiantian realm at most. They had not expected that killing the former commander of the Luowan County Nightwatcher Division would draw the wrath of the high-ranking officials of the Jinshi Commandery Nightwatchers, who directly dispatched a powerful expert of the 5th stage of the Xiantian realm to oversee the area, making their lives incredibly difficult overnight. If the Great Tiger King refused to take action against Chen, they would have no choice but to relocate, otherwise it would not be long before they met the same fate as the Black Bear King and the other fallen Demon Kings. In truth, the Ancient Ape King was overthinking. Although Tai Yangtian had sent Gu Chun to oversee Luowan County to accomplish 2 major missions, he had set no deadline for him. Tai Yangtian's original plan was to dispatch Gu Chun, who was in the 3rd stage of the Xiantian realm, to station here alongside Duan Xingchen, who was also in the 3rd stage. Within 5 years, if Gu Chun could break through to the 5th stage of the Xiantian realm, resolve the demon threat, and uncover the mastermind, he would be promoted. With that level of strength, Gu Chun could then take charge of a city-level Nightwatcher division. After all, for administrative divisions higher than counties such as Qiyang City and Lianbian City, the commanders of the Nightwatcher divisions generally possess strength around the 5th stage of the Xiantian realm. Tai Yangtian had no idea that Gu Chen's actual cultivation had already reached the 5th stage of the Xiantian realm, which vastly accelerated his plan. Meanwhile, the Iron Turtle King remained silent, harboring a different perspective regarding sending the Great Tiger King against Gu Chun. Gu Chun was clearly someone highly regarded by the top brass of the Divine Dynasty's Nightwatchers. If the Great Tiger King were to kill him, it would bring ruin rather than benefit to Jiawang Mountain. Once Gu Chun died, the high-ranking Nightwatchers of the Divine Dynasty would surely mobilize True Essence Realm experts to purge them, leaving them with nowhere to run. Tiger King, say something. The Fox Demon King urged, unable to hold back upon seeing the Great Tiger King's prolonged silence. The Great Tiger King glanced at it and said, "It is not that I do not wish to deal with the new Nightwatcher commander of Luowan County, but rather that I cannot. If I were to kill him, none of you would be able to remain on Jiawang Mountain." The person from the Jinshi Commandery Nightwatcher Division who arranged for Gu Chun to come here would certainly be enraged. When the time comes, those sent to deal with us will not be as simple as the 5th stage of the Xiantian realm. True Essence Realm experts might be mobilized. If we fail to flee in time, we might not even have a chance to escape. The Great Tiger King explained helplessly. Then what should we do? Are we to just sit here and wait for him to slaughter us one by one? The Flame Lion King grumbled in displeasure. If that is the case, I have no choice but to relocate with all the lion demons of Qian Peak. I have already contacted Gong Yi, the deputy commander of the Lianbian City Nightwatcher Division, who previously cooperated with us. He has given me a clear reply. He will personally come to Luowan County to negotiate with Gu Chun and defuse the current situation. The Great Tiger King revealed. We need only wait in peace. The Great Tiger King looked at the other demon kings. He promised me that if negotiation fails, he will step in to eliminate Gu Chun himself, ensuring that none of you are picked off one by one. The existence of the Demon Kings of Jiawang Mountain is tied to his interests. He will not allow Gu Chun to shatter the current status quo. Seeing that the Great Tiger King already had a strategy, the other Demon Kings fell silent. Resolving the trouble that was Gu Chun without having to make a move themselves was indeed the best possible outcome. Otherwise, if the Great Tiger King were to act personally, they would not escape the wrath of the Nightwatchers, True Essence Realm experts. Having Gu Chun die at the hands of one of their own, allowing them to destroy each other from within, was the ideal path. Meanwhile, on Gu Chen's side, after eradicating several major factions, he remained peacefully in the Nightwatcher division, refining pills daily. The scattered demonic forces within Luowan County had recently been thoroughly purged by Duan Xingchen and his men. Furthermore, having witnessed Gu Chen's audacity in annihilating the factions of Jiawang Mountain, they had either perished or fled, no longer daring to linger within the borders of Luowan County. Now only the 5 remaining demon factions of Jiawang Mountain persisted in the county. Another 5 days passed. The Chung family caravan returned from Jinshi Commandery, bringing Gu Chun 48 5th stage Xiantian Viscera refining pills. Over these 10 days, Gu Chun had refined 36 batches of blood-chi pills. On one of those days, he had set off to eradicate the 3 demon factions of Jiawang Mountain, which had prevented him from refining pills that day. The 36 batches of pills had earned him a total of 4,320 taels in refining fees. Combined with the remaining silver he had on hand, and the proceeds from selling the materials harvested from the 3 wiped-out demon factions, Gu Chun now possessed over 18,000 taels of silver in total. He handed the 17,500 taels he owed the Chung family to Chung Mingling in a single lump sum. At the same time, he requested her to purchase another batch of Viscera refining pills on his behalf. For this final batch, he needed 50 Viscera refining pills, which would cost 14,000 taels of silver. He promised to pay her once the Chung family caravan returned in 10 days. Chung Mingling readily agreed. With the 48 Viscera refining pills now in his possession, he could finally break through to the late 5th stage of the Xiantian realm. That very night, Gu Chun retrieved his bronze bowl and placed the 48 Viscera refining pills inside. A prompt appeared from the bronze bowl. 48 5th stage Xiantian Viscera refining pills can be exchanged for 480 days of pure cultivation. Without the slightest hesitation, Gu Chun chose to exchange them. Instantly, a massive surge of cultivation poured into his body. He immediately circulated his cultivation technique, the Water Thunder Viscera refining chapter, converting the energy into Xiantian cold water thunder force to temper his internal organs. As his viscera were nourished and the cultivation was entirely absorbed, Gu Chen's aura underwent a sudden dramatic shift. His internal organs achieved a deeper stage of metamorphosis, harboring an even more terrifying water thunder force. 5 types of thunder force swirled around his body. Previously his water thunder force was relatively weak, which limited the amount of 5 elements thunder true essence he could convert when combining it with the other 4 types of thunder force. Now with his organs undergoing another transformation, the water thunder force within him doubled, allowing him to convert a far greater amount of 5 elements thunder true essence. The late 5th stage of the Xiantian realm had been reached. His next step was to wait 10 days for the Cheng family to deliver another 50 viscera refining pills, which would allow him to step into the peak 5th stage. He would then begin his charge toward the true essence realm. It had been over 20 days since Gu Chen assumed office in Luoan County. The Night Watch Bureau headquarters in Jinshi Commandery City launched a swift and thunderous operation, completely bypassing all Night Watch branches across the 4 prefectures under its jurisdiction. Within the 4 prefectures, including Huiyun Prefecture and Tianguan Prefecture, they ruthlessly eradicated the strongholds of the Dark Heaven sect. Unlike past endeavors, this operation was far from fruitless. Instead, it yielded a bountiful harvest. Every stronghold of the Dark Heaven sect seemed to have been abruptly exposed, leaving not a single member within them able to escape. The Jinshi Commandery Night Watch headquarters dispatched 4 silver-robed Night Watchers to lead the assault, utterly decimating the Dark Heaven sect. The moles planted by the sect within the various prefectural Night Watch offices were apprehended beforehand. The sect master, the 2 deputy sect masters, and the 4 great elders all perished in battle on the spot. As for the other elders, protectors, and emissaries, not a single one managed to flee. The Dark Heaven sect, which had once run rampant in Jinshi Commandery, thus met its end. Within the Night Watch office of Linbian City Gong, he was engaged in a deep conversation with an envoy sent by an influential figure from Jinshi Commandery. Previously, he had ordered the Black Wolf Gang within Luoan County to abduct people to nourish the essence-condensing flowers. Part of this was for his own sake, but the other part was because he was acting on behalf of that influential figure in Jinshi Commandery. Otherwise, with his mere authority as a vice-commandant of a single city's Night Watch office, he would never have dared to orchestrate such an atrocity. Had it been exposed, his death would have been certain. However, the prominent figure he served could guarantee his safety and shield him from harm even if the matter came to light. The newly appointed commandant of the Luoan County Night Watch, Gu Chen, is not at the 3rd stage of the Xiantian realm at all, but rather the 5th stage. Gong Yi said straightforwardly. He might be someone Tiantian holds in high regard. He came to Luoan County first to resolve the demon threat, and second perhaps to investigate the heir's secret. These sordid deeds of his were performed on behalf of the son of the Jinshi Commandery governor. Human flesh and essence could be used not only to nourish rare spiritual herbs like the essence-condensing flower, but also many other high-grade spiritual medicines that enhanced one's essence, chi, and spirit. This was a massive lucrative industry. It matters not even if he is, the envoy sent by the heir remarked. If he is a wise man, once his investigation leads to the heir, he should know exactly what to do. Go and warn him directly to stop while he is ahead. If he refuses to listen and insists on tracing the matter to you, and eventually to the heir, then have someone dispose of him. The envoy added indifferently, so what if he passed the Tianyuan divine selection? If he fails to appreciate our goodwill, just find an opportunity to assassinate him in secret. Understood. I shall go and speak with him today. Gongyi nodded. During the following days, while refining pills daily, Gu Chen also began planning his next demon-slaying operation. Having reached the late phase of the 5th stage of the Xiantian realm, he could now face an opponent at the early stage of the True Essence realm head-on. Wiping out the remaining 5 demon factions would be far more secure now. Delay breeds trouble. Gu Chen resolved to strike at the demons the very next day. That evening, a distinguished guest arrived at the Luoan County Night Watch office. Chen escorted him to a secret chamber used for discussions within the Night Watch office, and then went to invite Gu Chen. My Lord Vice Commandant Gong Yi of the Linbian City Night Watch has arrived, Chen reported. He says that since you, my lord, have just assumed office as the commandant of Luoan County Night Watch, you have shown great prowess in eradicating demons, consecutively wiping out several demonic forces within the county. Thus he has come specifically to commend you. He is currently waiting in the secret chamber hall, and requested that I invite you over. Gu Chen was momentarily startled upon hearing this. Gong Yi had come. How intriguing. By ordering the Black Wolf Gang to stop delivering humans to those demons, he had effectively severed Gong Yi's sordid supply chain. It was only a matter of time before Gong Yi lost his patience and paid a visit. He had not expected him to arrive so soon. Gu Chen accompanied Chen to the secret chamber hall. After bringing Gu Chen inside, Chen withdrew, leaving only Gu Chen and Gong Yi alone in the chamber. Commandant Gu, to pass the Tianyuan divine selection at such a tender age and now to achieve such great merit in eradicating demons right after arriving in Luoan County. You are truly young and promising, Gong Yi remarked, looking at Gu Chen. I dare not accept such praise, Gu Chen replied, meeting his gaze. May I ask what guidance brings Vice Commandant Gong all the way from the Linbian City Night Watch office? Gu Chen cut straight to the point. Gong Yi had traveled all this way from Linbian City to find him. Oh, surely, it was not merely to shower him with praise. Although Gong Yi was the Vice Commandant of the Linbian City Night Watch, a rank 8 official, Gu Chen held the exact same rank, and thus felt no need to act subserviently before him. Commandant Gu, it is a good thing for the young to seek merit. However, officialdom is sometimes not as simple as merely accumulating achievements. Adaptability is also of paramount importance. Gong, he said calmly. I do not quite understand. Please enlighten me, Vice Commandant Gong, Gu Chen said looking at him. The 100,000 mountains harbor countless demons. They cannot be completely eradicated by slaughter alone, Gong, he replied. Even if you wipe out all the demons on Mount Jiawang today, tomorrow other demons from the 100,000 mountains will emerge to occupy it, continuing to plague Luoan County endlessly. You will only find yourself trapped in an endless cycle, facing a constant stream of trouble. Moreover, if you slaughter too many demons, it might trigger a demon tide. At that point, while you, Commandant Gu, might be able to escape, the commoners of Luoan County will not. Gong, he explained with earnest gravity. Hearing this, Gu Chen looked at him. So according to Vice Commandant Gong, I should simply ignore the demon threat within Luoan County and allow these monsters to slaughter our citizens with impunity. No, Gong, he shook his head. It is not about ignoring them, but rather managing them gradually, slowly, and methodically, starting with minor measures before moving to major ones. An approach like yours, Commandant Gu, wiping out 4 demon factions of Mount Jiawang right from the start, is far too aggressive and easily counterproductive, Gong, he remarked. Luoan County administers 15 towns and over 200 villages with a population exceeding 500,000. With over 3,000 new births annually, an average of 8 or 9 children are born every day, Gong, he explained. The Black Wolf Gang only delivers about 20 elderly, weak, or sick individuals to those demons every half a month. This hardly affects the foundation of the entire county. Why must you, Commandant Gu, go to such lengths and wage war against those demons over this? Gong, he patiently advised. Take my advice and let the matter rest. Restore the previous agreement between the Black Wolf Gang and the demons. Your previous achievements in slaying demons will remain intact, and you will no longer have to worry about triggering a demon tide by killing too many of them. It is a win-win situation for everyone. Gu Chen sneered inwardly. A win-win situation, how pleasant it sounded. Gong Yi and the demons would rejoice, while the common people of Luoan County were sent straight to hell. And what if I refuse? Gu Chen asked, looking at Gong Yi. Hearing this, Gong Yi's expression turned cold. So Commandant Gu, you refuse to heed my advice and insist on walking down this dark path to the very end. From the day I assumed the role of Commandant of the Luoan County Night Watch, there shall be no more instances of demons devouring humans without facing retribution. Gu Chen's tone was calm, yet his attitude was unyielding. Do you not even care if this triggers a demon tide? Gong Yi barked coldly. Currently in the east of our divine dynasty, various island nations are watching us like hawks, coveting our fertile lands, while the northern barbarians have once again raised their weapons. The high officials of the divine dynasty prefer stability above all when dealing with the demons of the 100,000 mountains. Are you trying to defy the high-level strategy? Gong Yi began to frame him with political accusations. Gu Chen sneered. Before I even arrived in Luoan County to take up my post, Lord Tai promised me that I could take whatever action necessary against the demons here, and he would bear all the consequences. The high leadership of our Night Watch does not fear any demonic retaliation and is sworn to crush their arrogance. I wonder what your intentions are, Vice Commandant Gong, in repeatedly demanding our compromise, bowing to the demons, and actively offering our people to sue for peace. Gu Chen looked at him, adding mercilessly, those who know you might think you are human, but those who don't might mistake you for a demon collaborator. Good, very good. Gong Yi's lips trembled with rage. I merely advised you out of goodwill. Since Commandant Gu refuses to listen, you shall bear whatever consequences arise by yourself. Do not blame the Linbian City Night Watch for not warning you when the time comes. Thank you for your concern, Vice Commandant Gong. Farewell. Gu Chen issued a blunt eviction order. Gong Yi swept his sleeves and departed immediately. After Gong Yi left, a cold glint flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. Returning to his courtyard, Gu Chen took out the bronze bowl and placed some silver inside. He transmitted his intent to the bronze bowl, seeking to exchange for information regarding Gong Yi's murder of the former Luoan County Night Watch Commandant and the 2 vice commandants to see if there was another mastermind behind it. The bronze bowl indicated that exchanging for this information required 500 taels of silver. Gu Chen placed the silver inside. Behind Gong Yi is Tang Hong, the son of the Jinshi Commandery Governor Tang Meng. Gong Yi specifically gathers human populations to harvest their blood essence and vital energy for Tang Hong. Today his visit to you was also instigated by the envoy dispatched by Tang Hong. Reading the text, Gu Chen's gaze turned icy. Gong Yi indeed had a backer. Otherwise, with his status as a mere vice commandant of a city's night watch, he would never have dared to actively murder a county's night watch commandant. This Tang Hong was the son of the commandery governor. The governor of Jinshi Commandery was a 5th-rank official of the divine dynasty, governing a territory spanning 4 prefectures, over 40 cities, and more than 400 counties. He was effectively the king of Jinshi Commandery, capable of blotting out the sun with a single hand. If handled poorly, Gu Chen could face complete annihilation. This matter was indeed troublesome. Tai Yangtian was merely one of the 4 directors of the Jinshi Commandery Night Watch, holding a lower 6th-rank office. Above him were 2 vice commandants and a commandant. that heir Tang Hong would not necessarily show him any respect. Or rather, if the heir wished to kill him and disposed of him in secret, even if Tai Yantian discovered it after the fact, there would be nothing he could do to the heir. How to choose now depended entirely on his own deliberation. Should he compromise with Gong Yi, restoring Luoan County to its former state and continuing to surrender its people to the demons? Or should he continue to stand firm against the demons, utterly offending Gong Yi and the heir behind him, Tang Hong? He recalled the mission Tai Yantian had given him before his departure, as well as the hopeful expectation of the grandmother and grandson in that village he passed when first arriving in Luoan County, and the promise he had made to them. Screw it. Let's do this. Gu Chun did not consider himself a man of noble virtue. However, now that he sat in this position, forcing him to send the citizens under his care to be devoured by demons was something he simply could not bring himself to do. Since Tai Yantian had given him free rein to slay the demons, then at worst, he would simply slaughter every last one of them. Then he would chop off Gong Yi's head and present it as his report to see whether Tai Yantian would shield him or not. If not, at worst, he would simply leave the night watch. The world was vast. With his bronze bowl and the cultivation technique to break through the 4 realms of the ascetic, where could he not go? Early the next morning, Gu Chen mustered all the personnel of the Luoan County Night Watch and gathered everyone from the Black Wolf Gang, heading towards the territory of the Fox Demon King at Yinhuai Ravine on Mount Jiawang. Today he would slaughter the Fox Demon King along with the factions of the Ancient Ape King and the Flame Lion King. Following that, he would deal with the final forces of the Iron Turtle King and the Giant Tiger King. He would ensure that not a single demonic force remained within Luoan County. Yinhuai, the Fox Demon King of the innate 4th realm, sits in command. Under the Fox Demon King's 2 Fox Demons of innate 3rd realm, 5 of innate 2nd realm, more than a dozen of innate 1st realm, and over 70 low-level Fox Demons below innate. Overall strength was about the same as He Xiong Wan's Black Wind Cliff. Huaiyou Fox minions stood guard at the gate. Gu Chun had in a single day wiped out 3 major demon powers on Nine Kings Mountain. Let this group of Fox Demons become vigilant. Now every day some Fox spirits monitor what lies beyond the mountain gate. If there is any disturbance within Luoan County Night Watch, report it. They promptly report. Seeing Gu Chun approaching with Luoan County's Night Watch and the Black Wolf Gang, the 2 Fox guards at Yinhuai-Ao's entrance were suddenly terrified. They scrambled back to Yinhuai-Ao to report. In that period, Gu Chen's reputation had spread among the remaining demon powers. Apart from Wan Shi and Han Shui, the other 3 demon powers were no match for Gu Chen. The Luoan County Night Watch went all out. Those foxes at Yinhuai-Ao were doomed. Outside Yinhuai-Ao, seeing a few young fox demons frightened into scrambling back inside by our presence, they realized it was hopeless. Gu Chun spoke to the guards, "You guard the entrance to prevent their escape. I will go in alone to handle them." "Yes, sir." The guards replied in unison. Gu Chun, gripping the fire Xian Dao, charged straight in. Those few young fox demons staggered into Yinhuai-Ao, and before reaching the Fox Demon King, toppled and fell to the ground. "Great King, it's not good. The Luoan County Night Watch chief has brought a host of guards and is coming to raid." The Fox Demon cried, voice trembling. Hearing this, the Fox Demon King and the 2 innate 3rd realm Fox Demons beside him were startled, their faces darkened. The Luoan County Night Watch's people had charged inside. Wasn't Gong Yi from the human side supposed to come to negotiate with Gu Chun and stop him from striking them? Gu Chun dared to come to the door. At this moment, he had entered Yinhuai-Ao. He wasted no words. The fire Xian Dao whirled, and the violent flames cut toward the surroundings. He killed Fox Demons on sight. The Fox Demon King retreated in fear. It's over. Gong Yi couldn't stop him. He would press on against Nine Kings Mountain's demons. It regrets it. If only they had brought the foxes of Yinhuai-Ao back to Shirwan Dashan. Because of a thread of luck, Gu Chun arrived at their doorstep today. Yinhuai-Ao would today follow in the footsteps of the earlier major demon powers on Nine Kings Mountain. Within Yinhuai-Ao, Fox Demons below innate realm were no match for Gu Chun. With several waves of flaming blade energy, he slaughtered them nearly to the last. Only those Fox Demons who had reached innate realm remained. Gu Chun, release us, and I swear I'll lead the remaining foxes away from Luoan County back to Shirwan Dashan, never to return. The Fox Demon King looked at Gu Chun. Gu Chun paid it no heed. In a flash he appeared before it, and pierced it with a single slash. The innate 4th realm demon, now in his grasp, offered no resistance. Gu Chun could render it unable to react in an instant. "Let you go?" Gu Chun sneered. "You've wrought havoc in Luoan County for so long. Have you ever thought of letting the people you devoured go free? You." The Fox Demon King's mouth leaked blood, words barely intelligible. "You're merciless. We're no match for you, but don't be arrogant. If you think to wipe us all out, you're dreaming. The Giant Tiger King won't spare you. He hasn't moved only because he fears the big figures behind you. The Night Watch. You've driven us to the edge, forcing us to abandon Nine Kings Mountain. Before the Giant Tiger King leaves, he will surely kill you, and you'll soon come to join me." The Fox Demon King spoke no more and died. Gu Chun drew the fire Xian Dao. "Rest assured its death won't take me down. Oh, what goes down to accompany you, is it not me?" Gu Chun then looked to the other innate realm Fox Demons and charged again. The fox demons at that moment were utterly terrified. They tried to flee, but there was no escape. The gate was guarded by Duan Xingchen of innate third realm leading a host of night watch. They could only let Gu Chen slaughter. Before long, the remaining fox demons in Yinhuai Ao were slain. Gu Chen slowly stepped out and said to Ding Wei of the Black Wolf Gang, "Let your people do the work here. Leave half of your Black Wolf Gang's personnel here to work. Keep to the old rules, strip the valuable materials from these fox demons and sell them for coins to give to me. The other half follow me with the night watch to the next demon power on Nine Kings Mountain." "Yes, my lord." Ding Wei quickly instructed a deputy leader of the Black Wolf Gang to stay with half the men here to help Gu Chen process the fox demon corpse's materials. He then led the rest with Gu Chen and all the night watch toward the next faction. He and the rest pressed toward the next faction with Gu Chen and all the night watch. The strength Gu Chen displayed had already convinced him. He had heard from Qian Shin that Gong Yi had come to Gu Chen yesterday and spoken for a long time. Finally, Gong Yi departed in a fury. It's likely the talks collapsed. Gong Yi is the second in command of the night watch in the border city. There are probably people backing him. This would not stop Gu Chen. He suspected Gu Chen had powerful patrons in Jinshijun, so he wasn't afraid of Gong Yi or those backing him. If that is the case, he might defect to Gu Chen's banner. Serving as a thug for Gu Chen wouldn't be a big deal. After all, serving any master is still serving. As long as Gu Chen won't harbor his past sins against him. Gu Chen's next target is the Flame Lion King's force on Nine Kings Mountain. Its lair lies at Chi Yin Peak, and the Flame Lion King possesses innate fourth realm late-stage power. Under it are 2 innate third realm lion demons, 4 innate second realm lion demons, 9 innate first realm lions, and over 70 low-level lion cubs. Their overall strength is a notch stronger than the Fox Demon King and He Xiongwang. Yet to Gu Chen it's all the same. In an hour, Gu Chen and his retinue reach Chi Yin Peak. The night watch still guards below the summit. He climbs up alone. Not long later, above Chi Yin Peak, there are the sounds of fighting and the Flame Lion King's furious roar. But it seems of little use. A quarter of an hour later, Gu Chen comes down from Chi Yin Peak, his robes slightly dirty. Gu Chen pats the hem of his robe and says to Ding Wei, "Finished. Take the remaining Black Wolf Gang members up. Strip the materials from these lion demons and take them to sell, then send the coins to the night watch for me." "Yes, my lord." Ding Wei leads the rest of the Black Wolf Gang up to Chi Yin Peak. We go to the next one. Gu Chen with the remainder of the night watch heads toward the next power. Next faction. Gu Chen prepares to deal with the force of Gu Yuan Wang on Ku Mushan. It has innate fourth realm perfect strength. Under it are 3 innate third realm ape demons, 6 innate second realm ape demons, 9 innate first realm ape demons, and over 90 low-level ape demons below innate. Regarded as the strongest force on Nine Kings Mountain aside from Iron Turtle King and Giant Tiger King. Gu Chen has the night watch accompany him up the mountain. Ku Mushan can descend in all directions. The night watch stay at the foot of the mountain. Later, they won't be able to hold back the apes from fleeing. They see Gu Chen arriving with the night watch. The apes on patrol quickly go to inform Gu Yuan Wang. The ancient ape king immediately gathers a host of ape demons ready for a clash with Gu Chen. Since Gu Chen has come today and brought all the night watch, it's clear he intends to wipe out Ku Mushan. They must fight with all their might. At this point, they know that begging for mercy won't save them. Gu Chen won't spare them. They might as well fight with their lives. With innate fourth realm perfect power, the ape demons are naturally sturdy and strong, not inferior to some innate fifth realm beings. Moreover, the ape demons, like humans, can wield weapons and practice martial arts. One of them has mastered a tier 4 innate staff art. Against Gu Chen, there might still be a chance at a hard fight. Arriving on the mountain, Gu Chen sees a gathered host of ape demons, and the ancient ape king stands ready for battle. Gu Chen smiled. "You have some backbone. The 2 demon powers I wiped out earlier trembled in fear the moment I set foot on this mountain. You're not lacking in courage either. That's good. If you have the nerve to face me, I won't run around in panic. Today I will wipe out your Ku Mushan apes, and the mission will be complete." Gu Chen looked to the ancient ape king, drew the fire Xian Dao, and charged toward the ancient ape king. Hearing Gu Chen's words, the ancient ape king was shaken. It seems Gu Chen has already wiped out the Fox Demon King and Flame Lion King's forces today. They are the last ones. After wiping them out, Gu Chen may move on to deal with Tai Gui Wang and Zhu Hu Wang. Truly audacious. Tai Gui Wang and Zhu Hu Wang are both innate 5th realm in power, especially Giant Tiger King, who stands at innate 5th realm perfect. Gu Chen is certainly not their match. Before that, they must think of a way to endure Gu Chen's test. You all assist me. The ancient ape king looks to the 3 innate 3rd realm ape generals at his side. The 4 demons attack Gu Chen together. The odds widen. The 3 ape generals obey the order, gripping their iron clubs, and converge on Gu Chen. The ancient ape king in front spreads his stance, leaps up, and swings his iron club down toward Gu Chen's head. Gu Chen sneers, lifting his blade to block. Clang! The ancient ape king's iron club strikes the blade, and is rebounded by a tremendous force. This is the repulsion of his 5 thunder innate arts, earth-forged fleshborn strength. The other 3 innate 3rd realm ape generals' clubs are similarly repelled. They stagger back several steps with their mouths torn and blood oozing. This collision leaves the ancient ape king and the three ape generals dumbfounded. Gu Chen's body stands like a fortress, none can move him. What a terrifying physique. Is this the body a human can possess? Gu Chen sneers and pays them no mind. With his current build, even a full innate 5th realm strike cannot breach his defense, let alone a few innate 5th realm apes. Gu Chen uses gecko wall crawling step his figure like a specter sprinting to the ancient ape king before it can retreat. Fire Xiandao sweeps out in a single stroke aiming for the ancient ape king's neck. The ancient ape king is terrified, raising its iron rod to defend. Finally, its iron rod is cut by Gu Chen's pinnacle-grade treasure weapon, the Fire Xiandao, along with its head. The innate 4th realm perfect ancient ape king falls. The ancient ape king was effortlessly slain by a single slash from Gu Chen. The three ape demon generals retreated in sheer terror, their hands trembling as they gripped their iron staffs. Gu Chen advanced toward them step by step, with several swift slashes following immediately after. The three ape demon generals followed in the footsteps of the ancient ape king, with the deaths of the ancient ape king and the three great generals. The remaining ape demons descended into chaos, desperately attempting to flee. Block them. Do not let a single one escape. Gu Chen barked at the night watchmen. Receiving the order, the night watchmen sprang into action. Now that the ancient ape king of the 4th stage of the innate realm and the three ape demon generals of the 3rd stage of the innate realm had been slain, the remaining ape demons, all below the 3rd stage of the innate realm, found it impossible to break through their blockade. Gu Chen charged into the horde of minor demons who had not even reached the innate realm, unleashing his burning with saber technique. Terrifying saber chi rage sweeping toward the minor demons in wave after wave. Having not reached the innate realm, their flesh, skin, and bones had never been tempered, making their bodies utterly defenseless against Gu Chen's razor-sharp saber chi. Before long, they were entirely annihilated. Gu Chen then turned his blade toward the remaining ape demons of the innate realm. Moments later, the corpses of all the ape demons littered the ground. Blood drenched the entire summit of Kumu Mountain. Gu Chen sheathed his saber and declared, today's demon extermination ends here. Strip the valuable materials from the corpses of these ape demons, exchange them for silver, and bring it to me. I shall head back first to bathe. Gu Chen said to the night watchman, after a whole day of slaughtering demons, I reek of stench. Yes, my lord. The night watchmen complied. They could not help but marvel in their hearts. The 9 renowned demon forces of Jiwang Mountain had been almost completely wiped out by their lord in less than a month. Once their lord's strength progressed further to the perfection of the 5th stage of the innate realm, he would likely strike at the remaining 2 forces. By then, Luoan County might truly achieve a state of being completely free of demon forces. Such a feat was probably unprecedented among all the counties bordering the 100,000 mountains within the territory of the Divine Dynasty. Gu Chen returned to the Luoan County Night Watch office. As dusk approached, Gu Chen dismissed Wei Zhong to rest. Having slaughtered demons all day, he had no desire to refine pills. He decided to take a day off. When the news of Gu Chen annihilating 3 more demon forces of Jiwang Mountain reached Luoan County, it caused another sensation. Gu Chen had become an absolute legend in Luoan County during this period. Having wiped out 7 of the demon forces of Jiwang Mountain consecutively, the other scattered demon forces outside the mountain were either exterminated by him or scared away, daring not remain in Luoan County. He had set the highest record for demon slaying in the history of Luoan County, giving the common people of Luoan County hope that the demon plague would be thoroughly eradicated. The Luoan County magistrate was no savior to them. From now on, Gu Chen was their true righteous savior. The next day, Ding Wei of the Black Wolf Gang sold all the materials stripped from the fox demons of Yinhuai Ravine and the lion demons of Chien Peak for silver and delivered the funds to Gu Chen. The materials harvested from all the demons of these 2 forces sold for a total of over 11,000 taels of silver. Meanwhile, the materials from the 8 demons of Kumu Mountain stripped by the night watchmen of the Night Watch office were sold for over 6,000 taels of silver, combined with the 2,000 plus taels earned from refining pills over the past few days. Gu Chen now possessed over 19,000 taels of silver. He set aside 14,000 taels to pay for the Chung family's medicinal ingredients. Gu Chen planned to use the remaining silver to upgrade his 2 Grade 1 Traveler martial arts. Now that he had reached the late stage of the 5th stage of the innate realm, he could already convert a certain amount of true essence in his body. This allowed him to unleash a portion of the power of these 2 martial skills. He needed to increase his proficiency in them first to prepare for any impending crises. Having ignored Gong Yi's warning Gong Yi might strike at him, he had to make early preparations. As for these 2 Grade 1 Traveler martial arts, he had already cultivated the demon-suppressing saber technique to the mastery stage, while the flying serpent steps was at the minor accomplishment stage. Gu Chen placed the manual into the bronze bowl, transmitting his intent to exchange for the insights of the perfection stage of the demon-suppressing saber technique. The bronze bowl responded. Spend 3,000 taels of silver to exchange for the insights of the perfection stage of the demon-suppressing saber technique. Gu Chen deposited 3,000 taels of silver into it. Instantly, the insights of the perfected saber technique flooded into his mind. The demon-suppressing saber technique yielded greater power the more true essence was channeled to activate it. The Five Thunders innate art he practiced was one of the most difficult top-tier cultivation methods to master. It allowed him to condense true essence ahead of time. Once he reached the perfection of the fifth stage of the innate realm, his body would be able to condense half the amount of true essence possessed by an early-stage true essence realm powerhouse. Furthermore, the five elements Thunder true essence possessed far greater lethality than the true essence cultivated through ordinary methods. The demon-suppressing saber technique consisted of 4 forms of saber strikes, corresponding to the power from the early stage to the perfection of the true essence realm. The first form, Evil Exterminating Slash, could contend with early-stage true essence realm powerhouses. The second form, Evil Suppressing Slash, could contend with mid-stage true essence realm powerhouses. The third form, Demon Subduing Slash, could contend with late-stage true essence realm powerhouses. The fourth form, Devil Annihilating Slash, could contend with perfected true essence realm powerhouses. Chen was only at the late stage of the fifth stage of the innate realm. The true essence within his body had not reached half of that of an early-stage true essence realm, but was only about a quarter of it. This allowed him to execute the second form, Evil Suppressing Slash, once, or the first form, Evil Exterminating Slash, about 4 times. To deal with an ordinary early-stage true essence realm cultivator, this should be more than enough. With over 2,000 taels of silver remaining, he decided to continue exchanging for proficiency in his movement martial art, the Flying Serpent Steps. Chen placed this superior lightness technique manual into the bronze bowl. The bronze bowl prompted, spend 1,500 taels of silver to exchange for the insights of the mastery stage of the Flying Serpent Steps. Chen took out 1,500 taels of silver and placed it inside to proceed with the exchange. The silver vanished. The insights of this lightness technique flooded into Chen's mind. With a mastery stage movement technique, if he consumed true essence to activate it, given the reserve of true essence he could currently mobilize, he could fly for a short distance. After about a few kilometers, the true essence in his body would be completely depleted. It lacked endurance. To truly fly through the air, he would still need to break through to the true essence realm, or even higher realms. At this moment, another prompt appeared on the bronze bowl. The insights for the perfection stage of the Flying Serpent Steps required 3,000 taels of silver. The perfected Flying Serpent Steps would allow his speed to explode exponentially when activated with true essence. However, the faster the short-term burst of speed, the more true essence it would consume. At the same time, using the perfected Flying Serpent Steps to fly through the air would consume about half as much true essence as the mastery stage. However, his current funds were insufficient. Chen had no choice but to give up for now. Exchanging for the perfected demon-suppressing saber technique and the mastery stage Flying Serpent Steps had cost him 4,500 taels of silver, leaving him with only over 14,800 taels. 14,000 taels of that sum had to be reserved to pay for the medicinal ingredients when the Chung family caravan returned. He could only wait until he had enough silver to make further exchanges. On this day, the last 2 remaining forces in Jiuwang Mountain, the Iron Turtle King's force of Han Sui Pool and the Giant Tiger King's force of Wanshur Slope, had joined forces. The Iron Turtle King ordered all the turtle demons of Han Sui Pool to temporarily relocate to Wanshur Slope, gathering with the Giant Tiger King's tiger demons. Chen's consecutive annihilation of the forces of the Ancient Ape King, the Fox Demon King, and the Flame Lion King had terrified him deeply. While he himself could withstand Chen's attacks, the other turtle demons of Han Sui Pool could not. Thus it was wiser to migrate the turtle demons to Wanshur Slope to merge with the tiger demons. He wanted to see what the Giant Tiger King planned to do next, whether to strike and eliminate Chen or to lead the tiger demons to abandon Jiuwang Mountain entirely. If it were the former, he could contribute his strength. If it were the latter, he could flee along with them. Meanwhile, at Wanshur Slope, a member of the Divine Dynasty's Night Watch office had arrived. It was none other than Gong Yi, the deputy director of the Liembian City Night Watch office. Didn't you say before that you would handle that Chen? The Giant Tiger King was furious upon seeing Gong Yi. Had I not believed your words, the Fox Demon King, the Ancient Ape King, and the Flame Lion King would not have died. I could have personally dealt with that Chen. He is backed by Tai Yangtian, one of the 4 chief administrators of the Jinshi Commandery Night Watch headquarters. My threats are useless against him, Gong Yi replied. If they are useless, then what are you doing here tonight? The Giant Tiger King glared at him. Are you here to mock us? Of the 9 great demon kings, only the 2 of us are left alive. No, I am here to tell you that there is no need to rush to abandon Jiuwang Mountain, nor do you need to act in desperation by confronting him yourselves, Gong Yi said. I will personally deal with him. Soon the Luoan County Night Watch office will be leaderless. You can then continue your cooperation with the Black Wolf Gang. Having spoken, Gong Yi departed from Wanshur Slope. Chen had ignored his warnings and slaughtered 3 more demon forces of Jiuwang Mountain. The young lord was furious and had ordered him to eliminate Chen directly. Even if Tai Yangtian, the chief administrator of the Jinshi Commandery Night Watch headquarters, investigated afterward, the young lord would shield him. Chen must die. Gong Yi had been at the perfection of the 5th stage of the innate realm for over half a year. Some time ago he had nurtured an essence-condensing flower with human blood essence and consumed it. True essence had already condensed within his body. Currently the reserve of true essence condensed in his body was equivalent to about half of that of an early-stage true essence realm. He had essentially reached the half-step true essence realm. Once his cultivation stabilized in a couple of days he could strike at Gu Chen directly. In his eyes, Gu Chen's strength was at most around the middle or late stage of the 5th stage of the innate realm. Before someone like him who had already condensed true essence, any 5th stage innate realm cultivator who had not done so was mere trash. He could easily kill him. An ordinary 5th stage innate realm cultivator could never condense true essence before reaching perfection, unless they were among the select few peerless geniuses who practiced top-tier cultivation methods. He did not believe Gu Chen was such a person. No one besides He Xiangdong knew of the 5 thunders innate art that Gu Chen practiced. So Gong Yi was naturally unaware of it. 3 days later, that night, just as Gu Chen finished refining his 4th batch of qi and blood pills of the day, a member from the Cheng family stronghold in Luoan County arrived at the Night Watch office to beg for his help. Lord Gu, disaster has struck. A Cheng family caravan has been plundered. The assailants are extremely powerful, and the Cheng family's accompanying guardians are no match for them. Please, my lord, lend us your aid. The messenger was the manager of the Cheng family stronghold in Luoan County. Aside from Cheng Mingling, he was the person in charge of coming to the Night Watch office to collect the refined pills and pay Gu Chen the silver. Such a thing happened. Gu Chen was startled, but suddenly something felt amiss. In the dead of night, a Cheng family caravan was plundered, and the Cheng family immediately came to him for help. Was this not a bit too coincidental? There are several masked men in black, and they are incredibly powerful. The newly recruited guardian of our Cheng family, who is at the 1st stage of the innate realm, was no match for them, and has already been wounded. Please, my lord, take action. The Cheng family manager pleaded. I understand. Wait here. I will gather my gear and go with you, Gu Chen replied as he returned to his room. Seeing that Wei Zhong and the Cheng family manager had not followed him inside, he took out the bronze bowl and placed silver inside. Who hijacked the Cheng family caravan, and what is the cultivation level of the strongest person among them? Gu Chen inquired of the bronze bowl. The bronze bowl displayed the exchange price as 100 taels of silver. Gu Chen deposited the silver. The person who hijacked the Cheng family caravan tonight is Gong Yi, the deputy director of the Linbian City Night Watch office. His cultivation level is at the half-step true essence realm. So it was Gong Yi. Gu Chen sneered coldly. This hijacking tonight was aimed at him. Since that's the case, let's finish it tonight and settle the score with him. Tonight I'll first behead him, then wipe out the 2 remaining demon factions on Elpa, and then go straight to Zhan Shijun to report to Taiyang Tian. With the Huaxian Dao in hand, Gu Chen and the Cheng family steward depart together. Wei Zhong won't be coming along. He hasn't even reached the innate realm, going there would be useless, and he might have to divert his attention to looking after him. Members of the Shui Si. Gu Chen didn't bring them along. Gong Yi hijacked the Cheng family caravan. It's his private matter. There's no need to mobilize the night wardens. Following the Cheng family steward, Gu Chen left Luoan County and reached a pine forest to the east. The Cheng family caravan lay 2 guards' bodies tossed aside. The others were driven to the side. Several wagons' goods lay scattered around. Seeing Gu Chen approach, a group of black-clad men separated 3 of them, closing in to surround Gu Chen, sealing off all his escape routes. Gong Yi charged at Gu Chen from the front without a word. His status is special, speak, and he easily betrays his intent. Today hijacking the Cheng family caravan was to lure Gu Chen here. Gong Yi arrived, purpose fulfilled. He struck Gu Chen down, silencing everyone at the scene. No one would ever know of it. Facing the oncoming black-clad men, a hint of half-step Jinyuan realm aura spilled forth. Gu Chen knew at once that the attacker was Gong Yi. Gu Chen snorted coldly. Gong Yi cared for no idle talk, and neither did Gu Chen. He unleashed the 5 thunder innate art, activating 5 kinds of thunder which swirled around his body. Then he transformed it into 5-element thunder true yuan. He executed the flying serpent step, his speed leaping, instantly turning into a blur, charging at Gong Yi. At the same time, the first form of Zhenma Daofa, exorcising evil, was unleashed. The surging 5-element thunder true yuan poured into the fire Xian Dao, forging a thunderous exorcising evil slash. Slashing toward Gong Yi, Gu Chen's strike came with overwhelming momentum. On the fire Xian Dao, the Zhenma talismans writhed in a bloody glow, empowered by 5-element thunder true yuan, increasing its ferocity. Even an ordinary early true yuan realm practitioner wouldn't stand a chance. Ahead, true yuan. Seeing Gu Chen marshal true yuan, as well, Gong Yi's heart churned with fear. How is this possible? Gu Chen's aura now is innate 5th realm late. How did he manage to conjure true yuan in advance? Could it be that he mastered some pinnacle technique enabling early true yuan? Such a method is not easily learned. Even with the Tian Yuan divine ascension, talent alone isn't enough to master top-tier arts. In the divine dynasty today, and among the second-ranked Taoist and Buddhist sects, few have perfected such top-tier techniques. These people's gifts surpass even the Tian Yuan divine ascension. I didn't expect Gu Chen to achieve it. If Gu Chen can master a pinnacle art and pre-congeal true yuan, things will become troublesome. He must end this quickly. Gong Yi pours all his true yuan slashing toward Gu Chen. He practices a wanderer tier martial art, though not as profound as Gu Chen's Zhima Daofa. That is the lowest among wanderer tier martial arts. Gu Chen's Zhima Daofa is among the pinnacle of wanderer tier arts. When perfected, its fourth form Zhima Slash can rival some weaker wanderer tier second-grade arts. Gong Yi's blade technique is currently only at the entry level. He had just reached innate 5th realm's completion, and after turning to wanderer tier arts, could only barely reach the entry. True yuan surged into his long blade. With a single strike, he met Gu Chen's exorcising evil slash. The true yuan blade light flashed, and was instantly snuffed out. Even the long blade in his hand was split in two by a strike of the fire Xian blade. The exorcising evil slash's power did not diminish, as it struck him, it cleaved him from his right shoulder downward. His upper body separated from his lower. Gu Chen's 5-element thunder true yuan inflicted far greater damage than Gong Yi's ordinary true yuan, while the Zhima Daofa's might surpassed his ordinary blade. Not surprising that he achieved such an effect. Gong Yi was cut in half and toppled backward. He did not die instantly, but stared at Gu Chen in horror. Too strong. Such prowess could easily crush foes even 2 or more ranks above him. That strike, an ordinary early true yuan cultivator would not stand a chance against Gu Chen. Gu Chen now stands with the strength of a mid-7 rank powerhouse. In the Divine Dynasty's martial hierarchy, blood refining realm cultivators are not top tier. Those who break through to innate 1st realm flesh refining can become 10 rank masters. Reaching innate 2nd to innate 3rd realm yields 9 rank masters, innate 4th to innate 5th yields 8 rank masters. 8 to 7 marks a watershed. A breakthrough to true yuan realm yields 7 rank strength. Once one steps into 7 rank in the Divine Dynasty, one is considered a mid-4th rank powerhouse already outside the range of ordinary cultivators. A 7 rank master can crush countless 8 and 9 rank masters. Gu Chen's current prowess sits at mid-7 rank, already above the lower 7. What kind of monster is this? It is even being sent by Taiyang Tian. He regrets deeply. Had I known Gu Chen was so formidable, I would not have faced him myself. I should have reported this to the heir and asked him to dispatch stronger masters to deal with Gu Chen. Now it is done, he has dragged himself into the trap. Gu Chen paid no heed to his shock or regret. With a single stroke, he severed the man's head. With a man like him, there is nothing to discuss. After slaying him, Gu Chen looked at the 4 black-clad men still encircling him. At this moment, a few black-clad men were already frightened into stupefaction. They were Gong Yi's private subordinates, ranked between innate 1st and innate 2nd realm. They knew Gong Yi's strength, a half-step Zhenyuan realm expert. Yet they were easily slain by Gu Chen with not a hint of resistance. What sort of monster is Gu Chen? Why would Gong Yi dare to provoke such a person? Now it's finished. Gong Yi is dead. These people would also be buried with him. They didn't think Gu Chen would kill Gong Yi and then spare them. Gu Chen unleashed the Ranma Daofa burning wood blade method and struck several times. The raging flame blade aura enveloped the 3 at once, tearing them apart. Neither innate 1st nor innate 2nd realm could withstand his flame blade. After dispatching the 3, Gu Chen thoroughly searched them, collecting a substantial haul of banknotes and pills. Notably, he found more than 15,000 silver notes on Gong Yi. From the remaining 3, he gathered over 5,000 more silver notes. All told, over 20,000 silver notes, a bountiful harvest. There were 6 chi blood pills, 2 quenching skin pills, and 2 congealing yuan pills. The congealing yuan pills were found on Gong Yi. They are wanderer tier pills. Such pills are used by true yuan realm or stronger cultivators to bolster their strength in daily practice. He likely intended to take them himself. Now they are to his benefit. Gu Chen thought to sever Gong Yi's head and take it to Taiyang Tian, but after thinking it over, he let it go. It's better to report directly. Also report the matters surrounding Gong Yi and the involvement of Tang Hong, the son of the Zhen Shijun's governor. Taiyang Tian would believe him. There's no need to bring a head. That journey to Zhen Shijun will take quite a while. By the time he reaches there, Gong Yi's head will have rotted, and traveling with a head would be awkward. Let it end here. Gu Chen said to the Cheng family steward, burn these corpses. Yes. The steward nodded, ordering the remaining guards to burn the 4 bodies. They did not know the true identities of those black-clad men. They assumed they were powerful bandits. After burning the bodies, Gu Chen and the others returned to Luoan County. 2 days later, the Cheng family caravan returned. Cheng Mingling brought the 50 Jizong Dan that Gu Chen required. Gu Deji, I heard that 2 days ago the Cheng family caravan was hijacked by a band of black-clad men. It was you who acted, killing them and taking back the goods. Cheng Mingling spoke to Gu Chen as soon as she arrived in him. Gu Chen nodded. It seemed she didn't know those black-clad men were Gong Yi, the deputy head of Shui Si. That was close. Good thing for Gu Deji. Cheng Mingling sighed, handing Gu Chen the 50 Jizong Dan she had bought for him. She said, for this batch of pills, Gu Deji, you should take 10,000 taels. The remaining 4,000 taels are on me as a token of gratitude for your intervention. This batch of Jizong Dan 50 in total is 14,000 taels of silver. Gu Chen didn't pretend and simply replied, very well. Although the incident arose because of him Gong, he would not have hijacked the Chung family caravan to deal with him, yet he would not reveal the inside details. As the Chung family cooperated with him and enjoyed his protection, they would naturally bear potential risks he might bring. He paid 10,000 taels to Chung Mingling. Then Gu Chun gave her 2 quenching skin pills. These were seized that night from that group of black-clad men. "Ooh, I'll give you 85 of the price. Take them to Chung family to sell." Gu Chun replied, "Very well." Chung Mingling nodded, paying him 170 taels. That night he obtained 6 Qi blood pills, 2 quenching skin pills, and 2 congealing yuan pills. 6 Qi blood pills provide far greater benefits to a blood-refining realm cultivator than ordinary Qi blood pills. He had already given them to Wei Zhong so that he could quickly break through to innate first realm. Quenching skin pills were useless. Have Chung Mingling sell them for the Chung family. The congealing yuan pills would help his forthcoming breakthrough to the Jinyuan realm. Such pills are not cheap. One costs 500 taels at the 3 major pill houses in Jinshijun. He kept them for himself. In these 5 days he processed alchemy for Chung family and earned 240 taels. Added to the more than 20,000 taels seized from Gong Yi and his men that night, plus the previously remaining 14,800 taels. Subtract the silver spent on exchanging information with the copper bowl and the 10,000 taels just paid to Chung Mingling. He now still has over 25,000 taels. Tonight, he could push his cultivation to innate 5th realm's perfection. Then tomorrow he would proceed to deal with the remaining 2 demon forces on Jiawang Mountain. Then he can head directly to Zhenshijun to report to Taiyang Tian, while also purchasing a sufficient number of congealing yuan pills to push through to the Jinyuan realm. To break through to Jinyuan realm with the 2 congealing yuan dan already in his possession, he would need about 50 more, that is 25,000 taels. Just enough. Yet for breaking through to the Jinyuan realm, the 5 thunder innate skill would no longer suffice. He must cultivate a new technique. To advance to the Jinyuan realm, he had already obtained the 4 beast celestial phenomenon skill C, Shou Tianxiang Gong. When the time comes, he would simply pay to comprehend it. As for the remaining funds to comprehend the technique, and to perfect the flying serpent step, a wander tier martial art, he would have to wring them from those demons. On Jiawang Mountain remains the forces of the Great Tiger King and the Iron Turtle King. Tomorrow, he will slaughter these 2 strongest demon forces. The demon materials he extracts will fetch no less than 10,000 taels. That should be enough for him to comprehend the techniques and martial arts. That night inside the room, Gu Chun took out 50 Jizong pills and placed them directly into the copper bowl. The copper bowl prompted. 50 Xiantian 5th grade Jizong pills can be exchanged for 500 days of pure cultivation. Without a shred of hesitation, Gu Chun chose to exchange them. In an instant, a majestic surge of cultivation poured into his body. He then circulated his cultivation technique, transforming it into Xiantian cold water lightning force to temper his internal organs. It nourished his viscera. Once the cultivation was completely absorbed, Gu Chun's internal organs underwent their final metamorphosis. His 5 viscera became pristine and immaculate, his 6 bowels clear and pure, his vital energy surged endlessly, and his lifespan was significantly extended. His physical body, from skin, flesh, tendons, and bones to internal organs, had been tempered to absolute perfection across every level. Even if he failed to break through to the true essence realm, he would still possess a lifespan of at least 150 years. With the Xiantian cold water lightning force inside him reaching perfection, the 5 elements lightning true essence, transformed from this and the other 4 lightning forces, was now comparable to half the true essence reserve of an ordinary early-stage true essence realm cultivator. Expending it entirely would allow him to unleash the 3rd stance of the demon-suppressing saber technique, the demon subduing /once, the 2nd stance, the evil dispelling /twice, and the 1st stance, the evil dispelling about 8 times. This was more than enough to contend even with a mid-stage true essence realm expert. The next day, all the Night Watchers of the Luoan County Night Watcher Division, along with every member of the Black Wolf Gang, set out. They headed toward Luanshipo in Jiawang Mountain. Today would be the day the Giant Tiger King and the Iron Turtle King met their demise. On their way to Luanshipo, they passed by a village. By sheer coincidence, this was the very village Gu Chun had passed through to ask for a drink of water when he first arrived to take office in Luoan County. In front of the house at the edge of the village, Deya, the little girl from back, then saw the massive entourage passing through the village. Terrified, she quickly hid back inside her courtyard, then peeked her small head through the crack in the door to see where Gu Chun and the others were heading. At that moment, Gu Chun arrived before her courtyard gate. "My lord, it's you," Deya said in disbelief, astonished to see Gu Chun among this crowd. "Deya, you can live in peace in Luoan County from now on. After today, there will be no more demon threats in Luoan County," Gu Chun said with a smile, then turned to leave. "My lord, are you going to slay demons?" Deya's voice echoed from behind. Her means of gathering information about the outside world were limited. She only knew that after Gu Chun bid farewell to her and her grandmother, the Black Wolf Gang of Luoan County stopped coming to abduct people, allowing them to live in peace for quite some time. She had no idea that almost all the demons in Luoan County had already been slaughtered by Gu Chun, leaving only the factions of the Giant Tiger King and the Iron Turtle King. Yes, Gu Chen replied loudly. Under Di Yu's watchful gaze, the group marched toward Luanshipo, the stronghold of the giant Tiger King, the most powerful demon force in Zhuang Mountain. Within Luanshipo, a horde of tiger and turtle demons were still waiting for news from Gong Yi. They remained completely unaware that Gong Yi had already been eliminated by Gu Chen. Not only were they in the dark, but apart from Gu Chen, the other night watchers of Luoan County and the members of the Black Wolf Gang were also oblivious. Even the Linbian City Night Watcher Division had no idea. Having killed Gong Yi that very night, Gu Chen had ordered the Chung family guards to cremate his corpse along with those of the other men in black. The Linbian City Night Watcher Division merely assumed Gong Yi had gone to handle some business and paid it no mind. As the vice commander of a city's Night Watcher Division and an 8th grade official, he enjoyed a high degree of autonomy. Even the special envoy sent by Tang Hong, the heir of Jinshi Commandery, to contact him remained unaware of his death. The envoy was still waiting for his news in Linbian City. This was precisely the outcome Gu Chen desired. As long as he could stall for a few days, it would buy him enough time to wipe out the remaining forces of the Giant Tiger King and the Iron Turtle King. Once he secured the final bounty, he could head to Jinshi Commandery to report everything to Tai Yangtian. With Tai Yangtian shielding him and his rank promoted by another grade, Tang Hong would have to think twice before trying to make a move against him. They arrived outside Luanshipo. Tiger demons under the Giant Tiger King's command were standing guard on lookout. Upon seeing Gu Chen leading the entire Luoan County Night Watcher Division in a menacing march toward them, they immediately rushed inside to report. Currently within Luanshipo, there were 2 Xiantian 5th Realm demons, the Giant Tiger King at the peak of the Xiantian 5th Realm and the Iron Turtle King at the early stage of the Xiantian 5th Realm. There were also 6 tiger and turtle demons of the Xiantian 4th Realm, nearly 20 of the Xiantian 3rd Realm, and several hundred demons of both species below the Xiantian 2nd Realm. This was bound to be a fierce battle. Guard the perimeter, Gu Chen instructed the assembled Night Watchers and Black Wolf Gang members. I will go in alone. Their strongest member was merely Duan Xingchen, who had only reached the early stage of the Xiantian 3rd Realm. Entering would only be futile, as they wouldn't be of much help. Gu Chen going in alone was the best course of action. Upon hearing his command, all the Night Watchers and Black Wolf Gang members complied, sealing off the perimeter of Luanshipo. Indeed, entering would not help and would likely make them a liability to Gu Chen. It was indeed best for Gu Chen to venture in alone. Stepping into Luanshipo, Gu Chen met the fierce glare of the Giant Tiger King's predatory eyes. The Demon King felt it had been played by Gong Yi. Having waited for days instead of receiving news of Gu Chen's assassination, it was now facing Gu Chen coming to exterminate them. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? The Giant Tiger King glared at Gu Chen, its tone devoid of the terror other Demon Kings usually displayed upon his arrival. The Giant Tiger King possessed the mutated White Tiger bloodline, which combined with its peak, Xiantian 5th Realm cultivation, granted it a combat strength comparable to a weaker early-stage, True Essence Realm cultivator. Why wouldn't I? Gu Chen retorted, drawing his Huashuan saber. Seeing this, the Iron Turtle King sighed from the side. Tiger King, it seems we were indeed tricked by Gong Yi. Let us slay this brat today to avenge the other Demon Kings, and then we shall leave Zhuang Mountain. Indeed, the Giant Tiger King nodded. I should have made my move against him sooner. Had I done so, the other Demon Kings would not have perished. Seeing the Giant Tiger King's remorseful expression, Gu Chen shook his head and said, that would have only resulted in you being annihilated first. The outcome remains unchanged. From the moment I arrived, the fate of all demons within Luoan County was sealed. Your destruction is merely a matter of time. Arrogant fool, the Giant Tiger King spat coldly. Its demonic chi erupted as it lunged directly at Gu Chen. It wanted to see just how Gu Chen planned to defeat it. To dare speak with such arrogance. It did not hold back. The moment it struck, the mutated bloodline within its body ignited, causing its aura to skyrocket and instantly surpass the limits of the peak Xiantian 5th Realm. Demonic energy was converted into demonic essence. Unleashing its innate divine ability, the great tiger ripping claw, it lunged a claw toward Gu Chen. Wherever the claw passed, the air tore apart with explosive cracks, carrying a heart-palpitating pressure. Even an early-stage True Essence Realm cultivator would have to take this seriously. The Iron Turtle King, watching from the side, felt that if such a strike landed on its own body, it wouldn't be able to withstand it. As the claw swept toward him, Gu Chen let out a cold snort, making no attempt to dodge. His entire cultivation erupted. He unleashed the second stance of the demon-suppressing saber technique, the evil-suppressing slash. In an instant, his 5 lightning forces were converted into 5 elements lightning true essence and channeled into the Huashuan saber. Upon the blade, evil-suppressing runes emerged, radiating a brilliant golden light as arcs of lightning wrapped around the steel. The blade clashed directly with the Giant Tiger King's claw. As the two attacks, both comparable to the True Essence realm, collided, a terrifying shockwave rippled outward, and the demonic essence on the tiger's claw was shattered by the lightning True Essence. The tiger's claw was severed cleanly by the strike. The Giant Tiger King was sent flying backward by the force of the blow. A massive gash was ripped across its chest and neck, and blood from its internal organs gushed out incessantly. Clutching its neck in agony, it stared at Gu Chun in absolute terror. Gu Chen's strike just now possessed the lethality of at least a mid-stage true essence realm attack. How could Gu Chun be this terrifying? Wasn't he only at the Xiantian 5th realm? Seeing Gu Chun glare at it with surging killing intent, the giant Tiger King cried out in panic, "You cannot kill me. I am the grandson of 7th Lord Hu. If you kill me, 7th Lord Hu will never let you off. He is a 5th grade spiritual sea realm expert. Even the high-ranking officials of the Night Watcher division won't be able to protect you. Spare me, and I will leave Zhuang Mountain immediately. I swear I will never set foot in Luoan County again," the giant Tiger King pleaded. Gu Chen ignored its pleas. He flashed forward and decapitated it with a single decisive stroke, ending its life. 7th Lord Hu or not, it was useless. Today, every single demon in Luan Shipo had to die. Tiger King, the four most capable Xiantian 4th realm tiger generals under its command, shrieked in horror. Gu Chen sneered, "Don't worry, you're next." Gu Chun gripped his saber and lunged directly at the 4 tiger generals. His speed was blindingly fast, leaving the 4 tiger generals with no choice but to hastily raise their claws in defense. Gu Chun executed a sweeping horizontal strike, the first stance of the demon-suppressing saber technique, the evil-dispelling slash. 4 tiger heads soared into the air. With one effortless slash, he dispatched the 4 Xiantian 4th realm tiger demons. The Iron Turtle King was utterly petrified. The giant Tiger King and its 4 Xiantian 4th realm generals had been slaughtered just like that. Would it not be next? Regret consumed its heart. Had it known it would never have come to Luan Shipo to join forces with the giant Tiger King a few days ago, it should have just fled Zhuang Mountain with its turtle demons and returned to the great 100,000 mountains. Why did it have to seek out the giant Tiger King? Now look what happened. Not only was it doomed, but its entire clan of turtle demons would be dragged to the grave with it. Gu Chen locked his gaze onto it. Your turn. Executing the gecko wall walking step, Gu Chen's figure blurred like a phantom. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to the reeling Iron Turtle King. He swung the Huoshuan saber, aiming straight for the Iron Turtle King's neck. Overcome with terror, the Iron Turtle King swiftly retracted its head into its shell, pulling its limbs inside as well. Gu Chen's slash struck empty air. Did you think hiding inside this worthless shell would save you? Gu Chun snorted coldly. Circulating his 5 elements lightning true essence, he thrust his saber directly into the opening of the shell where the head had been. The blade pierced straight through its head, killing it instantly. Gu Chun could have used brute force to shatter the shell, but he chose not to. The most valuable part of this turtle demon was its shell. Destroying it would severely depreciate its worth. These were his potential earnings, so he naturally had to handle them with care. After slaying the Iron Turtle King, Gu Chun turned his wrath upon the other turtle demons. He dealt with the Xiantian 3rd and 4th realm turtle demons in the exact same manner. He thrust his blade through the head openings of their shells, executing them one by one. Next were the tiger demons. The claws of over a dozen Xiantian 3rd realm tiger demons were severed by Gu Chen's Huoshuan saber along with their heads. He decapitated them all. Now the only demons left in Luan Shipo were those below the Xiantian 2nd realm. The remaining tiger and turtle demons descended into a chaotic frenzy, attempting to flee. Gu Chun immediately ordered the Night Watchers and Black Wolf Gang members waiting outside to enter and block their escape. Not a single demon would escape today. With all the demons of the Xiantian 3rd realm and above already slain, the survivors were merely low-level beasts unable to breach their blockade. Gu Chun charged into the horde of minor demons that hadn't even reached the Xiantian realm, unleashing the burning with saber technique. Terrifying waves of saber chi swept through, cutting down the lesser demons in waves. Lacking Xiantian-level defenses, even the turtle demons could not withstand Gu Chen's razor-sharp saber chi. Before long, they were completely wiped out. Gu Chun then pressed on to hunt down the remaining Xiantian-level demons. Moments later, every last demon lay dead on the ground. Blood-drenched Luan Shipo, which was now littered with the carcasses of tiger and turtle demons. Sheathing his saber, Gu Chen declared, "From this day forth, the era of demon plague in Luoan County is officially over. Harvest the materials from these tiger and turtle carcasses and exchange them for silver for me." Gu Chun instructed the Night Watchers and Black Wolf Gang members. "I shall head back first." It was still morning. If he returned now, he might still have time to refine a few batches of pills. "Yes, my lord," the crowd replied in unison. With the final 2 major demon factions of Zhuang Mountain annihilated today, Luoan County would never suffer from demon plagues again. Truly a great blessing. He returned to Luoxian County. It was only afternoon, so he could still refine pills. By evening, the night watchmen of Luoxian County's Night Watch Department and members of the Black Wolf Gang returned. The news that Gu Chun had eliminated the 2 remaining groups of demons on Jiaowang Mountain quickly spread. From then on, all demons within Luoxian County were thoroughly wiped out. Countless commoners rejoiced. The county magistrate was overjoyed, for the demon crisis had severely impacted many trade routes and external commerce of Luoxian County. Now that the demon crisis had been resolved, Luoxian County could resume normal exchanges with the outside world, and the economy across all sectors would recover within a short time. The county magistrate directly ordered 10,000 taels of silver to be sent from the treasury to Gu Chen. At the same time, all the night watchmen of Luoxian County's night watch department received rewards. Gu Chen accepted the 10,000 taels with a clear conscience. It was rightfully his. That evening, the Black Wolf Gang and the night watchmen sold the materials harvested from the tiger demons and tortoise demons, then brought the proceeds to Gu Chen. There were over 16,000 taels. Combined with the 10,000 taels from the county magistrate, Gu Chen now possessed over 51,000 taels of silver. Unprecedented wealth. That evening in his room, Gu Chen placed the first-rate movement technique, Flying Snake Step, into the bronze bowl. To exchange for the perfection-level comprehension of Flying Snake Step, 3,000 taels are required. Gu Chen put the silver into the bowl and chose to exchange. Instantly, a vast amount of martial arts comprehension flooded his mind, allowing him to comprehend the technique to its perfection level in an instant. With his current reserves of 5-element Thunder True Energy and the reduced consumption from the perfection level Flying Snake Step, he could directly fly using True Energy for 40 or 50 kilometers. Gu Chen took out the 4th stage cultivation method for beasts, heavenly phenomenon art. The next step was the True Energy realm. He needed to comprehend the cultivation method first. Gu Chen flipped through the introduction of this method. It used the power of the 4 sacred beasts, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, to open meridians, create acupoints, and form the Dantian as a container, progressively cultivating true energy reserves. True Energy Realm, Open Meridians, Acupoint Breaking Realm, Created Acupoints, Sea Transformation Realm, Expanded the Dantian, and transformed Qi into a Sea Golden Core Realm, Condensed Qi into a pill. For the True Energy Realm, the corresponding cultivation method was the Azure Dragon Meridian Opening Chapter. Cultivating the Azure Dragon phenomenon drew heavenly and earthly spiritual energy into the body, refined mortal Qi into true energy, used true energy to open all meridians throughout the body, stored true energy in the meridians, and nourished the flesh and meridians with the Azure Dragon's generative power, laying a thick foundation for cultivation. Furthermore, during combat, activating the Azure Dragon phenomenon could significantly augment one's fighting strength, greatly enhancing the power of martial arts techniques. He placed the cultivation method into the bronze bowl. The bronze bowl prompted, spend 1,000 taels to comprehend the Azure Dragon Meridian Opening Chapter. As expected of a True Energy Realm method, comprehension alone costs 1,000 taels. Gu Chen put the silver in without hesitation and chose to comprehend. This method was the cultivation art practiced by the commander of the Night Watch Department, and no one else had yet succeeded in mastering it. After cultivation, one could summon the phenomena of the 4 sacred beasts, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. When activated, combat power would be greatly enhanced. The silver in the bowl disappeared. Gu Chen comprehended the method. He sat cross-legged and circulated the technique. Instantly, a translucent Azure Dragon appeared behind him. This was the Azure Dragon phenomenon. Relying on the Azure Dragon phenomenon, he could continuously absorb heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, convert it into true energy, and use it to open all his meridians. The true energy produced was a new attribute of fused true energy, possessing both the fierce destructive power of 5-element Thunder True Energy and the vital force of Azure Dragon True Energy. Extremely formidable. However, relying solely on this method to slowly absorb spiritual energy for cultivation was far too slow. To advance his realm quickly, he still needed to use the bronze bowl to exchange for cultivation base. Early the next day, Gu Chen left Luoxian County and headed for Jinshi Commandery. Upon reaching the wilderness, he took out disguise materials from the bronze bowl. He donned a human skin mask and changed into a set of robes. Gu Chen planned upon reaching Jinshi Commandery to first purchase 50 pills of condensing true energy for the first level of the practitioner realm to break through to the true energy realm. Then he would search for Tai Yang Tian. That would be more secure. Gu Chen activated true energy to use Flying Snake Step to travel. Not flying in the air, this footwork consumed very little true energy. In one day, he arrived at the city of Jinshi Commandery. Xiantian Pavilion was one of the 3 top-tier pill-selling institutions in Jinshi Commandery. It was at the same level as the main branch of Baiyao Pavilion. The power it represented was the Taoist sect. All cultivation pills for the 4th level of the practitioner realm were sold here. As long as you could afford the silver, you could buy the pills you wanted. Gu Chen entered and spoke directly. I want to purchase 50 pills of condensing true energy for the 1st level of the practitioner realm at once. Is there a discount? The shopkeeper replied, a 2% discount can be given. Can I get a 5% discount? Gu Chen looked at him. 50 is too few. If it were 100, I could offer a 5% discount. The shopkeeper shook his head. Find the 2% discount it is. Gu Chen took out 24,500 taels of silver. Each pill of condensing true energy cost 500 taels, so 50 would be 25,000 taels, and with the 2% discount, it came to 24,500 taels, saving 500 taels. The shopkeeper collected the silver, entered the pavilion, and returned with 5 small porcelain bottles, each containing 10 pills. Having obtained the pills, Gu Chen left Xiantian Pavilion, rented a room at an inn in the city, and took out the bronze bowl. He placed the 2 pills of condensing true energy previously seized from Gong Yi together with the 50 pills into the bronze bowl. 52 pills of condensing true energy for the first level of the practitioner realm can be exchanged for 520 days of pure cultivation base. Gu Chen chose to exchange. Instantly, boundless cultivation base flooded into his body. Gu Chen immediately circulated the Azure Dragon Meridian opening chapter to convert it into true energy, beginning to open his meridians and create a thin passage within them. Behind Gu Chen, the Azure Dragon phenomenon appeared. A translucent Azure Dragon coiled above his body, guiding true energy along the meridian channels, slowly flowing into the Dantian. Refining the mortal turbid chi within his body, each cycle repeatedly tempered the true energy, purging impurities from the meridians and continuously compressing the true energy. Once all the cultivation base had been absorbed, the true energy in his body had transformed into pale cyan liquid true energy stored in his meridians and converging toward the Dantian, forming a preliminary true energy vortex within the sea of Qi. This caused Gu Chen's true energy reserves to skyrocket, at least 10 times his previous amount. The true energy of the true energy realm, broken through with the 4 beasts heavenly phenomenon, art possessed several times more true energy than ordinary methods. True energy realm early stage, achieved. A terrifying fluctuation emanated from Gu Chen's body. His physical strength, defense, vision, hearing, and reaction capabilities all experienced a comprehensive surge. If he faced his former self, Gu Chen could easily defeat him using only the Azure Dragon phenomenon without even employing martial arts techniques. Exquisite. Gu Chen rose and clenched his fists. Having reached the true energy realm, he had ascended to a genuine 7th-rank expert. He now truly had a foothold in this world. Now that he had reached the true energy realm, his previous concealment method, Mystic Tortoise Concealment Technique, had only reached the minor achievement level and was no longer sufficient to hide his current cultivation. To conceal the cultivation of the 4th level of the practitioner realm, only the great achievement level of concealment techniques would suffice. Mystic Tortoise Concealment Technique. 500 taels to exchange for great achievement comprehension. Gu Chen chose to exchange. Letting the Mystic Tortoise Concealment Technique reach great achievement, he activated the concealment technique, directly masking his true energy realm cultivation down to the level of the 5th layer of the innate realm. Time to report to Tai Yantian. Gu Chen removed his disguise, donned the bronze badge of the captain of the Night Watch Department in Luoxian County, rose, and left the inn. Meanwhile, in Jinshi Commandery, within the Commandery Prince's mansion, Tang Hong's envoy previously dispatched to Linbian City had returned today to report. Your Highness, Deputy Director Gong Yi of the Linbian City Night Watch Department has not contacted me for several days. The envoy said, I suspect he has already died. 2 days ago, the 2 remaining demon factions in Jiaowang Mountain within Luoxian County were destroyed by the newly appointed director of the Luoxian County Night Watch Department. Gong Yi had previously said he would personally deal with him to stop him from eliminating the final 2 demon factions. Now that Gong Yi has lost contact, and those 2 factions have been eliminated, we will no longer have justification to arrest people in Luoxian County. Hearing this, Prince Tang Hong narrowed his eyes. You mean the Tianyuan Shiju whom Tai Yantian arranged to send over, and I had Gong Yi kill? Correct. The envoy nodded. Does he have such capability to wipe out all the demons within Luoxian County and kill Gong Yi? Tang Hong mused. I recall there was a tiger demon in Luoxian County, a grandson of Tiger 7th Lord possessing the white tiger mutation bloodline, able to contend with early-stage true energy realm cultivators. How did he kill that tiger demon and Gong Yi? Gong Yi also seemed to have reached the half-step true energy realm. Not clear, the envoy shook his head. It is rumored that Tianyuan Shiju's cultivation was not at the 3rd layer of the innate realm, but had already reached the 5th layer. The 5th layer of the innate realm. Tai Yantian has hidden himself deeply. This is aimed at me. Cold light flashed in Tang Hong's eyes. Immediately deal with the people in Luoxian County who assisted us before leaving no traces. Abandon the Luoxian County channel for now. Tang Hong ordered. We cannot let Tai Yantian trace back to me. Yes. The envoy nodded. Then should we eliminate this Tianyuan Shiju? Tang Hong shook his head. With such talent, Tai Yantian will undoubtedly protect him with all his strength. The figure behind Tai Yantian, someone we cannot afford to provoke. Let us handle it this way for now, Tang Hong said dismissively. Understood. The envoy departed. Meanwhile, Gu Chen had already entered the Jinshi Commandery Night Watch Department headquarters. He met with Tai Yantian and reported the situation. The former director and 2 deputy directors of the Luoxian County Night Watch Department were killed by Gong Yi, the deputy director of the Linbian City Night Watch Department, in collusion with demons. Behind Gong Yi stands Tang Hong, the son of the Commandery Governor of our Jinshi Commandery. After Gong Yi killed 3 people, causing the demon crisis to rage throughout Luoxian County, the Black Wolf Gang used the pretext of stabilizing the demons to arrest people across the area, secretly extracting their blood and essence to irrigate various rare spiritual herbs for Tang Hong. This is a gray industry chain controlled by Tang Hong. Now all demon factions within Luoxian County have been eradicated by your servant, and Gong, he has been slain. I have come to report for duty. Gu Chen said to Tai Yongtian. After listening to Gu Chen's account, Tai Yongtian's heart churned for a long time. He never expected that the demon crisis in Luoxian County would involve the commandery governor's son Tang Hong. Colluding with demons, harming the people of our divine dynasty, secretly abducting populations for profit. Truly remarkable, Tang Hong, truly remarkable, the commandery governor's heir. Tai Yongtian's voice was ice cold. After a moment, he composed himself. Looking at Gu Chen, you have done well in this matter. It is a meritorious achievement. Combined with the intelligence you previously provided about the Black Heaven sect within Jinshi Commandery, I led a team to completely eradicate the entire Black Heaven sect recently. With these two merits combined, you are qualified for a promotion of 1 rank transfer to serve as the director of a night watch department in another city. However, to serve as a city's night watch director, one must at least possess the strength of the 5th layer of the innate realm. You will remain in Luoxian County to continue advancing your cultivation until your realm breaks through to the 5th layer of the innate realm, at which point you will be transferred to your new post. As Tai Yongtian spoke, he sensed something was amiss. Then he suddenly realized, looking at Gu Chen in shock. You just said you eliminated all the demon crisis within Luoxian County and killed Gong Yi, the deputy director of the Linbian City Night Watch Department, who collaborated with those demons. Gong Yi, I recall, had the cultivation of the 5th layer of the innate realm. How did you accomplish this? Tai Yongtian stared at Gu Chen. Director, this servant has actually already reached the 5th layer of the innate realm, Gu Chen replied. He then released the aura of his perfect 5th layer of the innate realm. Tai Yongtian was instantly rendered speechless with shock. Gu Chen, this Tianyuan Shirju, who had been in office for less than a month. His cultivation had already broken through to the 5th layer of the innate realm. What terrifying cultivation speed! What manner of monster was this? How had he achieved this? I recall when you first passed the Heavenly Divine Examination, you were merely at the early stage of the 3rd realm of Xiantian. How could you have broken through to the perfection of the 5th realm so swiftly? Tai Yongtian looked at Gu Chen in disbelief. Lord, actually I had concealed my true cultivation level back, then fearing that revealing too much would arouse jealousy. In truth, I had already reached the perfection of the 5th realm of Xiantian at that time. Gu Chen explained. So it was indeed so. Tai Yongtian still found it hard to believe. He had actually recruited such a monstrous genius. With such a genius, as long as he did not perish prematurely, he would surely step into the upper 3 ranks in the future, becoming a renowned figure in the divine dynasty. He had truly struck gold by becoming the guide for such a genius. Well, excellent, ha! Tai Yongtian laughed with joy. Gu Chen, put aside the matter of your appointment for now, since you possess such talent. Pack and prepare. I will take you to pay respects to my master. You have offended Tang Hong, which brings some trouble. Although I am one of the 4 chief officials of the Zhenshi County Night Watch Division, Tang Hong may not always respect my authority. To prevent him from making secret moves against you in the future, you need an additional identity. Tai Yongtian said, if you can become a disciple under my master, and thus a senior brother to me, then when the time comes, not only would Tang Hong, but even his father Tang Ming would dare not treat you ill. To pay respects to your lord's master. Gu Chen was startled. He had previously exchanged information about Tai Yongtian using a copper bowl. According to the information provided by the copper bowl at that time, Tai Yongtian's master was Shangwan Wuqing, the director of the Huangzhou Night Watch Division of the Divine Dynasty, a 3rd-rank official. His cultivation realm was at least at the peak of the upper 3 ranks. If he could become this person's disciple, then within Huangzhou who would dare to touch him? And once he reached the core formation realm, the techniques to break through to the upper 3 ranks could also be requested from Shangwan Wuqing. Excellent, Tai Yongtian said. With your talent, my master will surely be willing to accept you as a disciple. Then I rely entirely on your recommendation, Lord. Gu Chen bowed to Tai Yongtian. We should not delay. Let us depart today for the capital city of Huangzhou. Tai Yongtian pondered and said. Yes, Gu Chen obeyed the order. The two immediately left the Zhenshi County Night Watch Division and headed towards the capital city of Huangzhou. Tai Yongtian was already somewhat impatient, eager to recommend the monstrous genius Gu Chen to his master. His master's standards for accepting disciples were extremely strict, and up to now he had only taken 6 direct disciples. Of these 6, 3 held high positions in the Night Watch divisions of various counties in Huangzhou. The other 3 served as officials in other institutions of the Divine Dynasty. Gu Chen might well become the 7th. With Gu Chen's talent, the achievements he would reach in the future would only be higher. Their martial sect would become even more prosperous. Leaving Zhenshi County, Tai Yongtian directly carried Gu Chen and took to the air. Relying on your own legs to walk is too slow. Tai Yongtian said, I will directly carry you there by flying. Being carried by Tai Yongtian while flying was faster than Gu Chen using the flying serpent step on his own. This could not help but astonish him at what realm Tai Yongtian had reached. The true essence within Tai Yongtian's body was like a vast ocean, inexhaustible. Gu Chen estimated that he was no longer a 6th rank expert. His realm had likely broken through to the 5th rank level. In half a day's time, the two had traveled from Zhengshi County to the capital city of Huangzhou. In Huangzhou, behind the main Night Watch Division headquarters within a quiet courtyard, an elderly man with white hair and a middle-aged man in silver robes were playing chess. Master, here in Yuehai County, I have found that the pirate group beyond the Eastern Sea has become increasingly unruly. Recently, I discovered traces of salt merchants secretly smuggling pills and equipment to those pirates, but the mastermind behind it has not yet been caught. The middle-aged man in silver robes placed a black stone, speculating, I suspect it is supported by these aristocratic families within the divine dynasty. These aristocratic families are truly becoming more and more audacious. The white-haired elder lifted a white stone. Find them out, and do not spare a single one. If you cannot handle them, report them upward. Among the barbarians in the north, that new barbarian king has broken through to the land immortal realm and started to stir restlessly. These people think they can shake our divine dynasty's rule. They are just a bunch of dreamers. The white stone fell directly intercepting a large dragon of the silver-robed middle-aged man. The elder said calmly, our divine emperor is now in his prime. The silver-robed middle-aged man nodded. Suddenly, both of them looked towards the outside of the courtyard at the same time. Why has my junior martial brother come? The silver-robed middle-aged man spoke. Judging by his aura, he seems to have broken through, coming to claim merit from me. The white-haired elder turned back, continuing to stare at the chessboard. Some time ago, he completely eradicated the Black Heaven sect that had been entrenched in Zhengshi County for many years. Oh, the silver-robed middle-aged man was startled upon hearing this. My junior martial brother is so formidable. He had heard of the Black Heaven sect within Zhengshi County. Extremely tenacious. All these evil cults within the divine dynasty share the same nature. In his Yuehai County, there were also evil cults similar to the Black Heaven sect, a group of rats in the sewers. Normally extremely adept at concealment. His multiple suppression operations had yielded little results. He never expected that his junior martial brother Tai Yang Tian could this time completely eliminate the Black Heaven sect entrenched in Zhengshi County in one stroke. Old Six indeed did a splendid job this time. The white-haired elder nodded. At this moment, Master Ha. Tai Yang Tian's voice rang out from outside the courtyard. You would never guess what kind of surprise I have brought you this time. Tai Yang Tian's voice arrived before his person. Then he walked into the courtyard with Gu Chen. Seeing that besides his own master, the silver-robed middle-aged man was also there. Tai Yang Tian paused for a moment, then laughed. Haha, fourth senior brother is also here. Old Six, what good news have you brought from master that has you so excited? The silver-robed middle-aged man looked at Tai Yang Tian. He was exactly Shangguan Wuqing's fourth disciple, the director of the Night Watch Division of Yuehai County in Huangzhou, which is near the southeastern coastal boundary of the divine dynasty Luo Tianqing. Fourth senior brother, you would surely not guess either. Tai Yang Tian kept them in suspense. Shangguan Wuqing did not speak, but his gaze fell upon Gu Chen, who was brought behind Tai Yang Tian. Luo Tianqing also directed his gaze towards Gu Chen. Gu Chen's publicly revealed cultivation level was the perfection of the fifth realm of Xiantian. His mystic turtle concealment technique was extremely profound, and no one knew where those evil cultists of the Black Heaven sect had obtained it. With his current cultivation in the true essence realm, even a top expert like Shangguan Wuqing, who was the director of the entire Huangzhou Night Watch Division and at the peak of the upper three ranks, would also be unable to discern Gu Chen's true situation. Both were somewhat astonished. Looking at Gu Chen's age, it should not be great, yet he already possessed the perfection of the fifth realm of Xiantian. When they were at Gu Chen's age, their cultivation levels were not as terrifying as his. Could the surprised Tai Yang Tian mentioned be this young man before them? Seeing that both of their gazes had fallen upon Gu Chen, Tai Yang Tian no longer kept them in suspense, bowed to Shangguan Wuqing, and said, Master, the surprise I mentioned is this young man Gu Chen I have brought. Gu Chen, quickly come forward and pay respects to my master. My master is the director of the Huangzhou Night Watch General Division, a third-rank official. Tai Yang Tian introduced. If you are fortunate enough to be favored by my master and accepted as his seventh direct disciple, then in the future, you will be able to walk across Huangzhou with ease. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen hastily stepped forward, bowed deeply, and said, This lowly one greets the General Division Director. The white-haired elder waved his hand, indicating that Gu Chen need not be so formal. Then he curiously scrutinized Gu Chen. Master, you would certainly not guess this old kid Gu Chen is only 19 years old this year, yet he has already achieved the perfection of the fifth realm of Xiantian. Tai Yang Tian said excitedly. He is another heavenly divine examination holder produced by the Fire Cloud Mansion under our Zhengshi County within this decade with a pure background. If he can become a disciple under my master, it would also be a fortunate event for our sect. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Wuqing and Luo Tianqing both showed expressions of astonishment. 19 years old, perfection of the fifth realm of Xiantian. Where had this Tai Yang Tian obtained this little monster? Previously, they had sensed Gu Chen's aura of perfection in the fifth realm of Xiantian and estimated that Gu Chen should be around 25 or 26 years old. Now, upon hearing from Tai Yang Tian that he was only 19 and moreover a heavenly divine examination holder from one mansion this year, the nature of this was completely different. Before the age of 20 perfection of the fifth realm of Xintian in the future, there was hope to reach the realm above the first rank. Above the first rank, that was the mark of the absolute top tier of people in the Divine Dynasty. He had served as the director of the Huangzhou Night Watch Division for many years, unable to advance to become a second-rank official. It was precisely because his realm had been stuck at the peak of the first rank, half a step beyond the super rank. If he could take the step, he could be directly transferred away from Huangzhou to the Divine Dynasty's imperial capital and become one of the most core decision-makers of the Night Watch Division. The next moment, Shangwan Wuqing's figure disappeared from before them. Then he came forward to Gu Chen and thoroughly scrutinized him. He was feeling the bones to test Gu Chen's bone age. After obtaining the result, he exclaimed with great joy, "It truly is less than 20 years old. I never expected that at my age Shangwan Wuqing would still encounter such a monster." Shangwan Wuqing was excited. Gu Chen's qualifications were sufficient to rival the sacred heirs of the four major sects, and even the heavily cultivated successors within the three external forces Shan, Y Shan Lu Y Lu, and Tian Y Tian. Hearing Shangwan Wuqing's confirmation, Luo Tianxing also showed a smile. "Congratulations, master, on obtaining a monstrous genius." Shangwan Wuqing nodded, looking at Gu Chen. "You are named Gu Chen, correct?" "Yes, General Division Director," Gu Chen answered. "Are you willing to become my seventh direct disciple?" Shangwan Wuqing looked at Gu Chen. Of course, this was a procedural question that needed to be asked. If Gu Chen were unwilling, Taiyang Tian would not have brought him here either. This lowly one is willing. Gu Chen immediately knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to Shangwan Wuqing. "This disciple greets my master." "Excellent, excellent, ha." Shangwan Wuqing's smile could not be concealed. He stepped forward and helped Gu Chen up. "From now on, you are my seventh direct disciple, Shangwan Wuqing's. Above you there are 6 senior brothers, all serving in various institutions of the Divine Dynasty. Your talent exceeds theirs. Work hard in your cultivation and your future achievements will surely surpass them." Shangwan Wuqing patted Gu Chen's shoulder and said, "Master Old 7 is not only exceptionally talented in cultivation, but also highly capable in investigation and case solving." Taiyang Tian said, "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Shangwan Wuqing did not speak, but Luo Tianxing, who was beside him, asked curiously. "Master still remembers some time ago when I dispatched personnel to completely uproot the Black Heaven sect within Jinshi County, right?" Taiyang Tian explained. "I remember done well." Shangwan Wuqing said, "Count it as one of your merits. Now that your realm has broken through to the 5th rank, I can promote you to Deputy Director of a county's Night Watch Division." Thank you, Master." Taiyang Tian said, "This is one of them. This disciple brings up this matter mainly to say that actually the greatest merit in my complete annihilation of the Black Heaven sect belongs to my 7th junior martial brother." Little 7. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Wuqing and Luo Tianxing directed their gazes towards Gu Chen. "That's correct," Taiyang Tian said. "It was precisely my 7th junior martial brother who provided me with information about the various Black Heaven sect strongholds within Jinshi County and intelligence about their undercover agents embedded in the Night Watch Division so that I could make a sudden move and comprehensively eliminate this bunch of poison tumors." "Is it so?" The two were greatly astonished upon hearing this. They never expected that Gu Chen was not only exceptionally talented in cultivation, but also highly capable in investigation and intelligence. Not only that, Taiyang Tian continued, "I dispatched 7th junior brother to Luoan County, a border county under the jurisdiction of my Jinshi commandery. In less than a month, he has already accomplished both of the arduous tasks I assigned to him. Luoan County is one of the few counties in Jinshi commandery that borders the 100,000 mountains. 3 months ago, the chief of the Night Watch Department and his 2 deputy chiefs in the county seat died sudden mysterious deaths. Consequently, demon plagues erupted across the entire county. Thus, I sent 7th junior brother to assume the role of the new chief of the Luoan County Night Watch Department. At the time, I gave him 2 objectives: first, to uncover the true cause behind the deaths of those 3 men, and second, to completely eradicate the demon threat within Luoan County. After arriving in Luoan County, 7th junior brother took less than a month to eradicate the demon plague and uncover the true cause behind the deaths of the former Night Watch chief and his 2 deputies. This case involves a deeply hidden illicit industry. The mastermind behind it is none other than Tang Hong, the son of the Jinshi commandery governor. He ordered his men to harvest the vital blood essence of the living citizens of Luoan County to nourish rare spiritual herbs for profit. The former Night Watch chief and his deputies were murdered by the demons in league with Gong Yi, the deputy chief of the neighboring Linbian City Night Watch Department, who is one of Tang Hong's subordinates. Their goal was to fabricate a severe demon plague in Luoan County, allowing the local Black Wolf gang to abduct citizens under the guise of making offerings to the demons, while secretly extracting their vital blood essence for profit. 7th junior brother uncovered all of these conspiracies in secret, Taiyang Tian explained. Not only did he eradicate every last demon in Luoan County, but he also executed Gong Yi, the deputy chief of the Linbian City Night Watch Department. Upon hearing Taiyang Tian's account, both Shangwan Wuqing and Luo Tianxing were once again astonished by Gu Chen's remarkable competence. They had not expected Gu Chen to possess such a brilliant talent in these affairs. Junior brother's capabilities are truly admirable, Luo Tianqing remarked. Fourth senior brother flatters me, Gu Chun replied humbly at once. Gu Chun then turned to Shangwan Wuqing. However, master, by executing Gong Yi and eradicating the demons in Luoan County, I have severed the financial pipeline of Tang Hong, the son of the Jinshi governor. I wonder if he will seek vengeance against me in the shadows. Gu Chun had not forgotten the purpose of Tai Yantian bringing him here. The first was to formally become a disciple, and the second was to leverage the power of his master Shangwan Wuqing to resolve his current predicament. He needed to prevent Tang Hong from retaliating against him in secret. Since Tai Yantian had steered the conversation to this point, it was only natural for Gu Chun to bring up this hidden threat. Humph, Shangwan Wuqing snorted coldly. The son of the Jinshi governor. You mean Tang Meng's son, do you not? Rest assured, now that you have become my personal disciple, Tang Hong will not only shrink from opposing you, but he will also look for opportunities to curry favor with you. I will send someone to warn Tang Meng, Shangwan Wuqing added. He will know exactly what to do. Thank you, master. Gu Chun cupped his hands in respect, and continued, there is one more matter. When I was slaying the strongest demon in Luoan County, it claimed to be the grandson of some 7th Lord Tiger. It said that if I killed its 7th Lord Tiger would never let me off, and even the high command of the Night Watch Department would not be able to protect me. I do not know what kind of demon this 7th Lord Tiger is, and how he compares to you, master. Hearing this before Shangwan Wuqing could speak, Tai Yantian interjected, Master might not be familiar with 7th Lord Tiger, but I am. It is one of the few 5th grade great demons inhabiting the border region between Jinshi Commandery and the 100,000 Mountains. Master, you are in existence beyond the 1st grade, a half-step transcendent master. That creature cannot possibly compare to you. Let alone master. Even if I went myself, we would fight to a draw at best. If your 4th senior brother were to take action, he could easily annihilate it, Tai Yantian explained. Hearing this, Gu Chen's heart was set at ease. If that was the case, he could sleep soundly without any worries. Indeed. Shangwan Wuqing nodded and looked at Tai Yantian. Old 6th, based on what you just said, Old 7th has achieved consecutive merits since taking over as the chief of a county night watch department. Now that his strength has reached the perfection of the 5th stage of the innate realm, we can consider promoting him to chief of a city night watch department. Go and make the arrangements. Since you have now broken through to the 5th grade, you no longer need to remain as the director of the Jinshi Commandery Night Watch Department. You will be promoted to the standard 6th rank as deputy chief. I will have someone handle the paperwork, and it will be finalized shortly. Thank you, master. Tai Yantian nodded and continued, my promotion will go smoothly, as there is currently a vacant deputy chief position in the Jinshi Commandery Night Watch Department. However, regarding 7th junior brother, among all the cities under my Jinshi Commandery, none of them seem to have an opening for a city night watch chief. Therefore, I cannot arrange such a position for junior brother in the short term. No vacancies, Shangwan Wuqing murmured. Then we shall wait. Once a position opens up, we will dispatch Old 7th to take office. For now, we will raise his official rank to the 7th rank. Yes, Tai Yantian nodded. Beside them, Luo Tianqing's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Junior brother Tai, there are no vacant chief positions in your Jinshi Commandery cities. Well, my Yuehai Commandery has one. Luo Tianqing hurriedly looked at Shangwan Wuqing. Master, you can send junior brother to take office in my Yuehai Commandery. It just so happens that a coastal city in Yuehai has a vacancy for a night watch chief. As the chief of the Yuehai Commandery Night Watch Department, and a 5th grade official, I can certainly look after junior brother much better than junior brother Tai can in Jinshi Commandery. Hearing this before Gu Chun could speak, Tai Yantian protested, 4th senior brother, you are showing off. Junior brother is doing perfectly fine in my Jinshi Commandery. Why should he go to your Yuehai Commandery? Isn't it because you don't have any vacancies? Luo Tianqing laughed. I am only thinking of junior brother's future. A talent like him shouldn't be kept waiting indefinitely under your watch without a post. A vacancy will surely open up on my side very soon. Tai Yantian grumbled, reluctant to let go. It had not been easy for him to discover a talent like Gu Chun, who possessed both exceptional talent and outstanding investigative and operational capabilities. How could he easily allow Luo Tianqing to recruit him away? Master junior brother has an extraordinary talent for investigation and solving cases. I happen to have a case on my side that requires his assistance, Luo Tianqing said. I guarantee that if he solves this case, he will accumulate immense merit. With the rewards he receives, he will be able to break through to the true essence realm in one fell swoop. A 20-year-old in the true essence realm. Just the thought of it is terrifying, Luo Tianqing remarked. Then looking at Tai Yantian, he added, this is far better than having junior brother waste away his time waiting with you, junior brother Tai. Tai Yantian fell silent upon hearing this. Although he did not want Gu Chen to be poached by his 4th senior brother, he had to admit that Yuehai Commandery offered a better opportunity to accumulate merit and immediately secure a post as a city night watch chief to build his resume. This was indeed far better than Gu Chun remaining in Jinshi Commandery as a mere county night watch chief. For personal disciples like them under their master's lineage, their talent was never in question, and their future cultivation levels would surely be high. As long as they accumulated enough merit and built up a solid resume, their official ranks would rise as soon as their cultivation reached the required levels. Gu Chen possessed monstrous talent and would undoubtedly break through to the true essence realm soon. Once he reached the 6th grade aperture opening realm, he could be dispatched to serve as the chief of a prefecture-level night watch department. Shangwan Wuqing looked at Gu Chen. Your 6th senior brother's Jinshi Commandery currently has no vacant city night watch chief positions, while your 4th senior brother's Yuehai Commandery does. Are you willing to leave Jinshi Commandery and go to Yuehai Commandery to take up the post? Hearing this, Luo Tianqing looked at Gu Chen with great anticipation. Junior brother, if you come to my Yuehai Commandery, I will absolutely treat you well. Though helpless Tai Yantian did not speak up to stop him, choosing instead to let Gu Chen make his own decision. Gu Chen pondered for a moment. His cultivation level was rising rapidly. If he wanted to rise through the ranks and accumulate merit, he had to do it as early as possible. Remaining in Luoan County would yield no further merit, as he had already wiped out every last demon within its borders. Going to 4th senior brother's Yuehai Commandery might indeed be an excellent choice. With the ability of his bronze bowl to exchange for information, no matter how many major cases there were, he would be able to solve them all. His official rank would surely skyrocket. The rewards he received from his achievements would also allow him to swiftly acquire a vast amount of resources for his cultivation breakthroughs. Now that he was breaking through to the true essence realm, advancing even a single minor realm would cost him at least 25,000 taels of silver. If he stayed in Luoan County with no demons left to eradicate, he would have to rely solely on refining pills for the Chung family, which only earned him a little over 10,000 taels of silver a month. To advance a minor realm, it would take him more than 2 months. Furthermore, once he broke through to the true essence realm, he could begin preparing to cultivate the 2nd volume of the dark iron red bronze Vajra body, the red bronze body. Once he mastered this red bronze body, he would possess terrifying defensive power within the 4 realms of the practitioner. He could not neglect this body refining technique. Cultivating the red bronze body required even more silver than the dark iron body. He needed a larger stage to convert the capabilities of his bronze bowl into silver. I am willing, Gu Chen nodded. He then addressed Luo Tianqing. I will rely on 4th senior brother's care in the future. Of course, of course. Seeing Gu Chen agree, Luo Tianqing beamed with joy. Only Tai Yangtian felt rather depressed. He had not expected that the genius junior brother he had just recruited would be snatched away by his 4th senior brother in the blink of an eye. How could he not feel dejected? Gu Chen, seeing this, quickly spoke up. I will always hold 6th senior brother's kindness in recommending me close to my heart. I will never forget it. Hearing Gu Chen's words, Tai Yantian felt slightly better. Then it is settled. Old 4th, you will arrange old 7th's post, Shangwan Wuqing declared. Yes, master. Luo Tianqing nodded and continued, processing all the paperwork may take about a month. Junior brother can return to Luoan County to pack up and hand over his duties. In a month you can come to Yuehai Commandery to take up your post. Thank you, master and 4th senior brother. Gu Chen expressed his gratitude. Shangwan Wuqing spoke. Whenever a disciple joins my lineage, I always have a gift for them. Giving you martial arts or cultivation methods would be inappropriate, as you can obtain them anytime by earning merits. Silver is too vulgar, and you can purchase pills yourself. After some thought, I have decided to give you this. Shangwan Wuqing produced a jade plaque and handed it to Gu Chen. Since you are going to Yuehai Commandery, take this jade plaque. The Yutei Island secret realm there will open in a year, and this jade key will grant you entry. Thank you, master, Gu Chen said, accepting the jade plaque. So this was a key to his secret realm. He wondered what mysteries the Yutei Island secret realm held such that Shangwan Wuqing would forego giving him other gifts just to present him with this jade key. Junior brother, you are truly blessed. To think master would bestow such an opportunity upon you, Luo Tianqing remarked from the side. You probably do not know what this jade talisman represents. The Yutei Island secret realm opens only once every 50 years. It contains countless spiritual herbs and legacies, and even opportunities for first-grade powerhouses to break through to the transcendent realm. When the secret realm opened last time, our eldest senior brother received the jade talisman from master and gained entry. Today he is already a 2nd-grade sage-level expert among the upper 3 grades. Luo Tianqing spoke with great yearning. Unfortunately, when they had formally joined as disciples, it was not during the period when the Yutei secret realm was open. They could not enter, leaving them with nothing but envy. Hearing Luo Tianqing's envious words, Gu Chen thanked Shangwan Wuqing once more. It appeared this jade key was indeed an extraordinary opportunity. Shangwan Wuqing waved his hand. He looked at Gu Chen and said, now that you have reached the perfection of the 5th stage of the innate realm, you are about to embark on cultivating methods for the 4 realms of the practitioner. Which cultivation method have you chosen for this stage? Show it to me, and I will guide you over the next 2 days. The same goes for the martial arts you practice. Master, the cultivation method I chose for the 4 realms of the practitioner is the 4 beasts celestial phenomenon art, Gu Chen replied. My martial arts are the demon-suppressing saber technique and the flying snake steps. To think it is the 4 beasts celestial phenomenon art, Shangwan Wuqing murmured in surprise. If it were any other method, he could have offered Gu Chen some guidance. But with this particular art, he was powerless. After all, besides the commander of their night watch department, no one else had ever successfully cultivated this technique. If it were any other method, I could have guided you. But with this technique, I cannot help you, Shangwan Wuqing said, shaking his head. With your talent, however, you can certainly try to challenge this method. If you fail to master it, I can always teach you another. Gu Chen's talent was immense. He was fully qualified to attempt this art. If he succeeded, his future achievements might even allow him to strive for the realm of the terrestrial immortal. This was a realm beyond the transcendent, the absolute peak of existence within the divine dynasty. Are there any aspects of the 2 first-grade practitioner martial arts you are practicing that you do not understand and require my guidance? Shangwan Wuqing inquired further. Yes, Gu Chen replied. In truth, he had already comprehended these 2 martial arts to perfection through the bronze bowl. Naturally, he required no guidance whatsoever. However, since Shangwan Wuqing had already offered, it would be highly tactless of him to claim that he had already fully mastered both martial arts. He could seize this opportunity to let Shangwan Wuqing instruct him. In the future, when he displayed these 2 martial arts, he could attribute his mastery to Shangwan Wuqing's guidance. This would prevent others from becoming suspicious. Gu Chen stayed with Shangwan Wuqing for 2 days, receiving instruction in martial arts. On the 3rd day, he finally returned to Jinshi Commandery with Tai Yangtian. Luo Tianqing also left the Huangzhou provincial capital with them, returning to Yuehai Commandery to prepare for Gu Chen's upcoming appointment. Upon returning to the Jinshi Commandery capital, Tai Yangtian asked Gu Chen, "Junior brother, you will be transferred to Yuehai Commandery in a month, which will leave the chief position in the Luoan County Night Watch Department vacant. Among those currently serving in Luoan, do you have any good candidates to recommend as the new chief?" Duan Xingchen, who is currently the second in command of the Luoan County Night Watch, Gu Chen suggested. He is at the early stage of the 3rd stage of the innate realm, Gu Chen continued. His strength makes him well suited for the position, and he is very diligent. He has also contributed significantly during our recent efforts to eradicate the scattered demon forces in Luoan County. If we promote him to the new chief, his former position as deputy chief can be filled by Zhong Hao. Zhong Hao's strength and qualifications meet the standards, and he has worked very hard recently. He is fully capable of handling the role. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest, Tai Yangtian agreed with a nod. Once you depart from Luoan County, Duan Xingchen will take your place, and Zhong Hao will take over his. As for the Night Watcher position vacated by Zhong Hao, I will find a way to transfer someone else from another area. Once you return to Luoan County and settle everything, you can head over to take up your post, as soon as 4th Senior Brother's side completes the paperwork. Understood, Gu Chen nodded. By the way, the entire staff of the Luoan County Night Watch Department performed exceptionally in eradicating the demons this time. They must be rewarded, Tai Yangtian added. For you, Duan Xingchen, and Zhong Hao, a 1-rank promotion will serve as your reward. As for the others, each will be rewarded with 10 medicinal pills corresponding to their respective cultivation realms. I will write you a slip so you can collect the rewards from the storehouse later and take them back with you. Yes, Gu Chen nodded. Although he had personally annihilated the demon forces within Luoan County, the other members of the Luoan County Night Watch Department had also contributed significantly, such as helping him harvest materials from the demon carcasses and assisting in cornering the demons to prevent their escape. Their efforts were indeed worthy of reward. After bidding farewell to Tai Yangtian, Gu Chen took the voucher he had issued and headed to the storeroom to collect 90 blood chi pills and 10 skin tempering pills. He then made his way from the prefectural city of Jinshi Commandery back to Luoan County. The silver on his person had dwindled to just over 22,000 taels. To break through to the mid-stage of the true yuan realm, he would need 54 condensing yuan pills. That came to over 27,000 taels of silver, still 5,000 short. Gu Chen decided to forego the purchase for now. Once he returned to Luoan County, he would settle in and spend some time refining pills, earn the remaining 5,000 taels, and then purchase the full 54 pills in one go. After advancing his realm, he would need to inform Chen Mingling on this trip back to Luoan County that he was about to be transferred to Yuehai Commandery to take up the post of Night Watch Division Chief of a city. He would have her make the necessary preparations. Once he was assigned to that city in Yuehai Commandery to assume his post, Chen Mingling would establish a stronghold in whichever city he was stationed at and open up trade routes leading there. Meanwhile, back in Luoan County, Gu Chen would also have Duan Xingchen look after the trade stronghold the Chen family had already established. He intended to help the Chen family grow. Only in this way could the higher-grade pills he refined find a market. During this period, all the pills he had refined for the Chen family were blood chi pills, since the Chen family was currently only operating in the low-grade market. As for higher-grade products such as skin-tempering pills and bone-forging pills, their distribution channels still needed improvement. The batches of skin-tempering pills and a portion of the bone-forging pills Gu Chen had refined for the Chen family earlier had yet to be sold out. The Chen family's overall strength was still too weak. They currently possessed only a single innate third-realm expert recruited merely half a month ago. That person had only been willing to serve as a patron of the Chen family after hearing that it was a faction under Gu Chen's protection. 2 additional innate second-realm patrons had joined along with 5 new innate first-realm patrons. This expansion was possible because the Chen family had opened up numerous trade routes in recent times and earned a substantial amount of silver from selling pills, affording them the means to recruit more patrons. Still, their overall foundation remained somewhat thin. not a single innate fourth realm patron among them. They would need to develop gradually. By taking up the post of Night Watch Division Chief of a city in Yuehai Commandery, Gu Chen's official rank would be higher and his authority greater. The deterrent effect would be far stronger. It would enable the Chung family to open up larger shipping lanes and trade routes, allowing them to sell more of their higher-grade pills. When that time came, he would no longer need to refine blood qi pills every day and could increase the proportion of skin-tempering pills and bone-forging pills he produced. He would be able to earn even more silver. Half a day later, Gu Chen had returned to Luan County. No sooner had he arrived at the Night Watch Division than he summoned every member of the Luan County Night Watch Division. In the complete eradication of all demonic forces within Luan County's borders, each of you played a part. Gu Chen looked out at the assembled Night Watch members and continued, although slaying demons is our sworn duty, after I reported these events to the Jinshi Commandery Night Watch Division headquarters, Vice Division Chief Taiyang Tian decided that the entire Luan County Night Watch Division would be credited with one meritorious achievement. I have been promoted by one rank and am about to be transferred to take up a position at another Night Watch Division. Gu Chen announced, upon my departure, the former Vice Division Chief Duan Xingchen shall succeed me in this role. At these words, the assembled Night Watch members burst into an uproar. Their division chief Gu Chen was being transferred away. A wave of reluctance swept through the hearts of every person present. They were well aware that the complete annihilation of all demonic forces in Luan County guaranteed them a share of the credit. Yet when that credit translated into the transfer of Gu Chen himself, they found themselves reluctant to see him go. They had relished too deeply the sensation of sweeping through demonic forces under Gu Chen's command. His invincible bearing had allowed them to vicariously immerse themselves in his triumphs. With Gu Chen gone, should new demonic forces emerge from the 100,000 mountains, Duan Xingchen might not be able to hold them in check. Duan Xingchen himself was equally astonished. He had only just become Vice Division Chief not long ago, and now he was to be elevated to Division Chief. Though his heart brimmed with joy, he could not help but feel reluctant at the thought of Gu Chen's departure. With Gu Chen present, the two Vice Division Chiefs could simply lie back and relax, never having to worry about the pressure of demonic threats. Everything was held aloft by Gu Chen's presence above them. Once Gu Chen was gone, all that pressure would fall squarely upon his shoulders. Though his strength was not weak, more than enough to handle any county that did not border the 100,000 mountains, he had every confidence in managing the post of a county's Night Watch Division Chief. Yet in Luan County, he lacked such confidence. Noticing that the announcement of his impending departure had unsettled the morale of the Night Watch members, Gu Chen said, "You need not worry that after my departure, demons emerging from the 100,000 mountains will wreak havoc in ways you cannot handle. In the past, the demons dared to run rampant in Luan County solely because the former Vice Division Chief Gong Yi of Linbian City's Night Watch Division, which oversees Luan County, was colluding with them. When you sought aid from Linbian City, it was that collusion that led them to dismiss your pleas." Gu Chen's gaze swept over to Qian Shun as he spoke those words. The latter immediately lowered his head. As it happened, Qian Shun had once been one of Gong Yi's underlings. It was he who had assisted the Black Wolf Gang in carrying out Gong Yi's foul dealings. Now that Gong Yi is dead, and all the demonic forces in Luan County colluding with him have been uprooted by my hand. Gu Chen turned to Duan Xingchen and said, "Should any demon beyond your capacity appear within Luan County's borders in the future, you may go directly to the Linbian City Night Watch Division to request aid. They will no longer stand idly by." "I see. Thank you, my lord." Duan Xingchen nodded in understanding upon hearing this. He had never imagined that the reason their previous pleas for aid from Linbian City had been rebuffed was rooted in such corruption. It had never been a matter of Linbian City lacking manpower. Rather, it was the collusion between a high-ranking official and the demonic forces within Luan County that had rendered all their cries for help futile. Among the Night Watch members, only Qian Shun buried his head even lower. Gong Yi was dead. This was the first he had heard of it. If so, then the victor in this contest of wills must have been Gu Chen. Or rather, the powerful figure backing Gu Chen was so formidable that his influence had eclipsed even the one behind Gong Yi. Qian Shun, having once been Gong Yi's underling, was well aware that Gong Yi too had powerful backers. Otherwise, Gong Yi could never have obstructed the dispatch of experts from Linbian City to Luan County to subdue demons. Gu Chen had achieved total victory in this contest of wills and been promoted by one rank. Gong Yi perished in the process. The faction behind him chose to abandon their foothold in Luan County. Going forward, Luan County should see no further outbreaks of large-scale demonic unrest. Duan Xingchen will assume the role of the new division chief, and Zheng Hao will take over Duan Xingchen's former position as vice division chief, Gu Chen announced. "Thank you, my lord, for your promotion." Zheng Hao stepped forward and bowed to Gu Chen. Gu Chen acknowledged with a nod, then continued, "All others shall receive 10 cultivation pills corresponding to their respective realms as reward." Gu Chen produced 90 blood qi pills and 10 skin tempering pills. Aside from Zheng Hao, the other 9 Night Watch members of Luan County were all at the innate first realm and would each receive 10 blood qi pills as reward. Qian Shun, being at the innate second realm, was eligible to receive 10 skin tempering pills as reward. Gu Chen handed out the pills to the assembled members. Thank you, my lord. The 10 recipients each took their pills and expressed their gratitude to Gu Chen. 10 blood chi pills would advance their cultivation by a significant margin and save them considerable time in their training. A generous reward indeed. After all, during the complete eradication of the demonic forces within Luan County, they had essentially been bystanders the entire time. They had contributed little of substance. This merit had fallen into their laps entirely by chance. In Jinshur Commandery, within the rear courtyard of the prefectural governor's residence, Commandery Governor Tang Meng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, beside an artificial hill, his gaze fixed upon the carp swimming in the pond below. At this moment, an elderly servant led a finely dressed young man to stand behind him. My lord, the young master has arrived, the old servant addressed Tang Meng. Tang Meng turned to glance at the young man and instructed the elderly servant, "You may withdraw." "Yes, my lord." The old servant withdrew. Tang Meng regarded Tang Hong. "Father," Tang Hong called out. Tang Meng did not reply. Instead, he turned his gaze back toward the school of fish gliding through the pond and asked, "In Luan County, you once arranged for men to deal with a night watch division chief named Gu Chen, did you not?" Tang Meng made his inquiry. Tang Hong fell silent for a moment upon hearing this, then replied, "Yes." In the end, it ended in failure. That man is someone Tai Yangtian holds in high regard, and his strength exceeded my expectations. I have already had the loose ends in that area cleaned up. No one knows that I was the mastermind behind it. Upon hearing this, Tang Meng shook his head. "You acted carelessly this time," Tang Meng said. "Just now Shangwan Wuqing sent someone to deliver a warning to me. That Gu Chun has now become his 7th disciple." "What?" Tang Hong was startled. Gu Chun had actually become Shangwan Wuqing's 7th disciple. How exceptional must his talent be to have prompted Shangwan Wuqing to take on a disciple at his advanced age? What manner of being was Shangwan Wuqing? He was the apex figure of the entire Huang Province Night Watch Division, a peak first grade among the upper 3 grades, a supreme expert, but a half step away from transcending into the super grade. His father Tang Meng, as commandery governor, was himself only a 4th grade expert. Before Shangwan Wuqing, he was utterly insignificant. Throughout all of Huang Province, the major powers all knew that Shangwan Wuqing's criteria for accepting disciples were exceedingly stringent. His 6 disciples had all achieved remarkable distinction, serving in prominent positions throughout various institutions of the Divine Dynasty. Even the least accomplished among them, Tai Yangtian, now held a high-ranking post within the Jinshur Commandery Night Watch Division. Who could have imagined that Gu Chun would, at this advanced stage of Shangwan Wuqing's life, become his 7th disciple? And that for Gu Chen's sake, Shangwan Wuqing had even sent someone to warn his father. Although his father held the ostensibly illustrious position of 5th grade official, the foremost authority in a commandery, before a 3rd grade high official like Shangwan Wuqing, he was of little consequence. Should Shangwan Wuqing wish to move against his father, it would be child's play. Had he known earlier that Gu Chen's talent would earn him a place as Shangwan Wuqing's personal disciple, he would never have ordered Gong Yi to deal with Gu Chen. He would have immediately chosen to step back and dispatched men to assist Gu Chen directly in eradicating the demonic forces within Luan County. Fortunately, the damage was not yet irreversible. Gong Yi had been too incompetent, failing to cause any great catastrophe before being struck down by Gu Chen himself. There was still room for redemption. Shangwan Wuqing had only sent someone to warn his father not to have him seized and brought in. This indicated that the situation could still be salvaged. "Prepare a gift and send it to Tai Yangtian. Ask him to deliver it to Gu Chun on your behalf, as our gesture of apology," Tang Meng instructed. "I understand, father. I shall see to it at once." Tang Hong wiped the cold sweat from his brow as he spoke. That had been perilously close. A single misstep could have meant kicking an iron plate and bringing about his own undoing. The gift must be carefully chosen to suit the recipient. It cannot be perfunctory. Tang Meng continued, "The fact that Gu Chun has caught Shangwan Wuqing's eye speaks to his exceptional cultivation talent. Moreover, with Shangwan Wuqing as his master, ordinary gifts such as common pills, spiritual herbs, martial techniques, or treasured weapons need not be sent. Offer something he might genuinely need." Upon hearing this, Tang Hong pondered for a moment, his eyes lighting up, and replied, "I understand, father. The gift I prepare for him will not only cause him to overlook past offenses, but will also be something a genius of his caliber both requires and will find useful in the future." Tang Meng acknowledged with a nod and waved his hand. "See to it." "Yes, father." Tang Hong turned and departed. In Luoan County at the Night Watch Division, Gu Chun distributed the rewards and settled all matters. He then returned to his courtyard and instructed Wei Zhong to head to the Cheng family stronghold to summon Cheng Mingling, as he had some matters to discuss. Before long, Cheng Mingling arrived. "Brother Gu, you're back," she greeted him upon her arrival. Gu Chen had been away for the past few days. When she had come to collect the elixirs earlier, she found him gone. It was only through Wei Zhong that she learned Gu Chun had annihilated all the demon forces within Luoan County and had gone to the demon subduing division headquarters in Jinshur Commandery to report his success. "Yes," Gu Chen nodded and said to her, "I called you here to discuss a few things. Having eradicated all the demon forces within Luoan County, I have achieved a great merit and been promoted by 1 rank. I am to be transferred to Yuehai Commandery to assume my new post. Gu Chen looked at her. In the future the Cheng family might need to establish a new branch there. Brother Gu, you've been promoted. Hearing this, Cheng Mingling beamed with joy. Congratulations, Brother Gu. With Gu Chen's promotion, the Cheng family's backing became even more secure, allowing them to expand their businesses further in the future. As for establishing a new stronghold at Gu Chen's new posting, that was absolutely no problem. In fact, it would allow the Cheng family to expand their trade routes there. Rest assured, Brother Gu, setting up a new branch at your next posting is completely feasible. Once your specific location is confirmed, just let me know, and I will arrange it. Cheng Mingling puffed out her full chest proudly. I see. Gu Chen nodded, then asked, how many sets of unrefined medicinal herbs for Qi blood pills does the Cheng family currently have in stock? Of those previously acquired, over 30 sets remain. Recently we spotted some cheap herbs for sale along the trade routes and purchased them on the spot, adding another 60-odd sets. Cheng Mingling continued, in total we have about 100 sets. Hold off on acquiring more herbs for now, Gu Chen instructed. Wait until I have refined all 100 sets and assumed my new post before you resume buying. Gu Chen added, once the trade route expands you can purchase more herbs for skin tempering pills and bone forging pills. The profit margins for those two elixirs are far more substantial. Very well, Cheng Mingling nodded. In the days that followed, Gu Chen focused peacefully on refining pills at the Luoan County Night Watch Division. 5 days later, Gu Chen had refined a total of 20 batches of Qi blood pills, earning a reward of 2,400 taels of silver, combined with the 22,800 taels he already had. His current savings had reached over 25,200 taels of silver. He was now a mere 2,000 taels short of his target of 27,000. With another 5 days of pill refining, he would be able to slip away to Jinshi Commandery to purchase the medicinal pills required to break through to the mid-stage of the true essence realm. On this day, while Gu Chen was refining pills, an envoy from the Jinshi Commandery Night Watch Division suddenly arrived to seek him out, delivering a letter and a parcel. The envoy stated they were from Tai Yangtian, and after delivering the items, he promptly departed. Gu Chen opened the letter and read, finding it quite intriguing. In the letter, Tai Yangtian explained that the contents of the parcel were a peace offering from Tang Hong, the son of the Jinshi Commandery governor, meant to apologize for their previous conflict. It appeared his master Shangwan Wuqing had already sent someone to warn the Jinshi Commandery governor Tang Meng. Gu Chen found it rather marvelous, the wonders of having a powerful backer. Even someone like Tang Hong, whose retaliation he had previously feared, was now reduced to sending gifts to beg for his forgiveness. Gu Chen picked up the parcel and opened it. Inside was a box. Upon opening it, Gu Chen found a manual. A manual? Is it a martial arts technique? Gu Chen wondered with curiosity about what kind of peace offering Tang Hong had sent to beg for his leniency. Unrolling the manual, Gu Chen was astonished. According to the introduction of this technique, it was a spiritual soul technique specifically designed to attack the soul. This soul-piercing all. According to the description, this specialized technique could only be cultivated by powerhouses of the upper 3 ranks who had already generated soul force. It was exceedingly rare. Soul force was something that could only be generated after breaking through to the 4th rank core formation realm and opening the spiritual platform Purple Mansion. Tang Hong must have deduced that since Gu Chen was accepted as Shangwan Wuqing's 7th personal disciple, he possessed extraordinary talent and would inevitably break through to the upper 3 ranks in the future. Thus he had presented this soul technique in advance. Tang Hong is surprisingly generous, Gu Chen thought with delight. This technique far surpassed ordinary martial arts elixirs or spiritual herbs. It was something money couldn't buy, a gift that truly struck a chord with him. For other powerhouses, they might indeed need to break through to the 4th rank and enter the upper 3 ranks to open their spiritual platform Purple Mansion before they could generate soul force. But he had no such restriction. By utilizing the soul bead and the bronze bowl to exchange for soul cultivation, he had already generated soul force. If he could master this technique, he would possess a method specifically designed to attack others' souls. This was truly extraordinary. Possessing an upper 3 ranks offensive method while only in the 7th rank true essence realm, would he not defy the heavens? Gu Chen took out the bronze bowl and placed the manual inside, wanting to see how many taels of silver it would cost to master the basics of this technique. The bronze bowl provided a prompt. It was like a bucket of cold water poured instantly over Gu Chen's head. Special soul attack technique, soul piercing, all spin 100 taels of silver to exchange for basic comprehension. 100,000 taels of silver. With that much money, if he spent it on elixirs, it would be enough to elevate his cultivation directly to the perfection of the true essence realm. The required sum of silver was simply too vast. He likely wouldn't be able to use the bronze bowl to exchange for comprehension of this soul attack technique anytime soon. Since he needed silver for everything right now, he couldn't afford to waste it on this technique. The cost of exchanging for comprehension with the bronze bowl is too high. At worst, I'll just spend my own time cultivating and comprehending it, Gu Chen pondered. Perhaps by relying on myself it won't take long to master the basics, and I can save a fortune. Ultimately, one had to rely on their own honest efforts in cultivation rather than external objects, Gu Chen thought. Just then outside his courtyard, a night watcher rushed in to report in a panic My lord, this is bad. Something has happened. Seeing his hurried demeanor, Gu Chen said, what is making you so flustered? My lord, it's hard to explain in a few words. Boss Duan has already taken the brothers over there. You should come with me first, the Night Watcher replied. A demon calamity has emerged within Luoan County again, the Night Watcher exclaimed. And this time it is far more severe than before. A demon calamity. Gu Chen narrowed his eyes. All the demon forces within Luoan County had previously been completely annihilated by him. For a demon calamity to strike again, could it be that a new demon force from the 100,000 Mountains had emerged to claim Nine Kings Mountain as their domain? Gu Chen quickly followed him out of the Night Watch division, heading toward the scene of the incident. Leaving the county town, he followed the Night Watcher to a border village within Luoan County. This village was the very one Gu Chen had passed by and asked for water when he first came to assume his post in Luoan County. It was also situated on the only path leading to Wanshur Slope in Nine Kings Mountain. An ominous premonition welled up in Gu Chen's heart. As he approached the outskirts of the village, a thick stench of blood wafted from ahead. The scent of blood did not belong to demons, but to humans. By now, Duan Xingchen and the others had already arrived, setting up a blockade at the village entrance with the Night Watch division guards to bar outsiders from entering. Upon seeing Gu Chen's arrival, everyone bowed in salutation. My lord. Yes, Gu Chen nodded, asking, has a new demon calamity occurred here? Hearing this, sorrow and fury flashed in everyone's eyes. Duan Xingchen said, yes, my lord. You had better go inside and see for yourself. Gu Chen crossed the blockade and entered the village. Along the dirt road at the entrance, the corpses of the villagers were laid out. They had all been brutally dismembered, their heads and limbs violently torn off in a horrific display of carnage. The limbs and heads of these villagers were placed right next to their torsos. There were several hundred corpses in total. The two bodies at the very front belonged to a young child and an elderly woman. Gu Chen approached the two bodies. Looking at the violently severed limbs and head of the young child, he recalled that just a month ago, it was this very pair of small hands that had offered him 2 ladles of sweet, refreshing spring water. After drinking her water, he had promised the grandmother and granddaughter that as long as he was in Luoan County, no demon calamity would ever plague this place again. The little girl was named Dia, and she had worn 2 adorable pigtails. Just a few days ago, when Gu Chen passed by this village entrance again, Dia had asked him, Mister, are you going to slay demons? Yes. Gu Chen remembered answering with absolute confidence back then. But he had broken his word. He stared at the small, dismembered body before him, at those tiny hands still clenched in terror. Gu Chen stood up, his voice low and heavy as he spoke to Duan Xingchen, who had followed him inside. Have we found any clues? Which band of demons did this? These demons had not eaten the humans they killed. Instead, they had torn off all their limbs and displayed them here, clearly as an act of retaliation and intimidation. It was their response to his recent annihilation of all demon forces in Luoan County. They left a message, Duan Xingchen said. It was done by Hu Shanjuan, the 4th son of 7th Master Hu. He has emerged from the 100,000 Mountains. Accusing you of killing his son, the Giant Tiger King, he demands that you go to Wanshur Slope within 3 days to plead for forgiveness, or else he will slaughter every border village in Luoan County. Hearing this, killing intent boiled in Gu Chen's eyes. The 4th son of 7th Master Hu. I see. Gu Chen directed his gaze toward Wanshur Slope outside the village. Gu Chen withdrew his gaze and calmed himself down. He turned to the Night Watch division members and guards, instructing, first, bury the bodies of all the villagers. These demons were targeting him. If he did not show up, they would not leave. He would lay the villagers to rest first before dealing with them. Yes, sir. The Night Watch division members and guards complied. Gu Chen personally dug a large grave beneath the locust tree near the village entrance, burying the grandmother and granddaughter with their graves facing the direction of Wanshur Slope. He hoped they would be able to witness him avenging them. Once everyone had finished burying the villagers, Gu Chen led his members back to the Luoan County Night Watch division. This incident had dealt a significant blow to him. These demons possessed flesh and blood, thoughts and kin. They were not mindless monsters. He had previously believed himself invincible against the demons in Luoan County, prompting him to conduct a ruthless purge. Ultimately, this had drawn out even stronger demons from the 100,000 Mountains, directly leading to this tragedy. He was uncertain of Hu Shanjuan's exact strength, but since the demon dared to avenge the Giant Tiger King and claimed to be his father, his power must surpass that of the Giant Tiger King. He was bound to be at least in the true essence realm. Furthermore, Gu Chen still did not know if Hu Shanjun had come alone or if he had brought other accomplices along. Rushing blindly to Wanshur Slope to confront him would be highly unwise. Moreover, this cliché of killing the young only for the old to appear meant that if he went and eliminated Hu Shanjuan, his father's 7th master, who might emerge from the 100,000 Mountains to seek revenge. If that triggered a beast tide, the entire Luoan County would be plunged into devastation. Therefore, before dealing with Hu Shanjuan, he had to make thorough preparations. He needed to gauge Hu Shanjuan's exact strength, ascertain the number of demons he had brought along, and determine how to handle the subsequent retaliation from 7th Master, who once he dealt with him. Returning to the Luoan County Night Watch office, Gu Chen took out the bronze bowl and directly transmitted a message to it. I want to exchange for information on Hu Shanjuan's cultivation realm and strength, as well as the number and specific strength of the demons he brought out of the 100,000 mountains this time. The bronze bowl gave a prompt exchanging for this information required 1,000 taels of silver. Gu Chen directly placed 1,000 taels of silver into the bronze bowl. The silver vanished, and the bronze bowl provided feedback. Hu Shanjuan, the fourth son of Hu Qie, is at the late stage of the true essence realm. This time he emerged from the 100,000 mountains to avenge his eldest son Juhu Wang, bringing along 7 tiger demons, his wife, who is at the early stage of the true essence realm, his second and third sons both at the 5th stage of the Xiantian realm, and his 4th through 7th sons all 4 at the 4th stage of the Xiantian realm. Looking at the intelligence provided by the bronze bowl, Gu Chen smiled. Excellent, the entire family had come. 2 demons of the true essence realm and 6 demons ranging from the 4th to the 5th stage of the Xiantian realm. Next, he would ensure their entire family died together neat and tidy. The following day, Gu Chen borrowed 3,000 taels of silver from Cheng Mingling and set off for Jinshi Commandery. With his current early-stage true essence realm cultivation, the reserve of true essence within his body was already sufficient for him to execute the flying snake steps and fly all the way to the capital of Jinshi Commandery. In less than half a day, he arrived at the commandery capital. He went straight to the Jinshi Commandery Nightwatch office headquarters to find Tai Yangtian. Senior brother 6 Luoan County is in trouble. Gu Chen got straight to the point. Do you remember what I told you a while ago about killing Juhu Wang, the grandson of Hu Qie, when I was clearing the demon plague within Luoan County? I remember. Tai Yangtian nodded and said, what has Hu Qie come to seek vengeance? Gu Chen had only returned to Luoan County a few days ago, yet he had rushed back in such a hurry he must have run into trouble and come to seek his aid. No, Gu Chen replied. Hu Qie hasn't emerged, but his 4th son Hu Shanjuan, a tiger demon at the late stage of the true essence realm, has. Yesterday this Hu Shanjuan slaughtered a village within our Luoan County, killing hundreds of villagers. He even declared that if I do not go to Luanshe Ridge to plead for forgiveness, he will slaughter every single village in Luoan County that borders the 100,000 mountains. Humph, Tai Yangtian snorted coldly. Merely a demon at the late stage of the true essence realm, yet so arrogant. You don't need to panic about this, your senior brother will handle it for you. Tai Yangtian continued, to dare wipe out a village on the border of our divine dynasty and even threaten to force you to apologize. He is a dead man. Yes, Gu Chen nodded, expressing his gratitude to Tai Yangtian. Thank you, senior brother. However, senior brother, if we kill Hu Shanjuan, will Hu Qie behind him mobilize directly? If a beast tide is unleashed upon Luoan County, even if we eventually annihilate them, the commoners who lose their lives because of it won't be able to come back to life, Gu Chen said. Hearing this, Tai Yangtian fell into silent contemplation for a moment before saying, you make a fair point. We shall prepare in advance. I will have Tang Ming order the deployment of the Divine Guard stationed in Jinshi Commandery and also draw a portion of experts from the Nightwatch office. If that Hu Qie dares to trigger a beast tide, we will eradicate him along with it, Tai Yangtian said. Now that he had been promoted to vice commander of the Jinshi Commandery Nightwatch office, coupled with the influence of Shangwan Wuqing behind him, mobilizing the stationed Divine Guard of Jinshi Commandery to prevent a beast tide would not be an issue. Because his son Tang Hong had offended Gu Chen, Tang Ming wanted to reconcile and draw closer to him, so he would certainly grant him this favor. Although Hu Qie was a formidable 5th-rank great demon with him, a 5th-rank powerhouse, present along with the deployment of the Divine Guard, the 2 vice-generals and the general of the Divine Guard would definitely go as well. Exterminating demons was a matter of great importance and duty. Furthermore, that band of demons had broken the rules first by directly slaughtering a village on the border of the Divine Dynasty. They had a legitimate reason to intervene. The Divine Guard, the Nightwatch office, and the Commandery Governor were 3 equal authorities within a commandery of the Divine Dynasty. In addition, there were the Inspectorate and the Divine Vestment Office, which served as the eyes and blades of the Divine Emperor. The General of the Divine Guard held a 5th-rank official rank in the Divine Dynasty, equivalent in status to the Commandery Governor and the Commander of the Nightwatch office, with his strength being at the 4th-rank core formation realm. He was at the same realm as the Commander of the Nightwatch office. If he could also convince the Commander of the Jinshi Commandery Nightwatch office to join them, there would be 2 4th-rank powerhouses plus the 2 5th-rank vice-generals of the Divine Guard and himself a 5th-rank vice-commander of the Nightwatch office alongside other experts from the Nightwatch office. Dealing with Hu Qie's demonic forces would then be no problem at all. That would be for the best, Gu Chen nodded. If Tai Yangtian could get the Divine Dynasty's Divine Guard stationed in Jinshi Commandery to deploy. Even if he killed Hu Shanjuan's entire family, he wouldn't have to fear Hu Qie's retaliation. Go back first and wait for news. Mobilizing the Divine Guard takes time. It will take about 2 days to deploy an entire army of the Divine Guard to the border of Luoan County, Tai Yangtian said. Understood. Then I shall return first and await senior brother's news. Gu Chen nodded, bidding farewell to Tai Yangtian. Leaving the Nightwatch office, Gu Chen found an empty, secluded alley in Jinshi Commandery. He retrieved the bronze bowl, took out a human skin mask and a new set of clothes to change into, and emerged from the alley completely disguised. Gu Chun then arrived at the Xiantian Pavilion in Jinshi Commandery. He prepared to purchase medicinal pills. During this period, he had earned 2,400 taels of silver from refining pills, leaving him 2,000 taels short of purchasing 54 condensing essence pills. Later, he spent another 1,000 taels to exchange for Hu Shanjuan's intelligence from the bronze bowl, bringing the deficit to 3,000 taels. When he came to Jinshi Commandery today, he borrowed 3,000 taels from Cheng Mingling to cover the gap. Now he could directly purchase and bring back enough pills to break through to the mid-stage of the True Essence realm. Once he broke through to the mid-stage of the True Essence realm combined with the Azure Dragon phenomenon, as well as the perfection-level demon-suppressing saber technique and flying snake steps, he would have the confidence to leap ranks and directly slay Hu Shanjun and his family of tiger demons. At that time, he would strike first to deal with Hu Shanjuan's family. If Hu Chief flew into a rage and attempted to trigger a beast tide to avenge Hu Shanjuan's family, the arriving Jinshi Commandery Divine Guard and Night Watch Office forces would be able to hold them off. Inside Xiantian Pavilion, after some negotiating, Gu Chun spent 26,200 taels of silver to purchase 54 condensing essence pills at a 3% discount. It was 1% cheaper than the previous price. Carrying the pills, Gu Chun left Jinshi Commandery and found a secluded spot in the wilderness. Gu Chun took out the bronze bowl and placed the 54 condensing essence pills inside, preparing to make his breakthrough. 54 first-grade practitioner condensing essence pills can be exchanged for 540 days of pure cultivation. The bronze bowl gave the prompt. Gu Chun chose to exchange. Instantly, a massive wave of cultivation energy poured into his body. Gu Chun immediately circulated his cultivation technique, the Azure Dragon Meridian opening chapter, and the Azure Dragon phenomenon manifested behind him. He converted the energy into true essence to widen the meridians throughout his body, gradually expanding the narrow meridian channel that had previously formed. At the same time, the surrounding worldly chi was drawn in by his Azure Dragon phenomenon, refined along with his cultivation energy into light green liquid true essence. This was stored in his gradually expanding meridians and channeled toward his Dantian's sea of chi, further condensing the rudimentary true essence vortex that had formed earlier. At the center of the vortex, droplets of liquid true essence appeared, spinning along with the vortex. As the transmission of cultivation energy concluded, the reserve of true essence within Gu Chen's body surged. The volume was several times greater than before. Mid-stage true essence realm achieved. A powerful fluctuation erupted from Gu Chen's body, and his attributes in all aspects received a comprehensive upgrade. The surge of true essence also triggered a transformation in his physical body. Gu Chen stood up and headed back toward Luoyang County. He was no longer willing to wait. Once he returned to Luoyang County, he would strike Hu Shanjuan's family. He would not let them live for even one more day. Gu Chen channeled his true essence to execute the flying snake steps, soaring through the air. In just 2 hours, he was back in Luoyang County. He then headed straight for Luanshi Ridge. Meanwhile, at Luanshi Ridge, 8 tiger demons were waiting for Gu Chen to arrive. It was indeed Hu Shanjuan's family. Yesterday, they had annihilated a village in Luoyang County and left a message demanding that Gu Chen come to Luanshi Ridge to atone with his life. If he failed to show, they would continue to slaughter other villages within Luoyang County. They wanted to see if Gu Chen would come. Didn't Gu Chen care the most about the commoners of Luoyang County? The moment he took office, he had used thunderous methods to purge all the demonic forces within Luoyang County. He had even killed their most prized eldest son. Jiuhu Wang was the most talented eldest son of Hu Shanjun and his wife. Possessing the bloodline of an exotic white tiger, he had already broken through to the perfection of the 5th stage of the Xiantian realm, despite his relatively young age. When Jiuhu Wang left the couple, he had said that he could not remain a tiger sheltered by his father and mother forever. He wanted to venture out, see the world, and clash with human cultivators at the border of the divine dynasty. He sought an opportunity to break through to the true essence realm. Who could have foreseen that less than a year after arriving at the border of Luoyang County, he would die at Gu Chen's hands? Since their most outstanding son was dead, Gu Chen would not survive either. For every day Gu Chen hid and failed to come plead for forgiveness, they would slaughter one village in Luoyang County. They would keep slaughtering until Gu Chen dared to show himself and face them. By this time, Gu Chen had already arrived at the border of Luoyang County, just outside the village that Hu Shanjuan's family had slaughtered the previous day. He walked up to the graves of Dia and her grandmother, placing a wild flower he had picked by the roadside in front of their tombs. Dia, watch closely. Big brother has come to avenge you. As Gu Chen spoke, he gripped his Huashuan saber and headed toward Luanshi Ridge. On the way to Luanshi Ridge, Gu Chen walked while circulating his cultivation technique, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine it into true essence, recovering the true essence he had just consumed during his journey. His complete comprehension of the Azure Dragon Meridian opening chapter through the bronze bowl had allowed him to cultivate the perfected Azure Dragon phenomenon. The Azure Dragon phenomenon enabled him to multitask. Even while walking, he could slowly absorb and refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to recover his true essence. However, this state was only effective for recovering the true essence in his body and had a very mediocre effect on raising his cultivation realm. After all, raising one's realm required expanding the meridians, compressing and liquefying true essence, and strengthening the true essence vortex within the Dantian. The amount of worldly chi required was immense, making it difficult to progress through this kind of passive refinement. He did not walk quickly. Stepping forward one pace at a time toward Luanxia Ridge, by the time he arrived, he should have recovered all the true essence in his body, bringing his combat strength to its peak. Atop Luanxia Ridge, Hu Shanjuan's wife, the tiger demon, at the early stage of the true essence realm, was growing somewhat impatient. She spoke, "Husband, could it be that Gu Chen won't come today? It is already afternoon. The Luoan County Night Watch office received news of that village being wiped out yesterday, so he should know the message we left for him. If he doesn't come today, we will slaughter another village. One village a day. Let's see how long he can hide." Hu Shanjuan's wife said, her eyes flashing with a cold light. "Wait a bit longer," Hu Shanjun said. "I have a premonition that he will definitely come today." By slaughtering a village within Luoan County yesterday, their objective of provoking and threatening Gu Chen had already been achieved. The words they left behind were also meant to force Gu Chen to obediently surrender. Continuing to slaughter villages within the territory of the Divine Dynasty would be unwise. The Divine Dynasty was not weak. Even with powerful enemies surrounding it, it still stood firm, like a pillar, holding up the heavens. If they went too far, they might fail to draw Gu Chen out, and instead draw in the experts of the Night Watch office from within Jinshi Commandery beyond Luoan County. The losses would outweigh the gains. Continually slaughtering villages of the Divine Dynasty would cross the Divine Dynasty's bottom line. Even being the son of Hu Chiye would not save him. If they drew in experts of the 5th rank or above from Jinshi Commandery, it would be troublesome, and even his father Hu Chiye might not be able to protect him. Wait. Lady Hu Mountain June flared with fury. "We've already waited an entire day. How much longer must we wait? If that Gu Chen doesn't come, are we supposed to just sit here doing nothing forever? When will we ever avenge our great tiger cub?" She was well aware of her husband, Hu Mountain June's reservations. But Gu Chen had killed their eldest son, and she wished nothing more than to feast upon his flesh, to drink his blood. What did slaughtering a few villages matter in comparison? She could no longer contain herself, as long as it would lure Gu Chen to her. "We shall butcher 2 more villages. If that Gu Chen still hasn't come within 3 days, we shall storm the Night Watch division in Luoan County and cut him down before we leave. At worst, we can hide ourselves deep within the 100,000 great mountains afterward, ensuring no one ever tracks our movements. I cannot wait any longer," Lady Hu Mountain June declared coldly. Hu Mountain June offered no reply. Instead, his gaze drifted toward the entrance of the rocky slope. The higher echelons of the Divine Dynasty had struck a pact with the great demons of the 100,000 great mountains. Powerhouses above the 5th realm of innate could not transgress the territorial borders of the other. Those above the 5th realm within the Divine Dynasty were forbidden from casually entering the 100,000 great mountains to mass hunt demons for materials. Similarly, demons above the 5th realm within the 100,000 great mountains could not violate the Divine Dynasty's borders nor casually devour its common folk. By slaying an entire village within Luoan County to avenge their son, they had already broken this accord. That was why he had led his family to retreat to the rocky slope, forcing Gu Chen to come to them and beg forgiveness. This calculated advance and retreat leveraged the influence of his father, Old Master Tiger 7. The high-ranking officials of the Night Watch division within Jinshi Commandery would not necessarily come to strike at them. And by the time those great figures learned of the situation here, he might have already slain Gu Chen and returned to the 100,000 great mountains. Should he act without restraint and charge directly into Luoan County, into Divine Dynasty territory, killing Gu Chen, the county's Night Watch division chief, in plain view of the citizens, the Divine Dynasty would suffer a devastating blow to its prestige. The Divine Dynasty would never let such an affront pass, even if he were the son of Old Master Tiger 7. Such an act would condemn his family to hiding in the deepest reaches of the 100,000 great mountains forever, evading the pursuit of the Divine Dynasty's Night Watch division, never able to show themselves again. At that moment, his second son glanced toward the entrance of the rocky slope and said, "Father, someone is coming." Hu Mountain June nodded, his gaze settling on the figure slowly approaching from a distant step by measured step. Lady Hu Mountain June and their remaining 5 sons also turned their eyes toward that approaching silhouette at the entrance of the rocky slope. Gu Chen gripped the blazing flame blade, its tip scraping across the strange boulders strewn across the rocky slope's surface, sending sparks scattering in its wake. He had ceased the dual cultivation technique that had been restoring his true essence, for his reserves had already returned to full capacity. His combat prowess had reached its zenith. Gu Chen arrived before Hu Mountain June's family. Before he could speak, Lady Hu Mountain June declared, "So you are Gu Chen, the murderer who killed my great tiger cub." Killing intent boiled in her gaze as she looked upon him, demonic energy involuntarily spilling from her form. "Do you mean the giant tiger king?" Gu Chen replied calmly. "My apologies, but yes, I did kill him. You should die." Lady Hu Mountain June glared at Gu Chen through gnashed teeth, declaring, "I shall shatter your bones one by one, then strip your flesh away thread by thread, ensuring you die in agony, to avenge my great tiger cub." Hu Mountain Jun's remaining 6 sons instantly darted behind Gu Chen, sealing off his escape route, encircling him to prevent his flight. Hu Mountain Jun regarded Gu Chen and spoke. My father, Old Master Tiger 7, had 9 sons. I ranked 4th among them. My talent was unremarkable. After 200 years of cultivation, I have only reached my current realm. Although by a demon's lifespan, I may yet live another 2 centuries, and my strength might advance further to the 6th tier demon level, I know my limitations. Bound by my talent, I can never hope to reach my father's level of a 5th tier great demon. I sired 7 sons, but only my eldest possessed true talent. He was born with the bloodline of an aberrant white tiger destined to reach my father's heights, or even surpass them, breaking through to the 4th tier great demon level. Yet he was far too rebellious, refusing to heed my words. The moment he reached the perfected stage of the 5th realm of innate, he insisted on venturing out to make his mark, and perished here in the end. Do you understand? Hu Mountain Jun looked at Gu Chen. My heart aches, truly aches. You have severed my family's hope. My remaining 6 children have no future of reaching the 5th tier great demon level. At best they will remain as mediocre as I am. Tell me, what manner of torment should I devise to slay you that it might quench the hatred in my heart? Gu Chen offered no reply to his words. Instead he spoke as if to himself. When I first arrived in Luoan County to assume my post, I passed through a village. My throat was parched with thirst, and a little girl with 2 adorable braided tufts fetched me 2 ladles of cool water to quench my thirst. She told me that she and her grandmother lived in constant fear every day. Luoan County was plagued by demons on all sides, and within the county seat there were powers colluding with those demons. She feared being captured by the Black Wolf gang in town and handed over to your demon son as fodder. She was terrified and pleaded with me to help her. I promised her, and swore an oath, that from the moment I took office in Luoan County there would be no more demonic calamities there, and all its people could live and work in peace. I failed. I broke my word. Gu Chen looked at Hu Mountain Jun. I blame myself, truly blame myself. Oh, you likely don't know which little girl I mean. She was the first body laid out at the village entrance, the child among the corpses of the village you butchered yesterday. She was but a child. What did she know of anything? When she learned that I was going to purge the demons, her eyes filled with a glimmer of hope. She simply wished to live without fear, without spending every day in dread. What wrong had she done? If you wanted to avenge your son, come for me. Why slaughter the other innocent? Tell me, what manner of reckoning should I deliver upon you today that it might console the souls of all the villagers you slaughtered yesterday? Gu Chen raised the blazing flame blade in his hand, leveling its point directly at Hu Mountain Jun. Murderous intent erupted in his gaze. Streams of demonic true essence surged forth from Hu Mountain Jun's form. Different allegiances, different races. There was nothing more to be said. Today one of them must perish. Hu Mountain Jun unleashed the aura of his late true essence realm, striding toward Gu Chen. Bearing the head of a tiger and the body of a man, his mottled yellow-black, fur-covered limbs, and a chest of bulging muscles within which lay explosive power. Gu Chen did not underestimate his foe either. The aura of the mid-true essence realm erupted from him, and the Azure Dragon phenomenon activated. A phantom azure dragon materialized behind him. Blade in hand, he charged toward Hu Mountain Jun. Witnessing Gu Chen reveal cultivation at the mid-true essence realm, Hu Mountain Jun was not surprised. If Gu Chen had not possessed cultivation above the true essence realm, he would not have dared to come alone to the rocky slope to face their family alone. Hu Mountain Jun's foot slammed violently into the ground as his figure surged forward. His massive tiger claw spread wide, carrying the full brunt of his savage strength and dense demonic essence, striking straight at Gu Chen's chest. The piercing whistle of the air betrayed the terrifying force behind that razor-sharp claw strike. The augmentation power of Gu Chen's Azure Dragon phenomenon spread across his entire body. The Azure Dragon phenomenon primarily enhanced his combat prowess in strength, speed, defense, and reaction. In addition, it amplified the destructive might of his true essence and the lethality of his martial arts. His mid-true essence realm cultivation, bolstered by the Azure Dragon phenomenon, granted him strength, speed, defense, and reaction capabilities that firmly surpassed those of Hu Mountain Jun at the late true essence realm. Gu Chen executed the flying serpent step martial art, his figure instantly sidestepping to evade the strike with ease. Hu Mountain Jun's tiger claw crashed into the strange rocks beside Gu Chen, shattering them instantly as fragments of stone exploded outward in a shower of debris. As the strike missed, Hu Mountain Jun pivoted sharply, his waist twisting to generate force, his other tiger claw sweeping out with even greater power, sealing off the space for Gu Chen to dodge to the side. Gu Chen snorted coldly. True essence surged forth from within him, channeled into the blazing flame blade. He raised the blade to meet the attack head-on, clashing directly against the sweeping tiger claw. Clang! The crystalline sound of metal against metal rang out as true essence and demonic essence collided savagely, the shockwave erupting instantly. Hu Mountain Jun's formidable claw force bore down, but Gu Chen, leveraging the brute strength augmented by the Azure Dragon phenomenon, firmly withstood the blow and even sent Hu Mountain Jun stumbling backward from the recoil. Hu Mountain retreated several hasty steps, feeling the rebounding force transmitted through his claws. Not as though he were battling someone at the mid-true essence realm, but rather a late true essence realm cultivator. Astonishment rose within him. He had not anticipated that Chen at the mid-true essence realm possessed strength capable of clashing with him head-on, and even surpassing him, repelling and suppressing him with the recoil. Chen paid no heed to his opponent's shock. Without waiting for Hu Mountain to recover his stance, the flying serpent step carried him forward as he closed the distance for a relentless melee assault. The blazing flame blade in his hand cleaved downward. The third stance of the demon-slaying blade art, subduing demon slash, was unleashed. The surging true essence fused from the 5-element thunder true essence, and the azure dragon true essence was channeled into the blazing flame blade. Manifesting as a single strike of demon-subduing slash, it hewed toward Hu Mountain. Across the blazing flame blade, demon-subduing runes coiled, radiating a sanguine glow further empowered by 5-element thunder power and azure dragon might. Their baleful aura intensified all the more. Even a late true essence realm cultivator would fare poorly against this. Hu Mountain bellowed at the sight, withdrawing his claws. A phantom white tiger materialized behind him as his bloodline erupted. Rolling waves of demonic essence poured forth from within his body, enveloping one of his tiger claws. He delivered a ferocious strike. It was his innate divine ability, the white tiger rending claw. This strike, imbued with terrifying demonic essence, tore through the air itself, leaving 5 dark fissures in the void before him. It collided violently with Chen's blade technique. Boom. Terrifying shockwaves radiated outward as wild demonic essence clashed with Chen's aberrant true essence. The scattered rocks were directly pulverized and sent flying. The blade chi and the explosive force from the tiger claw spread outward, grinding the freshly airborne debris into dust. Lady Hu Mountain and her 6 sons hastily retreated, distancing themselves from the battlefield, where Hu Mountain and Chen clashed. Her heart churned with tumultuous waves of shock. The collision from that single strike was such that even she at the early true essence realm would suffer injury from the residual shockwaves if she drew too close. Should a 5th realm innate cultivator who had not yet birthed true essence approach, they would be shredded outright. Chen had actually grown to such a terrifying degree. At this moment within the battlefield where Chen and Hu Mountain clashed, that clash had already concluded. Hu Mountain was sent flying backward by Chen's slash. The tiger claw that had clashed against Chen exploded, half of its razor-sharp claw sheared clean off by a single blade. A wound deep enough to expose bone had also appeared on his chest, blood streaming from it ceaselessly. The flesh around the wound had been ravaged into charred black by the violent demon-slaying blade chi and the thunder power. In this head-on exchange, Chen had gained the upper hand. Hu Mountain had sustained considerable injury. Chen's blazing flame blade had already reached the grade of a superior Earth-tier treasure. A superior Earth-tier treasure weapon was one that would serve Chen until he reached the 4th-tier core formation realm. The strength of Hu Mountain's tiger claw could compare to at most an inferior Earth-tier treasure weapon. It naturally could not withstand Chen's blazing flame blade. Next I shall take your life. Chen raised the blazing flame blade, leveling it at Hu Mountain. A hint of apprehension flickered across Tiger Mountain Lord's eyes. The thought of retreat crept into his mind. Chen was simply too powerful. His strength surpassed his own. They had only exchanged a handful of strikes. Yet in those few clashes he had come to a sobering realization. Chen's azure dragon manifestation could amplify his strength to a level capable of firmly suppressing a late-stage true Yuan cultivator. Coupled with the exceptional quality of the fire mystic blade in his grasp, one capable of severing a tiger's claws. Added to that was the terrifying blade technique Chen practiced along with his augmented variant true Yuan, whose force could wound Tiger Mountain Lord with devastating ease. If the battle continued, he would likely perish at Chen's hands. Husband. Tiger Mountain Lord's wife rushed over in haste to help him to his feet. Chen, you have won. Let this matter end here. Tiger Mountain Lord spoke. My eldest son died by your hand, and now I too have been defeated. Consider our family unlucky. Let us leave, and I swear my household shall never set foot within the bounds of Luoan County again. Chen sneered. Only the victor has the right to speak. You no longer possess that privilege. Before I came here I promised someone they could watch from a distance as I slaughtered your entire family. Chen fixed his gaze upon Tiger Mountain Lord. Chen, do you truly believe you can devour me without consequence? Tiger Mountain Lord gritted his teeth. If I fight to the death, I will drag you down with me. I am the 4th son of Tiger's 7th master. You must understand this clearly. You already killed Great Tiger, and that displeased his grandfather greatly. If you kill my family as well, I swear to you, no more than 3 days will